such. And from there, we emerge from this primordial soup, either divine spark and like divine essence, or like nature, like hard materialism. But it's still a cosmic soup, and we emerge from it. So, like, yeah, I am probably wrong about it, but I'm bracketing out that stuff because I don't care.
See, the point of bracketing for me, actually, shit, we're live. So let's go ahead and first of all say hello, everybody.
Hey,
welcome. We're just doing what we do. We're having a conversation about, well, I'll put it this way: epistemic rigor, epistemic humility, and metaphysical proclamations, and why we care, and why I think that the term bracketing is important, but not in the way that you're doing it. But we will bring it back to that in a second, everybody, because first of all, we want to say hello and welcome to the live stream. It's Dave and Nance, your favorite two people on the internet, of course. And this is Theory Underground's birthday. 2 years.
Woo, woo, woo.
We're officially
2 years old, man. Dude, it's a toddler now. It's got subjectivity. It's got object permanence.
Mirror phase accomplished.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an accomplishment.
Yeah. I mean, we managed to not choke on Legos so much that we died. But now we're still going to try to choke on Legos. And if we actually start to choke on Legos and then you pull it out of our mouth to save our life, we're going to kick and scream and throw a tantrum. And we'll do it in public to the best of our ability, to embarrass you. That's just what it means. Yeah. We've got lots of great people in the chat already. We got OG Rose in here. He said, "Morning, Nance. Your last Substack was great." What was your last Substack, Nance?
Thank you. I don't remember. It might have been the Rudy episode.
The Rudy one, the one we're talking about. Well, if Daniel's here, this is perfect. This is perfect because we'll be bringing Daniel on in a while, and he'll be talking about the Underground Theory volume that he reviewed on his channel. And
excellent review. Excellent review, by the way. Thank you for that.
I did that because I was like, here's the thing. Like, I can never know what my mood will be like in the future. And this is Theory Underground's birthday, and it's also my birthday. And, you know, as you get on in years, birthdays can be volatile things. They come with a lot of weird stuff. And so I was like, well, what if I'm depressed? And so I was like, I'll make sure to have Daniel Garner come on stream early so that he can take care of me. You know, he'll encourage me. And also, if Nance and I are going to fight about God and nature, then he can come in and
who better to kind of come in and help us see the error of our ways.
Take the Lego out of our mouths, give us pacifiers, change our diapers, whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Mikey said, "We're toddlers." TU plus toddler.
Oh.
Toddlers. I don't know.
You're a poet and you don't even know it, Mikey.
Yeah, Mikey. Don't start a Substack for your poetry though, please.
Dude, I've been dangerously close to posting some poetry on Substack because Nina was talking about like she writes poetry on Substack, and I was like, oh, that's like a valid thing that we're allowed to do. I have some poetry. What if I post it on Substack? I haven't yet, and I think I think I won't. But there have been some long nights where I was dangerously allured by the temptation of doing that. Like, look at me, I'm such a cool poet guy. Maybe I'll start a sock account on Substack to post some poetry.
I think all poetry should be anonymous. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm joking. I have no business saying anything at all about poetry. No, never. Okay, so the poll is: you're happy TU exists and you know. You're happy TU exists and you know it. No, if you're happy to exist and you know it, click the like button in all caps. And then it says
Oh,
done. And then it says,
good.
I thought I did, but forgot. Now done. And no, never. Hate you guys. We usually get
Yeah.
about 12 to 15% of the audience will say, no, never, hate you guys. But we're hoping today to see that number goes up.
Yeah. I always hit no. I always hit the negative one in the thing.
Yeah, yeah. So does
just because
so
it's
does
funny.
Anne. So does Anne. Yeah.
So so I account for at least one of the no's.
All right. I wanna say the thing about bracketing and nature and God really quickly. But first, I want you not to explain kind of how you were when this stream started. People probably heard you in the middle of explaining what you're getting at and why. But how about you just keep it as basic as you did on the stream? Then I'll give my initial thought, and then you can, stipulate it or unpack. Yeah.
So I think it started. I was thinking about fiction, and I was thinking about look, we're doing this thing where we're projecting ourselves out into the future, and I think it is true that there's some works of fiction that are similar attempts at projection, and Dune and Foundation are like trying to create a forward-looking epistemology, a forward-looking like cosmic narrative, and I think religion is a backward-looking ontology, metaphysical narrative or whatever. And look, this is not a value judgment or whatever. It's valid. But I was thinking about this because I write fiction sometimes too, and I care about the intention of what I'm doing. And so I was thinking about fiction and narrative and projection. And I was thinking about nature and man and nature, like man as opposed to nature, and what is nature itself. And then I was like, well, what is God? And nature and God, for the purposes of this line of thought, to me are the same thing. They serve the same function, and that function is conditions of possibility for existence. And so that super simple, God and nature, using this language, right? Again, this is a methodological thing, but using the language that I'm using for the purposes of this train of thought, God and nature are the same thing. And fiction and religion are the same thing. And look, again, it's not a value judgment thing. It's about function. Like, what role are these things playing for the subject? And that was pretty much it.
So but the part that triggered me was not the
I think I said God and nature are exactly the same, or they're identical or something. Like,
Yeah,
I wasn't being careful.
You were being edgy, is what you were.
Yeah, I was. Yeah,
you were being edgy. You were seeing if I was watching. You were
Yeah.
you were like, I'm gonna do a stream with Rudy, and I'm gonna see if Dave actually watches these things, because I'll just say, I think you even said, I'll say it loud and from my chest, God and nature are the same thing. I think you made maybe like 6 statements that stream that were like of that nature, of loud chested proclamation. And I was like, is everything I'm doing on the internet a waste of is everything I'm doing on the internet a waste of time? Is the number one student at Theory Underground going to spend the rest of eternity making us look like idiots? That's what I did. I went into depression. I went and I ate pizza for 3 days, and no, I'm kidding. But I know that's what depression would be for me, I guess. Just eating pizza for 3 days.
Eating pizza.
No,
Sign
and
me
it's
up,
like,
dude.
Here's the thing. One of the beautiful things about theory fiction is that it allows us to proclamate loudly, right? Like, we get to just riff. And I think people want to riff, right? Especially when you spend a lot of time doing theory, spending a lot of time around people like us. We're neurotic, which is to say we second guess ourselves, right? And so a little bit, or even a lot, of bold assertions can go a long way, especially because I think there's the level of rhetoric and clickbait in the attention economy, this need to throw down a costly signal so that you can cut through the noise. And sure, a bunch of people who are going to be uncharitable to the way you're talking about it, they're going to read into it and then nitpick you. But then people who kind of get the difference between when you're memeing or when you're speaking loosely or when you're speaking in clickbait to cut through the noise, those people, they'll get it. They'll be fine, right? Mm-hmm. But the reason I wanted to say I don't think that this is like the whole thing about epistemic humility when it comes to making metaphysical assertions. This is why bracketing exists. That is what phenomenology is about. The reason Husserl develops bracketing in the first place is because he's trying to work within the limitations on knowledge that were established by Kant. And then he's trying to say, well, we can go a little further than Kant thought we could, but he's not going to go full Hegelian, right? Instead, I think in a lot of ways you could understand Husserl as someone who's probably disgusted by Hegel, and rightfully so, I would say. Rightfully so. And the reason that I say rightfully so is because if you care about actually understanding things in the real world and communicating with real people, you can't just be speculative and never use concrete examples, right? And it's like when you go out on a speculative limb, and then you go out onto another speculative limb, and you go out onto another speculative limb, it's like, cool, this is fun, but this is a scholastic exercise. This is something that people do when they like to drink wine and not think about where stuff comes from, right? You know, we have like a sort of...
Electricity comes from the plug.
Electricity comes from the plug, guys. Relations of production, mode of production, none of that stuff matters. And here's the thing. Husserl's not good at relations of production and mode of production. So it's not like he gets out of that critique of scholasticism that we can level onto Hegel. But here's the thing, though. He's primarily concerned with philosophy of science and epistemology, which is something that most continental philosophers don't take too seriously. And when they do take it seriously, they're not thinking it in its context, which was the 20th century, especially like a extremely political and turbulent time where people were making grand, totalizing proclamations about the nature of reality. And they were saying, oh, everything is just atoms, or everything is just chemicals in your brain. Love is just that. There's no difference between Molly with a hooker and actual love with like your wife. It's just chemicals in your brain, guys. And Husserl was like, guys, I think that's not true. In fact, and so he wanted to counter the natural attitude. And so bracketing. And I all of this is just a setup to say something about bracketing. It's a setup that I felt the need to go through. But I want to share an anecdote before actually saying the thing now about bracketing. And that's just that I had a professor who I was working for in my undergrad. And her one thing that she had to say every time phenomenology came up is, I just don't get bracketing, right? She'd always say that. And I was thinking about it. I was like, why is that what everyone thinks of when they think of phenomenology? Because I was like super into Heidegger. Husserl was kind of okay, but it's not like I was a super fan. And I wasn't getting all of this from him. And so I'm like, well, it's like in Being in Time. Heidegger doesn't talk about bracketing, right? He does in the history of the concept of time, leading up to Being in Time. And if you read History of the Concept of Time, then you know in Being in Time, he is doing his own forms of bracketing, which is to say, if we are especially accustomed to thinking about things in a certain way, we can't just get outside of that perspective or habitus, right? We actually have to bend the bow, so to speak. And so if you've spent your whole life thinking scientifically, everything's atoms in the void, it's all determined, physics has it all figured out, philosophy has nothing to offer, there's nothing really special about the human, then you can bracket that and then say, let's just focus super hard on what we know for absolutely sure or for absolutely certain without bringing in all of this other stuff from sciences that are downstream from conscious experience. All sciences are downstream from conscious experience. Every one of them is trying to get outside of itself in some way, but in doing so gets ensconced in its own sort of circle. And it's a circle that you then can't get back outside of. And so there becomes like this sort of pedestrian, commonsensical way of existing in Middle Earth, right? I'm playing off of Tolkien, but really I'm saying like our world is the world that is between chemistry and the stars, right? Like we are here at this level. And that's the level that we tend to navigate the world within, and a good philosophy and good science and even art it finds a way of starting there and then going beyond that, going beyond appearances, getting out of Plato's cave, right? Well, for philosophy to become a rigorous science, which obviously for Husserl, who's wanting to raise it to that level, it doesn't mean this in this sort of positivist, naturalistic sort of way. He just means to have a serious method, to be genuinely critical, to not just say things that are self-serving or convenient or propping up the status quo in terms of knowledge, whether that be popular or elite academic, right? And so on the one side, you've got the popular, and on the other side, this is what I was getting to, you've got the niche sciences, each one that is downstream from this conscious, living, breathing life that we have to live. And bracketing for, and all of this is, I hope, for people who are hearing it for the first time, going to be really good preparation for the live stream that we'll be doing, the segment of this live stream that we'll be doing later today when Haas joins us to talk about Heidegger. He and I will be talking about why Heidegger, or as I say, Heidegger, right? Heidegger is the question. And it's the question that has become important because so many of our fellow travelers and our elders and people that we look up to and respect, and who also see us as new kids on the block, they want a little bro under their arm and give us like noogies like that. They want to say that we're wasting our time with Heidegger. They want, like Spencer Leonard wants to say, oh yeah, get out the incense and, think about the being of your belly button or whatever. And then Chris Catrone wants to say, oh yeah, that's all a waste of time. And then even Benjamin Studebaker, our closest, most beloved, newest member here at TU, is saying in a recent piece at the end, he kind of quilts his article for Platypus with a statement about how America's been too Heideggerian for too long, too focused on being and becoming, and and death, right? Being, becoming, death, and we need to get beyond that and focus on these other things. And so it's like, well, I do think we need to focus on all of the things that Benjamin is focusing on, but there are things that I get from Heidegger that I can't get from anywhere else, and that's because of all of the reasons we'll be getting into during that segment with Haas later. But for now, this is why I'm embellishing this whole thing about bracketing before bringing it back to nature and God for people just dropping in on this, or people who are losing the train of thought, or who thought I was just rambling. No, this is all directional. And so where are we going with it? It's to say this: bracketing is a necessary maneuver for countering deep ingrained habits of thought. And so if you want to do a rigorous intellectual project, you have to question the concepts that you're used to using. And you have to think about where they came from. And if, for instance, they might be transplanted from other sciences or other fields, right? This is one of the crucial sort of philosophy of science ideas that Heidegger runs with, right? The criteria of one region of being are not necessarily the criteria of another region of being. This is so obvious that if you hear me say this and then you go around and you keep talking the way you were talking before, I'm going to have to just keep saying it. And at this point, I do feel like I've had to say it quite a few times. And it's a point that's very easily lost on people, right? But let me use an example. So what does it mean to say the criteria of one region of being cannot just be used in another region? Well, you don't use the criteria of chemistry in physics, or you don't use the criteria of art in philosophy, and you don't use the criteria of poetry in politics. Like this, these are different regions of being, or modes of consciousness. The way that Heidegger would say it are modes of disclosure, right? So like a mode of disclosure, it can disclose a region of being, or like a clearing within which you can see things that you wouldn't have been able to see before if you were using the sort of glasses that belong to a different field. And so you get all these people who just want to think about things in evolutionary psychological terms, and they bring those glasses into the humanities and social sciences, and what you get is Steven Pinker, Jordan Peterson, and Mary Harrington, or Louise Perry. And I guess I shouldn't have said Mary Harrington. Maybe it doesn't apply as much to her. It definitely applies to Louise Perry. That's not a condemnation of her work, by the way. Anne and I are going to be reading from her work today as a segment of this live stream. She's a little too down with the evil psych, right? Evolutionary psychology. She is bringing that into the humanities and social sciences. I will argue that that's an important sort of bracketing maneuver. The bow must be bent, and the biological must be brought back into the humanities and social sciences. How to do that, who the fuck knows? If somebody wants to find a way to make Lacan and the symbolic work with stuff that we know about humans with bodies that are biological, well then great. Okay, all of this was just to say that's how I think about bracketing. Bracketing is a way of practicing epistemic humility and at the same time limiting ourselves from making metaphysical proclamations. It's really sticking within the realm of what we know. Now, to bring it to God and nature, I just want to say, Nance, if they're the same thing, as conditions of possibility, they're very different things in terms of the ways that they are conditions of possibility. And you can have two conditions of possibility that are necessary but not sufficient, right? And so there could be other conditions of possibility for everything we know and love about this life, also for everything we hate about this life. The reason I don't like saying that they are the same thing. Now, I have already said why I do like it in terms of clickbait. It's a strong lead in. A lot of people want to say that nature is God. Spinoza was probably the most famous of them. But, and there's all kinds of cool, theological spin-offs that try to do this as well. The chief example would be ecstatic naturalism. If anybody wants to look into ecstatic naturalism, Robert Corrington's work using Jung and Heidegger and theology, really. It's fascinating stuff, but here's why I'm not so sure about it. To me, a term like God is either useful or it's not. A term like nature is either useful or it's not. Now, insofar as they're useful, I think they're useful because they either help us navigate this life or they help us communicate with other people about something important. That's really what it boils down to. And so how does saying God is nature help us have conversations with people for whom God is a big deal? And it clearly doesn't do anything for people who really don't like God or like the idea of God, or they have a specific idea of God that they can't get out of their heads. And so that ruins everything for them. And then I just want to bring it back down to nature. Nature does what it does. It's inert. It's indifferent. It's brutal. It's also sublime. That's very different from us theorizing something that no other creatures that we could think of theorize. And in theorizing that thing, it can either make us better or worse people. How we theorize nature is kind of different. Like, it's not going to make us better or worse people. But how a person conceives of God changes their relationship to themselves and to everyone else. And I'm saying this as an atheist. I'm just saying that, like, it seems to me like a very powerful thing. And it's kind of like the idea of beauty, the idea of justice, the idea of the good. To say that the idea of the good is just nature, or the idea of justice is just nature, right? Like, that to me is kind of, that's what's at stake here. So I want to know what's at stake for you, and what you would say to all of that stuff.
Yeah, I first of all, I it's not even like, oh yeah, you're right. It's like, no, you're right about all that. Like, that is true. And I think for me, like, in the moment, I think I was maybe preempting or knocking down the materialist in my head, like the one who is committed to like a hard materialism. We were reading Adorno and Horkheimer. I was thinking about enchantment, and I was thinking about I don't know, epistemology itself, right? And Rudy and I had been talking about magic, and how, like, as a staunch hard materialist, I can say that, hey, I believe in magic. I can say that, and again, it would be like a rhetorical thing, and I would have to unpack it, and there's a method in saying that. But I do believe in magic. We use magic every day. We use language. We use technology. We use embodied knowledge in the form of our objects of use. Like, this is also a kind of magic when you use a thing, right? But it is useless to use that language because it's often more confusing for your interlocutor than it is. So I think I do tend or try to avoid provocative statements, and I do try to avoid rhetorical flourishes for the most part, because legibility does matter and legibility is important. But for me in the moment, I think I was trying to center man, and I was trying to imbue man with some kind of divine spark by saying nature and God can be the same thing. So, like, appearances, it could be taken as some pantheism or panentheism or panpsychism or something like that. And on the internet, it's probably more likely to be taken that way. But I think it was a rejoinder to my younger, more materialistic, more atheistic self. And I was sticking up for the divine spark, by way of centering man, centering the subject. Like, if you take for granted man, which you kind of have to if we're having discourse, like if you're actually here with this conversation with me, then you have to take the man as a given. The man is a priori. If you take that as a given, you also have to include this notion of sublimity, of noumenality. Like, there is an enchantment that we've been denying by way of modernity, by way of hyper instrumentalization, by way of scientism. Scientism is a disavowal of enchantment. Modernity, and I really like the episode of Why Left where Benjamin Studebaker problematizes modernity itself. It's always been a political construction. I obviously agree with that. I'm a postmodernist. So obviously, like, yeah, it was always a construction, but it's also a very convenient, very useful construct for the Steven Pinkers and the Richard Dawkinses of the world who want to convince you, listen to me. I am right about this. I predicted this. Now you have to listen to everything else I say about everything else by disavowing the magic, disavowing the enchantment, disavowing God. And if it's provocative to talk about God and magic and enchantment in the same sentence, I do apologize. To me, again, it is a functional thing. Like, they can serve the same function in relation to subjectivity, which again, I'm concerned about because I'm interested in a critical humanist study, right? A critical humanism point of view. My prime concern is the subject, is man as such. But I think it's too easy to throw away God, to throw away magic, to throw away the divine, enchantment. Sublimity is real. I've experienced it, you know? The numinous world exists. Spirituality exists. The soul is something real. And I do believe the soul is a material thing as well. And we could get into that, but that would be a long conversation. And legibility is a prime concern there. So, yeah, like it comes back to, what are we doing? Are we trying to be provocative? No, I'm obviously not trying to be provocative. We're actually trying to have a real conversation. So every once in a while we'll make flourishes, we'll make affordances. But it is important to come around on the back end and unpack it. And dude, Walter Ben Michaels, right? Radical intentionality, like the death of the author. Like it doesn't matter. I don't know. I don't think we should get too fascinated with the form. I think we are concerned with the content. And it's really easy to get fascinated with the form itself. But yeah, I don't know. I think we're on the same page. And I think we're on the same page in the right chapter of the right book. Chat's going off, man.
I think I'm following you, and but you can also see I'm multitasking. For that, I apologize.
Yeah.
I do hate when it's obvious that somebody is multitasking. But I realized I did not spam out the info about the stream on the internet at all before starting, which is very Theory Underground of us. And I think maybe we should say a word or two about never giving people advance notice, always doing stuff last minute, being, in a sort of sense, Philosophy Portal's opposite in that way, right? Like he's always got like this picture of like how it's all going to go, and then all the different things and blah, 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 blah. And we're over here telling people that it happened. Hey, everybody, we did a thing. You can watch it after the fact. And then we get all these people in the comment sections like, they're like, wish I could have seen this live. And we're like, and I used to respond to those kinds of comments with like, look, guys, it's not for the live audience. It's for the people who are listening to it after the fact. But that's not even true. It's not. It's for the people who re-listen to it, period. So for the people who are here now and the people who listen to it later today and tomorrow and next week, it's for the people who are going to be revisiting it eventually because they're actually writing a piece and they want to double check, like, did so-and-so say that thing? And so bringing it back around to what you actually said, yes, I just had to put the promos out, but I think I was following. And I want to talk about centering man. The human. Theory Underground is the response to the, CCRU, sort of post/anti-humanism. And one of the responses is to say the human has not been theorized yet. It hasn't been theorized yet. What are you talking about? You guys are post or anti something that hasn't been theorized yet? Okay, Tribunal Zero, let's go. Show us what are the competing theories of the human, and then go ahead and present your case on why they're all wrong. Oh, they didn't do that. They retreated into psychedelic babble, fucking occult rave fan fiction about theory. And thankfully they had a real philosopher in their midst, maybe a couple, who were able to launder their ideas through the theory fiction. And, I'm talking specifically about Nick Land, but also some of the others, Sadie Plant, Anna Greenspan, etc. There were real philosophers there, but they were laundering their ideas in a sort of sense, right? And I think also maybe it accelerated their development in some ways because they were able to let the dog off the chain, right? This sort of neurotic, let's be very careful about how we talk. Nope, you don't have to do that when you're doing ecstasy and raving and growling into a microphone, rolling around on the ground to trigger the Marxists in the room, right?
I mean, it also becomes a slippery slope. It becomes this implicit denial or disavowal. And I think it can create conditions where one gets too big for their britches. So while it can be liberating, it can be an accelerator or an intensifier of thought. And look, dude, we have experienced moments where like we're pushing the form and we're having the meta conversation at the same time as we're having the conversation and we're doing this. But like we've reached moments where it's like, oh, this has gotten away from us. Let's refocus, like let's go back, let's re-rack focus, let's dial it back in because maybe we're a little too free. Maybe we need more constraint, more rigor. So I think it's that is a technology itself, the fiction, the liberation, the freedom, the anonymity, whatever. That's a method. It's a technology itself that can be useful, but can also lead you to thinking taking ecstasy and listening to jungle music is something radical.
Right.
Where it's not, or update it for the 20th century. Taking ketamine and talking about black sex magic is radical. And that's where the real, like, come on, guy. Like, look, we all have a method. We all have an approach. We all have our goals that we're trying to get something out of this, both personally and organizationally or whatever. And every once in a while, you need to indulge. And you need moments of escape, moments of freedom, but also don't start huffing your own farts and telling people like, this is it. We have the solution. Like we also have to maintain this methodological idiocy, we are stunted. We are broken. We are handicapped. We have not won the day. This is the opening salvo, right? We win a battle or two, but this war is ongoing. So
and this war over the human, and this war over a human
yes.
life and dignity and a future is what we're talking about, right?
That is it. And again, like I think it's important to like say that out loud because I think it's implicit in our conversations. It's implicit in conversations with Mikey. It's implicit in some of the conversations we have with some of the fellow travelers. But maybe not everybody on the internet is aware of the fact that like it is about the human future.
Right.
We're not just doing this to be radical or to be left or post-left or not left or whatever. Like,
right. Next
like
left. Yeah.
The next left. Yeah.
Well, that's the piece. I do that in my Why I'm Not a Marxist piece. I talk about how, just because the new left was wrong doesn't mean that the old left is right. And so the natural question is, if neither old left nor new left, then what's going to be the next left? And then I say, or is it left at all? And my thinking from the period of moratorium where I have really interrogated these master signifiers and their sort of sway on me and my psychic life, but also those of my friends and fellow travelers, is bringing me around to having some kind of a position on this, because I've actually not had a position. My position has been like a recalcitrant refusal of the royal we. Whenever people try to, us leftists and we left that and we left that, I'm like, no, stop, leave me out of this. Do not include me in that. I'm happy to talk to you, and that's what separates me from most post-leftists and anti-leftists is like people who leave the left. They stop doing stuff with the left, and it's like, no, I want to understand the world, and there is a monopoly on theory that is held by the left. And if you just want to throw that out, you can't work through things. And I think Amy Therese is a perfect example of that, right? She throws out the left, and then it's like, well, she never worked through her leftist self. Like she never worked. It's like just turning camp and then being like, now I'm anti the other side. I've swapped sides. Now I'm against the other side. It's like I'm not saying that she's bad or wrong, that everyone else will say it. No, she's trying to influence a realignment on the right. That's everything. Once you realize what you want to do, everything else is just rhetoric. Everything else is just punditry, and we can only say whether it's good or bad. This whole like secret, oh, but is that person actually a fascist kind of conversation that people like to have is kind of besides the point. To me, it's just like, well, that person has a distinct political goal and they're trying to get it operationalized. And so to me, that means they're not trustworthy. Like as soon as a person, and that goes for all the leftists who've ever been on this channel as well, no one's trustworthy. As soon as a person says they know what needs to be done, they're not trustworthy. Now, of course, they might be honest with us. I'm not saying that I think that they're liars. I'm not casting doubt on them at all. Being in the post-trust era and a realist and coming to terms with the conditions of the post-class fractured mass and the structural stultification of time energy and functional illiteracy and realizing that we all are actually broken and toddlers and need to develop ourselves is, like you were saying, the method, the project, the mindset, right? And so, of course, nobody's trustworthy in that sense because people don't know everything. And insofar as they think that they do, they've closed off the questions and now they're serving up answers. But that can be useful because it can give us an important perspective or take on the situation that we're otherwise missing. And the only reason I brought Teresa into all of this is just because, before Why Left, there was What's Left, right? And that was her thing, like when she broke it off with Benjamin Studebaker. Like their parting of ways had to do with becoming anti-left versus realizing on Studebaker's part, there is no left movement. Like this whole Bernie thing was just, if it had a chance, it's a thing of the past. The question of whether it actually had a past, whether it had a past, whether it had a future.
Well, that's a valid
one
question
thing.
too.
Yeah. Whether it had a past is another question too. Yeah. And that's what he's thinking about.
I wonder. So this guy in New York,
which one? There's a lot of people. There's a lot of guys.
15 million of them. The Brian Thompson guy. It is a hot topic right now at the moment, but I wonder if it's a possibility to develop some kind of consciousness among people, because there sure does seem to be an awful lot of quote unquote normies who are responding with a callous kind of disinterested, like, oh shucks. Like I've seen people talking about the fact that nobody bats an eye when school children are brutally shot down. But as far as in the media, like the mainline media, like people are just like, well, thoughts and prayers, we got to get back to capitalism as usual. But because a prominent rich person was publicly slain, and sure, loss of life is always a human tragedy, but let's be real here. This guy, like social murder, like this guy is responsible for denying healthcare. But like people are aware of this, and I just wonder, like, is this a moment, or will the news cycle continue, and tomorrow we'll all forget that it even happened in the first place?
No,
I
Brian
mean,
Thompson's
there's dozens of thousands of normies who are publicly displaying that they don't care. They care more about material conditions. And I think, I don't know, it's interesting. And it just, I wonder, talking about the past of the left and the history of the left and the future of the left. I don't know. Is this a moment in that history, or could it be?
For people who don't get the reference here, Brian Thompson was the CEO of a very big health insurance company worth over $500 billion. Ooh, he made his fortune finding ways to delay and deny coverage for people. And so some someone took it on himself to go and pop a gat in his ass. Pop, pop, pop. And it's totally tragic. And we are just so torn up about it. We're just so bummed out that this guy died. It's so sad. He was walking down the street in his $3,000 blue pimp suit without any bodyguards in fucking broad ass daylight, thinking that he had the city, that he had the run of the town, that he could do whatever he wanted, that he could keep doing what he was doing. And then some lone gunman took care of business. And we're supposed to be over here like, oh no. And I'm not saying it's good. I'm not endorsing it, guys. I'm not saying I'm torn up though either. I'm not losing.
But I'm not saying it either.
I'm not losing
look.
sleep over it. Yeah.
Look, we're on the
internet.
internet.
In fact, I think I slept a little bit better when I heard. Yeah.
We're on the internet, and people don't come to the internet to genuinely listen or to have genuine discourse. Often people come to the internet to either confirm what they already think or to have a reason to be angry. They're hate watching, or they're doing the confirmation bias thing. Often it's true. Guess what? I'm implicating you as well, person who's watching right now. And guess what? I'm guilty of it too. We all do this. This is kind of a feature of the medium. Genuine thought, genuine discourse is difficult to do here. But all that said, yeah, it is tragic when human lives are lost. However, I have been far more saddened at the loss of life of school children, of homeless people, of old working men who died of a death of despair, all these things. Like, it's just like the media, it's just crazy. They're doing the pearl clutching thing and they're doing, oh my goodness, this is crazy. And they're also playing dumb. They're like, we don't know a motive. It's like, bitch, I know the motive. Like,
yeah, that. Well, and by the way, did you know, Nance? Mikey sent me this article. The words delay, deny, and depose were written with Sharpie onto the casings of each of the 3 bullets that were shot at this guy. Yeah.
Look, I don't think it's good to celebrate violence of any kind. I think violence is a necessary thing in the world. I don't think we should deny it. I also don't think we should celebrate it. I think we should be adults and just say it's a thing that happens. And that's just violence in general. I also think it's gross to celebrate an intentional act of violence on another person. But I also think it's gross. The healthcare industrial complex, especially here in America, is also gross. 2 wrongs don't make a right here.
No.
But also, like, when we're talking about like dynamics, political dynamics, social dynamics, there are an awful lot of people right now who are celebrating this. And there are like, this could be a moment where a nascent, I don't want to say class consciousness, but I will. Class consciousness starts to, redevelop or whatever in the people.
No, dude,
I just think it's pretty spectacular. People
100%.
are just boldly saying like, fuck that guy. He got what he deserved. And I think that's gross to say. And I also think most people who are saying that, they aren't saying that. They're just saying that because they don't have the time to really say how they think and feel. So they're saying that because it is an emotional release. There is a catharsis that comes about when you have suffered, when you have gone without healthcare, or when a loved one of yours has died tragically, died too young, or died of a horrible thing, a death of despair, whatever. Like, every one of us has a personal connection, at least Americans. And I'm sure, modern world citizens as well. We have a personal connection to how the lack of healthcare is huge structural evil perpetrated on the masses.
It's a daily stressor. It's a daily stressor for me. I have chronic pain from treatable things that would cost me $10K here, but would be like $3K in Finland. So it's just this is about as real as it gets. When I say chronic daily pain, it's just like, oh yeah. So So nobody's going to lose any sleep over Palestinian babies. But we're all supposed to care about this billionaire.
This
And
fucking guy.
and so yeah, I want to bring it back around to several threads, and then we'll transition here into Daniel. And I want to lead off with saying, people generally on the internet are jacking off while eating ice cream. Like they're they're jacking off with one hand, eating ice cream with another hand, but also trying to play a video game still. And they're gooning so hard they haven't it's all just kind of melded together. They're getting ice cream on the keyboard, but is that cum? We don't know. And it's just a really gross, sticky mess.
Are you spying on me?
But yes, Nance, I know exactly what you do. But here's the thing, man. When you say all that, I feel like you're putting a curse on us in terms of magic. I want to reverse.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I want to hyperstitch. People who are watching this stream are different. People who are watching Theory Underground are not going for the most sensational, clickable thing. Look, we're pretty sensational, but we're just sensational enough that we can also talk about bracketing, and hopefully you'll actually get it, as opposed to that professor who I tried to explain it multiple times and she just couldn't get it. It's countering the natural tendencies of our thinking, because philosophy, when it's most rigorous, goes against the flow of common sense or the doxa. Yeah.
I just have to say, it's hilarious that you're talking about bracketing and she's like, I just can't see it. She's unconsciously bracketing out.
Bracketing. Yeah.
I just can't see it.
She's a great example of somebody who likes philosophy, but it's like Hegel or Whitehead. It's like somebody who's not trying to stay within the parameters established by philosophers who are trying to make philosophy into a rigorous science. Now, what is the connection between that tradition and Marxism? Well, if Marxism failed, if Marxism was wrong about a lot of stuff, if it was correct about things during its time but then not later, or if it was also wrong about things during its time, because maybe taking up the standpoint that it had taken up, it had, without doing it on purpose, bracketed out certain essential things about the human, right? Bracketing is reverse bracketing because we are always already bracketing, and that is the point.
Yes.
We are always already bracketing. A person accustomed to thinking in terms of evolutionary psychology is always already bracketing out a whole bunch of stuff. Well, a person who constantly thinks, oh yeah, God explains everything. God works in mysterious ways. God are the gaps. Well, that person's also going to be constantly bracketing out a lot. And it's not deliberate. It's not an exercise on their part. But to counter that habitual bracketing requires deliberate bracketing. This is what Husserl's entire life ultimately amounted to, was a project to get people to be more rigorous and scientific in their philosophizing. And you can't get outside of it. You can't get outside of interpreting the world. We are always already interpreting the world. You can just be more responsible for the fact that you're doing it. When Karl Marx said in the 11th thesis on Feuerbach that philosophers had only interpreted the world, the point is to change it, he is not saying that we need to dispense with interpretation, that interpretation does not matter. But every Marxist takes that to be the case, right? Like that is just like, you take it as like, oh, well then I don't have to interpret anymore. And it's like, bitch, you are always already interpreting.
You're always already.
And the two most important thinkers in the history of philosophy, epistemology, and philosophy of science are going to be Dilthey and Husserl, except of course Heidegger takes the two and runs them against and through one another. And he does so without all of the Marxist priors in place, which means he's the last great philosopher who is trying to do philosophy as a rigorous science during a certain phase of his life. Okay, there's a big question mark on what happens after he sells out. Right, that's a whole other story. You're not going to find this interpretation of Heidegger anywhere else. You have to get it at Theory Underground, where I taught the course on Being in Time. So with that set aside, people who are here are trying to challenge themselves. people who are into theory, but they're in the underground, but they're not just into theory. They're not just into Whitehead or Hegel. They care about class, and they care about the relations and mode of production, and they care about the exploitation of surplus value, and they care about time energy for everybody. But they're also aware that the egalitarian, emancipatory, universalist, anti-oppression, anti-imperialism discourses, the progress versus regress framework, the we have to go with change over conservation. Like all of these assumptions that come into the political, those have to be checked as well. Now, I'm not saying that everybody here has to do it, but that is the thing that I've normalized on this channel. And it is something that is a part of the invisible recipe here. And it's invisible to most people because we don't often talk about it. But it is part of what makes all of this special. And all of these people, I do bring a disproportionate amount of leftists on this channel, but I also challenge them. And so it's easy for a person to cross their eyes and just go, oh yeah, it's just a leftist channel. And my big point is just like, guys, no, it's fucking not. It's a place where we're trying to reassess the situation, where we are suspending the presuppositions and frameworks that have been instilled in us and that we take for granted. We have to reverse bracket them. And we're not going to go to a commercial break here. I'm just going to bring Daniel in here in a second. Last thing I want to say about all of this is, guys, we don't care if you're religious. We don't care if you're not. We care if you're a rigorous thinker, and we care that you're trying to challenge yourself. And if you're here, even if you are like halfway between ice cream and jacking off, or even if you are halfway between whatever the hell it is that we're being crass. We understand. We're being offensive. We understand. We're chasing away the ladylike people and the soy boy fucking try guys who want to act like they're not embodied despicable worms being drawn into this internet thing by the lures of the most malicious attempt to socially engineer humanity that humanity has ever seen. But we're aware of it. We're aware of what is being done to us, and we aim to do something productive in the midst of this mess. And so, yeah, that's my little speech. I wanted to defend the TU people. I want to say we love you, and we know you're here for the right reasons. Those of you who are here for the right reasons are here for the right reasons. And the people who talk the most in chat are often not those people. The ones that we're talking about are the ones who are workers with earbuds, who are listening to this and thinking deeply about it on the job. And those people don't get represented in the talking a lot space of the chat. Now, I love the chat, and I also think that if there's someone who's annoying in there, don't engage. Okay. Well, at a certain point, maybe we put a person on bye-bye, right? Like, bye-bye. I just did it to the person. The person who is like annoying everybody else has to go. But also just don't engage, because the important thing is here. And you can contribute to the important thing that's happening here, but not when you're engaging with the annoying person down there. And we, in assuming that people on the internet are all like that annoying person in the chat, right? We lower our standard. And I'll just tie it all back to God here. To me, insofar as ideas like goodness and truth and beauty matter, they matter because they help us de-wormify ourselves.
Yeah.
They're helping us rise above the reptile inside. Which, by the way, cannot be forgotten about, right? Everybody wants to act like we're already there, and you can just, oh, I'm not embodied. No, you are embodied, right? Yep. The internet just makes it really easy to forget that we are. Okay.
Dude. I caught myself the other day. It was in Doug's stream. I jumped on and I like got carried away trying to have a conversation and in the live chat with people. And I caught myself I was like, what did they just say? Like I was like, I'm not paying attention to the stream. I'm not paying attention to what's happening. I'm paying attention to this personal conversation I'm having with people in the live chat. And then I stopped chatting and eventually, but yeah, like if you're invested and if you're having a back and forth with someone in the live chat, then it's like you came into our living room when we're having a thoughtful salon, and you're over here like arguing in the corner with somebody, and that's not cool to do.
No, it's not cool
It's
at
like when
all.
you go to the zoo, they tell you don't tap the glass, don't antagonize the animals. Approach YouTube live chats the same way. Don't tap the glass.
Don't do it, guys. All right, that's the end of that episode. I'm going to click record once Daniel shows his beautiful face. He's probably just catching up on the last thing that we said because he was probably a few seconds behind. Ah! Oh, look at
Beautiful
that. I'm going to push
face.
go.
The beautiful
Let's
face.
go.
I did shave. So,
Dude,
is that good?
I was gonna shave and I
I
didn't have
know,
time,
I
but you're
know.
putting me to shame over here,
No,
dude.
no, actually, I have to shave every night. My beard grows so fast. It's actually unbelievable. Michelle can confirm this. Like if I don't shave, I will be Van Winkle. So guys, do y'all know? So first off, we put the birthday banner up, right there. So happy birthday. You ever go to one of those birthday parties where it's time to light the cake and they pull out a box of matches and they struggle for 30 minutes and it's awkward? Because you're like, hey, okay, well, here we go. This is the part where we all have that awkward, do we start singing or not? Oh, okay. All right, guys, y'all got to come up with your wishes. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, 300 grand Dave. Happy birthday to you and many more. All right, blow it. Dave, you first. Blow. All right, Nance, do it. Blow it, Nance. Make it happen. There you go. We did the humanist saved. We did it. All right.
We did it.
We did
done.
it.
Well done. All right.
Congratulations.
It all worked out, man. That was great. Well, happy birthday, guys. Theory Underground has defended the human. I think that's definitely the work that needs to be done. Extending humanity versus let it be replaced. Defending the social modes of consciousness. That's where it's at. But we haven't wanted to go where it's at because that's hard. We rather just talk about things being bad or complaining or problems with the system, because when it comes to actually making ourselves fully human, that's like real work. And it's also real work that is not self-evident in what you need to do it successfully. So we rather just kind of push that off. And I think Theory Underground is actually focused on, one, identifying the work that needs to be done, and then actually doing it, which are very different steps. I think base society is mostly, as we talked about in the review of this masterpiece, and so the new anthologies are coming out, so that's going to be great. I think basically we as human beings are looking for problems that are already well defined, and that's what the system gives you, quote unquote, if you let me use that term, and then we do that. But the problem is, if you're solving the problems that are already predefined, they're probably predefined for someone. Oh, or the system. And so actually like groping in the dark to even figuring out what you need to think, that's really hard and sounds like something you have to go underground to do, where it's dark and you're groping around to figure it out. So I really appreciate what Theory Underground is doing. I'm glad it's done though. Y'all whisked it. It's over. So well done.
Yeah.
Now, gentlemen, I will also say, and then I'll stop. I'm going to take, this is for Dave. Oh yeah. And this is for Nance. Oh yeah. Yeah. Happy birthday, guys. Happy birthday.
I'm
It's
having
so
some
good.
of the banana bread that Anne made me, and so
Michelle makes a wicked banana bread. Well done, Anne. Well done. That's the idea of the university right there. If anything was learning how to cook, that's it. So, how are we doing on this fine day, gentlemen?
so did you? How much of the last segment did you catch there?
A
Daniel?
lot, God, nature, system, defending human beings, all of that different stuff. So I enjoyed it. It was good to see everyone there.
Beautiful. And so I kind of want to start with God as a dewormer. I want to pose this idea for you. So when I was a little kid, and my parents were the most poor that they ever were, and they had the most children under their roof that they ever had, which was a lot. And we were out there. I was a barefoot feral child running around in the woods. I got worms, and I was too embarrassed to tell anybody, including my parents. And so I just had worms for a long time. And I was just a little kid, and I just didn't know. And just so you know, it's disgusting to have worms. Okay. Well, when I say that we are brought into these platforms, into the attention economy, into the internet, we are ensnared, we are lured in as worms, or that we are having our worm side brought out. I also then threw in like the idea of the reptile And it's like the reptile brain and the worm are not the same thing. The worm is just like seeking pleasure, avoiding pain in the most like basic, immediate sense. It's just very much like groping its way through the dark, which is kind of like what you were describing. But the reptilian is going to be a little different. It's a lot more long-term thinking. It's like thinking ahead, and it's a predator. Like the worm is just being preyed upon, and the reptile is a predator. And so we could talk about how the attention economy is reptiles preying on worms, right? Like that's what's going on here. It's the two sides of the human spirit that are allowed onto the internet: worms and reptiles. Well, to deworm ourselves, typically, the way that the PMC will traditionally do this is to become reptile. Right? So I want to dewormify myself. So I'm going to go to college and I'm going to put myself through all of this extra work so that I can say that I deserve this other kind of life, and that if you didn't do what I did, well, then you deserve your poverty, right? Like this sort of basic legitimation of like this idea of meritocracy, which is itself a legitimation that obscures what's going on. Blah, 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 blah. God as dewormer. I was saying that I think about truth and beauty and justice and the good as, and also we could add on some other very important philosophical concepts like the real or whatever. But these are ideals in a sort of sense. Like truth is an ideal we strive for, and it's also striving for it itself is a process, and we can call that like a truth process, right? Or a truth procedure, like how Badu would say it. But to dewormify ourselves is to take ideals seriously, is what I'm ultimately saying. And I'm saying, like, I used this metaphor in class yesterday in my final lecture for Sociology 101, talking about the idea of university and the idea of universal truth. The idea of the university, according to Karl Jaspers, but also he's talking about the traditional legitimation of the institution. Its goal is a community of truth seekers coming or striving to approximate universal truth through working through the contradictions between their fields and experiences and backgrounds, right? So you come from a different part of the country and you've got your own unique experiences, and then you have your own fields and thinkers that you've been into, and then I've got mine. There's some overlap, but there's also a lot of difference and divergence. And if we were to really flesh it out, we could probably find some good contradictions. And the point is that being able to articulate those contradictions is more important than being able to articulate our own positions, because it's those contradictions that are constitutive of the field. This is dialectics, and this is also Jaspers is the idea of the university. Okay, but I talked about how this ideal of truth, this ideal of the universal, this is an ideal in the same sort of sense that the North Star is how sailors used to get oriented on the ocean, right? I mean, they still technically are. There's just more mediators or intermediaries, the technology they use is still using the North Star. And so the North Star is this thing that orients you or us, right, as a community of truth seekers. I'm saying, and this is where we close out the last segment, that when our big other becomes live stream chatified, we start to think of the human as the gooners in the chat. And the point is that's wormifying ourselves. We're wormifying ourselves because our ideal of the human has now been lowered below the mud. Whereas God is an idea of now this is where we're getting into territory that is, I think, your domain, your field, more than it is mine. It's something else, right? It's something else. It's something to aspire towards. I'm, as an atheist, trying to say I'm post-Dawkins, right? But I'm also not just doing this Zizekian atheism. I'm trying to say humans need ideals to orient themselves and strive towards. There we go. So that's pretty much what I'm saying. And I kind of just want to feel you out on this as our token Christian on this channel. What do you think about that?
No, magnificent. So I completely sympathize with the war against worms. I feel like pinworms is the ultimate battle here on this. So totally get that. And then you all have things like foot and mouth disease, and people are like, what are that? And you're like, you don't need to know. You don't need to know. So I completely understand. You said a lot there that was really magnificent. So there's a few things. Very interesting that the word idea is in ideal, as if you cannot actually have ideas distinct from opinions without ideals, right? Like one of the issues that happen, like, you know, there are people like, you know, Habermas talks about commutative rationality, right? The idea that we need to Tocqueville democracy, the ability to speak, the online, the communal space. And there's this kind of itch in the back of the mind that says, yeah, there's something about the ability to gather in a public square that's important. We look at network effects, Randall Collins, that seems to be really important. But then there's an issue. Just because we're sharing a space where we can converse, that doesn't mean we're sharing an intellectual space where our ideas can meet. And the issue is that when you share ideals, it becomes an ideal is a common ground, or, you know, principles that are not reducible to opinion. Then what you simply have is, oh, you have a different opinion of truth, I have a different opinion of truth, but there's just difference. There's no shock of difference. In order to get that shock, there has to be an ideal that brings similarity together, because again, to make that clearer, you believe in truth, I believe in truth, we're similar, but we're not the same. Oh, I thought we were the same. Just because you said you believed in truth and I believe in truth and we're not, that's when you have the shock of difference. But the shock of difference is where the human is saved or lost. And let me put it this way on the God question as well. The moment God is a word that doesn't set you up for the shock of difference, it's become very problematic. Once God is, I have a God and this is the God and I don't have to interact with anyone else, then you have a major problem that occurs. And that's where the concept of where God is supposed to be, oh, you believe in God, I believe in God, you believe in ideals, you believe in capital T truth that may be like God, you believe in nature. Okay, we all believe in this capital X variable, if you will, which I don't mean that platonically. I just mean that it is not reducible to our opinions in a cheap plate, you know, Plato's pretty complex. There's many different ways to take that. Is like that makes a kind of shared, you're a beautiful man, a shared space that gathers people together, right? So basically, to just kind of bring a few, you know, to on what I'm saying, without ideals, you can have difference, but not the shock of difference. You can have without ideals, you can have a spurious infinity of opinions, but you can't have people come together who think they are similar to be shocked when they find out they're different, which is the contradiction. And the ability of people to handle that shock is going to determine if we're able to save the human or not. So I think ideals are very important. The trick to it is that all of our ideals have a tendency to overreach and replace the difference. And this is where actually it's a very interesting notion. I'm quite a fan of a thinker. Her name is Simone Weil. I think you can associate her with a lot of kind of non-rationality, Ivan Illich and so on. But she said this very interesting idea, and she's obviously a Christian. She says, if you have to choose between truth and Christ, seek truth, because it won't be long before seeking truth you find yourself falling into the arms of Christ. It's a very interesting notion, and you say, wow, that's pretty heretical. But what she's getting at is the following. The idea of Christ tends to become an empty signifier because it habituates you out of the fullness of human. And it also gets culturalized and put into a very stagnant system. So when you seek Christ, what ends up happening is you ultimately can come to just repeat the logic of the society or the logic of the ideology. But when you seek truth, which for her would be what Christ actually is, you end up leaving that in a kind of Deleuzian line of flight and you shatter through that, right? And so also too, though, you could turn truth into a kind of separation from the unfolding of the idea. Oh yeah, we care about truth in this university as it leaves behind the idea of the university. And really the truth just becomes the, you know, the dissertation and the position, right? So every ideal, if you are not diligent, can become a kind of counterfeit of itself. And you see, I think what kind of happened in history is, well, ideals became counterfeits of themselves, which then was taken as evidence of they're false, they don't exist, therefore we're better to do away with them, when really the issue is that ideals can only be salvaged in spaces of the shock of difference. And if you want to save ideals, you have to be willing to go into the contradictions and the sock of difference. But since we kind of didn't want to do that and it was easier to do the system, well then, yeah, in the system versus the social, as the review gets into as a general distinction, in the system, ideals don't have a role and they don't seem to matter. So why do it, right? Why do you need an ideal to make capital run? The whole idea of capital is that it can run without you believing in it. It doesn't need your assent, right? Like AI, capital, machine, these are things like ideals in that they have a kind of unfolding to them, but it's a mechanical unfolding versus an unfolding of the human, right? It's like Brian was saying in that tremendous peak with Illich. He was saying, thinking is not something to be like owned or possessed. Thinking is something to be experienced. I think it gets into Mikey's point as well, and then I'll bring it to a close, is with an institutional incentive simply don't allow you to, go through tribunal zero and have people find the problems of your thinker, because then you could lose a position, right? So then thinking cannot unfold, right? Idea cannot unfold, right? So likewise, but isn't it funny how there's something about capital that's kind of like a counterfeit of unfolding? It kind of has this movement to it, liquidity, it just kind of goes, which is a counterfeit to the unfolding of the human. It's like it, it's analogous, but that's why it's so dangerous, because in being like it, it's easy to not realize it's not the same, right? So you have this mechanical unfolding that comes to define human life, that in a mechanical unfolding, ideals don't seem to have a role because you just need programming. You could almost say that the opposite of ideals are programs. Like you program it and then it just kind of runs, right? An ideal is something the human unfolds toward that is not programmable because it has to be tarried with, wrestled with, and worked with. And ideals is like a program in that it's a directionality, it's a certain way of unfolding, but you can't set it and forget it. That's kind of a big difference for me between system and social. Is a system, you can set it and forget it. But the social, if you ever forget it, it's gone. And so you have to be perpetually doing that human work. But that human work is precisely in the shock of difference. And then here's the problem. This is the problem. Under a technological essence, you could use Heideggerian language just about, ideals don't seem to have a role because practically speaking, programming is all you need. It is not by chance that it's today when there's a certain saturation point, to use Mr. Ebert's language, of the technological unfolding that seems inadequate and to be leaving us behind, that humans are going, I don't like where this is going, like mouse in the hallway of a little fable, right? Or you're like, So there's a kind of looking back, maybe we forgot something that you're trying to recover, and you go, oh, it's the ideal that becomes the trajectory of a human unfolding, distinct from a machine programming. It just makes me think of, I was just speaking with the great Cleo and Dimitri on Dante, and it's that idea that Dante at the beginning of the Inferno remembers he forgot something, whereas people in hell who have crossed the river of forgetting forgot that they forgot, right? Damnation is when you forget you forgot, right? You're done at that point. But with Dante, and my theory is that he remembers that he forgot Beatrice, this ideal of beauty, basically, but he can't put it into words, right? The key is, I think today, and I think this is very much manifested theory underground, there is a feeling of a remembering that something was forgotten, a remembering that something was lost. And that's precisely where you actually have the possibility of, ascending toward, the Paradiso, the Beatrice, the beatific vision, the human, as Dante puts it. But Dante has to go through Inferno and Purgatorio and a whole lot of risk and challenges in order to have that movement. And that's another reason why, actually, I think we can throw away ideals, is because when you realize an ideal, we tend to associate experience in an ideal as wonderful and happy and everything is grand. But actually, the original experience of an ideal is you must now suffer negativity. You must now suffer the real. You must now suffer the sock of difference. But since we have the wrong emotional association of ideals with reality, we associate the experience of ideal with a happy emotion. That's another reason we've thrown out ideals, because the actual experience of an ideal is difficult. It's hard. It demands something of you. Oh, well, I'm going to go back to the program then. I'm going to go back to the system, because you have the wrong emotional association. So basically, democracy, pluralism, all of these things are impossible in a manner that is human without ideals, because without ideals, you can't have a shared space for a shock of difference that then works the contradiction out of which we can move ourselves to being more fully human, as opposed to programmed away by some sort of mechanic unfolding that's simply a counterfeit.
I like it a lot. And Daniel, we're actually having technical issues, so
fun. I saw that and I was like, oh, do I it's like the candle thing. Do you acknowledge it or not? It's always a fun moment.
No, you did good, man. You did good. I'm glad you kept going. I think that maybe people on the live side missed a chunk of what you said at some point along the way. But I'm sure that they can connect the dots for themselves. There's two things we want to make sure that we do. Talk about Theory Underground being 2 years old and your review of Underground Theory. So we want to make sure we get to that. I also want to sort of tie out the current thread, which is open. But before we can finish it, let's just take a minute to, guys, that was crazy what just happened. So so for people who don't live stream, a lot of this will be lost on you. Like we instantly had somebody say, well, maybe you should restart the stream. No, that wouldn't have worked. That would have actually closed out the current stream. We would have had to start an entire new stream. Now there's another way of doing that where you end stream from OBS and then you restart, and then it would have just had everybody buffering for a minute. And in that case, yes, that would have worked. If it was just an issue with the internet and I had to reset the router or something like that. But what happened was crazy. I just want to say, like, what happened was it was like the blue screen of death, but it didn't even bother showing the blue screen. Everything just instantly froze. You couldn't control alt delete your way out of it, and it was just done. And I was just like, okay. Well, thankfully, Nance and I have been through a lot in terms of the technical organization. Technical issues that come up. And so, yeah, I just sent him the stream URL and stream key, and he was able to go plop, 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 boom. And then the stream was back going. It was only down for probably 1.5 to 2 minutes. We probably only lost like 5 people. And those are the ones who aren't the real ones, obviously. And so great job, everybody who stuck around. Those who trusted us, who believed that we would have things back in no time, you were right. So I just mainly wanted to say, Nance, that is really cool. That is the second time you've done that, and it's fucking awesome. So
yeah, man. Well, okay, to get meta like that is that is part of what we're doing here. I don't know. Like our approach is a little bit different, maybe, because there is the intention to carry on the conversation, or like rather than like, oh, let me produce a cool live stream, let me produce a cool clippy little video, and I don't know. So yeah, let's pump our own horns a little bit. And I think it's amazing, and I'm glad that I've landed in a spot that allows me to do that. And we do a lot of hard things here at Theory Underground, and our fellow travelers are amazing people. So thank you all for being part of it. Thank you all for being a witness to it. And we will get into the meta stuff. But Daniel, I just got to say, I really like this a lot, this ideal versus program. I read a lot of Lumen, and I'm hoping maybe 2025 is the year, although maybe not, maybe 2026 when I actually do something with Lumen. But I mean, I can't act like your tension between the system and the social. That's amazing. And talking about ideals as programming, and I love it a lot. So I'm looking forward to you and I having some of these conversations, maybe talking about cybernetics a little bit, also talking about God and nature and man as such and all that. But I love it. I think it's great. And I think that's it. I think we need to inject a little bit of negativity. We need the shock of difference. We need to be able to confront it too, because it is maybe painful is not the best word for it, but it's a very human process that the world we live in absolutely rejects. The world we live in says you are not allowed to engage in discourse or intercourse in this way. It has to be the pretty packaged, final, safe product And no, like, here be monsters, right? We're out here sailing the seven seas. I love it, man. Thank you.
Well, actually, to a meta move on the technology failing, I think that's a wonderful example, actually, of why focusing on the idea of the conversation is primary. Because if your business is the content creation, then everyone's angry, everything comes to a screeching stop, and actually that benefits technology because then you're going to go out and buy more advanced technology and so on and so forth, right? You see, the key, I think, there's this, Ivan Illich, really wanted to be a little more positive than Ilu in technological society, right? So he, and Brian talks about on this idea, can we have convivial tools versus manipulative tools, right? And you see, one of the issues why is, and again, I'm a big fan of the Augustine Lewis notion that, if you put first things first, you get second things also, but if you put second things first, you lose both, right? If you put content creation, if you put content creation over the conversation, then you actually lose both because here's what happens. The relationships get destroyed when the technological thing breaks down, right? You get angry, you're upset, why, blah, 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 and then no one wants to do it anymore, right? But if we're here to see each other and we're here for the unfolding, to be stewards of the unfolding of the human, which we are participating in, but not just, it's more than us, right? That's the key. The best ideals are things you unfold with, that you are participating in, but are also greater than you, right? There's always a danger of saying you're doing something greater than you and you're irrelevant, but then there's a greater of you that you are part of. It's like a garden. Is the garden greater than the flowers, right? That doesn't make any sense. There is no garden without flowers, right? And so ideals are like that. Ideals are things you participate in. And when you are here and you're in a space like Theory Underground is a testament to for 2 years, of a stewarding the unfolding of the idea, of the human, of that of which we need to be fully ourselves, well, then technological details are, whatever. And you move on, right? That doesn't mean you don't care about the technology, but it is always rightly focused in serving the human versus usurping the human, right? And so I also think there's kind of a natural, because there's all this idea now of, there's a million podcasts, there's a million different shows or whatever. I think there is a natural pruning mechanism where those of whom are not putting the human before the content naturally get pruned out because it's only a matter of time before there's the irritation or the shock of the failure of the technology. Here's the funny thing. The shock of the failure of the technology is an opportunity for the human to step in and show that the human actually is above the technology. If when the technology fails, you fail, then you're not human. You are human to the degree when the technology fails, you're ready for it. Like the hip hop artist, the cipher, the one who can step in and improv, right? The failures of technology is an opportunity for you to shine with the grace of the human, right? And I think basically, if you're in this space to create content, it's only a matter of time before it's unveiled that you're actually serving the technology versus the technology serving you, because when it fails you, it will anger you, will be upset. You will have to always get the fanciest gadgets, always the fanciest things, or else you're behind. You are then actually, it's like, well, it's the famous, obviously, Hegel slave. It seems like the technology is the servant and that we're the master. But in the moment of the failure, it actually turns out that the servant had all the power, right? It is extremely important in those moments of failure that you actually rise to the occasion to show that, no, the technology is convivial. It's not manipulating us and taking all the power. So I think there is a natural pruning mechanism in the modern world of those errors that have a way of actually gives one hope, right? Because if the human can arise and shine in those moments of errors, then there will always be an opportunity for that shine, for that chance, as long as we just stay committed to the right ideals. So, thanks a lot, technology, for failing so that we can, have a space for the unfolding of the thought. Really appreciate it.
Data X Machina says, Dave is going through a mirror stage right now. Yeah. It's a weird little, it's, okay, streaming is discombobulated. Mm-hmm. Streaming is like being a one-man band, where you're juggling all the different instruments and you're trying to bring it all together. And so streaming is itself like an extremely difficult thing to get a grasp on. And then to throw in this sort of like way that we've been able to share, like Nance and I, in how we do these things. It's all very special. I don't want to over intellectualize it. I just want to say, I fucking love you, man. That was awesome. Okay. But with that said, let's bring it back to dewormifying ourselves. And I'll just say, I do want to like kind of put this aside. And for now, I just want to say, like, Mikey said Nietzsche contra Veil, that he said the Christian insistence on living in truth leads people to lose faith in Christianity, right? And it does in a lot of cases, especially for me growing up. People who were like, questioning is rebellion. That's a very strong tendency in right-wing conservative fundamentalist evangelical spaces across this great land. And there's two ways of dealing with that. One is to say, I exit and I hate it, and I hate all of that. You guys are stupid. And the other way is I think this much more big-brained approach that I see coming from, well, I think Peter Rollins is an extreme version of the spectrum, and then you're kind of on the spectrum as well, but you're on this less extreme side. And I'll just put it as like, instead of exiting, you're saying, no, this is the real thing. Let me show you what the real thing is, guys. Like, this is the real deal. And I think that there's something special about those people in my life who are like, yes, the general tendency for this thing that I love is a hot steaming pile of garbage, but I'm here to raise it to a different level, to show people that they can dewormify their relationship to these ideas, to this history, this tradition, that we can reform it or bring it back to some special thing. You know, there's some spirit of the thing that tends to be lost in this capitalist American hellscape. And you're like, no, I let me show you guys. And I want to draw the connection very clear between post-left and the kind of atheism that I am in. Okay, words are hard right now. I guess I'm still discombobulated, but this is a realization that came out of the EMSTUs from the last year, which, if you think about it, these are between 10 and 12, sometimes 17-hour long streams where we bring on people who see the world very differently, and we bring them all through and we give them all, you know, their time. And sometimes we challenge them, but for the most part, sympathetically, right? I'd say almost always in a very sympathetic way, critically sympathetic. But there's this interesting thing. It's like when we want to do ideology critique, which is to say, and I understand you can never get outside of ideology. It's necessary for seeing the world, blah, 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 blah. When we do ideology critique, because we want to better understand the world and what's really going on, and also come into a freer relation to ideology. So it's not just we are the puppets of its strings, it working on us, right? And it's also like when we want to do ideology critique, realizing it's not just at the explicit level, that the most powerful ideology is the ideology you did not realize was ideology. And so most Christians, you know, their real ideology in this more implicit or obscene sense, in the Zizekian sense, that it is not the explicit, right? It is not the explicit litany of things that they have to check off that they do or do not believe. And then that's true of everybody, right? It's true of leftists too. It's true of everybody into politics. It's true of rightists. And I was talking earlier about the difference between this sort of post-left approach that says, oh, disavow, dismiss, move on, who cares? Instead of like trying to work through like, okay, but what's really there? They might go, yeah, I like Marx in some vague sense, but now I'm just like this, doing this other thing. And it's like, okay, well, are you working through that again? Like, are you going to seriously tarry with it? Okay. I guess what I want to say is ideology critique can focus on religion. It can focus on politics. It can focus on business. But whether we're talking about the church, the state, or capital, all three are always already here in the world doing ideology, and not at the explicit level, but also at the implicit and obscene levels. And we live it. We live it out in our psychic life, in our existential perspective on things, but also just in our relationships with one another. And it's not just signifiers. These are signifiers that are supercharged because of institutions. And these are institutions that form the actual matrix of power relations that we get subjectivized in the first place. So this is absolutely essential that if anybody really wants to understand the situation and counter ideology in a way to come into a freer relation with it, you can't just be like, well, I'm anti that. I don't like the church. Oh, I'm anti that. I don't like politics. Oh, capital. I hate capital. No, it's not going to work. We actually have to tarry with these things and talk to people who are trying to reform these institutions or movements, not just people who want to burn them down. And I say that because, like, when I think of you and Samuel Longcar, you know, he's not a Christian at all. He's a religious atheist. He's into other religious stuff. It's not Christian, but he's still trying to resuscitate a kind of religion, its relationship to science. Or Peter Rollins as an extreme example of an atheist who's going into churches talking about atheism for Lent. It's all like, okay, how does all this stuff fit together? Well, to me, it's the same thing as Chris Catrone and Doug Lane out here saying, oh, well, that's not left. This is what's left. That's what you guys are kind of doing. You're going, well, that's not Christianity. This is what Christianity is. And then I'm over here like, okay, Doug, okay, Chris, you can keep saying what you really mean by the left and trying to hold leftists to that standard, or trying to tell a progressive Democrat like, hey, you know, you care about equality. Hello, comrade, check it out. There's this thing called capitalism. Let me tell you about the old left. We need to get the workers' movement back in gear. That's the real left. You care about equality. You care about justice. Well, then you have to care about this thing and stop getting bogged down in the personality and identity politics. That's what they're doing. Of course, they're doing it with like this commitment to this sort of idea of this old left. I'm saying I think it's the same thing when you're trying to reform Christianity. These people are trying to reform the left. You're trying to reform Christianity. We're not sure that either one of those tasks is the task, but also we would be foolish and, in terms of theory, suicidal, I think, if we want to do something really rigorous to counter the tendencies and to just disavow relationships with the people who are working through that stuff. And so I don't know if that all makes sense, but I guess I just wanted to really highlight left and Christian. There's a lot of talk right now about Christian atheism, but the people who are advancing it are leftists, and they do this lefter than thou. Actually, hello, fellow children, let me actually tell you what the real left is thing. And those people come around and then they get all like, why are you guys talking to Christians? Why are you guys talking about God? Like, what does this have to do with anything? How is this materialist? How is this in relation to class? How does this have anything to do with any of the stuff that you tend to care about? And it is that trifecta that I just laid out of church, church, state, capital, right? Church, state, capital, religion, politics, and business. Those are the major forces in our lives. We have to understand them. And the people who are doing the work from within these things to change these things are the better selves of these things. And so like we can orient ourselves in the world to the troglodytes in the live chat and wormify ourselves, or we can orient ourselves to the best faces of the things that we want to think about. And it turns out that those people are usually more critical about these movements and institutions and signifiers than the people who disavow them. That's the special sauce right there, or the recipe for the special sauce.
What you are highlighting there is the emerging epistemological method that is coming into focus at this historical moment, that taking seriously is the only way to save the human. It is the only way to save the social, and it is the only way to think. So a distinction I make, not that we have to use it always, is I make a distinction between map and notion from the Truism, the Rational Trilogy. A map is what I call an internally consistent system. And what that means, it is a system of belief. And it is a system. I call it a system particularly because an ideology does your thinking for you like a program. Okay? So, but now I need to elaborate that. But here's the idea. An internally consistent system is a worldview that entails no essential contradiction. That means there is no position in it that necessarily unveils the entire thing as false, okay? So it is essentially complete. A notion, all maps entail notions, but not all notions are maps, okay? A notion entails essential incompletion, as in it does, you can find an essential contradiction in it that unveils and destroys the whole thing, right? Most of human history has been a long process of actually collectively sorting the difference between maps and notions. So let's say for most of history, there were 10,000 notions, okay? And we're at the age where now it turns out there's about 72 maps. So out of the 10,000 notions, there were 72 maps. Okay, I'm just making up numbers, but grant it to me. Those 72 maps cannot be addressed by the classical epistemological methods of finding essential contradictions to unveil them as self-devouring, as imploding internally. All right. That means you have 72 maps that somehow have to share this planet, figure out how to be human and socialize, that have to figure out a new way of interacting that follows a different epistemological, dare I say, method, of which all epistemology has ontological ramifications, onto-epistemologies, that if we do not, we will be overfitting the epistemological methodology that got us to this point in history that now needs to negate sublate in a Hegelian sense, right? A way you probably could put this, like you were saying, this kind of post-left, you know, left, anti, this, that, and so forth. That's very kind of dialectical, right? Kind of back and forth, back and forth. But you see, the difference of the Hegelian dialectic is that things entail their own tension that unveils them, right? A notion tends to be in a more classical idea of dialectic. When you go back and forth, you can erase it. But maps are when the dialectic of, say, religion, oh, there's actually an internal kernel here that erupts and hits a certain limit and it's internally consistent and doesn't, and then bam, it starts hitting the limit of speculative reason, right? And the question is, what is the context of speculative reason? Well, Todd McGowan speaks this very well. Zizek does the encountering of limit. Okay, what is a democracy that's more interested in encountering limit than a democracy of deconstructing notions, right? Because a democracy of deconstructing notions may have been adequate for 2024 years, but as of now, you have to think theory, democracy, online spaces, and so on as creating spaces where things that think they are similar can encounter the shock of difference, or at least share enough of a commitment to truth or the human as the ideal that makes the shock of difference possible. Let me put this another way. When you're going through history, sorting the difference between map and notion, and map, I'm thinking Korobowski, science of sanity, metageometry, etc., situation versus algebra. We've talked about this, okay? And so on. Basically, when you're dealing with notions, you can simply have debate. You can have research and figure out, okay, this is false, this is false, this is false. But eventually you start getting true notions, and then it turns out those true notions are maps, that they are actually part of an entirely internal consistency. So now you've moved to maps. Well, maps don't entail any essential contradictions, even if they're false. That's very important. A map is coherent, but that doesn't mean it corresponds, okay? Because there's a difference between map and correspondence going to like Gödel and all those different things, right? So when I say there are 78 maps, that means there are 78 coherent views of the world that entail no essential contradiction and therefore could correspond with actuality, but not necessarily, okay? So basically, for most of history, we've had epistemological methods of dealing with the problem of truth by finding incoherence. And if it's incoherent, it probably doesn't correspond, or it's not plausible that it corresponds. Even if it does correspond, it's kind of meaningless and it goes against epistemological responsibility in a Clifford sense. So you're like, probably not, right? You know, that, you know, where you're believing in things is true that don't cohere. That's basically very, very, very early thinking before the Enlightenment, right? After the Enlightenment comes along and says, hey, man, you know, if it doesn't cohere, then it would be kind of irresponsible to believe that it corresponds because it's not even coherent with its own logic, right? And there was an idea that science is uniquely positioned to help us locate coherent models, right? Because it has a shared method. And that's true. Jonathan Rauch is very good at that in Kindly Inquisitor, right? So coherence became really important. But then, as the great Rudy and Nance were talking about with our beloved Adorno and Horkheim, there's the idea that coherence can be totalization that leads to what? Technological totalization, modern state, world wars, dialectic of the Enlightenment. Crap! So totalization Ergo coherence may be totalitarianism. Oh crap, well, we got to go back to correspondence. But wait, correspondence, we can't determine because we're stuck in coherence. Oh no, postmodernism comes on and says, yep, signifier can never cross the signified. We're all left. Let's have fun. And so everyone said, well, this sucks. Yes, it does. But that's why Theory Underground matters, because it's exploring the new epistemology, which is based on encounterology, as I call it. The surprise of difference, what you're doing is you're finding people like that have basically coherent maps. A lot of people they have a consistent system. There are no essential contradictions between some of these smart people who are, say, doing Christian atheism or people who are doing a more scientific materialism. And what that means is if you accept their axioms, their fundamental premises, then everything they think follow. But you may disagree on the fundamental premises, okay? So that's the issue, right? It's like coherence is that of which follows if everything follows from the underlying assumptions that are not reducible to, say, observation, testing, or so on, like the idea of the human, the notion of there being a good in Plato, like Studebaker says. Those are kind of axiomatic, right? That doesn't mean they're false. That doesn't mean they're true. It's things that are not easily proven. Like another way to think of an axiom is it's something to test you have to do, okay? Like if you believe in the capital G good and then put yourself in the situations where you can experience, then you go, oh, okay, there's reason to think there's some sort of good that can shine through under certain conditions, right? But you have to participate in it. Axioms are assented to non-rationally versus rationally, to use my language, okay? But if you simply say, I'm not, well, then there's no way the axiom can force itself upon you because it's fundamentally participatory. You see what I'm saying, right? And basically, because all human beings are finite and we have limited resources, we all have to choose certain things to participate in versus others. And what's going to end up happening is just simply everyone is going to end up in different maps if they're genuine to the truth. Well, then the next question is the following. Okay, we have 70, I'm just making up numbers, as of 2024, we have 74 maps that have been arisen to at this historical moment. And we are trapped now in the problem of what I call the problem of internally consistent systems. How do these maps relate that all crystallize within one another? Well, baby, there's only one way, the encounter itself. The coming together in a space, because what arises in the encounter, when two maps hit one another, you find where they don't overlap. And I think Deleuze talks about the epistemology of overlapping and different things. What you're doing is creating a collision that then something comes out as a difference, that then there's this moment, Jacquin and Javier and I will talk about the glimmers, where people from their different maps have something that isn't captured by their map, appear in experience that they are participating in like a map, and they can recalibrate their entire map relative to that thing that could only emerge in the shock of difference and the encounterology of the maps coming together, genuinely bound by an ideal, right? So everything now is basically like the hip-hop cipher. We are in the age where the epistemological method that we need to think about theory is more like a cipher, where you walk into the circle, you're all committed to the art, ergo ideal. We have no idea what we're going to say, but we're all bringing our years of research and studying all these different things, and like Drake would like read Shakespeare, and we're all here, and let's see what frickin' happens. And what happens is irreducible to any one unit, and yet is only possible because all the units came together, gave themselves over to the space so something could emerge that then everyone can redefine their art form in light of that quality and rise themselves to new occasions, right? The only way to advance in theory now is in something like a cipher, is in a kind of scene that is based on the encounter, because we're basically historically beyond needing to emphasize the deconstruction of notions. I'm not saying that doesn't have a role. The new always is a sublation of the old, but there's a new problem that is increasingly emerging in the context of pluralism, which is the problem of internally consistent systems, ergo maps. And there's only one way you deal with that: in the encounter, in the shock of difference, in the surprising. And here's the other key. If your map, and I'll bring, if your ideology, if your map can capture it, then the machine has. Like anything your idea can capture, the machine can capture as well, right? So if you're looking for the social as distinct from the system, it must be that which can only come out in the encounter, right? Because that is not reducible to any nodes. It's not reducible to any map, right? If there's anything that has a chance of coming out as uniquely a basis of the social or the human, it is in that collision of the maps. It is in that encounter. It is in that cipher, right? Now, you can turn around and say the machine is instantly going to capture it, but here's the trick. Of course it is, but we're determining what it captures. Therefore, we're in control. You see, if we are simply being captured versus making new things where the machine has to keep up with us, where capital has to keep up with us, this is not anti-technology. It's a question of order. Can we live our lives in a way to where the capital nation state has to keep up with us versus we keep up with it? It's going to be in the encounterology. It is going to be in the surprise. That is the only way. And of course, as the Stoics like to say, Limburg will say this, the obstacle is the way, right? Well, what is the obstacle that is the way for us today? It's the contradiction. It's the surprise. It is the encounter. That is the obstacle. It is very, very hard to encounter human beings, especially different human beings, especially ones whose language you have to learn, especially people you got to give your time to. The obstacle that is the way is the encounter, is the man on the side of the road, as Illich says. It is a space of surprise. That is the obstacle. The obstacle that is going to help us deal with the problem of internally consistent maps is not cold showers. It is not running. I'm all about cold showers. You know, I did wrestling for many years, but not every obstacle is equal. The cold shower might be the obstacle that gets you to the mental and physical space to handle the encounter, but it is not equivalent to the encounter. And that is the only epistemological way to move forward, because again, for me, when Deleuze and everyone, there's this, and then I'll stop, there's this idea of the line of flight. There is no way to have a line of flight within a map. A map, by definition, has no line of flight. It is only between maps that you can find line of flights, okay? So the only way you avoid societies of control are in the live encounter, right? You cannot, obviously you can't get a line of flight in a notion. Well, let's put it this way. If you can get a line of flight in a false notion, that's the line of flight of irrationality versus non-rationality. That's not the way. You're not captured, but you're also crazy. So that's not going to work. But then you have the capture of rationality without non-rationality. That's totalization. That gives you trouble. So you need the line of flight based on non-rationality. How in the world, though, do you have a community based on non-rationality versus individual participatory axioms that they have absorbed into their worldview as the non-rational basis? It has to be in the between space. It has to be in the encounter. Another way to think of this is every improvisation is the only improvisation that will ever be that improvisation. I highly doubt that there has ever in the history of the world been two identical improvisations of Moonlight Sonata. I highly doubt that there has ever been two hip-hop ciphers that have been off the dome that have been exactly the same. Difference in repetition now. We have that difference emerging in a similarity. Improvisation is not the difference of madness, it's the difference of improvisation that is a product of radical skill. Radical giving yourself over to a master, committing to something greater than yourself. You're like, I don't want to do that because then I'm going to lose my individuation. I'm going to lose my line of flight. It's going to be under a neurotic structure. The neurotic structure that you see that makes possible the hip-hop cipher is precisely what generates that of which is a difference because of the repetition of giving yourself to the art. An improvisational difference arises that can be the basis of the human and the social as distinct from the system and programmed. But it requires that hit. It requires that willingness to come into that space. And that's what Theory Underground is modeling. And it is the only way to move beyond, in my opinion, the democracy of back and forth, the democracy of the cipher, the democracy of the hip hop, which is the space that you will be able to save the social and the human. And anything short of that will simply be a counterfeit.
I love Rothko because it's always this kind of work of co-production when you go stare at a Rothko. And look, I'm poor. I've only got to do it once, but like I thought about it and I stood in front of it and looked at it and thought, and I was like, this will never be the same. I will never come back to this painting and have the same exact experience because it was an improvisational work of co-production in the moment. I like that you're bringing it to this kind of hip hop cipher thing. Actually, I think this morning I was talking to someone, or I sent them a message, and I was problematizing my own, anxiety over like preparation. And it's like, oh yeah, we have to do all this thing, and there's all this prep work and all that. But it is also true that we've been preparing for this all along, that like we've been reading, we've been studying, we've been having the conversations, we've been doing the critical thought all along. And so if we allow this kind of administrative busy work to replace the actual work, we won't get any actual work done. And so there is an element of freewheeling. There is an element of just kind of stick yourself out there and actually do the thing and have faith And we just saw it right here with all the people that stuck around the stream through the failure. You guys, you folks, you people, however you want to be referred to, you guys all have faith in us. You guys have some level of of implicit trust that we are accomplishing something worthwhile, something worthy. And yeah, I like it a lot. That's like a methodological point of like, have faith and maybe not trust the plan or whatever. Maybe that's a dangerous statement to make, but maybe trust the process, right? But also understand that this process is constituted by us, those of us who have come to do the work. So we are necessarily, implicitly, I am putting my faith in you, Daniel, at the same time that I'm putting my faith in the process that we are all involved in as co-producers. So it's not this kind of neurotic desire to be the individual. It is this more transcendental desire to be carried away in productivity, co-productivity, man. I love it. I think it's great. Thank you.
Well, thank you. No, I think co-production is a beautiful way to put it. Well, and just as a quick note, and I'll give it to Dave, Deleuze ends different, and I know, it's an earlier book, but there's an idea of the problems of epistemology of representation, right? Analogy, represent image, there's these capture thought, they tend to be neurotic in the kind of structure way. Well, but then if you have no representation, isn't that madness? Like, won't you like nothing be comprehensible, right? I think the way you deal with the problem is participation. Like, how can you really represent a hip hop cipher? Not really. You can see an image of it, but it is participatory fundamentally, right? It's more like the way you deal with the problem of epistemologies of representation is for you yourself to represent. And that is, well, where you do the work, right? So in order to actually avoid some of those pitfalls that Deleuze is pointing out, you have to become the representative to avoid the neurotic structures of representation. But you're only going to be able to do that in a manner that is, well, socially consequential to the degree that you can be a representative in the context of the shock of difference. If you cannot do that, well, then it won't go very far.
I just want to like have a dance party. I don't know. Daniel, I want to come back to the cupcakes and I want to,
yeah, man.
I just want to, I feel like we just got real heady and everybody in the chat's like, wow, that was like a philosophy sermon. And they're like, wow. And one of the people's like, wait, hold on. Let me actually read the chat here. Somebody just, yes. This is called Bound and Gagged, the song. Yeah. No, not that. Stop him. What did the person just say in the chat? I think they deleted their comment actually.
I think they did.
Oh, okay.
I think they did.
I'm all sitting here trying to read a comment that got deleted. All right.
No, yeah,
well, but basically the person was saying that I don't even know who said it at this point, but it's okay. But basically they were just saying that that was a lot and you lost them along the way. And then Frog said in the chat, learning to follow these guys on a long thread is learning to think for the first time.
And burn my eye out. That was fun. I interrupted. I'm sorry.
We'll just do underground hip hop theory now. That's what Mandy said. Not if it sounds like boom, 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 and that's like it's got to be more like
yeah, it's got to have the right. Yeah.
Are we into Bataille ciphers now? LOL. Also, yeah, that's lol. It's funny.
All right. I want to talk about being 2 years old versus being 37 years old and how not much has changed for me. I'll basically just say it this way. It's really interesting because, like, yes, you've officially gone through the mirror phase. You have a sense of self now. Mm-hmm. For me, that's been something that happens and then has to happen again, and then it has to happen again, right? And of course, the internet has accelerated a lot of things and made identity weird. And so we've all played with it in various ways. And what I did before Theory Underground was Theory Plebe. And Theory Plebe was a little weird because it made it hard for me I didn't know how to do it because it's like at the beginning it was a character. I was like putting on a character of a bread tuber. It was like a self-conscious performance of what I thought like left YouTubers were kind of like doing, which is like, it's like a clown show. So I'll like dye my hair, wear a little hat. And it's my persona, you know, it's like, it's not me. And I thought, yeah, I like this idea of having like this separation between me and this persona theory belief. But then even though like I went into it theoretically knowing that, it quickly just became like, no, it's just Dave. I'm just Dave and I just do this. And then people just call me Plebe. And it was weird. And I didn't like it because I was like, no, I'm supposed to be doing a persona, but I stopped doing the persona like months into the project. And now it's become a nickname. And then I'm out here just being my sort of crass self. And yet I'm still like doing like some sort of SJW fucking aesthetic or whatever. And it just wasn't working. And so Theory Underground was like also obviously the result of profound political burnout and the failures of the Our Revolution movement and my disillusionment with trying to be a positive part of that. And so, and also my disillusionment with a lot of what was going on there at the time, especially with as the ostensibly universalist, ostensibly working class movement was disintegrating into particularist writing BLM. Oh, this is progress. Listen to the Bank of America. They'll tell you what progress is. And listen to the Black person who will tell you what the homogenous community thinks, and tell the people who disagree with that they don't have the right authentic position for you know what I mean? For this whole racialized thing, which race is one of those things that you can't get outside of, you can't get away from, because obviously there's an entire legal system erected to make sure that we remember our race and stay in our racial place. And it's either supposed to be one that's being uplifted or it's supposed to be one that's being pushed down into the mud. And I was kind of like one of those leftoids who's like, oh, I don't mind being pushed down into the mud. See, I can handle it. I don't have a big ego. I could be cool. I could be down for the cause. I could take a hit, take an L, white guys have had it good for so long. I never believed that. But I did believe after 2016, I was like, oh, maybe like the brocialism sort of thing, we could dial it down a notch and try to like put the palm branch out to the people who are doing this particularist identity politics, like, oh, you're white, oh, you're a guy kind of thing. And I became a little bit more like American Johnson of non-compete or Thought Slime or any of these bread tubers who make this big performance of, oh, that thing that triggers the rightoids, like how they think that everything's anti-white or anti-man now. Well, I don't care. See me, it doesn't bother me, which is a phallic leftish flex, which is to say, I'm okay with my lack. I'm okay with not being the conqueror of the universe and not being the center of everything. But by saying that and showing that, you actually, in a sort of way, in certain spaces with certain types of people, specifically leftish, you get to actually still have your cake and eat it too, which is why it's all still dominated by guys or ones who are now women. But the point is the whole scene is extremely phallic in its performance of the disavowal of the phallus, right? And so it's like, on the one side, you got the braggadocious Trumpian Fuentes sort of like, oh yeah, I'm a fucking guy, haha, or Andrew Tate, like, I'm a guy and I'm braggadocious and I'll tell you all how it's going to work and I have the phallus. And then the other side, you got people who are like, I don't have the phallus, watch, I'll cut it off. And so the whole spectrum of the scene is just like, to me, it's not doing it, right? Like it's not deep, it's not smart, and it was deeply unsatisfying. And part of it was, seeing like, oh, in trying to do this left fusionist, like, hey, the dirtbag lefties and the universalist materialist types, we can all get along and work with the social justice campus types. And we could kind of all hold hands. What I realized was left as we were holding hands was like all the people who didn't go to college, except for a very small minority of them who are belonging to these niche fallen professional spaces. And there I was like, oh, no, this is not the movement. This is not a movement for the working class. This is not going to go anywhere. And we have to get back to basics. And so I started looking around, right? I started looking around and going, okay, well, where do you go from here? Who's been through enough of these priors? Who's been through like a sort of class understanding, cares about the working class, understands that time energy is being turned into labor power, and that forecloses our horizon of possibilities. Maybe people don't have the concepts for it, but they understand that at their gut level. Nice little dildo there, yes.
It's my phallus. I have it. It's proof. I have the phallus.
He does actually have it, guys. He found it anyways. I don't know if he has it, but he definitely found it.
I'm definitely holding it in my hand.
Yeah. All of this is to say the burnout led me to looking for places where I could develop myself, my education, dialectically, do immanent critique through the left, into hopefully something else that doesn't close off 75 to 90% of humanity, which is what the left currently does. And I didn't find anything at what's left, except because Benjamin Studebaker was no longer there anymore. It was just this sort of putrid hatred and sort of dunking on the left, or just kind of memeing and having fun. And I did get some enjoyment from it, but it was very short. It didn't have like a sort of, there was no depth or richness there, right? Like I wanted someone like a Studebaker to challenge me so that we could have serious conversations over time. That's what I was looking for. But I could, obviously that wasn't a thing yet. And so then I went to Platypus Affiliated Society, and I was like, like this is it. They know that the left is dead, and they don't just throw out the baby with the bathwater. But then, of course, I learned they don't like the French theorists that are so important for understanding the 20th century and why the old left failed. And so I was like, oh, dang it. And then I was like, oh, metamodernism. That sounds interesting. So I started looking into that. And then I was like, oh, this is just social democracy, like Bernie style, rebranded through Ken Wilber, but resuscitated to make it look less like a cult with a lot more mushrooms. I don't care. And so then I was like, and I'm not being fair to all metamodernists, but that's definitely the case with Hanzi, which is a 2-person enterprise. I can't judge both of them. I only took a class from one of them, but I left that being pretty disillusioned. And then I was like, okay, Dugin's fourth political theory. He's trying for a fourth thing. People are calling him a fascist because he's not a leftist, but he also says he's anti-racist. So maybe there's something here. So then I spent some time going down that rabbit hole. And then I basically just came out of all of that. And I was like, look, what we need is just like an actual teaching institute for like basically the post-left. Think of a post-left boot camp or theory church or a gym membership for your mind. But then the problem with that was to articulate it as post-left would have been too much like putting the signpost out that says, I left the left. And I don't like leading with that kind of a thing because there's nothing to leave. If your identity is about having left something, you haven't left it. It's a master signifier that is supercharged in your consciousness. So you can't really leave it. Bringing it back to the 2-year-old that Theory Underground is and the 37-year-old that David McCarricker is as of today. And I want to kind of bring together like why my birthday is on the same day as Theory Underground and like what that is actually all getting at. It's just to say Theory Underground was after a couple of years of trial and error, an actual kind of like, I kind of know what I can do that needs to happen that no one's going to do. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make it happen. And if we were to go back and watch the launch event for Theory Underground on day 1, December 6th, 2022, we would not see me foreshadowing probably half of the stuff here, but I definitely was foreshadowing the other half. And that was enough to get Nance on board. Nance was watching, he was waiting in the wings, and he was like, oh, I'm going to go hard. They're going hard. I want to go hard too. And he dived in, and Nance was somebody in the comment section like Oso or Ben Zur or Parsons or Solowski or any of Mandy, any of these other people, Evan, who just, you've been around, right? Like Nance had been around, but then all of a sudden he was there in the classes. He was there in the idea of the university class. He was there in the professional managerial class, consciousness and ideology class. And that was when he started to get it. And it was like, I really just needed to find somebody who could get it. And getting it required like setting aside the sexy, popular philosophers and spending some time with Jaspers and Ehrenreich and Burnham, right? Hanging those sort of anarchist and Marxist and leftist sort of commitments and things that make all of the Zizek versus Land sort of fault line stuff so sexy and glamorous aside, and just being like, oh, but like what's changed in the situation that those people are not focusing on? And you could think about the first year of Theory Underground as the mirror phase, right? Like it's a whole stage of development that I was going through, but that the organization itself was going through. And now, you know, at 2 years old, it's crazy because you're finding yourself with godlike powers. You can walk, you can hit things, you can grab stuff and tear it down, but you're also finding yourself castrated in the sense of like extreme limitations are being put on you that were not put on you before, because before it was just gravity did the work. You were just powerless, but now you're powerful and being told, no, you cannot shit wherever you want. You cannot pee wherever you want. You cannot eat whatever you want. You can't run out in traffic. There are certain things you cannot do, right? And so in the last year, I've been coming into similarly a lot of confrontations with real world limitations. And the achievements that we've seen in the last year, one of the biggest ones of them all was my freedom from Amazon, thanks to my subscribers here at Theory Underground. Like, look, I could have worked somewhere else. I had a master's at this point. You could say I was LARPing at Amazon because I had a master's, but the fact is there was nothing that I could do where I could think, right? Because with a master's, any of the jobs that I could have gotten would have required me to switch my brain into focusing on an email job or what have you. No, he's not eating tea leaves. That's chew, Arthur. That's chew. Nance chews, except for when he's in Europe because it's not legal in Europe. So, you know, we're cowboys out here. We do whatever the fuck we want. Europeans, they don't even know what decadence is.
This is how the West was won, motherfucker. Chewing tobacco.
Exactly. But I want to take it back to limitations, because if you read the Theory Underground publisher statement, you will see that I have huge aspirations when I wrote it. And I talk about how we put our multilingualism sessions front and center. We were doing Spanish and French and German with Carl and Terrence and somebody else. Well, with German, it was kind of a mixed bag,
rotating cast
of different people who helped us. But, you know, for a brief moment there, it was Rudy. For a brief moment there. But point being, we were doing all kinds of crazy experiments. And then I got freed from Amazon. And then I realized the way I was thinking when I had set up my week schedule at Amazon was a way of projecting my habitus from within, having all my time and energy turned into labor power, out onto a horizon of possibilities, fully colonizing my way of life outside of that institute. So I'm in Amazon and I'm looking to the future and I'm thinking, once I'm free, I'm going to do all these things. But then once I was actually free of Amazon, I'm like, that was all like the fantasy and projection of a habitus of a slave. The whole project here is human freedom. And I want to study the stuff that I want to study. But there's something about projecting too far ahead and thinking within the calendar like a college kid or like a person working at Amazon, or both in my case. Someone who had always been in the working class working dead-end jobs, then went to college working dead-end jobs, then being at Amazon, still bringing that sort of college brain syndrome that I developed, as well as my sort of workaholicism, into my passion project. And so Nance and I, we used to do everything together, and he used to always be available at the drop of a hat. And that's a big reason I was able to do those multilingualism sessions, is because as available and energized as he was able to sort of amp me up and motivate me. But then now he has to work more. He ran out of his nest egg. I'm over here like, oh, I actually kind of have to plan my life now, not assuming that I'm always motivated and have someone egging me on. And more importantly, because I'm going to be sometimes motivated and then sometimes not motivated, I need a kind of realistic schedule that I can work with when I'm high, when I'm low, mood-wise. Like, so this is more like dialing it into me, right? So the limitations that I've run into in this sort of like terrible twos time as we're reaching it, going from crawling to toddling, right? It's the limitations of gravity, the limitations of time, the limitations of energy, the limitations of a workaholic sort of workerist to PMC habitus being projected into what is supposed to be a freeing place, and with it the sort of limitations on like, well, what do I actually have to do to make my subscribers happy? At least enough of them that I don't have to go back to some kind of wage labor job, right? But at the same time, not just happy, but like they get something from it that challenges them, that betters them, and that also builds this thing so that it really can free Michael Downs from wage labor, so that it can actually become an institute. It's not just a me thing, right? Because that's been a huge part of the project from before day one. And so I'm talking about limitations, but I'm also thinking about how the ego, the vulnerable ego of the 2-year-old is a thing. It's godlike, but at the same time, you're being paternalistically infantilized and you're aware of it. And by the way, when I was a little kid, I was very aware of it. My mom was just telling this story about how I used to stand up on the couch and try to conduct the blocks on the ground, like the people at church lead music. And they all thought it was the most cute thing in the world. So they'd all like, oh my God. But I saw them and got instantly, no, I didn't get mad. I just shut up and I never did it again. And mom said that that's something that stuck with her, is that she feels bad about it because it's like, I was a kid who liked to do things like that, but then I did not like being treated like I was cute. And I have distinct memories of not liking being treated like I was cute, because to me, being treated like I was cute was always infantilizing, right? So other little kids, they love to be cute, right? Fucking Thai people as a culture, cuteness is like their thing. Japanese people, cuteness is their, okay, cuteness is fine. I actually love I love Pikachu. He's cute. You know, Grogu, Baby Yoda, absolutely adorable. But guess what? Not me, motherfucker. I'm very serious. And I was the most serious 4, 5, 6-year-old you would have ever met. And bringing that ego into 37 years old, for me, it's no less fragile, right? In a sense. And it's actually worse because everybody wants a little bro me. Everybody wants a little bro me. Like, you know, if you watch early conversations with Chris Catrone, he was doing it, but I'm like, you're an old man, so it's okay. You know, the fact is he's much more like treating me as like a person now, you know, but there was a time when I felt like he really is kind of just putting me under his arm and giving me like the nuggie and kind of just slapping my butt and being like, good game, kid. Now get back out there. Like that, you know, it felt kind of paternalistic. He's like, oh, you're cute. Oh, you're cute, kid. But not just him. I'm using him as an example because he is probably the person who, if he was to overhear me saying all this stuff, would be least offended that I said that, right? There's a lot of people that I could say this about. But it's not just little broing, it's also peering. You'll have people who are 10 years your junior, maybe 20 years your junior in the world of philosophy and theory, trying to just be like, yes. Yeah, you do this, I do this too. We are equals here. And it's like, erasing difference. And of course, this is a flattening space on here. And a big point of like having course gated content and having the lecture format and having people have to show their work is to try to unflatten that, to try to show people, oh, if this person's put in a shit ton of work, we're willing to listen to them talk for 20 minutes straight, right? On stream, like on stream. There's no other channel on the internet where the hosts are following someone's 20-minute philosophy sermon and hanging on to the words and really processing it and then inviting them back. But that willingness to uplift other people also makes it easy for people in the chat to just go, oh, this is just some interviewer. Look at all these interesting people they have on. And then of course, what ends up happening is because I'm performing the student role, then I've realized, oh, but I'm not like also establishing myself here, right? And so this is part one of the simple egoic crisis. The more complicated side is the founder's crisis, right? Like, which is as a founder of something that's supposed to be bigger than just me, trying to figure out where it ends and I begin, or end and it really begins without me. Now I'm getting ahead of myself. Theory Underground's not that big yet. Having Benjamin Studebaker on board as a regular staple, he's actually going to be teaching an ongoing research seminar. He's going to be teaching multiple courses. He's put all of his eggs in one basket, so to speak. He's 100% in on Theory Underground. He's taken all of his chips and pushed them forward. And he said, no, the stuff that I do on other channels is to promote TU. The stuff I do with my podcast is to promote TU. He and Mikey are like, my goals are that they are like the tenured staff at TU. Me and them, like we're all tenured staff, meaning that we take turns doing sabbaticals for 3 months so that we can write books. And then eventually we do whole year sabbaticals. And then we only come to like the occasional like discussion meeting or whatever. Like this is the kind of direction we're going. And of course, I'm having conversations with other people about bringing them on as a part-time teacher, like maybe do this course, maybe do that course. Oh, maybe have like a regular thing that you do. Yeah, I'm playing with these ideas, but it's hard to get to it's hard to do it. And part of how it's hard, and I'm about to wrap this whole thing up, but it's that the ongoing research seminar idea and having, oh, we're going to have 5 different people all doing research seminars. And then you can become a TU subscriber as a base, and then you get a certain kind of access, but then you can also add on this package or add on that package, add the Studebaker package, just like Hulu, add the, the Max package, add the, whatever the streaming platform special brand package is. It comes with a bunch of extra content. That was kind of the idea, but I've realized something really amazing about not just myself, but organizing. And it is that a lot of times I have great ideas and I have a lot of motivation to do those ideas, but to actually execute them leaves everybody behind. Or sometimes everybody else is just fine, but it leaves me behind in the process. And so there's a way to like, where a plan that would be good for 2026, it's not going to be good if I tried to kick it off in 2025. But when I had the idea came about as the solution for 2025. But then in trying to execute it, I realized, no, this is perfect for 2026. On the one side, biting off more than you could chew and trying to make things happen too fast. On the other side, putting things too far off in the future so that I lose my motivation to do them, or I kind of just like realize there was something better before we actually get to that point. So now that plan, it doesn't actually matter, which is fine if it was replaced by something better. And it always is at Theory Underground. The issue is that it leaves other people behind, because other people are like, yes, Dave's painted this vision of how it's going to be in 6 months or a year. And then once we get there, I'm over here like, well, actually we have something better, guys. And then of course there's a couple of people who are like, I was planning, like literally getting my head into this space for the last 6 months. Perfect example would be Totality and Infinity course, which I was going to teach from January through the first week of February in 2025. That was going to be part 2 of that course. And it would have concluded it. But guess what? When I made that plan, I didn't know I was going to be teaching at the university. I didn't go out of my way to get this job. I didn't even apply for this job. It fell into my lap like, hey, would you like this job? And I was like, I mean, I almost feel like I'm behind enemy lines here. Like, this is crazy, not just because of the institution, but sociology as a field right now, something I'm extremely critical of. And the environment of it all is just like, wow. But also I saw, oh, there's something special here, because trying to articulate myself for people who are passionate about theory and they go onto the internet searching for it is very different from teaching college students who come from different walks of life and have different degrees of knowledge and aren't interested in theory at all. Like, having a room full of people like that, it's a very different situation. And so then I taught that sociology 101 course over the fall, last lecture yesterday. And guess what? I'm teaching 2 classes between January and May 2025. Well, teaching 1 class made it so that I felt like I couldn't do as much theory underground stuff. Well, what about when I'm teaching 2 classes? How the hell am I going to do Totality and Infinity by Emmanuel Levinas justice when I'm teaching 2 classes? That's like 60 students. And then I've got my other 60 students here at Theory Underground. So then I'm like, okay, this is just all a particular nitty-gritty example of how we don't know the future, yet people want us to tell them what we're going to do. So then we tell them what we're going to do so they can get excited about it. But then as you get closer to the thing, it's like, oh, but this other thing has emerged. And here's the thing. I'm not going to keep teaching at Boise State. This is going to be my last semester. You better bet I'm going to go out with my guns blazing. The whole building will be in ashes and ruin once I've left. Absolutely. And it's going to be something where the TU people can just eat popcorn the whole time, but at the same time, get a kind of education out of it that they never would have gotten before. The way I'm integrating these 2 classes with TU is very special, very secret. I'm not going to tell you guys, not yet. I'll save that for part 2 of the December stream, which will happen after Christmas, before New Year's. But in close, yeah, getting too far ahead of yourself or biting off too much to chew. Right? So it's like you're motivated, but you take on too much, versus by the time you actually get there, because you planned it out so far ahead, now you're like, no, this is not the thing to be doing right now. So with that, I know that a couple people had mentioned Totality and Infinity in the chat. I just wanted to say we are doing it. I want to say we're doing it in 2025, but we're definitely not doing it while I'm teaching 2 classes of sociology. And what I want to encourage everybody is to think, you might think you know what's going on at Theory Underground. You might think you understand the post-class fractured mass. You might think you understand time energy theory. You might think you know what critical media theory is all about. You might think you have the major threads that we've pulled together as an attempt to try to understand the situation. You might think you have enough of the priors in theory, in Marx, in Lacan, in Deleuze, in Land, in Zizek, to be able to get a grasp on what our intervention or contribution actually is. But do you? Because the problem with that is we don't have a sort of base camp curriculum that you can go through where if you do all the assignments, you get your certified base camp TU, you know your shit, you're there, we're all on the same page, at least when it comes to this specific set of lectures. 2025 is about laying that basis. 2025 is about, especially the first 5 months, me doing what I have to do to make it so I don't tell people to go back through stuff from 2 years ago. I don't want anyone to feel like they have to go back to the Idea of the University course with me, Ann, and Brian, and also Nance in the audience, to understand where we're coming from. No, I'm going to do a lecture on the Idea of University, and then I will do a lecture on critical media theory. Then I will do a lecture on time energy theory, and then I will do a lecture on the post-class fractured mass, and I'm going to just do these solo. And once I've done these solo, as long as a person can prove that they've been through all of that and they get the major pieces, like how they fit together, that's where I'll start to work with people as advanced students. So I was getting out ahead of myself also by talking about having advanced students taking on the sort of democratized Ann role. right? Because Anne would do like these lectures before me, and I was talking about making it so people like Nance and Kier and others would be able to do that, Matthew, etc. Well, Rebecca, that's fantastic, but right now the point is like, it's a school. TU is a school. It's not just like a teaching platform. It's an actual school of thought. We have our ideas, and you know, for a person to really be a fellow traveler, there are certain ideas that they're going to have to demonstrate having grasped, or, you know, coming into an understanding of, or however we want to say that. And so all of this was my attempt to talk about my growing pains, to get vulnerable about my little ego, and to talk about you know, the diapers that need to be changed, and the tantrums that probably need to be thrown, and these confrontations with limitations that are so humbling, but also harnessing those limitations and how that's so empowering. And so it's an interesting developmental time. 37 years old, everybody's saying, well, you didn't do anything with your life, or they're like hedging bets that I will or that I won't. And because it's a very competitive world, a lot of people are hedging bets that it's not really anything that unique. And my commitment for the next year is that I'm just not going to talk about that. And I'm just going to nose to the grindstone and get to work, because the most important works of philosophy on average are written between 40 and 65. All right. I've got 3 years to develop myself to get to the point where I could even then start writing the book that I actually think will be a major contribution. But in the meantime, it's just, can I get a base curriculum in place and build the kind of institution that could even grant me or guarantee me some kind of sabbatical so that I could focus on writing for once in my goddamn life. And then, of course, like having a sabbatical rotation with me, Mikey, and Studebaker, as well as potentially, we're still floating ideas, Nina Power, maybe, we, you know, talking to Terrence, you know, maybe, but there's a lot of maybes and this, that, and the other, but that's where it's at. That's how it's coming along. That's the update. If nobody listens to anything else that I've said all year long, I think if you listen to this clip, then you probably have a good sense for how I see the growth and development of Theory Underground. But I want Nance to have an immediate follow-up on this so that he can say anything that I left out or that he wants to build off of. And then we'll give the sort of torch to Daniel. And Daniel, you'll be able to riff off of everything that the two of us said and tie it together into and off of your article you wrote about underground theory, which is, you know, ostensibly why we're here. So thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, man, Theory Underground is I don't know, it's still difficult to articulate. It's been 2 years, right? Today is its 2-year birthday. And I don't know, dude. I got tons of thoughts, tons of feelings. I'll probably write a piece about it. And I don't think I intended to write a piece about the 2-year anniversary. I'm not big on anniversaries. I'm not big on calendars and marking dates. And I think society tends to overdo it. I think the world tends to overdo it. And which is why I'm like have a resistance to doing it, but I overdo my resistance. It is still important to mark important milestones from your individual perspective. So my total lack of investment is folly on my part. So I actually probably will write a piece about the 2-year anniversary. Because yeah, man, it's a chocolate and peanut butter situation. You have your ego tied up in it as much as you do. I have my ego tied up in it also. And also my own insecurities about the future and the fragility and the frailty and the precarity, right? Like being the American who lacks health care. The question of like, am I going to die in 6 months is a real question that I do ask myself sometimes. And so I've also been resistant to like thinking about the future in this way. Like, to be quite honest, I have been content to just think, well, I'm going to be dead soon, so it doesn't really matter. But Theory Underground has provided a healthy challenge to that. And so that's been something I don't know, I've been thinking about it and whatever. It's also interesting. It is an interesting factoid that tomorrow is another anniversary for me in my personal life, and it's actually a horrible one. So like today we're here to celebrate, you know, beauty and joy, and we're here to rejoice in the highest of highs. And then like tomorrow I'm going to be crying into a bowl of Cheerios. So that's funny too. I don't know. I have a lot of big thoughts, a lot of big feelings. But I think we're doing something right. I am convinced that we are waging war against the machine. I am convinced that we are here to kind of center the human in the midst of the kind of postmodern morass of meaningless, empty, wasteful BS that calls itself the world. And it takes a lot of hard work. It takes a lot of dedication on the part of the people who are engaged in the work. But it also takes, you know, it takes some at least symbolic dedication from you, the audience, those of you who are watching this right now. There is this potential that you might be next year, you might be here on stream with us, giving a presentation or challenging one of us, or maybe in 2026 you'll be considering launching a lecture course or something like that. So there is always a directionality. There's always a potential.
We'll meet you at TUCon.
There we go. So it's a special little place we find ourselves in, and I don't know. I'm really grateful. But I do think my thoughts and feelings are a little too big to try to articulate right now. But I guess I'm realizing I'm going to have to write about it.
Thanks, Nance.
Well, I look forward to reading what you write, Nance.
I want to read off chat something that just happened, which is really special. The Frog, MA512, who's been such an amazing table of contents provider on so many videos over time, said in response to someone saying, I'll hopefully be able to subscribe to TU next year. This was all stemming from like a conversation about access to the Discord and how you have to become a subscriber and blah, 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 blah. This person was saying, I'll hopefully be able to do that next year. I'm saving up for an upcoming medical procedure. By the way, fair enough. And also we have a scholarship. So do email hello.theoryunderground@gmail.com. If it's like a serious medical procedure that you actually have to save up for, then, you know, we want to work with you. But anyway, I want to highlight what Frog said. I quit drinking so I could afford the TU subscription. Data Ex Machina says, sounds like a double win. Wow. And I said, that's amazing. And I just wanted to point out that that is also my story with drinking. I quit drinking so I could focus on theory because I felt like I could not serve two masters. Yeah. So yeah, 100%. Anyway, sorry, Daniel. I figured I wanted to highlight that because that's a really special thing to hear, you know.
Well, that's a magnificent example because it highlights if you are doing something that is human, it can redirect drive. It can redirect where people want to put their money. If you are creating a space that doesn't change people's habits or what they want to do, then it's probably mere content as opposed to an incubator of the human. So I think that's a wonderful testament of what you want to be doing. There's a lovely section in, I think, The End of Education by Neil Postman, where he points out a study that I.A. Richards did on the power of metaphor, and we can associate metaphor with framing. And he says, if you give one group of students education is a river, you give another group education is a machine, and another group education is a city, not only you get entirely different philosophies of education. It's not merely, and this is the point, metaphor, analogy, framework are not merely decorations. They are frames in which thought finds itself and realizes itself. The reason I bring that up is because I think it's extremely important for maturity and asking what is TU to have the right metaphor, the right framework in which you define it. Because I think a lot of, dare I say, confusion or anxiety or stuff like, or growing pains, is when you're growing into a feeling that I am doing something, but am looking for the frame to understand it, and the frames that are at hand are inadequate. We should also note that if we use a metaphoric framing or language that is technological or system sounding, then you're already actually vulnerable to losing the human in service of the machine. So language like platform, founding, organization, there's actually a lot of technocrat language in it, right? And if what theory, and of course I use that language, there's not, again, the machine is not the enemy, it's the order. It's all the order. Right. The issue is that if you really are making a space that is trying to defend the human, then it will metaphorically not match that language, right? By definition, which then, if you're not careful, you may take that as evidence you're doing something wrong, but actually it could be evidence you're doing something right. The anthology, I think every single example, every single essay is always suggesting something that is fundamentally human. Like you cannot program it, set it and forget it. If you're going to have, like Lunkar says, that the book changes our relationship to memory and creates a different kind of consciousness, well, that comes out not in the book, but in the subject shaped by the books, the human, that encounter. The idea of the university, if it's going to be Jasper's, cannot be systemized. It has to be human. Michael, like if you're being aware of liaisons, only you can come to be aware of your liaisons. No machine can teach it to you. All it can do is exercise it. Everything requires I can liaisons, the J word in Lacan that I never say. You know, I can't.
The juice sauce.
Juicy juice. The juicy. I'll call it the juice. So you know, you know, words are hard, right? So, but in the difficulty of words, there can be a freedom, right? So all of these have a certain human element. So when you're describing making a plan, but then something coming up, when you're saying, okay, well, there's a hierarchy, but there's also a different relationship of hierarchy. There's an opening to people and things like that. And there's a certain mobility there. There's a certain movement there. Habituated by the technological essence, we can associate that movement with failure. I didn't keep to the plan. I didn't stick to the program. Oh, interesting. So there's a lot of metaphoric associations with the machine. I think basically the language I like to think of, from my bias, but you know, basically I think maturity is a matter of stewardship. Stewardship is a matter not of an engineer. A stewardship is someone, it's very interesting. I'll use the example of a garden. You steward a garden. A garden is fascinating because if you just say, well, I have an idea of when I'm going to water and when I'm going to put down, do differently. Well, let's say it rains and then you water because every day at 5 p.m. you rain. You've killed the seeds, right? Let's say that it's really, really dry, right? Well, you have to change your strategy. You may have wanted to plant a certain seed, but now you have to do something different. And there is no way to know what you should plant or what you should do until what? The conditions. The conditions have to appear to you. But what I say to you, well, you're a really bad gardener because you didn't water the seeds every day at 5 p.m. like you said you were. No, I'd be a bad gardener if I did do that and didn't take into account the changes in the conditions, right? You can also overwater a garden. You get moss and you get blights and all of these different things. So there's something very interesting about stewardship. And in that, it is a live, active thinking that entails planning, but is not reducible to planning. You also have to have a certain flexibility. You do indeed have to plan when you're going to plant your garden. You have to plan to go to the store. You have to plan where it's going to be. There are plans. But then if all you do is plan, your garden dies, right? But you see, that kind of sucks. Because that means every day you got to go look at it. You may have to change. You may have had plans. You may have bought things that then you don't use. There's a lot. Much better just to roboticize it. Much better to just throw it to a machine or actually not even have a garden. Forget that. I can go to the store and get it, right? I can just go to the system, the university, online content, et cetera, so forth, right? Ah, indeed. And so if one turns away from the stewardship, one by definition is turning to programming and technological essence in system. Mature human is a steward, I think, mostly more of our. But our metaphoric structure of thinking of maturity is actually more like engineering or business owner or planner or things that have a technological flavor, right? And solving problems, right? As opposed to being the kind of being that is prepared to encounter problems that emerge that are unexpected that you can deal with when they happen, right? So I think for me, I definitely think that it is very hard as a human being to, well, feel as if you are not crazy and to actually flourish if you don't have the right metaphoric framework by which to understand what you're doing. I think Theory Underground is a stewardship. It is more so than a business or a machine, right? Because the human if the human is going to be distinct and saved, it's going to be something like stewardship. I like the word stewardship as well because there's a flexibility to it, but not chaos. There's an openness to change, but not randomness. When you look at it, you know, obviously we do with, you know, with gardens and where we live, there's an architectural structure. You are at the mercy of the weather. It doesn't matter what your good ideas are. It doesn't matter what you do. The weather says, nah, you're screwed. You spoke about limitation and how you get a godlike power and then you have this certain limit that occurs. A reason I like stewardship is because it is in response to limits, that works with limits, that has an active role of the individual, but is not reducible to the ego. You could be the best gardener on planet Earth, and you actually better have done a lot of work if you're going to do a good job as a gardener, but the weather has the last say, right? And likewise, you as a gardener can show other people how to do a better job, and you've been doing it for a long time, and you can have students, but the weather has the last say. There is the soil has the last say. The seed has the last say. So there's a hierarchy, but there's also an acknowledgement of a limitation that trumps all of that, right? And there you start seeing how you can have different, well, you know, different hierarchies, and yet also have something that is acknowledging a limit. But here's the other trick to that. The limit of weather must be there if there is going to be gardens, right? If you say, well, we want to get rid of the limit, well, now you're a machine, right? So here's also the key, I think, to maturity. You start to see your godlike power having to acknowledge the limit if you're going to be human versus machine, right? But how do you acknowledge the limit, right? Because if you say, well, we don't want any limits, well, that is technological essence. We're going to grow plants where there's no weather. We're going to make artificial soil. We're going to make genetically altered plants. You start moving in the direction of creating gardens that are non-contingent, where you get the food under all conditions and it doesn't matter. Well, then there can be unintentional consequences of that. And your relation to food and its, dare I say, aura becomes very, very different, right? So maturity on the side of the human is where you have to go through a phase of gaining godlike power, because if you can't garden, if you have no power, who cares about the weather? And then all gardeners will tell you the incredible anger and frustration that comes from those early years of making a garden that the weather kills, or the freaking deer eat everything, eat everything. You know,
oh
you get
my
mad.
God.
Yeah, the deer are the worst.
Yeah.
But that is precisely the necessary process of development that must define this environment if it is going to be human. And so what you do, I think, in maturity is see the limitations. Like, you're literally limited from knowing everything that's going to happen. You're literally limited from financial restraints, all of these different things. If you metaphorically in your mind say, well, if there were no limits at all, that would be pretty risky, because I might be in a technological essence and not know it, right? And then I would be limited from even know I'm limited by the fact that everything is programmed for me, right? There's a way in which the encounter of limit can be a reminder that you're still doing the work of the human. If you weren't encountering any limit whatsoever, there'd be a pretty good evidence that you've just given yourself over to the institution or capital or the flow of liquidity or all these other things. The encounter of a limit can be evidence that you're still trying to defend the human. The question is, how do you come to terms with that limitation? How do you live with it? Well, I do think a metaphoric structure of stewardship really helps. I think looking at maturity as a matter of coming to identify limits, because Hegel basically suggests at the beginning of Philosophy of Right, is that freedom is found when you no longer see a limit as something stopping you, but the necessary condition so that you are free, right? Like when you are born, you can't fly. But if you could, but literally to be born, you have to be born as a being that cannot fly. The limitation is necessary if you are to exist, and if you don't exist, you can't have freedom, okay? So likewise, many of these limits I think that you're describing are precisely the limits you must have if the humans to be free. If those limits were not there, well, then you're not actually extending humanity. You may use that language of fighting for the human. You may talk about the human being, but you're actually no longer in that business. I think also, to bring it to a close here, and I've really enjoyed it, I do have some...
Look at that. Yeah.
Oh, Anna's great. I think also a key kind of idea is another reason why these frameworks or ideas is so important is because there basically is no advancement or defense of the human that can't be lost or become a counterfeit without the right mode of consciousness. Like there is no good thing that under the wrong framework that becomes a bad thing. There is no valiant effort that, if not held in the right way, cannot become a vice. And so the more that one interprets these experiences or growing pains as the necessary condition for the extension of the human being, and seeing it aligned with the necessary flexibility and odd mixture of preparing and planning that comes with stewardship, I think the more and more one can come with the terms of the work that is being done here at Theory Underground. Because a way to think, if there is something about stewardship, which is creating a space where there's something bigger than yourself that you are participating in that requires you, that's also working through you. If we think of the human or the thought as that of which is unfolding, you are stewarding a space so that the thought in a certain mode of consciousness can unfold and become something people can live in, without which an alternative to the capital nation state is impossible. Because every mode of consciousness that is not stewarded is one that will simply serve the capital nation state. So one has to be in a place to steward that unfolding. We have to have drive and find spaces that steward a drive to be driven to steward something driving through us, that is the human being. You are driven to be a space of a drive that is the human, that people can see, have modeled, and then participated in. And that has growing pains, but if it didn't have growing pains, that would mean nothing was growing. So it's a pleasure to have those pains. They're a sign of life.
Beautiful, man. Thank you so much. And what you bring back to this whole conversation is this conversation we have usually on the back end about nature, natality, nurture, cultivation, culture, building, how these are all related at a deep level, not just at this metaphorical level. And it brings me back to my old commitments to bring sort of gardening and books together and to really think about sustainable ways of life and blah, blah, blah. And then I got burnt out on it and all of these things. But guess what? As I just told Mandy in the chat, Ann and I are moving to a farm next year. I'm building a studio for Theory Underground on a farm, and then we're building our house. And lots of big news about that. I don't want to jinx ourselves, and so I'll keep it all very vague. But why? Because we do want to learn how to nurture and tend to soil and to develop ourselves as stewards. And I'm very interested in these kind of primordial, archetypical types of metaphors that have so much power for the human, and bringing us back around. Maybe God is one of those. Who knows? But for now, I'm going to say thank you so much, Daniel. It's an absolute delight to have you as always. And no, Tyler, not an Amazon house, not one of those things. No, I'll be building a very dope house. Jeez, not an Amazon house. A very cheap, very humble, but definitely not an Amazon ticky-tack unfold kind of house. I did see those though, and I was like, yeah. No.
Wait, no.
Turns out for the same amount of money, you can do way cooler things. But yeah. Daniel, thank you.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Theory Underground. Thank you, Nance, and always a pleasure. Thank you. All the best.
Daniel. We'll see you. Thank you.
All right, everybody. We're going to be right back right after this. I'm not even running an ad. I'm just going to say in 3, 2, 1, Nance, end the stream, and I'll start the stream. We'll see how this works. So
hold on. Let me
so let's do the countdown. We'll do the countdown though.
Well, let me get ready. Hold on.
For people who don't understand what's going on, my computer froze at some point. I had to send the stream key and URL to Nance, and then he was able to take over the stream and keep it going. But now we're going to see if I can take it back over here because I've got the sicker layout.
Stuff. Yeah, you have all the shit. I could put like AI generated photos of dogs, or like I could put a bunch of photos of like southern Utah, and for no reason, people be like, why?
Yeah.
Why do you guys have that? Like that?
Yeah, you got some good music too, you know.
Yeah.
But no,
yeah.
we'll
okay, I'm ready now. So on your countdown.
Okay. Okay, everybody, it's gonna stall for a second, but just give it a second. We'll be right back. 3, 2. Okay. Let's see if I can get in there. I hope this doesn't fuck up everything. I hope this does not fuck up everything. Are we in? Are we in? Are we in?
Hey, dude, it looks like we're back.
Hey.
Hey. Oh,
Dude,
shit.
that
No, we're
shit's-
not. Oh, yeah, we are. Okay.
Yeah, we are. No, dude, that is funny. That's
super dope.
funny. I love
You guys
it, man.
watching right now, you guys are witnessing expertise in action right now. And
on a level
I'm just
never
saying,
before
like,
known to man.
who else is able to do this? Like improvise, react, adapt and overcome, keep shit going. I don't think there are very many people like, look, and I'm not saying they're
No more. No. I'll throw up. Next time I hear you talk us up, I'll throw up. Look, we're boring. We're lame. I don't care. Let's move it on. Volume's
lame.
cutting off. Benzer, do you mean that I am capping? Clipping? I'm not capping.
It's cap, homie.
In like
In like
Flynn. What are you
Flynn.
guys talking about?
Yeah, who's
Anne, are you there in the background, Anne? She's downstairs. She's making coffee. Good. Are you making me
Nice.
coffee?
somebody in the chat?
Oh, it's fine.
What's up
I
with
don't
our
need it.
audio? Tell us what's
Is it
going
really
on.
that
Is the audio good? Is it bad? Is it
Yeah, communicate with those
good?
people.
The stream is like a garden today. It is data ex machina. It is. The thing is,
it
it's like a
is.
garden all the time. This
Yeah.
like that's how we do.
Shut up,
audio is
Nick.
fine right now.
Stop.
Thank you, Evan. Yeah, thank you, Evan. But no, look. That's why we're here. That's why we're not watching some other Twitch streamers talk about the Democrats and the Republicans, right?
No, the only person we'll allow to talk about such things is
It's
Studebaker.
Benjamin.
And the only
Yeah.
people that I want to talk to about that kind of stuff after him are people who have listened to all the episodes of Why Left.
Yeah.
Then we can talk. Then we can talk.
We gotta have shared language. We gotta make sure we're mutually intelligible.
Yeah.
And I mean, going back to like having evidence, having proof, like doing the long division, show me that you're not just speaking gibberish. Like that's why doing the lectures and courses and all that, like that's why it matters, because everything is flattened out here on the internet.
Wait, being cool is not enough? What the hell?
Dude, I'm sorry to say, but no, because some of the coolest people are actually dumbasses. And also they're also like horrible, terrible people, but they're cool. But it's like, I don't want to get my ideas from them. I want to get my entertainment from them.
Yeah.
But like,
Yeah. All right, guys. Do you all know what's coming next? Do you all know
don't
what's
know if they
about to
do.
happen? I don't think
I don't know
they
if
do.
they do.
I don't think they know. And I do. I do know what it's coming next. I guess I'll just tell you all what we're about to do is edgy. It's about to trigger all the libs. We're about to lose every leftist who has too many progressive priors locked in as sacred cows that you cannot question. But you'll know all about that in a second when we come back right after this.
What?
It's not working.
Oh no.
It's doing that thing again.
You are why best.
Let's try again. Okay, 3, 2, 1, and
What you are about to hear is a short DIY ad made by the Theory Underground crew,
Nice.
just to remind you of the best way to keep up with and support this kind of content.
if you're still listening to this, then the chances are you're enjoying it, which means you would maybe like other stuff that Theory Underground publishes. So make sure that you've subscribed and that you click the little bell. It turns out only 40% of people who subscribe click the little bell. But I think that at least 20% of the rest of y'all just don't realize how much pushing the bell really makes a difference, especially considering the fact that at TU, we tend to put stuff out without warning. You know, there's no schedule. This is coming from the space of my freedom. I just do this stuff when I can, and I don't want to live by a schedule because I'm sorry, I've got other things that are supposedly more important. All right. Well, with that said, there's also liking and commenting and subscribing. It obviously makes a difference. If you're one of those people who considers yourself a sort of recluse, well then maybe don't worry about the commenting, but you can at least click the like button. It does make a difference. Also, if you're listening to this on the podcast, please leave us a favorable review on your favorite platform. Thank you.
Thanks for listening.
All right, and we are basically back. The sort of intermediary things happening right now, but we'll entertain you all by making noises with our mouth. Daniel was getting very carried away. I was like, you have to stop, dude. You can't. He was like doing like my mouth is full of donut or something like that. And I was like, I am going to lose my thread here, bro. No, dude, Daniel is such a delight. It was such a great time to have him on. Okay. Now we've got someone else that we have all grown to love. And that is, well, I've grown to love. I don't know about everyone else, but like, oh, Nance, you were muted. Now you're unmuted. What did you say?
Oh, I was muted? Damn.
Yeah, you were muted the whole time, dude.
Oh.
No, not on Zoom, but definitely on the stream.
On YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh no, I said I have two. I said no. If you haven't grown to love Anne, then you're in the wrong spot. Like you shouldn't be.
You're wrong. You're
wrong.
Get out of here. There's certain conditions, and that's one of them. Is anyway. Okay. I'm downloading the file, but realizing it's an AZW3 file, and I'm just like, wait, that's not a PDF. Nance, can you try to pull up the PDF of the case against the sexual revolution?
Yeah, hold
Louise
on.
Perry.
I think that AZW3. I think those kind of work like EPUBs, but I'm not sure. But you might be able to change it with like WinRAR. But instead of doing all that, let me see if I have it or if I can get it real.
AZW. Yeah, everybody, you can always just go to Anna's archive to PDF. Let's see if I can get the, I've got the converter right here. Don't even worry about it.
Well,
Don't even worry about it. I got it. All right. So Anne, welcome to the stream. Nance is officially in the background. Now I just see you changing the lights in the background, which is amazing. It was really sweet to wake up to you. You were like ahead of me. You woke up ahead of me this morning, and then you welcomed me into consciousness with like presence, and it was just like a really special thing. But then I haven't seen you because I've been streaming all day. And so how you doing?
In class, good. I brought Thomas, and I think I traumatized him. Because we haven't had our car in a while, he just hasn't been out and about as much as Ryan was out and about as a young kitten. And most of the class he spent like hiding like inside of the little spot where all the wires for the computer are kept. He was not happy. So other than that, class was good. And here I am. And I'm ready to be contentious and controversial and trigger the libs. Just kidding. Just kidding. But I'm excited for what we're about to do.
Evan in the chat said that he said, y'all are getting into Perry now. I read her book. It's not bad. And I said, try to say that again, but not like a hipster.
Yeah, I read her before. She's cool.
Yeah, I read her. She's all right, you know. Now you're getting into her. Oh yeah, I read her. She's all right. That's kind of like 98% of the podcasts, but I know you're just I know that I'm reading into it a way of talking
Yeah.
that is the opposite of Evan. Evan's the least hipster person I've ever met. He's a very serious guy. He's not doing that. I know he's not doing that. That's why I can rib him about this, because we've met him and we know the vibe. So with that said, no, we're not just getting into Perry now. We read Perry and then we had to think about it for a long time. And so I'm going to click record. 3, 2, 1. All right. So welcome to this special episode at Theory Underground. It's the birthday stream. Theory Underground is 2 years old. I'm 37. Anne is joining me so that we could talk about something that she was just saying is controversial and is going to trigger the libs. We've got Nance in the background here. Great to have him kind of like co-hosting, just in case the computer freezes up again. He'll have to take over.
Save the day.
But yeah, let's say something about this. So we were just addressing somebody was like, oh, you're getting into Louise Perry now. You know, she's all right. Well, the thing is like we read her a long time ago, but just like so many people that we read, we realize it's too controversial to dive right in without the content becoming kind of skewed by it. And also, I think we're just pussies. And so I thought, we've talked a lot about this book. We've talked a lot about Feminism Against Progress by Mary Harrington. These are both the more post-2020 versions of something that Christina Hoff Sommers was doing with the case against feminism Who Stole Feminism a long time ago. Yeah, right there. Who Stole Feminism? And the thing about Christina Hoff Sommers doing it in like 2002 or whenever that was, is that it was basically like, oh, see, liberal feminism is cringe. Therefore, we should all just be enlightened centrist liberals that lean a little right. And packaged in this way that's like so oversimplifying that you can't really put her front and forward like an influence. But what she does in that book is powerful. You can't read just the first chapter of Who Stole Feminism without it being impactful. It's like, yeah, you like Simone de Beauvoir and you like Luce Irigaray and, you think that gender ideology is interesting. Okay, well, that's all good and great. But then there's this weird safetyist. Let's all use coloring books and constantly talk about, what's the example from Wicked when they're doing this podcast circuit, Anne? What's the thing that they just said about holding... Oh, you're muted.
You holding space for the lyrics of Defying Gravity.
Yeah. That kind of simpering HR safety is...
Like all the words that mean good things, but that have been captured and just turned into like, I almost want to say it's like insulting and fantilizing just towards like adults. Healing, holding space, trauma. It's like, what? Didn't you just say that you heard a teacher at a university or a professor at a university tell a student like, oh, I don't want this assignment to traumatize you or to give you more trauma? Like, these words that are important words are being like co-opted by, like, I'm sorry to say it, but like fragile individuals.
Yeah. And, so for a while we've, tuned into this or that book that'll try to talk about this stuff. And, like Abigail Schreier with Bad Therapy, it's absolutely amazing, but also irreparable or irreversible damage. Her book on trans stuff is, these books offer an insight the left is absolutely incapable of taking on. People are so deeply habituated in just disavowing that there's anything real going on and just saying, oh, it's a right-wing boogeyman. People just hate change and they just can't accept people. But of course, like, it's never about the existence or validity of the dignity of human beings. It's about the co-option of a movement by the pharmaceutical, psychiatric, and surgical industries preying on children and turning it into a politicized issue like Pepsi versus Coke, except that people are getting their tits and dicks cut off, right? And then regretting it and crying and trying to sue back. And it's the next 10 years are going to be pretty fraught, but America has spoken, and the overwhelming majority of people are so disgusted by Democrats at this point that if they don't learn, then it's just going to get worse for them, because we all grew up thinking that mutilating a child's genitals was bad, and that kids, every girl I dated for like a decade, it seemed like, had written an essay about genital mutilation of girls in other countries. But now here we are in the 21st century, and we're being told if we're not uncritically for it, then blood is on our hands. So that's the priors. That's the triggering sort of priors to this conversation. But this is a little different, isn't it, Anne?
Yeah. This book kind of, and the book we're referring to, if it hasn't been said already, is The Case Against the Sexual Revolution by Louise Perry. Kind of coming from this vein of thinkers who I think they all, like I'm talking, Christina Hoff Sommers, probably Nina Power, Mary Harrington, Louise Perry, all consider themselves to be these like feminists in the traditional sense, who have critiques against this fourth wave feminism, kind of the Me Too gender identity feminism that we're seeing. And so this book in particular is not so much about like gender ideology or transgender issues. It's not so much about critiquing feminism, but it is about the case against the sexual revolution, a new guide to sex in the 21st century. And it really takes on kind of the sexual promiscuity and uncritical acceptance of just 100% pro-sex, pro-sexuality, pro-fetish, pro-kink culture that exists within especially like liberal spaces. And with that, we end up seeing like what happened at the Pride Festival in San Francisco this year, which was like the kink zone, and people were being spanked and getting pissed on in public. And so like the manifestation of this culture results in like real life things that we see, or young girls just putting themselves on OnlyFans, or even like I go to the rec center at our local university where I have a gym membership, and like I hate to sound like I'm like shaming other people for the clothes that they wear, but I find it interesting like that most of the girls there are basically in bras and panties. And if they're not in panties, if they're not in pants that like are so short they look like underwear, they're in pants that literally are designed to go right up the butt crack. Like, I'm sorry I'm being graphic. I've never liked to be the type of person who's like critiquing what other girls are wearing, because I also consider myself like this kind of classical feminist, and I think the way that Perry and Harrington and Nina and Christine Hoff Sommers are. So I don't like to say that, and I'm not saying that to judge any individual person, but it's interesting to see like culturally where we're at. You know, I get students who come to class with cleavage on full blast, wearing tube tops, and it's like, that's interesting. That's an interesting thing to wear to class. What has happened culturally that has led to that? And so I think that this book kind of gets into this culture and critiques it. That was my little rant there.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Thank you. Yeah. Asafael, aka Jacob, says trans surgeries have some of the lowest rates of regret, which sort of pokes a major hole in the trans skeptical narrative. I love this like leftist knee-jerk downplay disavow the mutilation of children thing that we see. Mandy says the average age of transition is 30. I wrote a piece. I need to publish it. I keep saying I'll publish it. I never get around to it, but it's just called The Contradiction at the Margins. And the point is if you think that what's marginal matters, then stop acting like what's an exception to the rule is not somehow very important when it's hurting children. I don't want to hear about the average. What we're talking about are children who are literally being lied to, sped down this pipeline into life-altering, harmful surgeries. And then we always have these 20 through 40-year-olds coming along being like, oh, well, it's fine for me and I'm the average. No, you're an exception. You're an extreme rarity in humanity. Just because you're the average of this extreme rarity doesn't mean that the extreme rarity of your demographic doesn't matter. It does matter when we're talking about the margins. We're talking about the margins that in forever, as long as it's a thing, will be the absolute death knell of any kind of large-scale structural change. The people who are downplaying and dismissing this, including Jacob and Mandy right now in the chat, you are the ones who are scapegoating trans people. So stop it. Stop putting them in the spotlight, in the crosshairs, in the, oh, everybody has to get on board with the exception to the norm, which are these children who have these huge regret rates. By downplaying and dismissing them. By downplaying and dismissing them, you are doing irrevocable damage to your own cause. But I mean, I'm going to be honest. It makes me happy that it is failing. And it makes me happy that you're failing. Because until the left can learn to eat and own its L's, like this one, like you can't just go all in on something like this and then turn off your critical brain. It deserves to lose. Deserves to lose. I want prove to me you actually care about children. Let's start with that. And stop lying to children and telling them they can be whatever they want. And stop telling children, or stop telling adults who have critical thinking capacities that we have to believe children. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. But that's a whole conversation we're going to get into during the last half of 2025 when Jake and I have had real life conversations about this. It gets this kind of heat turns up. But the thing is I don't understand why I'm repeating myself here. I got you to agree with me last time this conversation came up that these are not the same things and that this does matter and that this no large scale structural change is possible when you're telling parents they have to believe children. Like, so I just don't see. And I think why this is
the main thing that like for Dave and I that like concerns us is the fact that there are any detransitioners in the group that's going to say we have to care about the minority and the margins. Well, like detransitioners are the minority and the margin of this minority and the margin, but then
right,
like seemingly in the discourse there's no talk about it, and so it's just like it all has to be taken into consideration and taken seriously. Like the fact that it's happening at all and the fact that we're seeing it at just such rapid rates, and like just seemingly average people, a lot, especially like biological females wanting to like get their breasts removed and like the side effects that come from something like puberty blockers is just
right.
an issue that I think needs to be taken seriously because of the side effects. I mean, we just ran into one of my old professors who I took a class from like 6 years ago. And at the time she was like, just got married, childless, wasn't planning on having children at all, like in her 30s. And 6 years later, we ran into her the other night and she had 2 kids. And she was talking to me and she said, a lot changed in 6 years. I never saw myself having kids and here I am. And so like, there's just this like all of a sudden broad trust of the pharmaceutical industry as it pertains to children. I think we can go more broad than just the gender dysphoria issue, but like, why on earth are there so many young kids and teenagers, a majority of them being women, on antidepressants, ADHD medication, anti-anxiety meds, and then now it's like or hormone blockers for some, like, so there's something going on. There's something particularly going on, I think, that's ailing especially young women. It's something that I care about, like, as a woman, as someone who wants to have children one day, as someone who like went through female puberty. Like, I know what that's like. I know how hard it is to come into the world and then all of a sudden, like, oh, a fucking 15-year-old boy at my school just whistled at me. What the, like, it's gross, it's icky. Growing up is gross and icky and hard. Growing up when your parents don't have time and energy is gross and icky and hard. And growing up on the internet right now is weird and icky and hard. And so, like, there's all these things going on. It just seems like it's not being taken seriously, and then the right comes in and they have their good points about the trans issue and they say they're transphobic shit, absolutely. But then because someone like Ben Shapiro or Matt Walsh, who also says some cringy homophobic shit, is saying also, like, we should take this issue seriously, we shouldn't be so quick to medically transition children at the rate that it seems to be happening in the United States, because that's coming out of these people's mouths. Oh, that's right, we can talk about it. Oh, that's right, we can talk about it. It's not happening. It's fine. And it's like, I think that's where we just get frustrated, is like, no, but it is happening. But the fact that there's any cases at all of detransition, one detransitioner is enough to say what happened. But there's not one. There's a lot.
Yeah, and
whether or not it makes up the majority, like, we don't know the actual numbers. But the fact that it's happening, the fact that there are people speaking out, filing lawsuits, the fact that like all the European countries that were way ahead of the United States are now taking their steps back because of malpractice, because of detransition rates, because of the speed and ease at which a lot of people, or a lot of young people, have gotten their treatment and gotten these medications. And you just read all these firsthand accounts of like these detransitioners, even not detransitioners. They're like, yeah, I just basically lied to a doctor and told them all these things, and they gave me the pills that I wanted. They gave me a dose that was, X times more than any normal person should have. And you hear, so the fact it's happening at all is a concern. I think we need to take seriously. Anyways, that's our rant.
Jacob said, this is at its core a state versus parents issue. And I think that framing it that way is like taking pro-life, pro-choice and saying it's a state versus women's issue. When in reality, we know women are pretty evenly divided on the issue of abortion. And parents are pretty divided, but not evenly, when it comes to all of this. And so Anne was saying, as a woman and as a this and as a that, and speaking from her first person standpoint. I'm not speaking from my first person standpoint. I'm speaking from the standpoint of caring about large scale structural change so that everybody can have their time energy, so we can have something beyond medicine to try to deal with our alienation. And we're never going to get that large scale structural change when this is being put on the forefront of the agenda. And of course, people are like, the right puts it on the forefront. No, it doesn't. It doesn't, so far as it points out that this is a losing battle for the left, that it's doubled down on, but it has doubled down on it. Which is why I'm so glad I'm not a leftist right now. Oh my God, what a terrible time to be a leftist. What a thing to have to deal with. But of course, it'll probably be 5 years before people just get really quiet about this. But, AOC already took the pronouns out of her bio, so things are changing. But I think that this goes deeper in a sort of sense. Louise Perry is not just focused on the sensational extremes. She's not just focused on bringing it back around. Christina Hoff Sommers and these crazy conferences with this insane, this infantilizing neoliberal feminism, right? It's not just a book about where feminism went. It's not a book about how the trans issue, insofar as it's affecting people. No. It's about the sexual revolution itself. We take that as a positive. The tendency is, if you have a libertine streak, to take it as a positive and to not really think about the negative side. And the thing about Mary Harrington and Louise Perry and Nina Power, it's like they're feminists. They were on the left forever. And then there's just certain things, contradictions that the left is not capable of addressing, that rise to the surface. And before we move on, the last thing I want to say about the exception to the rule versus the rule when we're talking about regret rates. If this was about hair dye or tattoos or clothing choices, et cetera, that'd be one thing. And if this was not the thing that a working class movement for Medicare for all broke on, like one of the major rocks that it crashed upon, then I don't care what anybody does. I think that in a transhumanist sort of like self-actualization lifestyle project sense, transing is cool. I do think it is cool that people are experimenting and pushing the boundaries of identity and of their bodies. But the reason you can't ignore the margins of the margins and say, oh, that's the regret rate, it's low. The reason it doesn't work is because you don't know. We don't know. This is not science. This is not set in stone. This is a very recent thing. And the fact that there are regret rates is enough. The percentage number doesn't matter, because on the one side, let's just say that 99% of the people are going to say, oh yes, this was amazing. This saved my life. If they had to put me on puberty blockers at the age of 7, I would have totally offed myself by the time I was 14. But this instead, now I'm self-actualized and everything's amazing, versus that 1% that says, this literally ruined my life. I've been castrated before the age of 20. Now I'm 30. I really want to have kids. I don't get to. I'm really mad about it. I got lied to. I got misdiagnosed because I was autistic and gay, but I was not trans, and that was fucked up. And they hurried me through the pipeline too quick, which is not the experience of a lot of people who can't get hurried along fast enough. But no, I got hurried along very quickly, and I was able to get on this regime of blah, 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 medications, hormones, blocker, whatever, surgeries. Okay, well, guess what? I'm going to take the 1% in this case, because that's a person, it's like, oh, someone got misdiagnosed. That's happening. That matters. Versus people who are threatening a political movement with suicide. They're threatening to blame their parents for their suicides, which is a despicable, disgusting tactic of blackmail, and using that to try to leverage their way into the front of any movement for social change. No. Bullshit. Bullshit. You don't know what you would have done if things had been different. Nobody knows what they would have done. Like, you're retroactively telling us a story that we're supposed to believe. We don't know what you would have done because it didn't happen. So you can't say something saved your life. We don't know that. And people do this with their medications all the time, or with their diagnoses. This diagnosis from the DSM-5 saved my life. Did it? Pretty sure that everybody self-diagnosing themselves is also just as much a problem. It's really hard to know about these things. How about we'll talk about it once the science is settled, in 100 years? In the meantime, no. There's no path to large-scale structural change that goes through this without changing. It's pretty simple. The majority, the mainstream of activists who care about this stuff need to accept that the right has a basic point, a very basic point. And then they need to go beyond it and show why there's more to the story. But without that, keep losing, suckers. So let's go. Do you want to read the introduction or chapter 1? So there's
What
a
is
foreword.
chapter 1 called again?
Sex must be taken seriously.
I think we should get into chapter one. I think the introduction, if you find chapter 1 compelling, you should read the introduction. But if I can remember, the introduction tells the story of like Hugh Hefner versus Marilyn Monroe, and Marilyn Monroe being this like sex. Hugh Hefner, when he died, he wanted to get buried next to Marilyn Monroe, and she basically she was dead, like she had no say over it. And there was a story about how Marilyn Monroe, she was younger, she agreed to some photos that ended up becoming nude photos that ended up getting put in a Playboy magazine centerfold that she never got paid for. She was never told in advance that the photos were going to be published or when they were going to be published. And so it just kind of like shows this story, takes this historical example of like Hugh Hefner figure exploiting someone like Marilyn Monroe, who's kind of, doing the sexual promiscuity thing for her career, but then ended up regretting it. And so that's kind of how she sets up here's the book I'm going to write. And I think that's all we need to know from the introduction, which is why I want to move on to chapter 1. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it. Dangerous maybe says, it says I hid Jacob's comment, but I didn't do that. How do I undo that? Sorry. Yeah, sometimes you click a wrong button. It doesn't let me reverse it, which is too bad. Night of the World said many children, and this is Rebecca, by the way, Anne, said maybe even most go through some degree of what could be called gender dysphoria. I think it normally resolves. Some gender dysphoria is probably normal, doesn't need to be medically resolved. Children and parents in the medical establishment all get nervous about what to do with the kids' confusing and painful feelings as they grow up. Rushing to medicalize those feelings and solve them is a reaction against a bigger uncertainty about what to do about teenage suffering or nonconformist behavior. Rebecca,
That's a great point.
We love your nuanced approach to this. We always have. Thank you. Yeah. And Rebecca's one of the three of us cooking up the Critique of Gender and Sexuality course or series for 2025. Yeah. Supposedly. We're supposedly doing that, but we haven't actually been able to meet about it. But
second half of 2025.
Hopefully soon. Yeah. Thanks, Rebecca.
Yeah.
And then Jacob also is just saying, I'm trans for those curious, longtime TU students. Yeah, so is Rebecca. So we've got two trans people in the comments of two different perspectives, both contributing and doing so as, legit fellow travelers. And so, yeah, I think the main reason I get animated is because we're in a culture where I do feel like just to say the things I'm saying means I'm going to get canceled for it. I'm going to get dragged for it. And so I kind of just no. Yes, both perspectives can be here, but I want to be very clear about why I feel this way, because I had to think way too long before actually stating this position publicly. And it's because I'm a neurotic, which is, just a Lacanian term for a pussy. I know. I keep using that word. I do not normally use it. It's not actually part of my lexicon, but I figured, you know what? We're reading a feminist and let's just be a little edgy. But anyway, dedication for the women who learned it the hard way. Let's go.
I cannot see this.
Can't see it? You may zoom in?
No, it didn't move. It's just showing the cover for me on Zoom.
For real? Oh, let's see if I can refresh it for you.
Yeah.
Let's just do a refresh. How about now?
Okay, there we go. Yeah, now it's going.
Do you want to read the quotes at the beginning?
Yeah. And this is the beginning of this is just the quotes at the beginning of the book. Hold on. Okay. The little respect paid to chastity in the male world is, I am persuaded, the grand source of many of the physical and moral evils that torment mankind, as well as the vices and follies that degrade and destroy women. That's from Mary Wollstonecraft in A Vindication of the Rights of Women. And this next quote, He said they'd found a brothel on the dig he did last night. I asked him how they know. He sighed. A pit of baby's bones. A pit of newborn baby's bones was how to spot a brothel. From Holly McNish, Conversation with an Archaeologist.
The forward is by someone else anyway. Let's get after it. Chapter 1. Sex must be
Oh,
taken
this is
seriously.
Chapter 1.
Yeah.
Okay, I spoiled chapter 1. Sex must be taken seriously. Hugh Hefner and Marilyn Monroe, the two icons of the sexual revolution, never actually met, but they were born in the same year and laid to rest in the same place, side by side. In 1992, Hefner bought the crypt next door to Monroe's in the Westwood Memorial Park Cemetery in Los Angeles for $75,000, telling the Los Angeles Times, "I'm a believer in things symbolic, so spending eternity next to Marilyn is too sweet to pass up." At the age of 91, Hefner got his wish. The long-dead Monroe had no say in the matter, but then she had never been given much say in what men did to her over the course of her short life. Should I do 2 and switch?
2 puff pass?
Yeah. I'm happy with 3 also.
Okay.
3 puff
3
pass.
puff pass.
Marilyn Monroe was both the first ever cover star and the first ever naked centerfold in the first ever edition of Hefner's Playboy magazine, published in December 1953. Entertainment for men was the promise offered on the front cover, and the magazine evidently delivered on that promise, since it was a commercial success from its very first issue. Hello, Ryan. Marilyn Monroe's naked photos were 4 years old by the time of their publication. In 1949, the 23-year-old Monroe had been paid $50 for a 2-hour photo shoot with pin-up photographer Tom Kelly, who had promised that he'd make her unrecognizable and almost delivered on his promise. The woman curled up on a red velvet bedspread is not obviously Monroe, since her hair was a little more brunette at the time, her painted face was half hidden behind an outstretched arm, and her pale, pretty body was indistinguishable from the bodies of most of the other models in Playboy, which would not feature a black centerfold until 1965. The 18-year-old recipient of this dubious honor, Jennifer Jackson, later described Hef as a high-class pimp.
The clothed Monroe on the cover of the magazine. By the way, it's crazy. I didn't know that Hugh Hefner got buried next to her, like, and said some sleazy ass shit about it. Like, can you imagine if that happens to me, guys? Move my bones. I need someone to like grave rob and relocate me. Hell, I'm gonna get cremated just to avoid this. I swear to God, any one of you guys tries to get buried next to me, I'm gonna climb out of that coffin.
Can I do it?
You can. Okay, I would
Okay.
I'd spend eternity next to you. Yeah. Nance said, "I got you, fam." The clothed Monroe on the cover of the magazine beckoned in readers with the promise of a full-color nude photo of the actress for the first time in any magazine, and Hefner later said that her centerfold was the key reason for the publication's initial success. Monroe herself was humiliated by the photo shoot, which she resorted to only out of desperate need for money, signing the release documents with a fake name. Hefner didn't pay her to use her images and didn't seek her consent before publishing them. Monroe reportedly told a friend that she had never even received a thank you from all those who made millions off a nude Marilyn photograph. "I even had to buy a copy of the magazine to see myself in it." The course of these two lives show us in perfect vignette the nature of the sexual revolution's impact on men and women. Monroe and Hefner both began in obscurity and ended their lives rich and famous, having found success in the same city and at this very same historical moment. But while Hefner lived a long, grubby life in his mansion with his playmates, Monroe's life was cut short by misery and substance abuse. As the radical feminist Andrea Dworkin later wrote, oh, here we go, we get some Dworkin. "She grinned, she posed, she pretended. She had affairs with famous and powerful men. A friend of hers claimed that she had so many illegal abortions wrongly performed that her reproductive organs were severely injured. She died alone, possibly acting on her own behalf for the first time. Her lovers in both flesh and fantasy had fucked her to death, and her apparent suicide stood at once as accusation and answer. No, Marilyn Monroe, the ideal sexual female had not liked it.
Monroe's life followed a similar trajectory to that of her pinup predecessor, Betty Page, who survived into old age but spent her final decades in a psychiatric institution. So too the pop star Britney Spears, who at the age of 16 gyrated in a school uniform and begged viewers to hit me, baby, one more time. Spears has since suffered a protracted and very public nervous breakdown, just like the countless other Monroes, some of whom we will meet over the course of this book, who have been destroyed in much the same way as the original icon. In particular, today's female porn performers, the most successful of whom now inhabit much of the same cultural space that Monroe inhabited in her day, are far more likely than their peers to have been sexually abused as children, to have been in foster care, and to have been victims of domestic violence as adults, all misfortunes that Monroe suffered too. The libidinous public asks a lot of the women it desires, and when it all goes horribly wrong, as it usually does, the public labels these once desired women crazy and moves on. There is never a reckoning with what sexual liberation does to those women who follow its directives most obediently. Hugh Hefner experienced sexual liberation very differently from Monroe, as men typically do, although his example is no more worthy of emulation. As a younger man, he was a true...
20 Faces is in here saying a feminist critique of the sexual revolution will always fail too. 20 Faces, everything fails. Find me a theorist who doesn't fail in some way. Every theorist fails. So that's not a smart comment. It's a little like, I'm going to poke my head out and say something for the first time in the whole stream, and it's just going to be this fails too. Yeah, we have our critiques of Louise Perry. Guess what? We're not going to lead with them. We want you to actually tarry with this because it's obviously, and this goes back to what I was talking about with Nance and Daniel earlier, it's bending the bow. We're bending the bow. We're bracketing. We're going against the general tendency here, which is just like, oh, it's just great. And this is much bigger brained than anything that you could have imagined, she says. So you actually just have to open your brain, tarry with it, write a paper about it later. Now let's go.
Hugh Hefner experienced sexual liberation very differently from Monroe, as men typically do, although his example is no more worthy of emulation. As a younger man, he was the true playboy, handsome, charming, and envied by other men. He lived the fantasy of a particularly immature adolescent boy, hosting parties for his celebrity friends in a garish grotto, and then retiring upstairs with his harem of identical 20-something blondes. He supposedly once said that his best pickup line was simply the sentence, "Hi, my name is Hugh Hefner."
Beast mode. Anne doesn't like it. But come on.
Not in this context.
Come on, that's funny. All right. Unlike Monroe, Hefner lived to grow old, and as he did so, lost much of his glitter. By the end of his life, he was more often publicly portrayed as a pathetic figure, and various former playmates provided the press with unflattering accounts of life in the Playboy Mansion. Jill Ann Spaulding, for instance, wrote of the elderly Hefner's uninspiring sexual performance, "Hef just lies there with his Viagra erection. It's just a fake erection. And each girl gets on top of him for 2 minutes while the girls in the background try to keep him excited. They'll yell things like, 'Fuck your daddy, fuck your daddy.'" Wow. These are the kinds of stories people are going to tell about me. I know it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. Yeah. Other women spoke of, but for real, the guy should have found out about philosophy. I think that this is where Studebaker and his point about how we have to move to other kinds of love and drive than just eros. right? Like he says, eros is not enough. We need philia, we need agape, you know. This, I think that there might be something to that because this is just pure eros. I know from a certain Lacanian perspective, everything's eros, but also there's a certain kind of unflattening I think that could happen with the concept of love and drive and their relations. That could be the project of the next 20 years. So, you know, I'm not going to get ahead of myself here, but anyway. Other women spoke of soiled mattresses, a bizarre playmate uniform of matching pink flannel pajamas, and carpets covered with dog feces. It was revealed that Hefner took an obsessive and coercive attitude towards many of his girlfriends, dictating how they wore their hair and makeup, keeping a detailed log of all his sexual encounters, and becoming angry if refused sex. His acolytes forgave Hef when he was still young and attractive, but as time went on, he was revealed to be little more than a dirty old man. The glamour of the playboy, or the fuckboy in modern slang, doesn't last forever. Hefner's reputation may have diminished over time, but he never experienced any guilt for the harm he perpetuated. Asked at the age of 83 by the New York Times if he regretted any of the dark consequences of the Playboy Revolution he set in motion, Hefner was confident in his innocence. It's a small price to pay for personal freedom. By which he meant, of course, personal freedom for men like him. Just want to make a quick aside. Men like him are rich men. This kind of behavior doesn't work out long term for guys who aren't billionaires. Yeah. After his death in 20... Oh, yeah, I thought you were going to go.
Yeah. After his death in 2017, the original Playboy was described again and again in the press as a complex figure. The Huffington Post wrote of his contradictory feminist legacy, and the BBC asked, was the Playboy Revolution good for women? One British journalist argued that Hefner had helped push feminism forward. Hefner took a particularly progressive stance to the contraceptive pill and abortion rights, which the magazine often plugged and kept readers up to date with the struggles women were facing. Leading up to the legislation of abortion in 1973, Playboy featured at least 30 different commentaries on the Roe v. Wade case and large features from doctors. None of these eulogists seem to recognize that Hefner's commitment to decoupling reproduction from sex had nothing to do with the commitment to women's well-being. Hefner never once campaigned for anything that didn't bring him direct benefit, and when fear of pregnancy was one of the last remaining reasons for women saying no, he had every reason to wish for a change that would widen the pool of women available to him. I'll read one more. Marilyn Monroe was scraped out again and again by backstreet abortionists because she died almost a decade before the pill was made available to unmarried women in all American states. Playboy magazine existed for 20 years in a country without legalized abortion. The sexual revolution began in a society fresh from the horrors of the Second World War and enjoying a new form of affluence. But its outriders initially bore a lot of illegitimate children and suffered a lot of botched abortions. The 1966 film Alfie stars a gorgeous young Michael Caine bed-hopping around London and enjoying the libertine lifestyle promised by the swinging 60s. But his actions have consequences, and in the emotional climax of the film, Alfie cries as he is confronted with the grisly product of a backstreet abortion he has produced for one of his birds.
The story of the sexual revolution isn't only a story of women freed from the burdens of chastity and motherhood, although it is that. It is also a story of the triumph of the Playboy, a figure who is too often both forgotten and forgiven, despite his central role in this still recent history. Second-wave feminists were right to argue that women needed contraception and legalized abortion in order to give them control over their reproductive lives, and the arrival of this technology was a good and needful innovation, since it has freed so many women from the body-breaking work of unwanted childbearing. But the likes of Hefner also wanted this technology and needed it if they were to achieve the goal of liberating their own libidos while pretending that they were liberating women. So it's an alliance between guys like Hefner, eugenicists, and specifically eugenicists who want to talk about overpopulation being the cause of poverty, which is ridiculous. And then women who just don't want to have unwanted children, which are that's the most understandable of those three categories.
Yeah, and like I know this comes up later in the book, so I'll talk about it briefly here. This talk of contraception and birth control, which is it's a good thing. But the point that Perry makes about it is that she kind of mentioned it there, but she goes on later in the book that like that's a really good reason for a woman to say no and be firm on her no, is if like no, because this could lead to a child and I am the one, like as the woman who would have to bear that responsibility for the most part for 9 months. And so just the like she doesn't necessarily make the point though. I think she argues get off the pill. Like whether or not birth control itself is like a good or bad thing, the consequence is that now hookup culture, it's so much easier. There's way less reasons, valid reasons from from that perspective that a woman has to say no. It's like, well, no chance or very small chance of getting pregnant because of contraception. And then going back to even what we were talking about, just the like widespread acceptance and like trust of pharmaceutical companies that we're like seeing seemingly in the last 10 years. I stopped taking the birth control pill a few years ago because I just did my own research and like thinking about it, I was like, I would love to not have like weird chemicals like affecting my natural cycle. Like my side note here is the fertility awareness method in which you keep track of your basal body temperature and your signs of fertility throughout the month has gotten so discredited by the pharmaceutical and the medical industry when it's like it's a way that there can be more mistakes if you're not keeping up with it. But if you are, it's like the birth control pill is also not 100% effective. Nothing's 100% effective. And so it's like this didn't like rejecting any sort of like personal, I don't want to say responsibility, but like knowledge of your body and your reproductive cycle and your fertility and like the kind of, I don't know, beauty that is especially like I think like a menstrual cycle and all the phases that you go through and how it changes. It's just like, oh no, put a pill on it and that'll just like kind of halt it in this weird way. And I know a lot of other women have more severe side effects both going onto it and coming off. For a lot of women it can literally affect your desire and like what type of person you want to be with. It can affect your mood, your weight. Like luckily I didn't have those same side effects coming on and coming off, but it's just like one of those things that we need to take seriously. And Perry with the contradictions and by us and Perry raising the issue and saying, well, this is a side effect that comes with it. It's like that has to be taken seriously. And so I appreciate that she brings that up. And it's one of those things that also like people on the right are talking about. And because it's coming out of their mouths, oh, they're going to take away birth control under Donald Trump. It's like, that's not going to happen. They just have concerns, as they should, as is their right.
People want all gas, no brakes, right? And tendency is for most people to have a little bit of gas and a little bit of brakes in their heart. But the true believer political people tend to be either or. And that's the part of me that always sounds like the enlightened centrist. That's the part of me, because culturally, I am an enlightened centrist. Culturally, we want to talk about material reality and the mode of production. No, I'm not an enlightened centrist. But speaking of material production, it's not something she's really going to focus on. This is a book for normies, right? And she is going to like lean in hard from time to time on this evolutionary psychology shit. And like I said, there's there's something that needs to be done between theory and evil psych, because there's something there, but it's also slippery. We could do a whole thing, or anyone could write a book. At least many of you, I think, could probably write a book about the material conditions of the society of divorce that she's talking about. This world that Hefner comes into his own in is a world in the aftermath of World War II. The society of divorce, of the separation between gas and brakes, of feminine and masculine energies, of people being able to have reasonable disagreements about how to navigate the future. Like, and I'm talking about in their interpersonal lives, politics is always fraught, but I'm talking about the interpersonal relationships. That's what I'm getting at with this society of divorce. Oh, go all in on masculinity or go all against it. It's a response to the most horrific war that humanity has ever seen. To a whole generation of men who were killed off, and women who were sent into war as well, of course, into factories. But for the most part, like, that left an I can't even use the word right now, indelible mark on us, right? Like, we're still living in the aftermath of the absolute destruction of any semblance of familial life. World wars are not something to be underestimated in this sense. I know nowadays, like, people who go fight wars, they're militia people. They're people who are trying to get out of a shitty situation, and so they're doing it for money. But I mean, that's not what we're talking about when we're talking about World War II. And so that's part of the material reality that is a precursor to all of this. And she does touch on it, but she's not talking about capital. She's never, I think, going to do it quite the way we would, but let's keep going.
Your turn or my turn?
I'll go. Sexual liberalism and its discontents. In Sophocles' Antigone, a play particularly attentive to the duty and suffering of women, the chorus sings that nothing that is vast enters into the life of mortals without a curse. The societal impact of the pill was vast, and 2 generations on, we haven't yet fully understood both its blessing and its curse. There have been plenty of periods in human history in which the norms around sex have been loosened. The late Roman Empire, Georgian Britain, and the Roaring Twenties in America are the best remembered. But these phases of licentiousness were self-limited by the lack of good contraception, and thus straight men in pursuit of extramarital sex were mostly obliged to seek out sex either with women in prostitution or with the small number of eccentric women who were willing to risk being cast out permanently from respectable society. The Bloomsbury set, for instance, who famously lived in squares and loved in triangles, had plenty of illicit sexual encounters. They also produced a lot of illegitimate children and were protected from destitution only as a result of the privileges of their class. But the sexual revolution of the 1960s stuck, and its ideology is now the ideological sea we swim in, so normalized that we can hardly see it for what it is. It was able to persist because of the arrival for the first time in the history of the world of reliable contraception, and in particular, forms of contraception that women could take charge of themselves, such as the pill, the diaphragm, and subsequent improvements on the technology such as the IUD. Thus, at the end of the 1960s, an entirely new creature arrived in the world, the apparently fertile young woman whose fertility had in fact been put on hold. She changed everything. This book is an attempt to reckon with that change, and to do so while avoiding the accounts typically offered by liberals addicted to a narrative of progress, or conservatives addicted to a narrative of decline. I don't believe that the last 60 years or so should be understood as a period of exclusive progress or exclusive decline. Because the sexual revolution has not freed all of us, but it has freed some of us, and selectively, and at a price, which is exactly what we should expect from any form of social change that is vast, as this one certainly is. And although I am writing against a conservative narrative of the post-1960s era, and in particular, those conservatives who are silly enough to think that returning to the 1950s is either possible or desirable, I am writing in a more deliberate and focused way against a liberal narrative of sexual liberation, which I think is not only wrong, but is also harmful.
My complaint is focused more against liberals than conservatives for a very personal reason. I used to believe the liberal narrative. As a younger woman, I held the same political opinions as most other millennial urban graduates in the West. In other words, I conformed to the beliefs of my class, including liberal feminist ideas about porn, BDSM, hookup culture, evolutionary psychology, and the sex trade, which will all be addressed in this book. I let go of these beliefs because of my own life experiences, including a period immediately after university spent working at a rape crisis center. If the old quip tells us that a conservative is just a liberal who has been mugged by reality, then I suppose, at least in my case, that a post-liberal feminist is just a liberal feminist who has witnessed the reality of male violence up close.
Oof.
I'm using the term liberal feminism to describe a form of feminism that is usually not described as such by its proponents, but nowadays are more likely to call themselves intersectional feminists. But I don't think that their ideology actually is intersectional, according to Kimberly Crenshaw's original meaning, and that it does not properly incorporate an analysis of other forms of social stratification, particularly economic class. The advantage of using liberal feminism instead is that it places these 21st century ideas within a longer intellectual history, making clear that this is a feminist iteration of a much grander intellectual project, liberalism. The definition of liberalism is contested. Indeed, the first line of the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy entry tells us that liberalism is more than one thing, which means that whatever definition I choose to work with, I'll leave some critics unhappy. But I'm reluctant to bore readers by offering a long-winded defense of my working definition, so I'll be brief.
I'm not using liberal as shorthand for left wing. In fact, far from it. By the way, her analysis here, even though it is for normies, is surprisingly deep, nuanced, sophisticated, and people could take note, I think. All of you who like to write theory, but have your place in like the working class and you don't want to lose touch with the people in your life who you know, which is easy when you're spending a lot of time reading Being and Time and Totality and Infinity and Jacques Lacan, right? Like it's really easy to kind of become unintelligible to people who aren't enmeshed in all of that. Well, when we're thinking about doxological artifacts, like mainstream bestseller types of books, we should never just look at ideology, implicit, explicit, obscene, underside, whatever. It doesn't matter. The other thing to always be paying attention to is how do you take an important theoretical distinction and get it through to your audience that is not already knowledgeable about that theoretical distinction. And the way she's navigating the usage of liberal and conservative here, and then turning it into the more traditional sense, and the way she's dealing with this, I think it's smart. I think it's impressive, and I like how she brings us into conversation with Patrick Deneen. But let's go. I'm not using liberal as shorthand for left wing. In fact, far from it. The American post-liberal political theorist Patrick Deneen describes economic liberalism and social liberalism as intertwined, with a liberal cultural elite and a liberal corporate elite working hand in hand. Today's corporate ideology, this is a quote, today's corporate ideology has a strong affinity with the lifestyles of those who are defined by mobility, ethical flexibility, liberalism, whether economic or social, a consumerist mentality in which choice is paramount, and a progressive outlook in such rapid change and creative destruction are the only certainties. And I just want to say, These are the things that college teaches you, right? So you've already learned to leave your hometown, in most cases. And then you're becoming ethically flexible and mobile and economic or socially liberal. And you're developing your consumer mentality, usually through, these very rarefied ways of consuming things, right? Ideologically or at Whole Foods, it doesn't matter. In which choice is seen as the most important thing, right? This progressive outlook raises choice to the highest level. And at the end of the day, it's about you as a consumer being the most exchangeable, high status kind of labor power. And being the most exchangeable is also, I think of Sahil and his interventions at Capital Mondays with me and Nance. And when we got into basically how he was talking about so much of the DEI stuff and identity politics and this focus on equality is actually trying to force people into the equal sign, which is the value form itself. People usually think of the dollar when they think of the equal sign. Or sorry, not when they think of the value form in Marx, they think of the dollar. But you could also just think of the equal sign and trying to force people into the equal sign, which is to say, celebrate difference, but only those kinds of differences that can make it so that people are more exchangeable at the global level. Not those kinds of differences that make us harder to exchange. Post-liberals such as Deneen draw attention to the costs of liberal socialism, a political project that seeks to free individuals from the
Social
external...
liberalism. Sorry.
What did I say?
Liberal socialism.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Patrick, so post-liberals such as Deneen draw attention to the costs of social liberalism, a political project that seeks to free individuals from the external constraints placed on us by location, family, religion, tradition, and even, and most relevant to feminists, the human body. In that sense, they are in agreement with many social conservatives. But post-liberals are also critical of the other side of the liberal coin, a free market ideology that seeks to free individuals from all of these constraints in order to maximize their ability to work and consume. I talked about how she doesn't talk about the mode of production enough, but it's clear that when she's talking about this, she is thinking like us in the relations of production and our relation to the mode itself. And that's beautiful. And so I want to eat my words. The atomized worker with no commitment to any place or person is the worker best able to respond quickly to the demands of the market. This ideal liberal subject can move to wherever the jobs are because she has no connection to anywhere in particular. She can do whatever labor is asked of her without any moral objection derived from faith or tradition. And without a spouse or family to attend to, she never needs to demand rest days or a flexible schedule. And then with the money earned from this rootless labor, she is able to buy consumables that will soothe any feelings of unhappiness, thus feeding the economic engine with maximum efficiency. Oh, dude, that last paragraph, I want to clip it and ship it, hang it on the wall. We cannot forget that she said that like I did earlier. No, that's beautiful.
Liberal feminism takes this market-oriented ideology and applies it to issues specific to women. For instance, when the actress and campaigner Emma Watson was criticized in 2017 for showing her breasts on the cover of Vanity Fair, she hit back with a well-worn liberal feminist phrase. Feminism is about giving women choice. It's about freedom. For liberal feminists such as Watson, that might mean the freedom to wear revealing clothes and sell lots of magazines in the process, or the freedom to sell sex or make or consume porn, or pursue whatever career you like, just like the boys. With the right tools, freedom from the constraints imposed by the female body now become increasingly possible. Don't want to have children in your 20s or 30s? Freeze your eggs. Called away on a work trip postpartum? FedEx your breast milk to your newborn. Want to continue working full-time without interruption? Employ a live-in nanny, or better yet, a surrogate who can bear the child for you. Like these types of things, Dave and I were just talking about recently, and it gets back to the idea of nurture and natality. like those are, it's very important, not just I think biologically for a baby to have like skin to skin contact and have your mother or father, but like have someone come to you when you are crying and hold you and be there for you in this time where you're like, what the heck? I was in this nice, warm, cozy womb for 9 months, and now I'm like, what the heck? It's cold and weird out here. Like, it's biologically important, but it's also like just a beautiful thing. I think the like love and the bonds that are able to come from being there, nurturing a baby and having a family, um, like it's something beautiful. It's something that humans for all of time have done and will continue to do. And so this like, oh, freeze your eggs. Oh, just ship your breast milk away because the boss man won't let you have maternity leave. It's like that's fucked up. And that's something that especially like parental leaves, and I think people, especially people who are parents, like they get that. And in the sociological research that I was doing last year at the local university, some we would ask people from left, right, mostly professional people, but conservative and liberal alike. We would ask them about their thoughts and opinions on various like social democratic or universalist platforms like some type of Medicare for all or affordable college or free college for everyone. And those things, even the conservatives are like, yeah, I don't know if Medicare for all is the right answer, but something needs to be done. So they're definitely like aware of these things. But maternity and paternity leave is one where 99% of the people we talk to, and probably most people that you'll talk to in general, will go, nope, nope, why the fuck in the United States is it so regressive? Even like conservatives don't even seem to talk about it enough. They're all, oh, family, family, but then they're also like, oh, hustle, grind, work, capitalism is the best. It's like capitalism does not give us the time and energy to like build good families so I digress, but this is an important point, and it creeps me out when I'm on a college campus and I see signs and posters all over saying, hey ladies, want some extra cash? Sell your eggs for $800. Like that's not the same process as donating sperm or donating blood. That is a very invasive, difficult process. So just things like that feel weird and icky. But anyways,
I
yeah.
The surrogacy thing, like it really is like such an upsetting topic. I get it. Like I'm not judging mothers who are exploited in this way. Like it's a job and it's a shitty job and it's a job that you might regret later. And you might regret it for the rest of your life because you'll wonder about that kid, you know, and then that kid might wonder about you. And, you know, and maybe that's all a construct, but, you know, there's also potentially something there to that. But outside of that, it's just like people are acting like babies are already coming out of test tubes and then they're using people for that. And it's just like, just if you don't want kids, don't have them. Like, but stop acting like they're pets. Like this is just like, oh, I'm going to go to Petco and get a parrot. I'll go to Petco and get a puppy. I'll go to wherever and get a baby. It's just like, dude, this is like a crazy ancient right that you're just acting like it's just peak consumerism is I guess what I'm saying. But I'm not blaming individuals. I'm just saying like she is like, there's a market logic to it. And we shouldn't sanitize it. And I like that you're bringing it back to nurture and natality, and you know these things that capital cannot withstand. It cannot take seriously. And then finally, Gramleen, before we get back to reading it, I just wanted to say my jokey U.S. chauvinism in the chat was not fully ironic. He had said, "This is such an American problem, by the way," and I said, "Oh, you mean the only kind that matter?" And yeah, it's a little bit of a joke, but also because I understand that there are much more serious problems than the ones that are, you know, first world and all of that, blah, blah, blah. But the other thing is the USA is usually 10 years ahead of everywhere else when it comes to a lot of this culture stuff. And I mean, neoliberalism is a perfect example of that. Everybody's gloating in the wings, trying to watch America fail and being like, ha ha ha, oh, your healthcare system shit. But guess what? It's been 10 years that I've been politically conscious. It's a little longer than 10 years that I've been paying attention to things. And now, guess what? Few of those people are gloating anymore. Neoliberalism has officially wrecked their healthcare systems as well. And it's like, yeah, that's because the US does it here first and then we export it. We've got boots in 150 countries and we export these kinds of political, economic, and cultural changes. And often we've forced that down the throats of other societies. And for, but the point is like, if Americans are on stream talking about something and it's serious and it's such a American problem, it's like, cool, you might catch it. You might catch a bad case of this American problem soon. If you haven't experienced it yet, it's coming.
Also, the people in America matter. Like, this is a serious thing where people's lives are being ruined and they're being violated, or they're giving up something that they didn't know they want. Yeah, it's always a little American first world problem, but also there's real people involved in any of these problems. And yeah, is it as bad as what's going on in other parts of the world? No, but America's its own kind of fucked up situation that I think as people living here, we need to carry with it seriously. But anyways,
yeah,
says
yeah,
all that stuff
100%.
About
I'm going to refill my water while you keep reading. Are you at the
okay.
next paragraph that I don't reject?
I'm still in the middle of the paragraph that was on the top. Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Okay. And now with the availability of sex reassignment medical technologies, even stepping out of your female body altogether has become an option. Liberal feminism promises women freedom, and when the promise comes up against the hard limits imposed by biology, then the ideology directs women to chip away at those limits through the use of money, technology, and the bodies of poorer people. I don't reject the desire for freedom. I'm not an anti-liberal, and goodness knows that many women have every reason to chafe against the constraints imposed on us by our societies and our bodies, both in the past and in the modern world. But I am critical of any ideology that fails to balance freedom against other values. And I'm also critical of the failure of liberal feminism to interrogate where our desire for a certain type of freedom comes from, too often referring back to a circular logic by which a woman's choices are good because she chooses them. Just like Sex and the City's Charlotte York yelping, "I choose my choice, I choose my choice." In this book, I'm going to ask and seek to answer some questions about freedom that liberal feminism can't or won't answer. Why do so many women desire a kind of sexual freedom that so obviously serves male interests? Watch this, everyone. I fricked it up. I fucked it up. I need you. Oh, God. Because your scrolling stuff is baloney. It's baloney.
I got it.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
I got it.
Thank you. You took too long. Sorry.
Okay.
I thought it was going to be cool, and then I ruined everything. It's on the bright page. I just need you to scroll down.
It is actually wonky. It is wonky. What's the word we're at? I could control F.
Right here is good. No, right here. This is it.
Oh, okay.
What if our bodies and minds aren't as malleable as we might like to think? What do we lose when we prioritize freedom above all else? And above all, how should we act given all this? I feel like that one, what if our bodies and minds aren't as malleable as we might like to think? Like, for me, that is the biggest issue. One of the biggest issues that I see is just this rejection of biology, but especially the female body, and it just put a pill on it, pop this drug, cut this off, do this, do that. This rejection of femininity, but not just femininity, just the repulsion of the female body. And the realities of it by females. Like, as again, I'm going to be like, as a woman, I'm like offended by that, because I'm like the things that a female body can do, is capable of doing, is like amazing and incredible. Like, bodies are amazing and incredible. And I think we need to take them seriously, and the issues that come with that. And like, especially I think being a woman, it comes with being so much more aware of your body because of like the menstrual cycle, or because of like, here I was the other day at a coffee shop in my zone. I was grading, I was so focused, but I was having like these horrible cramps where I couldn't sit upright, and it like, I had to go home. My brain was fully focused, but my body was like, no, you can't focus because I'm stabbing you in the stomach. And so it's like, these are, I just think, things that we need to take seriously, and this no hesitation, put a pill, cut, like, just nope, get rid of it, is something deeper. And I think it's something that, like, because we don't have time energy, like, well, I don't have time energy to deal with the pain, and I've got to grade these papers. Pop a Tylenol, take the birth control pill to mitigate the effects of a painful period. It's just like, it's a serious thing. Bodies are real. They're cool. They're gross. They suck. But like, it's what we've got. It's like our mothers and our fathers like created this thing for us. We were put, like, I'm sounding all woo woo right now. I'm sorry, but like, it's something we have to deal with. And I think I've just been taking it very seriously lately, as I think about like wanting to have children in a few years, and I'm taking that responsibility and that gift like very, very seriously. So it's just something that's on my mind. But anyways, some of my conclusions might not be welcome, since they draw attention to the hard limits on our freedom that can't be surmounted, however much we try. And I start from a position that historically has often been a source of discomfort for feminists of all ideological persuasions. I accept the fact that men and women are different, and that those differences aren't going away. When we recognize these limits and these differences, then sexual politics takes on a different character. Instead of asking, how can we all be free, we must ask instead, how can we best promote the well-being of both men and women, given that these two groups have different sets of interests, which are sometimes in tension.
I just wanted to add something about embodiment and say, there's this side of the anti-intellectual theory world that's very new agey and pro-embodiment, and the power of now, and be in your breath and be in your feels and stop thinking about the future and get outside of heady concepts. And of course, it's always like a completely declassed sort of, universal subject. And it's very basic. And it's like, there's always something there, but also it can be very frustrating to run into people who are on the kick. But one of those kernels of truth that they'll say is that we don't focus on the body enough, right? Like, and on tour, somebody was saying that. And the irony is that this person was saying Heidegger doesn't focus on the body enough. But of course, this person likes Hegel. And it's like, yeah, well, you're not going to get much serious thought about the body from either one of them. Of course, some of the best meditations on the body come from people who are working in the aftermath of Heidegger, like Luce Irigaray, like Emmanuel Levinas, and like Merleau-Ponty. So, putting that out there, but bringing it back to embodiment. Look, when these guys get into the, and guys including Irigaray, the royal guys, whenever we bring the body into theory, it's always like this super intellectualized thing. And the issue with the body is that it's just a bunch of brute facts. It's a bunch of brute facts that we just have to deal with. And what you're talking about is a brute fact that most females have to deal with. And some find it absolutely like it completely throws them off for the work week. Others, it's manageable. And I'd say most of the people I know who are females have downplayed it. And they might downplay it because genuinely for them, it's not that big of a deal. In other cases, it's because they're trying to compete in the workforce. They're trying to see themselves on a horizon of possibilities where they have to fit into that equal sign, right? But I just wanted to say, fucking guys and their drive and their erections, their unwelcomed erections in the workplace are an obvious problem. It's an obvious problem every time you think of a boss who puts the moves on his secretary, right? But it's also a problem if you're trying to do intellectual work and then the body asserts itself and it's a brute fact that makes it so, no, you're not going to be able to focus on these higher things. So, and of course, somebody who's just, oh, I'll just use porn. They get into a loop, this hedonic treadmill. And a lot of times they're not able to get off of it and get back into that sort of like clear-headed post-nut sort of clarity that maybe they're chasing that would make it so they would be able to do philosophy, right? So there's a weird problem of embodiment. It is under-theorized by male philosophers. And female philosophers are good at thinking about issues that are especially underlooked by men. But one of the things that they've not really been able to theorize is male drive itself. There's something interesting there and a real struggle that comes with it. And I say all of this in part just to be like, I'm not so sure that males are cut out for most kinds of work. So it's just, I just want to, but guys can flip a switch and obsess and focus and bracket to a certain, it become little soldiers. And that's like, so in construction work, for instance, it's like they can kind of do this thing where they just become like the soldier-minded, instrumentalized thing. And so, but what we're talking about is office space work, mostly, I think. And so I think at the end of the day, males and females alike, under pressure, really having to struggle and work together, whether in war or just economic precarity, do, for the most part, bracket out their bodies and just sacrifice themselves on the gears of production. End of story, right? But then guys are really good at ignoring such things, or at least not talking about it. In fact, guys tend to never talk about such things. And then women are supposed to fit into this male-shaped box in the workplace, And of course, it's not a genuinely male-shaped box because actually, those guys are just not talking about something that's a serious problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we gonna
Chat's
keep
going crazy. I can't keep
time?
up with it though. Gramleen said, "Are you grappling with the male struggle?" All my life, Graham. All my fucking life. You better bet. Sexual disenchantment. This is still chapter 1, right? This is just sections of
guess
chapter
so,
1.
yeah.
Yeah. I think yeah, we get to keep going.
Okay.
Sexual disenchantment. I'm going to argue in this book that Western sexual culture in the 21st century doesn't properly balance these interests. Instead, it promotes the interests of the Hugh Hefners of the world at the expense of the Marilyn Monroes. How about of the millions of girls and women who will never get to become rich or famous like Marilyn Monroe? But yes, 100%. And the influence of liberal feminism means that too many women don't recognize this truth, blindly accepting Hefner's claim that all the downsides of the new sexual culture are just a small price to pay for personal freedom, which suits the likes of Hefner very nicely, since playboys like him have a lot to gain from the new sexual culture. It is in their interests to push a particularly radical idea about sex that has come out of the sexual revolution and has proved remarkably influential despite its harms. This is the idea that sex is nothing more than a leisure activity, invested with meaning only if the participants choose to give it a meaning. Proponents of this idea argue that sex has no intrinsic specialness, that it is not innately different from any other kind of social interaction, and that it can therefore be commodified without any trouble. The sociologist Max Weber described the disenchantment of the natural world that resulted from the Enlightenment as the ascendance of rationality stripped away. As the ascendance of rationality stripped away the sense of magic that this enchanted garden had once held for pre-modern people. In much the same way, sex has been disenchanted in the post-1960s West, leaving us with a society that ostensibly believes that sex means nothing. Sexual disenchantment is a natural consequence of the liberal privileging of freedom over all other values, because if you want to be truly free, you have to take aim at any kind of social restrictions that limit you, particularly the belief that sex has some unique intangible value, some specialness that is difficult to rationalize. Quick side note, this fact that she sees that there is this privileging of a certain kind of freedom over all other values is a super important thread. I'm glad that she picks up on it. It's something that I think about every day and have for at least the last 5 years. And yeah, it's like different people have different kinds of value prioritization. Gefindlichkeit gerrymandering, which we'll get into later on stream, is part of how we all prioritize at our most fundamental level different kinds of values over others, right? And so if you're interested in critiques of freedom, the sort of liberal definition of freedom, then look no further than Underground Theory, this book right here, edited by Anne Snellgrove McCarricker, right here with us, folks. Todd McGowan's piece in here is about that, thinking about limitation as freedom and how Fichte and the German idealists, this was a big breakthrough for them. All right. From this belief in the specialness of sex comes a host of potentially unwelcome phenomena, including patriarchal religious systems. But when we attempt to disenchant sex and so pretend that this particular act is neither uniquely wonderful nor uniquely violating, then there is another kind of cost. So she's saying just because this opens the door for right-wingers to come in and say, I told you so, therefore we all have to become Eastern Orthodox incels. She's like, yeah, well, just because it opens that door doesn't mean we have to cower in silence in a corner and act like everything's okay. The cost falls disproportionately on women. Actually, I've read enough. I think it's your turn.
Yeah.
The
cost falls disproportionately on women for biological reasons that I'll come back to in the next chapter. And liberal feminists do seem to recognize this disproportionate impact, as demonstrated by the popularity of the Me Too movement, which began in earnest in 2017. This outpouring of rage and sorrow was evidence of a sexual culture that wasn't working for women. The stories that came out of Me Too included plenty of unambiguously criminal behavior, but there were a lot of women who described sexual encounters that were technically consensual, but nevertheless left them feeling terrible because they were being asked to treat as meaningless something that they felt to be meaningful. The boss who expects sexual favors as a condition of promotion, or the date who expects a woman to put out when he pays for dinner, are both more than willing to accept the principle of sexual disenchantment and thus view sex as a meaningless product to be exchanged on a free market. You suck me off, I give you some good of equivalent value. One student wrote, for instance, of hooking up with one of her peers. He slid inside me and I didn't say a word. At the time, I didn't know why. Maybe I didn't want to feel like I'd led him on. Maybe I didn't want to disappoint him. Maybe I just didn't want to deal with the let's do it, but no, we shouldn't verbal tug of war that so often happens before sleeping with someone. It was easier to just do it because we were already in bed, and this is what people in bed do. I felt an obligation, a duty to go through with it. I felt guilty for not wanting to. I wasn't a virgin. I'd done this before. It shouldn't have been a big deal. It's just sex, so I didn't want to make it one. It's just sex summarizes the sexual disenchantment idea perfectly. This young woman wasn't beaten, she didn't get pregnant, and she actually quite liked the young man she had sex with, at least at first. So why did she experience this sexual encounter as such a big deal? Because sexual disenchantment isn't actually true, and we all know it, including the liberal feminists who expend so much energy on arguing, for instance, that sex work is work. You can tell because when it became clear that Harvey Weinstein had been offering women career opportunities in exchange for sexual favors, these same liberal feminists immediately condemned him, not only for the violence and threats he had used in the course of committing his crimes, but also for requesting sexual favors from his subordinates in the first place. I remember when we were reading this, when I was reading this or listening to it for the first time, and then when we were reading it together, that this point in particular was like, so powerful. And it really shows this contradiction between sex work is work, doesn't matter. I sell my body on OnlyFans, you sell your body to Jeff Bezos. What's the difference? Okay, if that's true, then a boss asking for sexual favors is the same as a boss asking you to go buy coffee. Oh, it's not the same. It's not the same. Like, I don't need to say more about, like, it's not the same. And so I think this is like just a way to think about it. It's like, oh yeah, because we have these different reactions. If it was just, no big deal, then yeah, a boss saying, oh, hey, can you suck my dick and I'll give you a promotion, versus, hey, if you plan the Christmas party, I'll give you a bonus this year. It's like, those are not the same requests. And so saying, oh, sex is just sex, it's just bodies, like that's not the same request.
It's definitely not the same request. I just want to say what I know they would say back to see what you'll say.
Go for it.
They would say, that wasn't in the job description.
And that's what you said when we were first talking about this. But women planning the Christmas parties isn't always in the job description, and yet they do it. Like, I don't know. Yeah, it's not in the job description. And yeah, a woman who like is like, oh, sex work is work. Like, she's actively choosing that. But I think it's just, the point she's making here is that it's just sex. We all know that it's not just sex. And yeah, my example is not realistic, or this example is not realistic. And like the Harvey Weinstein, comparing that to like sex work is work. Yeah, it's not realistic, but it's to make you think that, why do I take these two examples, these situations, to be so different? Because it's not just sex. Just. I don't know. That's my response. Probably a bad argument, but
no,
something to think about.
No, and it also, the whole contractualist consent is a contract sort of way of thinking is itself the perfect example of this kind of liberalism that she's talking about anyway. Rudy, I don't know about that one, man. So Rudy's saying, I'd like to add that the category of biology can already be understood as the process of mediation of nature in society, which also means disenchantment via enlightenment. And I think there was a reason for the necessity of this disenchantment. I worded that weird. There was a necessity for the disenchantment. Yeah, here's the thing. I like thinking about the body as a mediation of nature and society. Absolutely. I think that's great. But also, I don't like the leftist sort of structuralist way of downplaying, dismissing, and essentially washing the hands of something that is cultural and that people do have agency over, in, and about, right? It's like leftists are the shock troops of capital for liberalism. And this is a perfect example of it. Yeah. Leftists are the shock troops of capital for liberalism. And this is a perfect example of it. This sort of structuralist, deterministic, oh, well, see, it just had to be. not only is it shock troops for liberalism, it's also, I would say, probably one of the prime movers of creating reaction. When you just take something that's like a real concern and then you go, oh, well, it's necessary. Cool. He says, I know we are in tension about this, Dave. Yeah, I know. But I just had to say it. You had to say it. I had to say it. Let's keep going.
Yeah, I'll read the next paragraph, then I'm going to go refill my water. But it's fun. The next paragraph is like basically what we were just talking about.
Sweet.
There was an intuitive recognition that asking for sex from an employee is not at all the same as asking them to do overtime or make coffee. I've made plenty of coffees for various employers in the past, despite the fact that coffee making wasn't included in my job description, and I'm sure most readers will have done the same. But while it might sometimes be annoying to receive this request, no worker who makes coffee for their boss will expect to end up dependent on drugs or alcohol as a consequence. No one will expect to become pregnant or acquire a disease that causes infertility. No one will expect to suffer from PTSD or other mental illness. No one will expect to become incapable of having healthy, intimate relationships for the rest of her life. Everyone knows that having sex is not the same as making coffee, and when an ideology of sexual disenchantment demands that we pretend otherwise, the results can be distressing can be a distressing form of cognitive dissonance.
And liberal feminists don't have the conceptual framework necessary to resolve this distress. The Guardian's Jessica Valente, for instance, described the phenomenon of violating sex that doesn't actually meet the legal threshold for rape in a column written at the height of Me Too. It's true that women are fed up with sexual violence and harassment, but it's also true that what this culture considers normal sexual behavior is often harmful to women, and that we want that to stop too. By the way, I just want to point out that Louise Perry brings a whole kind of different sort of inversion to the discussion of Me Too, and it's really interesting. But an anthology of essays on the subject of Me Too, edited by Valente and published in 2020, demonstrates the inability of her brand of liberal feminism to respond properly to the problems she identifies. The contributors to the anthology all want sexual violence to end, and rightly so. And they're queasy about using the power of the state to arrest and imprison rapists, and they don't want women to have to change their behavior in order to avoid exposure to dangerous men, since even raising this possibility is regarded as victim blaming. Yeah, and the insane asylum end of the spectrum was just like believe all women, blah, blah, blah. And I used to be the try guy who would be like, oh yeah, well, if some innocent people get locked up, all for progress, you got to break some eggs to make an omelet, but you can only see so many people mishandle that cultural climate or use it to their advantage before you go, oh, okay, I'm an idiot. Yo, Kier, welcome to the chat. Great to have you here. I'm reading, Anna's just running downstairs. We've been reading chapter 1 of The Case Against the Sexual Revolution by Louise Perry. And it's been a great time. After this is over, I'm going to be doing something really special with Nance that I've been wanting to do for the last 2 years. And then after that, we'll have Hawes on to talk about Heidegger and why he matters for Marxism or Marxists or post-Marxists or post-leftists. And then, and I would also add Western Marxists or Eastern Marxists, since we kind of are very different when it comes to that kind of stuff. And then after that, we'll see if we can get drunk Mikey back on stream. We'll see if we can't summon him. If we can't, he'll drop in sober to say, happy birthday. Rather than propose alternatives, vigilante justice, anyone? The writers avoid contending with difficult questions at all. They limit themselves to milquetoast ideas such as helping men to overcome their masculine insecurities, Tara Duckett, or creating community spaces in which perpetrators can seek healing and justice, Sarah Deer and Bonnie Claremont. Contributors such as the campaigner Andrea I. Pino Silva write of the need to talk seriously about ending sexual violence, but propose nothing more concrete than workshops on university campuses that, among much else, celebrate and empower queerness. Pino Silva believes that such workshops won't work unless they also tackle every form of oppression under the sun, from colonialism to biphobia. That's right, everybody. We better give the land back before we can talk about this. I don't believe these workshops will work at all, so I suppose that's one point we can agree on. Some contributors not only reject ideas that might go some way towards alleviating the problem of sexual violence, they actually propose ideas that will make the problem worse. Sassafras Lowry encourages rape survivors to seek out sexual partners with a taste for violence, otherwise known as joining the BDSM community. And Tina Horn presents, yeah, there you go. She's like, it worked for me, it'll probably work for you. And Tina Horn presents prostitution as a benign career route for young women. This is a benign career route. It's a downplaying and dismissing. It's like, okay. This is the central principle of liberal feminism taken to its logical conclusion. A woman should be able to do anything she likes, whether that be selling sex or inviting consensual sexual violence, since all of her desires and choices must be necessarily good, no matter where they come from or where they lead. And if anything bad comes from following this principle, then we return to the only solution that liberal feminism has to offer. Teach men not to rape. Which, by the way, I just want to say, men do not rape. Man, children, and devils are the spectrum of people who rape. Men do not rape. There's just not a lot of men in this world. And that's right, that's a normative gendered statement, which I believe that's all that gender actually is, guys. Anyway, yeah, teach men not to rape. Ooh, yeah. How about you teach how about you teach people that men are not the same thing as rapists? Boom.
Boom. But then what else can liberal feminists advise? They have made the error of buying into an ideology that has always best served the likes of Hugh Hefner and Harvey Weinstein, his true heir. And from this they derive the false belief that women are still suffering only because the sexual liberation project of the 1960s is unfinished, rather than because it was always inherently flawed. Thus they prescribe more and more freedom and are continually surprised when their prescription doesn't cure the disease. This fact becomes clear when we look at the 21st century university campus, where the gospel of sexual liberation is preached loudest, and where BDSM societies and sex weeks are the new normal. At the beginning of term, freshers are given a lecture on the importance of consent and sent on their way with I Heart Consent badges and tote bags. The rule they're taught is simple enough. With consent, anything goes. And yet this simple rule is broken again and again, both through rape and through the more subtle forms of coercion that so many women recounted during Me Too. Right? Like just at our own university, every student has to take 2 little online workshops their freshman year. One is alcohol awareness and like alcohol poisoning awareness, which I'm glad I knew the signs of for one individual in particular. But
not me.
A roommate. And the second one is like a sexual assault awareness and consent and all that stuff. And it just ends in like girls walking groups and guys don't do it. But then time and time again throughout the semester, they send out, I don't know if this happens at every university, but they send out like a timely warning, and they report, or when someone reports an incident on campus, they send an email basically saying what happened and where it happened, and if you have information to come forward. And then it says, reminder, the only person responsible for this is the rapist. And then it's like, yeah. And then it happens again. And it, for years, I can probably go through my email and look at how many of those emails I've gotten over the course of my association with this university. And that's just the ones that are reported. And they're just like, no, we did our due diligence. We told them, don't do it. Anyways, I digress.
I wanted
like,
to
this is
I
what
wanted
college
to ask
campuses are
you,
doing. Yeah.
did you see Matt Walsh did a thing on I think it might have been Call Her Daddy podcast, but it was some like for the most part women's podcast.
I
Where
think
the
I did see the clip you're referring to. We don't watch Matt Walsh often, but I think
No,
this was one that we
yeah.
both
The
saw
algorithm found
together. Yeah.
the algorithm can find us sometimes.
Yeah.
with
What do
this
you
stuff.
remember about it?
Basically, she went to Paris and then ends up hooking up with this guy. But even before it started, she was thinking she didn't want to do it, but she went along with it because she kind of was like, oh, I should. And so she had all these mixed feelings about it. And of course, Matt Welsh is like, see, this is what happens when people lose their conservative Christian values. And so, I mean, it's like he's dumb. But what he's pointing out is like, this is a normal kind of conversation to overhear at the coffee shop. And I would say, like,
Oh my god!
for the last 10 years, that's the case. Like in a blue city.
Every
Like,
time, like, okay, 8 out of 10 times we go to the coffee shop and we overhear some conversation about consent and boundaries and being poly and like without fail, folks. Go to your local coffee shop, go to your local liberal coffee shop with the pride flag up, and you will hear this conversation. I could pump out this conversation and use all the words like AI could. How many times we've heard this conversation?
I'm at this point now where if I was like trying to figure out what to do for a research project for like a master's or a doctorate, and I had like the institutional support and whatnot, I would want to just like study the discourses you hear in certain spaces. And just like coffee shops would be one of them. It doesn't have to have the rainbow flag. Like Push and Pour isn't like that. Goldie's isn't like that. Of course, the Flying M is like that. The District is not like that. But what's the same is that in all cases, there's like 3 kinds of people. There's the Bible study groups, either all male or all female, or sometimes mixed. Those are the progressive ones. There's the Bible study groups on the one side. And then there's we're talking about boundaries and poly and trauma and exes and date regrets and just, it's like these are the 2 cultures. But then there's always like the third kind of person, a much better kind of person, a kind of person who watches Theory Underground streams and thinks deeply about these kinds of things. It doesn't fit into those 2 boxes, of course. Yeah.
Anyways.
No, they're
These
usually
are the
old men,
conversations
like
that
based
happen.
old men, like so that's the 3rd kind.
The rule they're taught is simple enough. With consent, anything goes. And yet this simple rule is broken again and again, both through rape and through the more subtle forms of coercion that so many women recounted during Me Too. Few liberal feminists are willing to draw the link between the culture of sexual hedonism they promote and the anxieties over campus rape that have emerged at exactly the same time. If they did, they might be forced to recognize that they have done a terrible job in advising inexperienced young women to seek out situations in which they are alone and drunk with horny men who are not only bigger and stronger than they are, but are also likely to have been raised on the kind of porn that normalizes. Where'd it go? Oh, porn that normalizes aggression, coercion, and pain. But in liberal feminist circles, you're not supposed to talk about the influence of online porn or BDSM or hookup culture or any of the other malign effects of our new sexual culture, because to do so would be to question the doctrine of sexual freedom. So young women are forced to learn for themselves that freedom has costs, and they are forced to learn the hard way every time. And that's true. That's true. Even if not every woman has been like textbook sexually assaulted or raped. Like on the one hand, most women have been, weird stuff happens in public, but like I think the just regret or feeling of like coercion, like most women experience that.
This is where I want to bring back in the socioanalytic point that I've been expounding on in my lectures over the last couple of months for critical social theory. When Bourdieu talks about how changing a group's self-image can cause changes in the physiological organisms of the individuals belonging to that group. And of course, I don't know what research he's thinking of, and I've not been able to find it yet. He makes that comment, and I'm like, that's deep and fascinating, and I want to know more because, of course, when we want to think about Adam Curtis and Edward Bernays to Joseph Gödel's and the propaganda model, Chomsky, Haidt Inc., Taibbi, when we want to think about this stuff and the post-class fractured mass, medium is the message, all of this, there is a war over group self-image, getting people to see their group and its self-image differently. Oh, you should be ashamed of yourself or you should be proud of yourself. And don't forget, you, properly speaking, belong in this group. And this is your true identity. You are white. You should feel proud or you should feel ashamed. Like this kind of, there is this propaganda war over a group self-image and trying to get individuals to see themselves as belonging to that group. And then there's going to be, of course, like different arguments about the narratives on both sides in that simplistic example about how that can be managed. What I'm trying to get at, though, I want to bring it back to men don't rape. Not teach men not to rape. No, men don't rape. I'm saying this as an analytic truth, an analytic a priori truth. I'm just defining things that way. I get it. It's a normative value judgment. I get it. I'm doing not descriptive hardcore theory here. I'm just doing what people do with gender, which is generalize about sex in a prescriptive way. Okay. And in doing so, I am saying, yeah, men just don't do that. And so insofar as you may have done that or thought yourself capable of doing that, that's that part of you that's immature. That's the part of you that is a product of arrested development and corruption, right? Failure to rise above your status of worm to reptile, right? That's what we're talking about. And of course, I'm not saying like there's a strict like, oh, well, there's no route forward for that person to become mature. No, I'm not saying anything like that at all. But I want to bring it back to the group's self-image. Sociology's played this role in making it like, oh, men are like this. Most men think this way. And in a sociology class, I was told that most men, if given the chance, will rape. And then they use the statistics gathered from a couple of college campuses. First of all, I didn't get to see the research instrument they used. I don't know how rigorous it was. I don't know what kinds of questions they led with. I don't really know any of that stuff. Most of these sociological studies that make headlines and big time waves like Stanley or is it the Stanley Milgram? Yeah, these fall apart. They fall apart over time. You find out there was a bunch of other stuff going on. The Stanford prison experiment's a great example of it. People tried to act like it taught us something deep about human nature. It doesn't teach us anything about human nature. It teaches us about what happens when you give a bunch of graduate students instructions to act like bullies, and then you go around and you tell the general public that you didn't do that because you actually didn't give them any instructions when you did. Okay, cool, great. We'll run with that. That doesn't help us. What I'm bringing this back to, though, is just like this idea, you tell a person they belong to a group, and then you tell them, hey, it's just facts about your group. The overwhelming majority of you in this group that you naturally belong to will rape if given the opportunity and could get away with it. Wow, profound. Considering the fact that the greatest sociologist of the latter half of the 20th century said that changing a group's self-image can cause changes at the level of the physiological organism, I think that there might be something a little perverse about telling college student boys especially that, oh, this is just something about you as a male. And then, of course, expanding that to like, oh, this is something about men, right? This is really, really bad gender ideology.
Yeah,
so.
it's the same thing as, oh, you're a white person, you're born benefiting from the systems of white supremacy and have racism to your bones, is like what some of the extreme versions of that say. And it's just like, if we said the equivalent about any other group that wasn't white people or men or cisgender people, people who have historically been privileged and not been oppressed and benefit, blah, blah, blah. If you said that about any other group just based on an arbitrary or biological characteristic, racist, sexist, bigotry, like we would condone it. But all of a sudden, you can just say, oh, yeah, men are bad. White people are bad. And it's just like, not only is it wrong to say that, to essentialize people in that way, but it's so devoid. I think it's so, like, what reality? Are we living in different realities? It just shows like how much of an echo chamber that people are living in. I think the election reactions especially just went to exemplify like the echo chambers that people on both sides are finding themselves in. And it's like, have you ever talked to someone who's not on your side? Have you ever like this widespread white supremacy, and maybe I'm just so privileged that I don't have to see it or experience it. But it's like, I'm looking. I've worked at so many different places just in the last 6 years, in liberal like theater spaces, in Amazon warehouse, in that's like sales. Like you and I have made the rounds. I'm not seeing this widespread, horrible male dominant patriarchy and this horrible white supremacy. And we're in Idaho. This is supposedly the bad state. We go to North Idaho, which is supposedly where it's really bad. I don't see it. Oh, but then when you call Trump flags and the Blue Lives Matter flags and Confederate flags and the Punisher symbol white supremacy, then yes, you're going to see it. But if you use real definitions and pull your head out of your ass, now I'm going on a rant, you pull your fucking head out of your ass and like see people for who they are and give them the benefit of the doubt and give them some grace, it's not this all pervasive thing. And so that trend where it was like women were being asked, if you were alone in the woods, would you rather encounter a bear or a man? And they're all saying bear. I mean, what the fuck? What the fuck?
It's virtue signaling. It's
yeah,
virtue signaling.
like you've never met a good man in your life. Maybe you should do something about that. If that's not your experience, oh yeah, then you're just saying the thing. Anyways, that was my little impassioned rant.
Well, and it's easy not to meet real men. It's easy not to meet real men in your life because everyone's been age segregated into little peer groups, and so like women are surrounded by man children, or like these little man boys.
Yeah, and I think like ultimately it just comes down to like assuming the worst intentions in an individual, assuming that people are bad by nature, I think is so wrong and twisted, not just like from this realistic impassioned version, but I think like morally and ethically speaking, that's not how we should be approaching fellow people. We obviously have to use caution and judgment, and I just have to be aware of my surroundings more as a woman. Like that's my reality, but I don't get like in the same way that I think some people are. And I'm just like, what are you experiencing or seeing? Like, I genuinely want to know what I am missing, or if people are just reading into things. Anyways, thank you.
And
thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
And everybody's talking about how shitty your microphone is. And
no,
don't worry, it doesn't ruin your the semantic content of your statements has gotten through just fine. But Kira brought it up. She said, it sounds like you're inside of a tin can. And Graham Lean said, palming off Anne with the shitty mic is patriarchal behavior, Dave. And
it's Guys, it's my Apple AirPods that are supposed to have good microphones. Hold on.
The real patriarchal. No, we can't hear you now. You'd have to change the setting in the mic on Zoom there. If you click the little caret on the microphone button.
Is that better? Just my little shitty Windows laptop. Like, I got these AirPods in my little Captain America. I got the AirPods because they're supposed to have high quality microphone.
Yep.
Also, my AirPods just have a hard time connecting to this laptop. That's so funny.
Yeah. It's really too bad. I just wanted to say, though, Kier said that we should get you a microphone.
I know.
And let me read the question. It said, we should get Anne a new microphone for Christmas. And guess what I said, everybody? I said, I just added a mic to our wish list. And then I shared the link to the wish list. The wish list is both my birthday list. It's also the Theory Underground anniversary list. And now that the microphone is on there, it's also for Anne. And so, and Daniel Garner got me a gift card to Steakhouse. Yeah. So thank you, Daniel Garner. That's amazing. Thank you. That's awesome. And I only know that because he told me. If you purchase it off the list, I don't get a notification. So please let me know if you want me to know. Anyway, we all know that Anne is pretty, but you're not supposed to say that because that's a little weird and kind of blows up the spot. So I'm going to go ahead and put you in timeout, mister. Let's get back to it.
Okay. This book gets me fired up. This conversation gets me fired up. I don't think I've ever been so like publicly fired up. And partly I'm just like coming out of the other end of a semester with whatever and being in the sociology department again. I have thoughts, I have feelings, and I need to talk about them. But yeah, like
I knew.
I'm coming mask off in a sense. I think for the last year I've been like hesitant to come on a stream and be very public about these positions. And I could just be a today thing also. Like I'm feeling riled up. I'm feeling like passionate and angry about this stuff. I'm not seriously angry, but especially in the wake of the election results, I'm like, and the feminist reactions that are coming from that, I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. I can't be around people who live in la la land and who think that Donald Trump as the president again is literally the worst thing ever and is literally Hitler and we're literally gonna have all of our rights taken away as women. And I just can't do it. I'd like to speak to adults who are in reality and who aren't little snowflake babies. And so that's me being spicy today because I'm over it. So welcome to Theory Underground. We usually don't get this political. I usually don't get this fiery, but this shit, it matters. It matters. Shall we keep reading?
I'll just say that, yeah, being out of the social department officially must make that a little easier. We do love them, but also, it's a power imbalance kind of thing. And so it's like, we can't just love them and disagree with them because, they
could take away our income source tomorrow.
Right.
And that sucks. And that's been also a point of like contentious thing that I've had to deal with the last year. And like, I want to be intellectually honest. I want to be authentic in the space. I want to do the research and contribute my perspective and like point out what I've been reading. But with how extreme some of their talking points are, it's just like, I don't know what's gonna happen if I say this or disagree. And the fact that that is a concern at all is a problem. Because again, giving them the benefit of the doubt, if they could just be like, thank you, Anne, for saying that. Agree to disagree, or I appreciate, like, let's talk about this. But the fact that there's even a doubt in my mind that, but what if I just get called bad now? Like, The fact that that's there. I mean, last
Okay.
semester, I one day just like broke down in tears because of that. Like I was walking to class. I was just like, I can't handle this anymore. Um, yeah.
Well, I just want to say, like, it's like, I think there's a simplistic way of responding to this. And we got it from, I think Christine Louis de Solé was kind of like being a little like opposite day from Nina Power when you were asking them both that question about how to like navigate this situation, right? That was last year during the anniversary stream, I think. And so it's a year ago from this day. And she's basically like, people disagree all the time. You just have to get over it. People have opinions. People will just disagree with you. This is just the way it is. Grow up was basically the attitude. She was a little bit more, well, she wouldn't say grow up, for instance, but that was kind of the message. And it's like, yeah, you're an independent scholar. Anne is at the beginning of whatever career she's going to really make for herself. And the letter of recommendation from the place where she's teaching has huge consequences. Me, I built Theory Underground, so I don't have to care, but I still care. Like at the pizza party for the sociology department, it's like, no, I want to be a person and hang out. I'm not trying to have like some disagreement where I'm the only person in the room who has some, what I think aren't even edgy. Just like, this is like, I'm pretty sure that the overwhelming majority of Americans would like be more sympathetic to my position here and that I can articulate it in a philosophically and scientifically rigorous way. But it's like, that's not the kind of disagreements you find yourself in when these kinds of topics come up. They're very heated. It's not something where if you have this position, like this sort of Louis Perry kind of position, like it's going to be able to fly. It's not a conversation to be had. It's oh, we're going to shadow ban you out of things, right? And it's not just we, it's not just like a group in a department. It's also like, as we discovered with my own career before it even got started, people doing letter writing campaigns to all the professionals in your life and talking about how bad you are because they disagree with you on something. It's like, and it's something personal, I would add. So it's like that kind of thing, like discovering that that is real, and that is a way of doing activism today. It's just to do libel, and there's nothing you can do about it. You could try to sue a person, but you can never win a libel case. That's not possible. Especially not if you're not a billionaire. Point being, it's not just not being able to say these things because someone might call you a name, but that's a way of speaking where it's metonymy. It's a metonymic stand-in for all of the other crap that I just brought into this. But people are so quick to just like, they're going to pedantically, oh, you could say whatever you want. You're just afraid. You're just afraid of people calling you a name you don't like. And it's just like, yeah, it was a year ago to this day that was like, oh, well, you just got to get over it. It's just like, man, that is like missing the whole thing about the relations of production. And even if Anne was in a position where she was above all that bullshit in the relations of production, her being afraid of it says something about everybody else in the relations of production. There's a ripple effect, and it's not just affecting people in the departments of, in academic departments. Let's keep going.
Cool. I'll continue. Hopefully my microphone is better just coming from my laptop. I can't find my cord headphones.
I'll turn you up a little bit here from my side.
Turn it up. Chronological snobbery. This book began as a standard piece of cultural analysis, but I realized when I began writing that it needed to go further. It wasn't enough to just point out the problems with our new sexual culture and leave it at that. I needed to offer readers some real guidance on how to live. Advice on sex is too often trivialized and shoved to the back of the magazine, with feminist arguments over sexual culture dismissed as so much girly bickering. But what we've connected with here is not only the most important relationships in most people's lives, but also the continuation of our species. So when I chose the title of this chapter, I was thinking not only of the problem of sexual disenchantment, but also of the role of the advice columnist, who is rarely taken as seriously as she should be. Having sex should be taken seriously, and so should talking about it. It's a serious matter. The advice I'm offering applies almost exclusively to heterosexuals, particularly heterosexual women, because the effect of the sexual revolution on relations between the sexes is the subject of this book. And none of it is groundbreaking. Anyone who has spent enough time living in the world and learning from her mistakes should be able to cobble together a set of rules that look much like mine. But while a lot of my advice will seem like common sense to most older readers, my experience of talking face to face with men and women under the age of 30 is that it is shocking enough to make a person's jaw drop, literally in several cases. I would probably have been just as shocked a decade ago. But I didn't know any of this when I was a younger woman. I thought, stupidly, that I understood life better than anyone else, as teenagers typically do. And I realized my mistake only years later, having learned the hard way and having watched my friends do the same. This wasn't because my parents or other adults in my life failed me, far from it, and I wasn't in any way unusual among my peers. But I was raised in a liberal environment that lent too heavily on a simplistic, progressive narrative of history. And the problem with this narrative is that it encourages us to ignore both the ways in which things may have become worse over time and the advice offered by older generations. C.S. Lewis coined the phrase chronological snobbery to describe the uncritical acceptance of the intellectual climate of our own age and the assumption that whatever has gone out of date is on that count discredited.
Older people are dismissed by snobbish 21st century liberals as not only foolish and uninteresting, but also far worse, as problematic. While in most cultures, the elderly are regarded as sources of wisdom and thus granted particular respect, in the modern West, they are more likely to be disregarded and condescended to, shut away in nursing homes, and assumed to be of no use to anyone. This is where I want to say that, Rudy, you've got a real point here about the historical necessity. There's something about acceleration that makes it so that the old have less that they can actually say to us. But also, more importantly, as products of structural stultification and sort of the pioneers of production consumption, they are incredibly boring. So I'm against old people. I like my token genius old people, or my super, super kind old people, like just pure love kind of old people. But in general, they're boring. And I'm sorry, I don't care. Like they are the products of having spent their entire life working and not cultivating themselves. And that's sad. And that's a class thing. But it's kind of like that point about the working class being stupid. It's like when Vosh said it, the tendency from Burgess and Lane and even I think we did this a little bit on Why Left, is to kind of be like, what a horrific thing to say, blah, blah, blah. But it's like, yeah, no, I retweeted it originally and I said, I agree. The working class is stupid. The PMC is just worse because it thinks that its college degree and having sat in the front of a classroom makes it have some kind of a monopoly on wisdom when it doesn't. And so, blind leading the blind, we're all fucked here. We're all structurally stultified and functionally illiterate. What are we going to do about that situation? Well, let's not romanticize and put on a pedestal old people and workers who didn't cultivate themselves, right? The general tendency is like, they're sweet. You can stomach it to a certain extent. Like, let's talk about some basic things. Look, if you can get a good history lesson out of it, that's fantastic. But at that point, you're not talking about a normal person, right? Like my friend Gideon, he was 85 when he passed away a few years ago. Absolutely amazing treasure trove of stories that have changed my life. Absolutely. And I hope to, over time, introduce a lot of you to some of those stories that he told me, because it had a profound impact on me. But he's not your average kind of old person. He spent like 20 years with Rastas, and you know, when I met him, he would just like spend the afternoons sitting in his car smoking pot. He's not your typical old guy. Okay. At the end of the day, if you want to be an interesting old person, there are many routes. One of them might be philosophy and the humanities more generally. Older people are dismissed by snobbish 21st century liberals as not only foolish and uninteresting, but also far worse as problematic, blah, 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 blah. At the very end of the year, a rush of articles in liberal publications advised 20-somethings on how best to withstand the problematic opinions voiced by older relatives over Thanksgiving or Christmas dinner. It's your responsibility to challenge bigoted relatives over the holidays, advised Teen Vogue, for instance, in 2019. The fetishization of youth in our culture has given us the false idea that it is young people who are best placed to provide moral guidance to their elders, despite their obvious lack of experience. And that's the thing, is just because the old have little to offer the young doesn't mean that the young actually have much of value to offer the rest of us. And for anyone nudging 40, be assured that the problematic bell also tolls for thee, as I am evidence of this whole stream. The articles that have appeared regularly since 2018 on the homophobia, sexism, and fat shaming in the sitcom Friends prove the need for constant renewal within the progress model. When popular culture less than 3 decades old is already condemned as unacceptable, what hope have people who are more than 3 decades old of keeping pace? They can't. That's the point. The model demands that we reject them. Within living memory, we have witnessed a very sudden break with the norms of the past, and the necessity of the break is constantly justified in the liberal media through reference to the bad old days. This kind of present centrism is parodied beautifully in a 2020 TV adaptation of Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, in which the savage lands, more like an Indian reservation in the novel, are reimagined as a theme park devoted to 21st century American decline. 26th century New London visitors load onto a tour bus and gawp at the House of Correction, a prison, and the House of Monogamy, a church, and witness reenactment of what is presented as the most important event in the savages' calendar, the annual Day of Black, Black Friday, in which shoppers tear each other to pieces in their lust for bargains. Amazing. This sounds like a fun read, doesn't it?
A tour guide informs visitors cheerfully that the key elements of savage culture included jealousy, competition, greed, and strife. She's not wrong, of course. The Savage Lands theme park is designed to demonstrate to new Londoners the perils of the old way of life, and its inclusion in the drama is designed to show us how tempting the 26th century could seem when set beside the 21st. These future people have successfully rid themselves of many of our flaws. Their lack of privacy ensures a lack of crime. Their lack of family ensures a lack of in-group preference, and their lack of their lack of monogamy ensures a lack of sexual jealousy. The cost that citizens pay for all this stability is that they must live under an authoritarian regime that suppresses any disconsent with the pleasure drug soma. This regime encourages the citizens of New London to visit the Savage Lands theme park because demonizing the past serves to justify the status quo. Conservatives in our own era who idealize the past achieve much of the same effect in reverse, because the past is a political weapon that can readily be used to color our perspective on the present. I reject the poisonous dichotomy that insists that the past must be either all good or all bad. I don't think that we should imitate any sexual culture of the past, but nor do I think that what we have seen over the last 60 years has been a process of relentless improvement. What's clever about the savage lands of Brave New World is that the theme park representation is honest up to a point. The 21st century is an era of jealousy, competition, greed, and strife that is easy enough to condemn. But there is also a dishonest side to the savage lands, in that highlighting the evils of the past also serves to distract from the evils of the present. Today's progressive representation of life in the 1950s serves much of the same purpose. In 2016, an extract from the 1950s home economics book offering tips to look after your husband went viral on social media. The housewife was advised that when her husband got home from work, she should have dinner on the table, her apron off, and a ribbon in her hair, and that she should always make sure to let her husband talk first. This advice was not unusual for housewife manuals of the time, or indeed those of earlier.
I want to show a clip if I can find it quickly. So we can get copyright struck, I guess. Oh man, I can't find it quickly, but it's the clip when Ron Burgundy when he's fantasizing about, this is Anchorman, right? Ron Burgundy's fantasizing about his guest anchor, who's like the first anchor woman ever. And of course, all of the guys in the office are sexualizing her because the whole movie is like super woke by 1990 standards, which is actually the peak of culture. And so, it's actually the most advanced cultural commentary you'll ever get. And he's fantasizing about coming home to her, and she rips the apron off and she's naked and she's like, I've been at home all day making you food. And like, it is this moment. So go watch Anchorman.
This advice was not unusual for housewife manuals of the time, or indeed those of earlier eras, all of which advise women to make their housekeeping look effortless, hiding grime and exertion from their menfolk.
Yeah. How much longer does this go? I want to read it all day, but I also want to do something with Nancy here. So let's see. Can we get to the end of the chapter? Yeah, we're almost at the end of the chapter. Okay, we're so close. Okay.
Let me close this out. I'm having fun. You're gonna keep talking. I might go take a nap after this. I woke up really early, and I put on my apron and I made some banana bread and I did the dishes. No, I didn't have time to do it yesterday. How reactionary we think now. How stupid and backward. But then take a look at a sample of Cosmopolitan magazine guides published within the last decade. 30 ways to please a man, 20 ways to turn on your man, or how to turn him on, 42 things to do with a naked man. This last guide includes rim him and dole out some flavored lube. In what sense are these guides not encouraging precisely the same degree of focus on male desires, except in this case, it is sexual pleasure rather than domestic comfort? The only difference I can see is that the arse licking is now literal.
Ooh.
Women are still expected to please men and to make it look effortless. But while the 1950s angel of the house hid her apron, the modern angel of the bedroom hides her pubic hair. This waxed and willing swan glides across the water, concealing the fact that beneath the surface she is furiously working to maintain her image of perfection. She pretends to orgasm, pretends to like anal sex, and pretends not to mind when the friends with benefits arrangement causes her pain. I've spoken to women who suffered from vaginismus for years without telling their partners that being penetrated was excruciating. I've also spoken to women who have had abortions after hookups and never told the men who impregnated them because, while sharing the inside of their bodies was expected, revealing the inconvenient fact of their fertility felt too intimate. We have smoothly transitioned from one form of feminine subservience to another, but we pretend that this one is liberation.
Up above, somebody had said something about how gay men are like women in a lot of ways, or in most ways. I think the statement was pretty extreme. It was like most ways. Maybe I'm getting it wrong, and of course it was probably an irony, but I still want to touch on it to say, there's inconvenient facts about bodies, and one of them is about male drive as opposed to female drive, and the statistics on gay versus lesbian couples, and how the sex in a gay couple will just go up and up and up, but the sex between lesbians will often go down over time. And there's so many reasons people could bring into it. Evolutionary psychology, they could talk about the logic of the phallus, they could talk about obsession versus hysteria. Like, there's all kinds of ways of doing this. I don't know. I just want to say that it's not the same though. If gay men of all classes act, not all, but more effeminate, right? Not all, obviously. There's lots of gay guys who don't act more feminine. But of course, it's like a stereotype that there's like this more effeminate way of acting. That's not a masculine. That's not acting like a woman. That's not similar to women. It's sharing the ruse that women perform, right? That kind of femininity is the charade. That kind of femininity is a performance. But it's masking what? Well, in a lot of cases, hiding fertility. In the case of the PMC women, right? Like having to hide the fact that there's a difference in the first place. And the biggest difference of all is that like sex with few consequences is possible for guys, and it's just not for women. So yeah, sex without consequences is a myth. Mikey says Anchorman is a jewel. Yeah, it's one of the best movies, man, for real. And any closing thoughts here before we close this thing out?
No, but there's one more page.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
I was doing my like sort of like.
I know. I'm like waiting. I'm like, okay.
Okay. 3 short last paragraphs.
Last 3 paragraphs. This pretense hurts the Marilyn Monroes, particularly when they are poor and friendless. And I want above all in this book to speak to the young women who have been lied to by liberal feminism and so risk following a very, very dangerous example. But the would-be Hugh Hefners are also hurt by the pretense, albeit in a less obvious way. Moldering away in the Playboy mansion doesn't kill a person, but it does corrode them. True happiness is not to be found on a soiled mattress being ridden by a woman who doesn't even like you. Liberal ideology flatters us by telling us that our desires are good and that we can find meaning in satisfying them, whatever the cost. But the lie of this flattery should be obvious to anyone who has ever realized after the fact that they were wrong to desire something and hurt themselves or hurt other people in pursuing it. So I am going to propose an alternative form of sexual culture, one that recognizes other human beings as real people invested with real value and dignity. It's time for a sexual counter-revolution. Based. I think we can obviously have our disagreements with Perry, we can poke holes, blah, 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 but I think this is a really strong, see, I mixed up initially the introduction. I was like, isn't the introduction just about Monroe? I didn't realize that this whole first chapter, and this first chapter I think is powerful, and pretty much everything she talks about here, she's going to talk about more in later chapters, and it's kind of a gut-wrenching read. Like the stories and the examples that she shares, they're icky and they're gross and they don't feel good. And it's like a reality for a lot of people, those experiences. And so I think this book, again, it's one of those things, it's like we need to take the harms of the progressive ideology seriously, even if they may only be happening to a minority or whatever the number is. Like, it matters to talk about. And so I think Perry, in writing this book and taking on this challenge of challenging the sexual revolution, is doing something really important and raising something really important into the conversation that just in all of it, in all the cultural stuff, like the conversation about sex and gendered and sex differences and bodies, all relates back to some conversation about, well, what is the good life and what does it mean to be human and what do we owe each other and how should we treat each other and be with each other and how should we be with ourselves, and like it all connects back. And so I think this one is really an important read. It's actually at my last day of class, I challenged all my students, like I took this kind of critical media theory approach to my class this semester, and I challenged everyone to read a book over winter break, and they all have been assigned to read a book of their choosing from a list I curated. And so I actually have a couple of students this semester who read The Case Against the Sexual Revolution, which is kind of crazy. Now that I'm reviewing it, I'm like, oh shit. But this was a book that I recommended, and like the books from that list that I personally really like, I left them with this one. So who knows, maybe some more. It's just, yeah, it's one of those books that even just like even a normie liberal who's never thought about this stuff, who might disagree with 90% of it, I think there are ideas that if we take seriously, we can reduce harm. Like harm reduction, again, one of those words it doesn't mean much anymore and is so overused seemingly, but it's like, no, like they're actual, like I said earlier, they're actual people being affected by these behaviors. And so if we can mitigate some of the harm and the gross feelings and the abortions and all that goes with it, all the messy, dirty grossness that comes with this topic, which is hard to talk about, but it's like Perry knows that, and I think it's important that she is talking about it and that we do talk about it and confront it and talk about bodies and sexuality and desire in like a very serious way. The cultural moment, I think it's a book worth taking seriously and taking seriously the issues that Perry raises. So I'm glad we got to read this. I'm glad that you chose this one today.
Yeah, thank you. Well, you said that it was getting you all fired up, and it's my favorite thing when you do get all fired. I mean, it's not my favorite thing. There's so many things that I love about you, but it's just one of those fun things to have a, kind of fiery stream with you, and it helps people kind of understand our dynamic, I think, a little bit better. Of course, there's this whole other side of us that's not like this at all, but this
No.
But this is an aspect of things that we think about, that we care about, kind of coming out and talking about it now that you're done teaching there. Anne couldn't talk about this stuff when she was teaching there. Now she can. And, now she's coming in behind me. Hey. Yeah. So my closing thoughts then, I want to say, Evan Wells said, wow, Anne's class is probably the only class in the United States where Perry has been read by a student ever. LOL.
My class is probably one of the only classes at the university at a 100 level where I made them read one book. I'm going to be so for real. But thank you. But yeah, I gave him a whole list of books that range from Reclaiming Conversation by Sherry Turkle. Time Energy was on the list. I got students reading Time Energy, Nickel and Dimed by Barbara Ehrenreich, Fear of Falling, but like all these books that were kind of in our CMT and CDT lectures that I thought tangentially related to sociological communication, talking about the media or gender and blah, blah, blah. I'll put them on the list. So yeah, I do have some students reading. I've got students reading Nina, What Do Men Want? Like, I let them choose. I put a lot of options on there. Bullshit Jobs, someone's reading. Like, it's pretty cool.
Pure Death Drive.
Pure Death Drive.
Yeah, but Nina on a
Yeah,
list.
I don't care.
You do, but you don't.
I do, but I don't.
Yeah,
like,
I get it.
Real sociology is going to tear you with those different perspectives and is going to allow space for them. And I also, it's like trying to toe this line between, okay, I don't just want to be like, I didn't want to just teach one side. And so I did a lot of like looking at cultural debates, especially in like my gender and race weeks, where it was like, here's the current cultural debate. these thinkers and these people say this. These thinkers and these people say this. Isn't it interesting how the medium creates this polarized divide and people talking over each other, and the other side is Hitler discourse? Like, that was the extent of my getting political, at least in gender and sex terms, because the rest of the course was talking about propaganda and consumer society and cool stuff. It was a really fun class. I do wish I was teaching again next semester, but I'm gonna go be a farmer.
That's right. We're gonna go be farmers. Much more that we'll share on that later. I wanted to actually show this clip, and I don't think you've heard it. The TA being reprimanded for showing Peterson debate, like in class, because I think it's a perfect example of how what you're describing could get you called in and grilled, like by these Title IX people.
Great.
I love this.
Great.
Yeah, isn't it awesome?
Bring it on. Should I go back to my laptop?
It's Lindsay Shepherd is the name of the woman. Yeah, you can listen to it. Jacob asked, is Anne bouncing or sticking around for the next chunk of the stream? Well, she's going to nap, but could you make me coffee really quick?
Yeah.
I really want more.
Yeah.
I liked it. You made me some earlier. It was really yummy. Yeah. That was she's making these Americanos that are so much better than what I've been making, which are like French press, but like the grounds don't work.
Right, yeah.
They don't work for it because they're too fine.
Yeah, I would stick around longer right now, but I'm tired and my back hurts. If you notice me like fidgety and squirmy the
She
whole
woke
time,
up at
because I
5
get some
a.m.
back pain sometimes.
So yeah, our closing thought to this segment is simply that this is an installment in the series The Revolution Will Not Be, which is a series here at Theory Underground. There's a playlist at the front of the channel. I've done I did parts 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, I talked about all kinds of stuff that you would never find on any leftist channel on the internet. But also, in most cases, it's not stuff that is right-wing or conservative. It's this ambiguous space of people trying to think. But of course, in some cases, maybe it'll lean a little this way or that way. But it's ultimately stuff that we have to, in terms of counter-bracketing, common sense, at least tarry with. And a big part of things is not that this is my take or Anne's take. It's the point is like, this is part of the conversation here. And that's okay. It's okay for this to be a part of the conversation. If you can follow the nuanced sauce we put on it to the degree that we do, then you're welcome to be a part of that conversation. But if you try to out-edge us, then we will kill you. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Take care. Peace. I've stopped the recording, but not the stream, obviously. The stream is still going. Nance, I don't know if you're still around. Give her my love then.
Kill you, man.
There's Nance. Hey. Yeah.
Hey.
Welcome
Mikey,
back.
no neck. We will fucking kill you, dude. No, I mean, but speaking of that, right? Just right now in the chat, this guy or whoever, like, you're doing the thing. You're trying to be the big brain, and you're like, oh, well, that's not gonna work. Like, just chill, dude. Like, just fucking chill. Slow down a little bit, man. Like, this is real shit.
Everyone wants to come in, and the only thing they have to say is that they're smarter than the person we chose to read. And then it's like, hey, remind me not to let you in my house, or come over to my party, or come to my conference. I fuck you, because this is not like an intellectual critique. This is like I'm a mouth breather pedant on the internet who's like the dregs of the comment section. Just fuck off with it. And I get it. I do it too. Everyone does it. We all do it. But
for sure.
Get your head out of your ass, kids. It's time to nut up or shut up. Here's the clip I told Anna I'd play. All right. This is Lindsay Shepherd getting reprimanded for showing a debate in her classroom.
Like I said, it was in the spirit of debate.
Okay, in the spirit of the debate is slightly different than being like, okay, this is like a problematic idea that we want to unpack.
But that's taking sides.
Yes.
Like, it's taking sides for me to be like, oh, look at this guy. Like, everything that comes out of his mouth is BS, but we're going to watch anyway.
Okay. So I understand the position you're coming from and your positionality. But the reality is that it has created a toxic climate for some of the students.
How many?
It's great that.
Ooh, like how many?
Okay.
One?
May I speak?
I have no concept of like how many people complained, like what their complaint was. You haven't showed me the complaint.
Yes, I understand that this is upsetting, but there's also confidentiality matters.
The number of people is confidential?
Yes. Do you see where like how this is not something like that's intellectually neutral, that is kind of up for debate? This is the Charter of Rights and
Freedoms. But it is up for debate.
But I mean, you're perfectly welcome to your own opinions, but when you're bringing it into the context of the classroom, that can become problematic. And that can become something that creates an unsafe learning environment for students.
But when they leave the university, they're going to be exposed to these ideas. So I don't see how I'm doing a disservice to the class by exposing them to ideas that are really out there. And I'm sorry I'm crying. I'm stressed out because this to me is so wrong. It's so wrong.
Can I mention the gendered violence, gendered and sexual violence policy?
Do you understand how what happened was contrary to... Sorry, Adrian, what was the policy? The gendered and sexual violence policy? Like, do you understand how...
But, sorry, what did I violate in that policy?
So, gender-based violence, transphobia in that policy, causing harm to trans students by framing their identity as invalid, or their pronouns as invalid.
Or something
potentially invalid.
So I caused harm,
which is
violence.
Under the Ontario Human Rights Code, a protected thing, and also something that Laurier holds as a value.
Okay. So by proxy of me showing you YouTube video, I'm transphobic and I caused harm and violence. So be it. I can't do anything to control that.
Okay, so that's not something that you have an issue with? These are very young students, and something of that nature is not appropriate to that age of student, because they don't
18?
Yes.
They're adults.
Yes, but they're very young adults. They don't have the critical toolkit to be able to take it apart yet. This is one of the things that we're teaching them, and so this is why it becomes something that has to be done with a bit more care.
In a university, all perspectives are valid.
That's not necessarily true, Lindsay.
You haven't heard that before?
Never heard that. To be so for real, I did not touch the trans stuff this semester. I so vaguely mentioned that it was a debate, but in my gender week, I did not get into it at all. Not just because it's too hot of a topic. I didn't feel as relevant to me. Anyways, that video, like, I'm sitting here like rolling my eyes and gasping, but I'm just almost more like so impressed with the TA. And like, yeah, that sucks for her, but like, you go, yes. Like, no, I'm so sorry. It's like, but what did I do that was wrong? And this is such a like coddling of the American mind bullshit. What doesn't kill you makes you weaker. Any perspective that disagrees with yours is harm and violence. Again, shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear the word violence coming out of your mouth unless you're bleeding or have a bruise. Like, anyways.
Yeah.
Harm my ass.
Yeah. That one
like,
right there.
Because it's like I was showing things in the spirit of debate, but I think for my students, like, I'm hoping that it was more in the like we brought in the 10 rules of hate, and we talked about propaganda and the role of the media and the tendencies that we fall into on media so early in the classroom that by the time that I was getting into race and gender, Partly just doing the like, here's some kind of traditional sociological ideas. Now let's look at some of the modern contention in the debate and in what ways the media propagates this. And we can all kind of go, both sides are pretty extreme and not listening to each other. And it's like, I hope that that was valuable for students. I think that video was what, 7 years ago. I think maybe we're at a point where people are going, this is silly for the most part. And even like without exposing identities, one of my handful of students who is non-binary came to me at the end of the class and said, you're very knowledgeable in your subject. Thank you for thank you. And this was the one student who I was like, am I going to get reported by a student like this for bringing these things up? And so like, I hope I finagled my situation just enough to where like I was, but yeah, that's bullshit. Bullshit.
I'll just say that that was 7 years ago, 2017, which means that it was directly after the rise of Bernie and the election of Donald Trump, and so the sort of like reemergence of some ostensibly left movement, and I was politically active at the time, and everyone knew about this. And the general way of talking about it was to downplay and dismiss it, to say that it's an exceptional thing, to say it's statistically not normal. When obviously, when you have Brett Weinstein, before he got radicalized, just being a normie professor, getting chased off of campus because he said, no, maybe we shouldn't do racial segregation, or say that all white people have to leave campus, right? Like, that's crazy that he got threatened by Antifa for like weeks. And of course, Nazis were counter threatening, but the whole situation, the dumpster fire that was Evergreen University, that was going off at the same time as like Jordan Peterson being so controversial, not because he won't use people's pronouns, but because he said, well, it can't be on the books that I'm required to, because that's coerced speech. So that's all going on. And then this happens with Lindsay Shepherd. And the left hasn't changed since then. It's just gotten so used to downplaying and dismissing this stuff, while this stuff only becomes more and more apparent. Like, there are so many professors who will not work with me in public just because of this stuff. And they're all like these professors who would downplay and dismiss this stuff. But then once it actually comes to like, oh, doing something in public? Oh, well, that, associating with somebody who associates with somebody who associates with somebody means that could come back on me. I can't do that. And then everyone always does this oh, well, they're so precarious. I'm just so sick of it. It's like, I'm sorry. Like, we're talking about like punk rockers turned intellectuals who are in the university, who are like super passionate about world change, are afraid of this kind of getting called in, this kind of thing that happened to Lindsay Shepherd. They're afraid of it. And it's like, you fucking punk rock my ass, dude. Like, oh, you would rather get paid bullshit wages and be overworked within the neoliberal institution, but because at least you get to read some books, and at least you get to do some theory, and you at least get to think about some exciting, so you're not going to sell your soul, right? Because you wouldn't go be a salesman. You wouldn't work as you wouldn't do what your parents wanted you to do. No, you're going to teach philosophy. And then it's like, oh, okay, yeah, you're resisting the system so well, you can't even talk about these things. Yeah, that's selling out. Just want to say, like, if you can't talk about the things that keep people up at night, that like parents are afraid of, like the kinds of things that are undermining large-scale structural change, right? Then we're fucked. And I always just bring it back to any kind of a large-scale structural change movement would have conservative and progressive elements, like the human spirit itself, like every room and every table you've ever sat at. It always has both sides. How those get coded and how those get articulated, that's up to us. We get to decide that. To some extent, we get to decide that. We can't make it be whatever we want, but I think we can make progressivism and conservatism more of what we want than our own genders. I do think that. I think that we can make the world, or at least a movement with a viable shot at world change, politically non-binary. Thanks, everybody, and we'll be right back after this PSA, if it actually works. It's outdated. It's clunky. I don't like it. Take it with a grain of salt. But for those who've never heard us talk, it is important to hear some of the stuff that is said in it.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation. Theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory. You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down Seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey Seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time, where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know.
We're back
Nice.
on.
We're back. We're
back on. I'm gonna change this.
Oh,
so it
you know
doesn't
what? Guy with the long name. Yeah, look, I'm sorry, man. I misunderstood you. I misrecognized you. I'm not trying to pick on you. I'm not trying to single you out. It's a constant frustration for us, people doing the thing in the chat. And yeah, like I'm not trying to single you out, but if you have questions, get the book and read it. Or like come and become a subscriber and engage in the conversation.
No, I mean, like, dude, questions are great. And if you don't know which kinds of questions are appreciated versus which kind are not, then pay attention to the people we like and then try to be more like the people we like. End of story. I'm tired of like all of this PR fucking HR bullshit, dude. It's like, it's our shit. Get the fucking vibe. Stop it. Just like if you are annoying Nance, shut up. I will kill you. All right, now let's get back to. So what I have up on here is The Ecstasy of Influence, a plagiarism by Jonathan Latham. I don't know that we actually have time to get through all of this before. Yeah, dude, I don't know that we have time. This is like supposed to be.
We won't.
God damn it! I wanted to do it so bad.
I know, dude.
Man,
I know.
Fuck. Can I tell Haas come 2 hours later? I want to do this. Hold on.
I mean, we could try. We'd be like, hey, man, can I push you back an hour?
Yeah. Hey, he said later worked better, so I'll just say.
Word.
Also, you said later works better, ... So we could push it back an hour or two if that works better for you. We are pretty flexible here. Up till a certain. No, I'm not going to say that because we're not flexible. I just want more time right now. Okay, we could push it back an hour or two because there's something we could do with this next segment if that was convenient for you. There we go. That's how to say it. All right, everybody. Nance was just telling me on the back end some bad news. Nance, what's the bad news?
So those of you that have been with us all morning are aware that we started streaming at about 8 a.m. Mountain Time. So that's 10 a.m. Eastern Time. But if everyone who's on YouTube right now, you can look back and you can, on the little video progress bar, if you scroll all the way back to what should be the beginning, you'll see it's only 3-ish hours. And we've been streaming for like 3 hours longer than what is currently saved to the VOD, the video on demand in YouTube, because we had some hiccups this morning. We actually had to change the stream location from basically from Dave's computer to my computer and then
Boise
back
to Phoenix.
Dave's computer.
Yeah.
So all of you who were with us actually traveled from Boise, Idaho to Phoenix, Arizona and back to Boise, Idaho. So that's cool. It was nice to have you along. But in the process, we lost the first 2.5, 3 hours of the VOD. And that's unfortunate because it was great. But it's a thing here. Carl makes fun of us and says it's intentional. The performative tech issues that we have. Mikey summoned a demon and we have a gremlin in all of our technology and we constantly have technical issues that we fuck with. But it was also, look, it is true that what Daniel was saying about like if you're focusing on what's actually happening rather than the package that it's put in, then you can make shit happen. When you focus on the packaging, it makes the thing itself impossible. So it's, I don't know, it's a great meta point. It's also for Dave and I on the back end, it's a good reminder. We generally do have multiple recordings and multiple backups and all that stuff. But it does seem to be the case that when we aren't backing it up, we have the major breakdowns. And when everything runs smooth, it's like, well, shit, now I have, a terabyte of old recordings for no reason. So that's the tension that we constantly have to navigate.
Yeah, it's so
those
annoying.
Those of you who have been with us all day, thank you. Those of you who joined later, we had a great talk with Daniel, and you and I had a great talk before that this morning. So you missed out. So that's a reminder for you to check your emails, check your notifications. Always keep yourself updated as to what Theory Underground is doing, because things do happen. What's the word? Spontaneously, or it looks spontaneous to you in the audience. It's not spontaneous. It is supported by decades of work and thought and deliberation. And like, this is going to happen. This is an emergent thing that needs to happen. That's going to happen. But it can appear on the surface to be spontaneous, almost random. Earlier, someone said chaos underground, and I laughed at that because that was pretty funny. There is a method to the madness, and those of you who stick with us have, you trust us implicitly. You trust the madness.
Nice. This should be subscriptions when not logged in. I'm giving feedback to my boy, to our man, to
Alexander?
the man, Alexander. Yeah. Okay, so check this out, everybody. The website is officially live. That's our exciting news for right now. I'm going to click record, and we're going to make a segment about it. 3, 2, 1, and we're live, everybody. Check it out. This is not what we're going to talk about, what you see up on the screen here. No, we're going to type in something else. We're going to type in theoryunderground.com, enter. Whoa, look at that speed. Did you all see how fast that was?
Dude,
watch. I'm going to click events. Click courses. Click books. Click merch. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Right now, it just says YouTube up here. That's because it's a temporary sort of thing. But once things are working, it's going to say live when we're live, and then you'll click on that. And instead of taking you to the live stream, it'll open it up here on the website. There'll be a special chat, a dedicated chat, special emojis up on the screen. You'll be able to become a participant in the on-screen chat only because of this website and all the amazing work that Alexander has put into it. And check this out. The merch store. That's right. It says this page has a temporary embed through Redbubble. To view the merch in more detail, visit my profile here. And then I have a little picture that I want you to be able to see because it's pointing to the categories. When you go to the storefront, you actually want to go to the categories, because if you just go below, this is the embed that Redbubble gave us. It's garbage. Because look, it's like, oh, a Time Energy sticker, PSEFM sticker, it's $2.99, $2.99. Oh, a random t-shirt. Yeah, it's great. It looks great on your water bottle there, Nance. The problem is that people don't see the variety that we have when looking at this list. So what you want to do is click here and then go down to categories, and you can click clothing, kids and babies, phone cases, stickers, wall art. Let's look at stickers. These are the different stickers that we have. We have a Why Left sticker. We have my book, the sticker. We have Mikey's book, Capital versus Time Energy, the sticker. PCFM, the sticker. TU, the sticker. This is this Time Energy over some Dave Wave, the sticker. We got American Idiots Tour and also the TUCon posters that Luke made. Great job, Luke. And then look at this, a Time Energy sticker where it's like cut out. It's not a square. It's like just the Time Energy itself. You could buy 6,000 Time Energy symbols, and then you could travel across the United States with a van full of Time Energy renegades who are reading theory to each other, and then you could just slap these up everywhere. If you are 25 and you haven't spent enough time in doing theory to really contribute too much to the conversation yet, and so you're still in the student phase, but you got tons of energy and you're wondering what to do with it, you could just get a bunch of these stickers and go around and put them everywhere. I don't know, just putting that out there. There's all kinds of things you can do with stickers, like put them on stuff. I don't know.
You put them on your face, take pictures. You put them on other stuff. You give them to friends, family.
Oh, this is logged in with the wrong. Okay, I've got multiple logins on this website. Let's see if I can get in with the right one. Yeah, watch. I'm going to refresh. Oh,
dude,
look at that. It's got
working?
my profile up here now. Yeah, Google.
Oh,
watch this. Watch this, everybody. Sign in with Google. Boom. And it works. Look at that. Look at my personal information, everybody. Just kidding. It doesn't show you that. It says looking to accelerate. This is the front page. Looking to accelerate your way into a fresh understanding of our current situation. The researchers, courses, and student community at TU is built to help you find your bearings. Critical social theory, political philosophy, the history of ideas, and cutting edge. research. This is actually old copy. It's supposed to be the copy that's down here. This image down here is supposed to be the only thing that you're seeing when you land here. But this is all kind of like, this is the ugly baby version of the website. And so if we were to make this larger, I do want to make this larger. Let's see if I can. I'll have to fix it. I'll have to fix the crop for this here on OBS. Hold on, folks. Let me make it visible for you all. Look at that. Anne's back. Welcome back.
Anne's back.
Oh, now she's gone. Dang.
No, she's gone. Damn.
All right. Let's make it so you can see it. Make ourselves smaller here. Boom. All right. So this is something that I was working on yesterday. I got a little advice from Nance as I was getting it finished. But basically, look, it's got me, Mikey, Benjamin as these, like, so far, this is like, these are the full-time people. These are full-time people. Then we got part-time people coming together, past and upcoming down there at the bottom. And the point is you see this padlock getting unlocked by becoming a member, and it opens up these trajectories, ongoing seminars, monthly lectures, intro courses and deep dives, distinguished guest lectures. Okay. On the right-hand side goes down to join the milieu. There are silver, gold, and platinum levels. Once everything's working properly, there will be a bronze level for people who go to the website and get involved with the live chat for free. But the silver level will completely unlock the chat. The bronze level will have limited access to the chat. Gold and platinum is where you get to join discussions and we'll actually read your work, right? If you want me, Nance, Benjamin, et al., the crew, to actually take you seriously, like in the turn, give you some real feedback. If you're really looking to develop your project, whatever it is, then we're here for it. All right. It says looking to accelerate your way into a fresh understanding of our current situation. That's what Theory Underground is all about. You see, this is the updated copy. We are a seminar, lecture, and book publishing institute for workers with earbuds and professionals who see no hope in existing institutions. Yeah, this is a very rough draft. It's just coming together. It's just got some pictures. But if you click get involved, that's the key, that's the crucial piece here. If you click get involved, it takes you here. It says request not found. Please contact your administrator. All right, I have to send a screenshot of that to our administrator. There's a lot of this kind of stuff that now that we are officially live, we're going to be running into a lot of problems. Also tried to join now and got this error message. And then you can troubleshoot as well by sending screenshots of stuff to hello.theoryunderground@gmail.com. Or if you run into problems and you want to describe them with words, go to contact under get in touch here at the bottom, at the footer. Click contact, and you should be able to send us. There we go. Yep, you'll be able to send us an email from there. Perfect.
Sick.
Looks like that reverted back to the WordPress though, which will work, but it's not what it's supposed to be. Yeah. I don't want to be debugging here on stream, but we are officially live. We weren't live before, and so I just, this is all brand new errors.
Brand spanking new.
It's stuff that Alexander can't see on his own. If there was a team of programmers, they would have had it figured out, but he's doing it all by himself, so.
Yeah, man. Sick. Super duper sick. Super dope. Hopefully it'll be easier for people coming who are wondering, where is all this stuff and where do I go? How do I get involved? We've had a rough journey with like marketing or whatever, like, I don't know, presenting it to people. Because it was a janky WordPress and Jetpack and like all that shit. And so it presented a lot of resistance for people who wanted to get involved. And it's not that it's not there. The courses, the lectures, the seminars, like all that shit is there. It's just difficult sometimes to locate it. And then people come and they like ask, well, how do I do this? And where do I go for this? And this and this and this and this and this. And it becomes this like administrative handholding that gets in the way of actually being able to do courses and develop content, or, you know, not content, but develop the conversation, the discourse. And it becomes this thing where, you know, you're frozen or whatever. So this website should go a long way for helping ease that burden. So it's cool. I'm excited. Everyone, you guys should be excited too. Winston just threw up. That's why I was running around. So I'm a little frustrated. Yeah.
I booted that guy.
Yeah, I see that.
Because even after I took all this time to explain, then he's like, oh, so what? So could I tell Nance to chill? No, you can't.
No, fuck you, homie. No.
Yeah.
I mean, you can, but fuck you.
Yeah, there are people who are here to help, and they understand that what we're doing requires a lot of effort. And then there are people who derail it, whether they realize that that is what they're doing or not. No. Get on board or just go away. There's a whole
get with it
internet
or get the
stuff to
fuck
go
out
do.
of the way, dude. There's an
then people
entire world out there.
You know, Ronnie Radke catches a lot of flack for responding to the haters. Of course, like, it also works to his benefit because it grows him. He is like king of the X-Warped Tour Screamo scene right now. Like, he's gone like Giga Chad platinum around the world, you know? But that sort of, oh, well, you shouldn't respond to it. Dude, I think there's nothing more unnatural. Those people, here's the thing. I've got no problem with going to therapy for working through genuine traumas. I did it for years, blah, blah, blah. But this idea that we should take our annoyances, our grievances, and the fucking bullshit when we get cut off in traffic, and no, don't honk the horn. Don't flip them off. Don't tell a person that they're annoying. Don't break off a relationship with someone who's never contributed anything to your life. Don't do any of that stuff. Pay somebody thousands of dollars, you know, every few months to sit in a room and tell them how you feel about it. Bitch, fuck that. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here with that. Fuck you. Fuck that. Get the fuck out of here with that. We can be angry or annoyed. And then we can watch this. All right. Now we're back on track. It's okay to do that. Now,
it's the infinite subscription model. Like everything is a concrete, discrete problem, and we have a solution for you. And it comes in the form of medicalizing everything, where, I mean, just the last 2 hours, you and Ann are talking about a very serious topic that really does matter, and we really do care, but it gets reduced to these sensational fucking points on the internet. And a huge problem is like medicalizing everything. And the same thing goes for the DSM-5. And it's like, oh, you have, like, there's something weird about you. Well, here's a diagnosis and it's going to liberate you. All you have to do is continue to pay for this medication. All you have to do is continue, they're trying to develop a new type of orthopraxy where they're like, you have to act this certain way and you have to think and feel and believe in a certain way if you want to be free and happy and satisfied and liberated. And if you disagree with any of that stuff, then you're a horrible, terrible, no good, very bad person.
It's toxic.
But it also comes in the form of commodities and products. Like the world we live in works in this way of like everything is a concrete and discrete problem. And there's a solution for everything. All you have to do is sign up for this new fucking service. Pay us once a month and we'll send you the solution to all life's problems. When in reality, man, like, no, just pump the brakes, slow down, take a step back. The world we live in is imperfect, and it will not be made more perfect or more complete by further consumption and production of bullshit commodities. We are the ones who have to fucking figure it out. We have to navigate those empty spaces, and not everything's going to be pretty, and not everything's going to be safe, and not everything, like, no. That's what's cool about being a human.
It's just like, it's just like
we're freed up.
It's like you could tell that these people never hung out in a group of kids and like went around and did stuff and then ended up like having spats. Like people don't understand, like a spat is something that could happen in a moment and it lasts 30 seconds, but it could also become something that lasts a couple weeks, but then you get over it. And and you work it out, you figure it out. And there's different ways of doing that. And that's just part of the thing that makes it so that when we're on tour and we're doing stuff with other philosophy organizations, they're all like, yeah, you guys always seem like you're in like fighting somebody. And it's like, yeah,
what
dude.
You mean, dude?
yeah. Yeah, I know. It's because
I'll fight you, dude.
we speak from the chest. We're not hiding our cards. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think I look, if there's just a lot of try guys in the world of theory. There's the article that we could read. No, not now, but yeah, Freddie DeBoer wrote a little thing about that. I don't even read this guy. I don't even know anything. I don't even know about him. I know he's like, I'm a rude socialist. He says things that drive me crazy from what I've seen, but the don't be a try guy, or you don't have to be a try guy, like idea is special. Basically, it's like guys have fit themselves into like this little cookie cutter shape that is a functional response to an environment that's like, we're going to kill you if you display any of these signs. And so you have all these guys who are just like doing weird gymnastics to avoid like being seen as one of the bad ones. And it's like, just be a bad one, guys. It's okay. Just be a little bad. You don't have to be bad, but just like you could be a little bad, which just means making like 1 out of 20 people not happy. That's okay. Maybe like 1 out of 100. Like in real life, for me, it's not 1 out of 20 or 1 out of 100. It would be impossible for me to figure this out on my own, but I can say that when it comes to students in class, when it comes to people at the jiu-jitsu gym, when it comes to people I've organized with politically, when it comes to friends, the people who are cool with me know they're cool with me because I didn't say anything. But they also know if I have a problem, I'm going to say it. And that is not something that most people can say about their relationships.
Yeah, dude. And we're all in this like state of anxiety of like, oh shit, did I break the relation? Oh shit, do they hate me? Oh shit, is it the end of the world? Like we're stuck in this like catastrophizing mode because the world is a fucking catastrophe, and like we are placed in this state of anxiety always, all the time, and we like localize it on the relationships in our lives because we've been made to believe in self-actualization and, you know, modernity and progress and blah blah blah, this and that. So I think it is like a genuine expression of people's dissatisfaction with their material conditions. But people don't even have the time to do that like reflexive movement of like, where is this anxiety coming from? Because we are caught up in the produce, consume. But it's definitely weird. Like we should be like, again, my brother, he's probably my best friend. And at this point, I haven't spoken to him in over 6 months. I haven't messaged him. I haven't texted him, hey man, you good? Blah, 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 this and that. Like, no, we've just been incommunicado with each other for over 6 months. But I know that if I were to call him right now, he would answer the phone and put down whatever he was doing. And he would say, what's up? You good? You need something? And vice versa. The same is true with him.
Yeah.
I know he's too busy, and I get in this too busy frame mode, whatever, as well. We're too busy to talk to each other, but we still always know there's this implicit understanding. The relation is not broken. But that's hard to do with other people. That's hard to do. I mean, fuck, dude, I constantly like doing this paranoid, like, oh my God. Do they hate me? Like always. Not with, it takes a while. It takes a while of like relationship building to overcome that. Yeah, and the world we live 100%. In doesn't give us that time do that because you always have to be producing and or consuming. But once you reach that stage, you're kind of freed up to just know and trust, like, oh, the relation is good. Like, and that's it. It can appear spontaneous on the surface or to an outsider. But it's not. Like, there's constantly work being done. There's constantly something happening beneath the surface. And in a relationship, an interpersonal relationship, it's just like, yeah, just cool. We love each other. But in like a productive, organizing place or whatever, like, no, there's work being done. When Dave, when I don't talk to you for a week, I know you're doing shit. And like, I'm over here doing shit too. And there's still work being done. And then when it's like, hey, it's time to go, we're going to do this right now, we are ready because we are committed in this way to the work. But that's not the world that we live in. We're not allowed to seek out those types of relationships.
I want to say, first of all, it's a tremendous grace in my life that I have friends like that. Many going back over 10 years at this point. Like, you and Mikey get so much more attention from me as like the theory bros, like the road dogs, like because it's like, look, if you're going through some shit or whatever, it's like, do we talk about it? You've got people you talk to about certain things. Mikey and I are at this point where like, we've talked about stuff like that for sure, but it's like, that's not the point of the relationship. It's like, it's kind of like that somehow happened. It's not what we were looking for. But it's like we go to each other when we have ideas or questions, right? Like so it's like, in that sense, it's kind of like proximity friends when you're a kid. There's the kid that lives down the street. And so you go to, you play with that kid, not someone who lives across town. And so that's a proximity friend. Now that could still be your best friend when you're grown up, like me with Robert, like absolutely. There's a distanciation proximity friend in a Heideggerian sense, which is to say, like, you might be far away from somebody, but you're closest to them, right? Like, you're with people in a crowd, but you're alone, right? Like that kind of thing. Or you're by yourself, but you feel close as ever to someone who's dead. Like, there's all kinds of weird stuff about the human like that. And with the internet, it's really easy to have proximity friends in the world of interests, right? Like, so I'm interested in things. And so then, like, that's where, in terms of distanciation, we could be closer in that sense. Like, we always go to the thing that we're interested in. But the thing is like, those friends who I was proximity friends with or coworkers with, and then now it's like I'm in a different phase of my life, but we still check in on each other. Yeah, man, we don't talk for 6 months or a year. In some cases, it's been 2 or 3 years. That's fine. Mikey, in a half hour. I got times wrong in the email, I think. Maybe if you, that might be what you're talking about. Don't worry. It's happening in a half hour. At least it should. Anyway. So, yeah, guys, it's a tremendous grace to have friends like this, but this was all lead up to me saying, I do want to problematize it. I don't think this is sustainable. I think it's something that's extremely male about me and us. I think that there are people who need check-ins more than we do. And it's a weird time of life for me because I feel resentful about people who want a constant sort of dialogue about stuff that I'm not interested in. And it's because I'm 37 years old and everything's on the line and I'm going to make something of myself or I'm not. Everything that I've done over the last 15 years and $60,000 of debt is either going to cash out in more than just cash terms, or else, was it all for naught? You know, I'm going to have kids. I'm going to move on. I'll be like, fuck it, whatever, books, all that stuff. It's not as important as my children. Right. Like, or I turn this into something for real. And so like when I'm laying there on the couch and I'm just feeling completely overwhelmed because there's 60 things I was supposed to be working on so that Alexander could get the website to where it needs to be. But I also need to make a new PSA. But I also have like 8 students who are just in limbo, waiting to hear back from me on something that they wrote to me, or something that, you know, they're going to do a lecture on, and I'm supposed to be working with them for like some seminar collaboration. And then and then I can go down the line, like this computer. I haven't even moved the files from the old computer to this computer yet. And now we've got these other problems. We need to troubleshoot it. When will we ever have the time? It's not going to happen. And so then I'm completely paralyzed because it's just too much. It's just like a complete mountain of stuff pressing down on me, you know? And somebody's like wanting to talk to me about their work week and their regular life, but they don't care about my passion project that is not a job, but is my literal, like, everything. And they're trying to act like we're 24-year-olds. You know what I mean?
Dude.
It's just like, dude, I am not in the headspace you are. Talk to me when I'm retired. Talk to me when I'm 50. Come to my 50th, birthday. Like, throw a big, be like, hey, Dave, how you doing? It's been a long time. Cool. See you then. I just don't need to do the small talk and how are you doing, Dave? How are you feeling? Dude, I've got projects. Do you care about my projects? And then this is my little lecture I wanted to give today. I was wondering if I would actually get around to it on workaholics versus jackoffs. But before we get into it, what did you want to say?
I was going to say, I've been shamed by people in my personal life for doing this, and they talk about it, and they when they make reference to Theory Underground, they say, "Oh, your little podcast," and "Oh, you're gonna go," like it's always this like dismissive. I would even say like, to me, a disgust is evident, and I don't like, not to say that they are disgusted. I think it's a jealousy thing. I think it's rare to be able to engage with your passions. And so I think that's like a protective measure on their part where they have to dismiss it. They have to kind of hand wave it away, because they are not satisfied in their life and they don't have the freedom to pursue passion projects and shit like that. So I understand where it comes from, but it's also unendingly aggravating to have people who, and it's not like random people either. It's like
it's
people
important.
That,
it's usually
that claim
important
to be
people.
My friends.
Right.
Yeah.
It's important.
It's like, and they're like, "Oh, you're going to do that on your little podcast." And it's just like, wow, dude, like, yeah, I am I don't know, weird. Like we're weirdly instrumentalized here. Like we do this thing where we go harder, better, faster, stronger. So sure, there's this instrumental approach to it, but it's also deliberate, and we're doing it so we can get ahead of capital, get outside the churn, blah, 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 whatever. They don't have time to listen to that in the first place. But it is also true that like we're fucking humans, bitch. I have fucking feelings. You know what I'm saying? And I may not always be like, let's talk about our fucking feelings. But when you dismiss me like that, it's like, well, why the fuck would I want to kick it with you? Why wouldn't I? Like, why? I don't shit on the things you care about. I don't talk. Come on. But it is actually your audio is fucked. Oh, you switched mics.
Oh, here we go.
There we go.
We good now. It is aggravating. Let me get on the whiteboard here and change scenes. What's up, everybody?
But I want to say, look, I am aware that we're lucky. It is rare. This is rare. And it's like I'm constantly in awe of how fucking awesome it is. But it also takes a lot of hard work, motherfuckers. This is not just a little podcast.
Right. So I wanted to show this because what Nance is getting at is, I think, the struggle of everybody who's getting into theory in a sort of passionate way. And I don't want to look, the last thing I want to do is somehow act like what we're doing is somehow of such a different caliber from the people who are doing it as a hobby, right? A good scene has people whose lives outside of work really are going to shows or like being in a part-time band. And the important thing is that if you're in a part-time band or you just attend shows, just like don't like, I don't know, don't like peer like, oh, we're the same. The people who are currently at that phase of life where kind of they're putting everything on the line, right? Like you can support or get out of the way, but like that's pretty much the options, right? It's a weird time of life. Navigating it, well, it's not easy, right? But I wanted to talk about part of why it's not easy. Nance is talking about like this sort of sympathetic read. Oh, he gets it. People don't get to live their passions out. People don't get to chase their dreams. And so when you do it and you're in your 30s, then, when are you going to grow up, dude? Right? Like, but this would have been cute if you were 22. But I want to draw out like how I understand this. This is something that I've started using. So basically, we live in a society where there is a divide between two kinds of people. Okay. Actually, I have to draw it like this. It's basically like a bell curve, right? So you have over here on the extreme, you got workaholics. And then on the other side, workaholics. And on the other side, you have jackoffs. And so, I could have put jackoffs on the other side. It doesn't matter which side they're on, in my opinion. Okay. The point is workaholics, everybody knows what they are. They have no life outside of work. And they turn leisure itself into work. They're just constantly working, right? Workaholics. Jackoffs, I could have called a lot of things, but I decided to use jackoffs because of the sexual connotation, but also more importantly, the other connotation, which is like the person is fundamentally unserious about life. And even if they are at work, they're not really working because they're a jackoff. And even if you're anti-work, let's take Mikey as the most extreme case of anti-work in our network. If someone's a jackoff at work, when certain things just have to happen, there's a certain way that a jackoff who's like sloppy on the job can ruin the fun even for the people who are anti-work. Like you can have like a less serious attitude about your job, but at least not make life more difficult in the wrong ways, right? And so there's a kind of unserious jackoff that you hate to work with. You hate to work with. You hate to date. You hate to have as a roommate, etc. Now, a workaholic versus a jackoff. There are ways that you might think, well, I'm thinking of a jackoff, but also in a certain context, that person's a workaholic. In certain contexts, that person's a workaholic. What's going on there? And that's where we get to the ethical normie, which is the actual majority of human beings. Ethical normies. And I'm using ethical in a sort of Aristotelian sense, meaning like virtues in the mean. They try to live a life of balance between being a workaholic and a jackoff. Right? Most people in our lives are trying to be workaholics only within certain contexts, and they are disgusted by jackoffs who are in the workaholic spaces that they're trying to just be serious and just get after it so they can get it done, so they can go have a life outside of work. They're disgusted by the jackoff who can't get serious within a certain context, but they themselves want to go jack off after, right? Like outside of the context where they have to be a workaholic, which is probably at their actual job. They want to just like go do whatever, shoot the shit with the boys, go to the pub, chase women. I understand this is a very guyish way of framing everything, but let's be honest. This is how it works so often. What is not included here is something that's completely off the radar. It's just not a part of this. It's not even inside of the frame. And that is a passion, using the self-help book, I think, right? Passion-driven life. Now, of course, a book like The Passion-Driven Life is going to try to get you to hustle and grind and turn your whole life into a workaholicism to be, but now you're your own businessman. And so this is your passion because you found the thing that you care about. Okay. What we're getting at, though, is that the dream for time energy, and it is a dream, it is a fantasy, it is one of those sort of motivating concepts. The dream for time energy is the dream to be able to lead a passion-driven life. Now, I know Mikey's going to go super into passion and time energy in his Capital versus Time Energy book coming out in a couple months here. But I guess the main thing I want to say is that if you have a passion and you have to hold yourself back because you are either you're in some kind of a lifestyle that has you basically being a workaholic or a jack-off or some kind of ethical normie, some kind of a balance between these two things, then you'll understand why time energy is essential for being able to do that passion. You'll understand it. But here's the thing. A lot of people who are workaholics and jackoffs or ethical normies don't really get it. They just want more time or energy. They don't think in terms of time energy because their life is, for the most part, fulfilling in a sort of way. It is, right? They don't need large energy infused repeatable blocks of reliable time between themselves, right? Like they need some more time and some more energy and some more money, but they're not thinking in terms of skole. And skole and time energy are not the same thing. Time energy is the condition of skole in the same way that time energy is the condition of labor power. But skole / OTM are active leisure without pressures from outside. So it's really just like the kind of thing where at first, if you were in kind of workaholic mode, chances are you would feel kind of angsty, maybe bored. Like, what am I supposed to do with myself right now? And the point is that, well, if you are interested in philosophy, yeah, at a certain, you try to like reprogram yourself from being a workaholic to living in a state of skole. Well, you're going to reach boredom and things won't work out the way you plan. But if you really don't have pressures and you get to kind of live in this privileged little bubble of OTM, it's going to come to this point where, yeah, you end up reading books. You read a lot of books and you go on a lot of walks and maybe you practice musical instruments and you live that Theodore Adorno life that he talks about in Free Time. Fantastic essay, right? Well, the thing is time energy is the condition for that. Time energy is also the condition for labor power. It's also the condition for, we could just say like quality family time, QFT. We could say it's the creative quality creative time. We could sit here and just do all of this. Of course, you could say that skole is quality creative time, but the point is like you could go do sports, right? Quality sports time, QST. Like we could do all of these. Time energy is the precondition for all of those things. This is why, like back when I used to talk to Daniel Tutt, there was like 3 times that I really tried to explain. No, OTM is active leisure time, but it's not the same thing as time energy. He'd always be like time energy or what I call OTM, right? Or what Nietzsche called OTM. And it's just like, no, we're talking about the condition for that, dude. Like it's the existential ontological condition for the thing that you're thinking about. And it's a zero-sum game. You either have this OTM or you have labor power. But in either case, if you didn't have that, you'd still have the potential of time energy. Large energy-infused repeatable blocks of reliable time between people. Except that there is this question about how much that has to be institutionally granted, that privilege, which is a really important question. But the reason it comes up is because yesterday, Mandy in the Discord was talking about how most people don't want to study. Most people don't want to spend their whole life like learning stuff the way that we do. Most people don't want time energy for these reasons, and that's why time energy is not skole. Skole is the fantasy and also the condition of the scholarly life. And the biggest error that especially leftists make, but really it's just an intellectual error, is to assume that most people want that life, or in different conditions would want that life. If things were just different, everybody would want to be like me. No, people might just want to raise and love their children and pick raspberries and sit around the fireplace and go fishing. They might actually have zero interest in Plato. Sorry, Thomas Jefferson. Maybe that's not actually the American dream for a lot of people. And so I guess the point is that Mandy gets it. And I wanted to shout her out. Not the Mandy that's been in the chat today, by the way, but the Mandy who's not been in the chat today, the Mandy who is a moderator. Shout out to Mandy for getting that these are not the same thing, and that everybody needs time energy, but not necessarily for Skole. And part of the task for a political movement that would want to center time energy as a goal is to realize different people need it for different reasons. And I have almost always kind of just assumed people who are into theory and wish that they had more time energy to pursue that passion project. Anything you'd like to add to this before we close out the segment here, Nance?
It does sometimes get a bit fucky trying to explain to people what is time energy. It's very easy for people to think it's energy time. It's this like super instrumental self-help bootstraps. Do this. And that goes back to this solutionist framework. The world that we live in is this kind of solutionist postmodern hellhole where there's always a solution. There's always a definite problem and there's always a definite solution. And all you have to do is subscribe, either pay a monthly fee or symbolically subscribe to our ideology, whatever. But no, we are anti-solutionists. We are posing questions. We are not here giving you ultimate answers. We're not there yet. But I don't know. I think one way that I have had success in explaining time energy is to relate it to the commons. And it is this kind of existential. It is this thing that, like, from time energy, from this field of resources, things can then be instrumentalized and turned into Skole. They can be turned into labor power. They can be turned into leisure, free time, all this stuff. But it's this thing that exists, and it currently exists in the form of a lack. We do not have time energy. And guess what? We will all probably die before time energy is actually freed up. But I mean, so be it, right? Like, that is still the thing. It is this thing that exists, and we currently exist it exists in the form of this negativity rather than something that you can free up by taking a Andrew Tate course on how to be a top G or whatever, or also reading a self-help book and saying, I just need to apologize to the people I hurt 12 years ago, and I just need to forgive myself. And no, we will not solve this problem.
It's about laying the groundwork for people to, first of all, know that it's a problem so that eventually something can actually be done about it. Because otherwise, what we have are a bunch of pseudo-intellectuals and a bunch of dumb people who think that those intellectuals know what's up, or dumb people who know that they don't know what's up. And that's this sort of dumbfuck dialectical relationship between the anti-intellectualism of populism and the anti-intellectualism of anti-populist movements or ideologies. So yeah, thanks everybody for hearing me out. It wouldn't have been a real birthday stream if I didn't do an impromptu lecture. And there was this part of me that was like sitting here like, should I do the thing where I get into workaholics versus jackoffs and the ethical normies versus the passion-driven life? And by the way, my shorthand for a passion-driven life person, the kind of person, I call them devotees, right? They're devoted to a cause, to an idea, to a thing that makes jackoffs and workaholics, this production versus consumption kind of options, like not satisfying, right? Like, it's like, no, I don't want to balance workaholicism with jackoff, because I actually am a devotee of something that makes both of those things look unsatisfying. That part of me that is unserious is like the part of me that I'm trying to put in its place. That part of me that wants to instrumentalize and workaholic everything is that part of me that I'm trying to put in its place. And so in that sense, the devotee becomes the enemy of ethical normies, workaholics, and jackoffs. Unless we can find a way to do something like different, right? Unless we can find a way to do something that is different. Yeah. This
So
is
basically,
tangentially.
we're gonna do a mass suicide live stream where we're all
Yeah.
gonna meet up and we're gonna
Yes.
self-immolate, and
Yes.
that's the answer.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
guys, we've already said it. We'll kill you twice on stream. Now we're talking about mass suicide. I
Now
hope
you're gonna kill you.
I hope Kira's not listening. She'll definitely get her little cult siren going off, you know.
Don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Kierkegaard and Badiou are both really good for this. Kierkegaard with the three spheres, the aesthetic, the ethical, and the religious. Badiou with he has words he uses. I don't know how they get translated. I could just translate them as party boy versus hustle and grindster versus devotee. Like that's kind of how he's thinking about it. But what I'm getting at is the situation that establishes the sort of binary that makes the devotee unintelligible. The jackoff just thinks that the devotee is a workaholic, and the workaholic thinks that the devotee is just working overtime. And it's like, dude, do you ever take a break? And it's like, bitch, I worked all day so that I can do this. This is what I want to do. Could you stop questioning that this is my favorite thing and it gives my life meaning? For fuck's sake. And then you got the ethical normies who are like, both sides. They're like, you don't jack off enough. And also, you're a workaholic like all the time, bro. And it's like, dude, I'm a devotee. I'm a devotee. Okay. So there you go, everybody. That's the answer to all of our frustrations. So
Yeah. You don't jack off enough. Oh, sorry, I'll get right on that, dude.
Yeah, let me work on it.
Like,
In fact,
okay.
everybody, I'm gonna go take care of that kind of business right now.
I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll be back with some post-nut clarity and hopefully Haz Aldin of
Like,
infrared.
yeah, dude, the stream, like everything changes the vibe. Like we're all relaxed and like
I come back and I'm just like, just chilling, just vibing.
Oh goodness.
I don't know what I was
Smoking
on earlier.
cigarettes. Yeah, like all that shit I said.
We
earlier.
cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation. Theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory. You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working-class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy.
We're trying to build like this ongoing seminar, right? And that's what I really like about this thing, where, you know, if I'm teaching a main text, that's something I got to focus on. I got to really, but the seminar thing, we can do this stuff all the time where we dive deeper into concepts, we dive deeper into certain, you know, sections of books or whatever, and we can really do this nuanced stuff.
I think that there's probably no better way for us to accelerate our learning in these areas than by slipstreaming Mikey. And that has been my belief for years and years and years now. It's official. You're able to help out. You're able to get involved. You're able to benefit directly from liberating him from wage labor. Get on it right now. Do it. Just go. Stop what you're doing. Go click the button. Subscribe. This is what you do. Subscribe to him. If you're already signed up for the ongoing Theory Underground seminars, then that's the ones that I do with my wife, Anne. Though that's getting an upgrade, which means that I will be doing one session per month that is just me, and then I will also be doing the ones with Anne, which are a crash course in sociology, anthropology, the social sciences, and ultimately Marx, Heidegger, Levinas, Bourdieu, imminently critiquing pop psychology, sociology, self-help, and ultimately the doxa of our time. But if you would like to be a subscriber to both Mikey's seminar and the seminar that the Snellgrove McCarrickers are doing, then the best way is to become a tier 4 subscriber, or you can be a tier 2 subscriber to each of us. The reason this matters is because tier 2 is like pretty much the best bang for your buck. It gives you huge discounts on all of the courses that we do. But if you can't afford it...
What you are about to hear is a short DIY ad made by the Theory Underground crew, just to remind you of the best way to keep up with and support this kind of content.
If you're still listening to this, then the chances are you're enjoying it, which means you would maybe like other stuff that Theory Underground publishes. So make sure that you've subscribed and that you click the little bell. It turns out only 40% of people who subscribe click the little bell. But I think that at least 20% of the rest of y'all just don't realize how much pushing the bell really makes a difference, especially considering the fact that at TU, we tend to put stuff out without warning. You know, there's no schedule. This is coming from the space of my freedom. I just do this stuff when I can, and I don't want to live by a schedule because I'm sorry, I've got other things that are supposedly more important. All right.
Yeah, no, I mean...
Yay, we're live! All right. So, I'm going to hit the 3, 2, 1, and we're recording. Haas, welcome back to the channel. How you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you?
Man. Good. I really appreciated all of the kind words I don't know if they were from your people in particular or just people who wanted to see you have a more serious conversation, but we got a lot of positive feedback in the comment section on the last time we had you on. And I thought, look, it was kind of like a, let's all get to know Haas a little bit and like really give him the floor. But what I wanted to do today, since we couldn't get the first plan, which will come together later, hopefully, to happen. What I wanted to do today is just like talk about our maybe love-hate relationship, I don't know, for Heidegger, right? Because it's one of the interesting things. I am the sort of representative of Western Marxism or post-Marxism or the CIA, whatever. And then you're this representative of, actual communism or of Eastern Marxism. But then we both have like these interests in people like Zizek and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But then it's like Heidegger, though.
Yeah.
Zizekians often will just kind of disregard Heidegger. They're not going to take him very seriously. So let's start with that. Like, how did you get into Heidegger?
Actually, I got through Heidegger backwards. So I was a huge Zizek disciple. From Zizek, I explored more of the French school, Alain Badiou, Deleuze, obviously, the speculative realists, Land was there, obviously. And, I was a hardcore dogmatic Lacanian, but I was trying, I think the theory needed to be updated and modernized and taken out of the clinical context. I was always looking for escapes from the clinic. And I was struggling to articulate, because I was also a traditional Marxist who believed in, we need to form a party and a workers' movement. So it's like I was struggling to like explain to people like, okay, why do you need all this like bull crap from continental philosophy? What is continental philosophy? So I myself was struggling to like understand what is that? What makes it so different from like analytical outlooks or, more dogmatic theoretical framings. And it wasn't hard for me to discover. Actually, the story is much longer than this, but I'm just simplifying it because there's a political dimension with my studies of Mao's Cultural Revolution as well, that through Badiou, who led me to inquire upon a materialist explanation of that. Anyway, all roads pointed back to Heidegger. Heidegger was the thing that united. He was the guy who raised the original question that all of these people were responding to. Georges Bataille, Kojève, all of these people that I was exploring through Boris Groys. Heidegger was, and so I was asking, what did Heidegger do? What was the break Heidegger was responsible for? And that is what led me to Heidegger. Now I get to have people on the internet crucify me because they're saying, "Oh, he's talking about Heidegger, but Heidegger was a Nazi. See, it's a Nazi ideology." So it's just kind of funny how I started as just a Zizek, Badiou, all this, but now I don't understand it. Like, people who claim to be like Deleuze people and Badiou people, they're like freaking out over the Heidegger because I name Heidegger. And I'm like, what? Do you know where your own tradition comes from? Like, why is Heidegger such a scandal when he's the only thing basically that was responsible for the trajectory of Western thinking that didn't go down the path of like analytardism? Sorry, I don't want to say bad words. But the analytic Anglo-box stuff, that's what we called it, the Anglo-box, where people are just like, everything is propositional logic and everything has to be, logically, formalistically rigorous. So it's like, what are we talking about here? Heidegger's the one who opened up thinking to more than that, and I wish people would appreciate that.
Yeah. So I guess I'll just say a couple things about how I got into it, because it wasn't through Zizek, but it was a guy who came into my philosophy club and was like, I'm into all this other stuff. And he probably used the word continental philosophy, but I was like, it was all like so new, and there's all this stuff, and I was like overwhelmed by so much new stuff that he was putting on the whiteboard, and there were all these names, and Zizek was one of them, and Heidegger was one of them, and this was a professor who was really into Marx, and I was like, oh, there's all this other side of philosophy that's crazy. You know, I'm like, you know, second year into my studies, and I was just like, whoa, what is going on here? And it was the conversations we had, not about politics, because I think we seemed to agree on so much at the time. But when it came to religion and science, and I was like this sort of Richard Dawkins kind of like, you know, young new atheist type, right? Like coming from a super conservative fundamentalist kind of family, you know? And I was just like, God, there's no God. Woo, that's a big deal. Science tells us everything we need to know, you know? And so I was, without realizing it, taking up that position that philosophy is the handmaiden of the sciences, right? Like this idea that philosophy's proper task is to come along and make sure that people understand that science has most of these different areas figured out, and we just have to listen to the experts or whatever. I didn't realize that that's what I kind of sunk into, but that's what you get if you spend too much time down Richard Dawkins' alley. And so it wasn't the political conversations that brought us around to Heidegger. It was the religious and science kind of related conversations that made it so that Bruce Bierman, he was like my mentor in this situation. He one day said, Dave, this conversation we keep having, it always comes back to this point, and there's an absolute impasse. It's an absolute impasse. It's this little circuit of a conversation that cannot go further unless you actually just roll up your sleeves and read Kant's Critique of Pure Reason and Being in Time. And then once you've done that, we can have a real conversation. So for me, I guess that's what I'm interested in. And what I wanted to kind of bring up is epistemology and philosophy of science and religion and the relations between these things. That is something essential that Heidegger's contributing. And it's something that Marxism lacked, right? It's something that Marxism lacked. That a dialectical, historical, or materialist approach bracketed certain things that Heidegger took very seriously. It bracketed those things out of the picture altogether. And then Heidegger comes along with a very different set of assumptions, and then he's able to see those things. So what do you think about that?
Well, no, you raise an interesting point, because actually what led me to Zizek was actually the new atheist stuff myself. You know, because I had left religion when I was like 12 or whatever, and you know, the new atheist stuff was the first thing you latch onto, and then it was just this ecosystem of like pop thinkers on YouTube or TED Talks, whatever. And then you come across Zizek, and it's like, huh, this guy's also a Marxist, but he seems to be presenting it in a really interesting and modern way. So, you know, that's what got me. Yeah, you're right. There's something to that. Now, the thing of historical materialism and stuff, you know, part of my my, what do you call it, journey toward the dark side of the Eastern Marxism is something happens in Western Marxism which doesn't happen in Eastern Marxism. You know, Eastern Marxism is a concrete, practical reality. This is, a lot of people overlook that. It's not like a theoretical or academic project. It's actual, like a real thing happening. And so there's so much weight and meaning and significance to all of these different terms and ideas and theories, such as historical materialism and dialectical. I mean, these are things they're experiencing in real time history, right? So it makes sense to them. But in the West, it's more subjective. It takes on a more subjective dimension in the sense that it's more about what are the fundamental subjective commitments that prefigure our ability to commit to Marxism in the first place, rather than a huge situation like, you know, peasants are hungry for land now, they want to kick out the Japanese now. You know, in the West, it's kind of like we're more stoic. Oh, nothing is happening. We're complacent. We're comfortable. This is not true, but this is the perspective that proliferated here. So why should we care about what, you know, it's more reflexive. So Marxism kind of in my opinion, not my opinion, in my view, went down two paths, right? The first path was Lukács, right? Lukács and the history of class consciousness. He is trying to rigorously defend Marxism and its philosophical and conceptual validity. You know, from building off of the neo-Kantian frameworks that were already in play in Germany at the time.
Right.
And then you have Heidegger, who opens up the horizon for Marxism in a way that is highly heterodox and highly unconventional and highly creative, right? Kojève, Bataille, and all this crazy stuff, the French school in general. I don't know if I would say the Adorno was directly a Heidegger disciple, but I think that this kind of stuff is, yeah. Anyway,
he's profound. We can at least say he's profoundly influenced by the sort of, I almost want to say, symbolic capital that Heidegger carried at the time, right?
Yeah.
Like it's right.
Yeah.
It's like what Hegel had going at the time that
Right.
Marx is doing stuff.
Yeah. Anyway, so a lot of people make a big mistake when they're looking at this crossroads. They're like, okay, Lukács represents the Stalinists, and the Heidegger path, that's like the new left and all this free, you know. But I have the opposite view. My view is that Lukács was basically a social democrat who kind of totally prevented the possibility of any dialogue between Eastern and Western Marxism because of the way he dogmatically reduced Marxism to to the neo-Kantian framework that he had originally been working with, right? Whereas Heidegger does open up the possibility of a thinking that, yes, comes from the standpoint of subjectivity, sure, but opens the horizon of thought to a reality irreducible to the terms set by the subjective. And the terms set by the subjective, let's be clear, this is the institution of social democracy, that, first of all, I mean, that's what gave rise, that was in the background of a lot of the neo-Kantianism. It's also the rise of academic and university institutions. It's the rise of democratic institutions, the open society, what Popper talks about.
Yeah.
And to me, Heidegger is opening up thought to the question of, okay, is that reality though? These are these premises fashioned by a given subjective outlook. But I know this is not, Heidegger wouldn't agree with the way I'm describing him, but this is very vaguely where I'm coming from. But is that the be all end all of being itself, right? And so Heidegger opens up thought to inquire upon something that is not reducible to the conceits of thought, the institutional conceits of Western subjectivity. And so in this way, I think he opened up a possibility of a dialogue between the East and the West, not just Eastern and Western Marxism, but East and West in general, which he himself
100%. I agree 100%.
He would agree, because that's what he did in his later years when he's focused on Zen Buddhist philosophy. And even now, I don't know if you know about the Chinese philosopher I don't know how to say his name.
Yeah,
and the question of technology in China. So that dialogue is very much something Heidegger alone, I think, in the history of modern Western thinking, was able to open up.
Yeah, I think I want to caution people from thinking that you can just go from being like, oh, the West or Western philosophy, maybe if you've studied it for a while, you think, oh, this ain't it. And then you're like, oh, I could just like jump over into like Eastern philosophy. And of course, what usually happens is psychedelic babble bro bullshit, like Alan Watts in his later I love Alan Watts, but he has a guru streak, and it gets bad in his later years because he's an alcoholic and a womanizer, and he's all about like, oh, well, that's a problem with your ego if you don't like the way I'm behaving. And it's like, okay, bro. But there was this young version of him that was super dedicated to understanding the East and translating texts, and he was much more academic before he became so dogmatic. But this trajectory is accelerated for a lot of people who are less rigorous than young Watts. They just jump to old Watts, right? And part of the issue is that the conceptual equipment that we bring to Eastern philosophy, the ideology, it's already Western. And you can't like say, oh, I don't like it anymore, I'll purge it, or oh, I did enough shrooms, now I don't have it anymore. It's like, no, it's not the explicit level saying that you don't like the ego or greed or something like that. It's not gonna cut it. You actually have to deconstruct the grounds of modernity themselves if you want to get back to some of these deeper truths.
And that is that process is profoundly one that is, you go through the rigor of Western thinking. You don't throw it in the trash bin and say, oh, I've been enlightened. No, the only way out is through, basically, right? And Heidegger, I think he raises precisely the right questions, the right I don't know if I would even call them concepts. Maybe he would agree that they're concepts, but he raises the right.
He doesn't like concepts. Yeah.
Right. I don't like that. Yeah. But he raises the right, I don't know how frame of inquiry. I don't know if I'd call it that, of how to think that specific problem, that every horizon of being is, and I used to, Nick Land said something before. He said that Heidegger is just it's just Kantianism in the age of phenomenology, basically. Like, I don't know if he said that precisely, but it's just a kind of historical repeat of the same thing Kant discovered. In the same way that Heidegger is almost seems like he's raising a kind of skepticism because of our ability to relate to being is always conditioned by a specific, finite metaphysical horizon of being. This somehow parallels Kant's, notion that our relationship to the real world is mediated by a transcendental horizon. But I think there's more, even if there's I do agree there's some kind of homology there, right? But I think the crucial difference is that Heidegger is not working, in contrast to Kant, within the frame of the terms of that specific logic, being described, are not reducible to concepts, right? And therefore, Heidegger opens up a significance of things like, you could say, a lot of people in continental philosophy like to say, they say affects, they say more fundamental kinds of experiences than just thinking that begins from the concept. Lacan understood the significance of Heidegger for psychoanalysis, that yes, right, we're not dealing, he was able to see a Freudian undercurrent as far as the significance of what he discovered. And then, you have Kojève with this more fundamental significance of historical change, real historical change, and how that conditions subjectivity. So, in general, I think that Heidegger does allow you to think in ways that is not beholden to the very same conceits of thought, and that is very paradoxical to think about. Like, how do you think without being bound by the very products of that same thinking? But I think that's a fundamental dialectical insight, that it's what Marx basically said in the preface to Capital. He said, the method of inquiry must differ from the manner of presentation. There's a certain discontinuity at the level of, how should I say, the reality of thing and the way that thing comes to yield products and instantiations, and how those in turn affected and so on. Sorry, I'm kind of rambling at this point.
Yeah, no, this is great. I've got a whole bunch of stuff that we could get into, different directions we could go. But Nance, you haven't said anything yet because, of course, we're windbags. So go. What do you got for us, or anything you wanted to add?
The East, the West, these terms both get used in very, I think, facile, problematic ways by people on the internet when they're talking about politics, when they're talking about history. And I think even like my younger self, I had a very like silly version of Heidegger where it was just like, oh, it's like the Force, man, and like it's this mystical thing that binds and connects us and all that stuff. And I think that is often associated with Eastern.
Yeah.
But as I've kind of problematized my own preconceptions and presuppositions, I've come to see the error of my ways. But I do also think it is true that Heidegger is presenting as this I don't know, gateway or whatever to go from like Western modernity into something else. I do still I understand you're not using this facile presentation of Eastern, but I don't know what you mean by Eastern. Like, I don't have a solid concept of what you mean when you are talking about Eastern.
No, yeah, that's a good point to raise. I think that how should I simplify it? I think that when we're talking about the West-East difference, one of the things that is important to think about is that difference really exclusive to a difference between the history of Europe versus Asia, for example? Or is this a more fundamental contradiction at the heart of mankind's historical existence, wherever that history develops? Because, for example, there seems to be a homologous dichotomy in the trajectories of the development between China and Japan, for example, right? Japan is a peninsular, highly reflexive kind of civilization, which was they called it feudal, right? There were sociological things that paralleled Western civilizations. The famous East-West dichotomy begins with the emergence of Greece, I think, for purposes of this specific distinction. And a lot of people will raise the question, well, why do you think Greece belongs to the West? It doesn't belong to the West. There's the Greece of Byzantium. The Arabs took things from Greece, and well, I would say that's true. But that doesn't necessarily reflect the fact that the contradiction wasn't this precise difference. It's that there is a profound ability for what we call the East to assimilate and assail the West. And there's also a profound ability for the reverse, for the West to break up and kind of introduce the reign of differentiation and pure difference to Eastern society. So that's how I would respond to that, basically. But I think the distinction at the essential level can actually even be it can be put in Heideggerian terms. For Heidegger, Dasein can be understood as a kind of fundamental question of being. It's an understanding of well, you can't call them subjects, you can't call it subjectivity. Well, it's an understanding of humanity that places the indeterminacy and question of what being is at the fore, right? Whereas it's not that there's no history in the East. It's not that there's no change. But there is an assumption that answer is already that question is already answered in a specific kind of way. And all of history is occurring not at the level of a fundamental kind of subjective horizon of doubt and uncertainty and skepticism and so on, but at the level of, the need to decisively respond to something that you know is already happening, for example, or that already defines a given historical circumstance. So I think that there is a kind of the best way to describe it is that the West is the history of a question. The East is the history of an answer. You know, that's kind of how I would see it, basically. It's in the most simple possible terms, again, because once more, there is so much more implied by that as far as understanding the difference. Like another way you could understand it is that, you know, Eastern civilization tends toward the what I say aggregation of land and peoples and uniting them into singular kind of political communities, whereas the West is the opposite process. It's a process of endless, what Nick Land would describe, schism and secession and difference and so on. So, but there is a basic kind of contradiction. East and West do connote a lot of dumb things when they first come to mind, but roughly speaking, there is, but what's fascinating about the difference is that it's a real contradiction in the sense that it's giving expression to the same thing in different ways. There's no clear like line that says this is West and this is East. It's more like these are the same thing. These are different aspects of the same thing. And I think all of the greatest thinkers of both the East and the West throughout history believed that the both the object and, if you want, the subject of thought was thinking about how do they form a greater whole? How do they form one reality? One reality that they're both indispensably a part of. But even thinking and questioning and trying to answer that question can be an Eastern way and a Western way. So such is the paradox, I think. Sorry, that was so long-winded. I really don't, off the top of my head, have a very clear answer to simplify. But I guess what I'm trying to do is basically justify why that contradiction, I think, is meaningful.
Yeah, I think I think I kind of smell what you're stepping in. And I think maybe to simplify it, I would say like late Heidegger has a little more of this East, whereas, you know, 1930s Heidegger has a little more of the West with this kind of pursuit of instrumentalization. And I think, I would just use different terms that you're using, but I think I can kind of see where you're going with it.
Like the West has the ability to become Eastern, like very easily, right? And probably the reverse is true as well. And fascinatingly, in the age of globality that we live in, the age of the internet and, you know, the universal free flow of information, I think we are entering a post-East, post-Western moment in the history of humanity where we will simultaneously become Eastern and the East is in their own way also becoming Western, you know? So, and how are we becoming Eastern? I think, for example, with the phenomena of populism, it sounds really stupid for me to say, but because there has been populist moments throughout all of Western history, of course. I mean, there have been peasants with torches and pitchforks, and there's the French Revolution, and so on and so on. But I think the contemporary populism is much more metaphysical in a sense, I guess I would put it, is that it's undermining our very understanding of what constitutes civilization and what constitutes the relationship between individuals and institutions and so on and so on. And that is kind of disturbing, maybe, what Straussians or what Western thinkers would call like the foundations of Western civilization itself since ancient Greece, maybe. The internet itself is doing that, I think, you know, the rise of social media and so on. Well, in any case, what was I going to say? I think I came on. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I came onto this distinction and its significance mainly because in the case of when I was studying how European social democracy, the Second International, was imported into Russia, Marxism, right? And how the Marxists in Russia had to contend with this problem of how the concept of the proletariat did not have a direct empirical correlate in Russia at the time. And so I think this placed the development of Marxism in Russia in a more fundamental proximity with an object that was not for thought. It was not for concepts. It was for something else. And that kind of allowed me to see how this notion of objectivity is actually one that is in many ways taken for granted in the East, where the reality is not assumed to be the product of the instantiations of concepts or subjective intentions or forms of consciousness, but rather reflects something more objective than an individual subject can fully assail, I guess.
I'll take it back kind of. I want to piggyback here a little bit off of this idea, because I am not obviously convinced that the East is the answer to the question, but I'm open to it. I'm open to that the proposition, and I'd like to hear more about it, of course. But for now, I just want to say, and I also like that you say, well, just because it's the answer doesn't mean you'd throw out the question. You would still have to work through it.
Yeah, of course.
So I really appreciate that. But I wanted to bring it back to the reading we were doing earlier on the stream. I had my wife on and we were reading from Louis Perry's The Case Against the Sexual Revolution. And this was maybe a little spicy for TU. But basically, I want to just read this paragraph. Maybe, you know what, Nance, you got such a good reading voice. So I'll have you read it and then I'll say something about it. I'm going to drop it in the chat here. And just for people, especially people who are used to high octane streams, I don't know what kind of people are here right now. I know that the chat is crazy. So I'll just say we read on this channel all the time, and let's be realistic. So it's some of the best reading that we get to do in our lives because we're all so distracted most of the time. But Nance is a professional. He read my book timenergy on Audible, so you can
listen to me on Audible.
Yeah, he's got a good voice, so I'll let him take it away. But basically, I want to talk about how Heidegger counters something about the West and modernity that has to be worked through, and it's something that the new left especially took for granted, but that the old left in the United States especially was not really capable of grappling with, because it was kind of common sense, right? So it wasn't to be questioned. All right, take it away, Nance.
I'm not using liberal as shorthand for left wing. In fact, far from it. The American post-liberal political theorist Patrick Deneen describes economic liberalism and social liberalism as intertwined, with a liberal cultural elite and a liberal corporate elite working hand in hand. Today's corporate ideology has a strong affinity with the lifestyles of those who are defined by mobility, ethical flexibility, liberalism, whether economic or social, a consumerist mentality in which choice is paramount, and a progressive outlook in which rapid change and creative destruction are the only certainties. Post-liberals such as Deneen draw attention to the costs of social liberalism, a political project that seeks to free individuals from the external constraints placed on us by location, family, religion, tradition, and even, and most relevant to feminists, the human body. In that sense, they are in agreement with many social conservatives. But post-liberals are also critical of the other side of the liberal coin, a free market ideology that seeks to free individuals from all of these constraints in order to maximize their ability to work and to consume. The atomized worker with no commitment to any place or person is the worker best able to respond quickly to the demands of the market. This ideal liberal subject can move to wherever the jobs are because she has no connection to anywhere in particular. She can do whatever labor is asked of her without any moral objection derived from faith or tradition, and without a spouse or family to attend to, she never needs to demand rest days or a flexible schedule. And then, with the money earned from this rootless labor, she is able to buy consumables that will soothe any feelings of unhappiness, thus feeding the economic engine with maximum efficiency.
Thank you. So I'll just keep this short. Basically, I said that leftists, the tendency for leftists is to be the shock troops for liberalism. Or actually, sorry, the shock troops for capital for liberals, which is to say you take liberalism, you take its ideology, you take its assumptions, and then you take those to some extreme so you can max out capital, right? This is the equal symbol on the back of the car. That is the value form itself. People are trying to fit themselves into the value form, and they're trying so hard to fit themselves into the value form that they are desexing themselves, that they are deworlding themselves. And this is where Heidegger comes in. Heidegger says this in Being and Time. It's like 300 pages in. He says that when being in the world breaks down, subjectivity is what remains. When being in the world breaks down, and this is where I'd bring it back to what you were just saying, Haas, institutionalized subjectivities are what remains. So people think individualism, people are out to get their own. And it's like, no, people are finding a way to rationalize the imperatives put on them by the relations of production. People are trying to navigate horizons of possibility, but there's a mode of production that sets the parameters there. And what people tend to call liberalism, there's something much deeper there about, it's really about this thing where we see liberal freedom as like the part that we like. The part that we like about the liberal project. I do like it. Like there are certain things that creep me out about like a political order that would not allow me to do certain things or would care about certain things that I do. Of course. You say I could be, the West could become East, and of course it might be happening, but also there's this part of me that's like, not in my lifetime, not the people I know. But of course, that's just because these are spoiled brats, right? These are spoiled brats who think that the good life is what you buy outside of work. They consign the overwhelming majority of their time energy to the reduction of labor power, and they worship the value form. And then outside of work on their free time, they're like, but I get to choose what movie I go to. Hooray. And it's just like, there's something deeper. And the question of being itself is something that I think opens a door for thinking about pretty much everything in a deeper way, right? The sort of meditation, and it's a very critical one, thanks to Husserl and his influence on Heidegger's thought. It's one that refuses to run out through airy-fairy speculation from one branch to another branch, off in the clouds. And it says, now it's not neo-Kantian, and it's a fundamental critique of neo-Kantianism, but nonetheless, it says that it's going to do that critique working within the parameters established by that kind of skeptical project. So working from within those parameters, we can talk about what we know for sure. And all of the existentialia are indisputable parts of being in the world. And you can prove them without doing airy-fairy metaphysical philosophizing. And that's what the project of Being in Time establishes. And that's why it made this impact on all of the great philosophers that we love so much at this channel.
I think that the question of subjectivism and individualism has to be partnered with an inquiry into the question of what is objectivity? What really constitutes
Absolutely
our social existence? Is social existence a project that individuals seek to embark upon? This is an interpretation of socialism that amuses me. That we are actually metaphysically just individuals, and we have to voluntarily become collective, which is a nightmare to me. If we are truly individuals, we should just be what we are. We should be authentic to what we are. But if we're not just individuals, if part of what we are objectively is already some kind of totality of social relations, or some kind of communal social existence, what is that, and how can we reorient thought back to that as an object of its activity, of the activity of thought? How can thought how can an individual become enlightened to that reality, more or less, right? And this is where I think I was interested in this kind of dichotomy between the question and the answer. Not that the answer is the answer of all of mankind's existence in history, but different ways of coping with the reality, the awkward reality of the fact that while we do have some kind of social and collective existence, that existence is constantly suspended in a process of change, transformation. And so in the opening that change exerts upon subjective experience, the subject sees what? Nothingness. Okay, if A is not A, then it is nothing, right? And if it is nothing, then the square one of real being and real existence and real reality is just what I can be certain of as a product of my immediate activity. And that's kind of the Western orientation, trajectory, more or less. Then on the other hand, we can be certain of, yes, there's a change happening, but this change is just part of the plan all along. Trust the plan, basically. It's all part of the plan all along for the realization of an objective existence, communal, historical, civilizational, that is already, that has already been, and will always be. Now, why is the Eastern way incomplete, or why are there problems in it? Because what is and has always been does actually change. It actually does change, right? And there is a forgetting, there's a forgetfulness that plagues the history. Why did Marx say there's no history in Asia? Well, very simply, Asia, or the East, did not spend a lot of time recording history compared to the West. There was not as much of an extensive recording of history. Well, it's all the same, but it wasn't. There was a real history of Asia, and it just was not very well documented or recorded. And it should really raise interesting questions. Why is real historiography something that begins in the West? Not mythology, not poems and songs and like sayings and stories. The real science of like what the fuck actually did happen, right?
Right.
And the West has its own forgetting of history that Heidegger makes clear. But that same forgetting of history, I'm saying, is happening in the East as well. Okay. It's just a different way of forgetting. How does the West forget history? It forgets how the object is not, and somehow it's more than what you can make of it through your immediate activity. Something gets lost in translation when you try to make something of it through your immediate activity. Then the Eastern forgetting is the forgetfulness that the change happened in the first place. It was all part of the same thing, same wisdom. Well, that is kind of true in the East, by the way. It is the same thing, but the same thing in question, when it is exempted from any kind of any kind of emptying out into the understanding, or not just emptying out, when it is exempted from any kind of what should I say, uh, raising up into the understanding, to the understanding, where we actually say this is what it is, which we can never be absolutely certain of, by the way. This is never fully comprehensive. This is never something that discovers history, right? The fact that the thing that you're raising to the understanding is suspended in a process of change. So I think that is why I'm such a dogmatic communist, because to me, communism, as Marx describes it, the real movement to change the present, to sublate the present state of things, we share some kind of social communal existence, every given civilization or community, but there's something about these communities, these civilizations, these collective realities that change. And how do they change? Why do they change? What's the meaning and purpose of that change? And what deeper reality does said change attest to? These are the questions that our trouble with is the reason why philosophically and subjectively we have a very hard time thinking about what actually is our collective reality beyond the individual.
Dasein, right? This is why I'm saying we Heideggerians, or people who are profoundly influenced by that period of Heidegger's project where he is really focused on Dasein. That's why it's so important. And I just told Mikey to hystericize us with a voice message if he wants to, because I know that he really likes his individualist sort of reading of Heidegger that became so popular thanks to Hubert Dreyfus and William Blattner. But that is not the reading of Heidegger that I take the most seriously. I mean, I take it very seriously because it's a foundational
To be fair, I think it's
approach.
I think it's definitely well merited in some ways. I mean,
it is.
Yeah,
Heidegger really left it. He really left it like
very ambiguous
at key moments, right?
Yeah.
Like alternating between the individual and the plural forms of things when talking about Dasein in a way where it's like in translation, it's pretty easy for people to just kind of run with the individual parts. But also think about it. The most important part of the whole book potentially is, and people get this from it, chapters 1 through 3 of Division 2, right? The resolute, what's the anticipatory resoluteness, right? Anticipatory resoluteness, taking a stand on your being, right? Taking a stand on business, right? Because death anxiety, and the short version, the sort of denial of death version, because there's this popular book called The Denial of Death. That popular version is just like, well, you see, it's finitude, the fact that you're going to die, that individualizes you. And that's why the they and all their bullshit gets washed away in the sort of acid bath on the horizon once the
But then you can also,
death comes
there's another interesting reading of finitude you can maybe draw out, which Kojev, I think, does directly, which is that it's not your individual finitude as a biological organism, it's the finitude of a given historical horizon or collective society
100%.
or reality. The fact that is something finite
100%.
is what's
100%.
interesting. But here's my materialist reading of Heidegger and why I think he is very ambiguous when it comes to the individual collective distinction. Because I think Heidegger is basically trying to say that Dasein is, even calling it something, I think it's problematic. Dasein situates itself somewhere that is before even the distinction between collective and individual.
Exactly.
It precedes that very ability to distinguish them. And so the Dasein is something that it can be an individual, it can be a collective, but that's not very important. It's individuals can respond to the Dasein, right? Collectives can respond and give way to Dasein in specific ways. Heidegger doesn't think the distinction is important, and in a sense, it's not. I agree with his rejection of a metaphysical collectivism because that is still bounded by a specific finite horizon, but here's where I think it does matter. Here's where I think collectivism does matter. The presence of Dasein. Heidegger does not inquire upon that presence. He doesn't inquire upon what makes a Dasein. What is, in a sense, Dasein? What makes it what it is, right? Heidegger has a very strange idealism where he seems to insinuate or imply, please correct me if I'm wrong, by the way, or you disagree, that a given horizon of being is a consequence of Dasein forgetting, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah, man, this is very aggravating.
so it's just a kind of like the thinking beings make a mistake or they make an error, and that creates an entire world for Heidegger.
Right.
So I think that is not just idealistic and therefore as a Stalinist worthy of prison sentence, but it's also a kind of absurd, maybe, let me clarify why I think so. I think in a materialist reading, the interesting question would be, is Dasein somehow co-existent or the real context or reality of Dasein, let's say, is a logic or a pattern of social reproduction? Before there's Dasein, before there are thinking beings, let's be frank, there was animals, and then somehow the transition happened that we arose from the animal kingdom. But when we did this, we still had to attend to the basic necessities of material and physical subsistence. And that was socially mediated. And is there a more fundamental material collective reproduction that actually, how should I say, structures Dasein? It structures the very form of the Dasein. It is what makes Dasein a possible object of contemplation and thought in the first place. And that is people think I'm like a dogmatic. They think I'm like, oh, you're not a Marxist, you're a Heideggerian. And it's like, if you listen to what I just said there, I think Heideggerians would, they would, I can't make this joke, but they would do something like Nazi against me or something. They would not like that,
Someone's getting sent to the chamber, and it's
right.
It's going to be
Okay.
Haas, Yeah, no, it's not funny, guys. And so, by the way, I don't have eyes on chat. I don't know how many mods are there. Don't be edgier than us or you're gone. That's the only rule.
They're being good.
But
we're being good. Everyone's
they're good.
Thank you.
They're good. Wonderful. I get nervous when I can't see and I don't see a lot of blue names. But anyway, this whole correct you if you're wrong on this. No, I don't want to correct anything. I think that you've nailed it, that there is this. Now, I think that we can really problematize idealism versus materialism. I think that Heidegger is working within these parameters in such a way that everything he's doing is going to be applicable regardless of whether idealism or materialism turned out to be true in a sort of crude sense. Take the most crude version of either one and then say it's true. Well, it would still work with what he's doing because he's bracketed out those kinds of questions because he really wants to get at what comes before, the division between subject and object there, right? And so it's like you and I can still have a mature conversation about objective material reality, but what he's doing, and this is what I really love here, people think he's doing fundamental ontology, and what they mean by that is basically they think he's doing a fundamental metaphysics. It's not a metaphysics, right? If you pay attention in the giant introduction to being in time, but also pay attention to the things he says throughout the book, and then also the history of the concept of time. He's pretty clear. He's not going to do ontology. He's going to do a fundamental critique of ontology. And in order to do a fundamental critique of ontology, he's not going to say, let's focus on what is being for the whole book. No, that's a carrot he puts out ahead, and then he says, to get there, anybody who wants to do that, philosophers, anybody who wants to poeticize being, or artists who want to, whatever you're doing, if you think you know what is and you want to make ontological assertions, hold up. Nobody's ever really thought about the question itself. You're all rushing to put the answers forward, but you haven't thought enough about the question. So what is the question? It's a question of being. So the whole book, when he says on fundamental ontology, he's saying, in order to even figure out how to ask the question that philosophers have always been in such a hurry to rush forward and answer, and obviously sophists are also in a hurry to answer that question, more of a hurry in a lot of cases. We first need to turn to the being who asks the question, the being whose being is at stake, which is to say there is a being who, if it doesn't take a stand on its being and choose its being, it will lose its being. So not choosing is losing. So there is a motivated thinker in the process, but not just a thinker because he doesn't want to be all intellectualist about it. He cares more about peasants than he does about academics, right? So in his way of thinking, it's like, no, there is an embodied living life, and it has this fundamental question, and then intellectuals rush forward to kind of satisfy that question with various kinds of scientific answers, poetic answers, what have you. And he's saying fundamental ontology is, let's start with Dasein, since it's the being who asks the questions, it's the being whose being is at stake. And then let's do this crazy thing where we say it actually knows more than intellectuals tend to give it credit for knowing, because it already has an understanding of being. If it didn't already have an understanding of being, it wouldn't be able to interpret in the first place. Having an understanding of its own possibilities is the condition for any kind of interpretation.
I think the main kernel there is that when there's a process in which the being that is already there inquires upon the question of what is being and tries to answer it, something gets lost. Something is mistranslated and is gone. And that is the problem that has to be at the front and center of thought. And what implications that problem has is the beginning of the Heideggerian turn of ontology. But you know what I always found interesting? Heidegger's description of the peasant in the Black Forest, it is missing the dimension that I think is the most interesting about peasants, which is time. What do I mean by time? Very simple. Heidegger describes the roof and the house of the peasant and how it's sloped in a certain way to catch the snow, and he's going into detail. But it's a static and fixed existence that he's describing. What I find interesting about peasants are the cycles of reproduction they partake in. How they have a kind of circle of life. There's the harvest and the seasons and so on and so on. And I don't know why Heidegger, maybe he does, I don't know where though. I don't know why he doesn't focus and give primacy to the cycle, the aspect of reproduction. And if that, I think, is thought about more, then that is where we can begin turning the discontinuity into something that can actually be understood concretely without losing it. Because a cycle implies a discontinuity. If there's no discontinuity, there's just a stillness, right? That there is a discontinuity means there's a cycle, there's time, right? So that's another, I guess, critique of Heidegger I have.
So this is I think there's like a cooked brain old guru version of Heidegger. I personally think that it's offensive. It's my bracketing maneuver because I think people see too much continuity across his lifespan, or they emphasize the turn. But what they're missing is that at some point he gave up the project of trying to turn philosophy into a rigorous science. He didn't just give up on it. He enlisted in the Nazi Party, became the rector of Freiburg University, started making speeches in defense of Hitler, started saying all of the things that it's just like, it's very dogmatic, ideological. You could tell that he pushed the fuck it button and just said, I'm all in, guys. I'm going to influence this man. I'm going to influence Hitler. And it's one of the most dangerous thing a thinker can do, is to say, my new goal is just to influence the movement, because that means you're subjecting your thought to that movement. I'm not saying don't do it, but I'm saying it's dangerous. And he's an obvious example of that. But then after that, what happens, right? Like after World War II, the denazification trials, he ends up for months in a psych ward. He has a complete breakdown. And then he comes out and writes the Letter on Humanism, his little takedown on Sartre. But then everything after that is like this, oh, let's open the space for the fourfold, for the gods in the sky and the people of the earth, and the let's talk about the dew on the grass, and he writes some very beautiful stuff. And if you're convinced that he's interesting, and then you read his beautiful stuff like his writing on dwelling, yeah, there's something there, but this time element is missing, and obviously the class element is missing. There are no relations of production within inframing. It's just human beings are human resources, period, full stop. But bringing it back, before he sells his soul, so to speak, he has this critical period between 1916 and, I don't know, I'll just arbitrarily say 1929. Maybe it's 1931, but it's in that range, because that whole decade he's reading Junger and he's really getting excited about the prospects of a war that could bring back their reputation. And he's very interested in these very conservative, we'll just say that, even though, let's be honest, a lot of these are proto-fascist sort of journals and stuff. And he's not rigorously interrogating those the way that he does philosophy. This is like his side crush. There's Hannah Arendt, and then there's like these fashy sort of journals that he likes to read. But in that period, the conscious interrogation he's doing of philosophy, that's like the best stuff. And he kind of coasts on what he builds there for the rest of his life. Well, the moments that people never get to, especially in classes that focus on being in time, are like Division 6. And Division 6 is kind of where you should start in a sort of sense. It's the most intuitive part. Sorry, did I say division? I meant chapter 6 of Division 2. There is no Division 6. Chapter 6 of Division 2. And I just wanted to read a couple quotes because it'll get you excited, I think, because he was thinking more along these lines here. Dasein has its basis in temporality, and the natural clock, which has already been discovered along with Dasein's factical thrownness, furnishes the first motivation for the production and use of clocks, which will be somewhat more handy. Skipping ahead, he says Dasein, in a certain sense, is itself the clock. And then he's what he's getting at is how there's a breakdown of being in the world, subject and object, and then linear time gets imposed with this infinite succession of nows. Now this, now that, now this, now that. And obviously the medium is a big part of this, and the medium accelerates it. That is Neil Postman, amusing ourselves to death. The message of the medium is now this, entertainment, everything. So, the kind of time that he cares about, I don't know that it's peasant time. And here's where I think you're right. He doesn't spend enough time thinking about seasons. He doesn't spend enough time thinking about growing, but he does think about how we are always already out ahead of ourselves. And the only way we can project upon the horizon of possibilities is via the resources from the past that we've been given. There is no way of projecting onto the future without something from the past. And I know Marx in his 18th Brumaire is going to say, yeah, but that's a problem, guys. Like, we can't keep doing that. It's going to have to, the poetry of the future, right? That's where it's going to have to come from. We can't just keep dressing up in the clothes from the past. Yeah, but the poetry of the future is going to work with models or images or kind of ideas that it gets inspired from, still from the past, right? Like we only have those sensations from the past, and then we put them together and say, "Ah, it's a unicorn," right? You've seen a horse, you've seen a creature with a horn. You put the two together in your head. Now you can project that onto the horizon. Well, a lot of the futures that futurist thinkers are doing are about as implausible as unicorns. I mean, maybe those are more plausible now with CRISPR and whatnot. Sure, maybe. But what I'm trying to get at is Heidegger really emphasizes future is first for him, but that there is no future without past, and that the now is only the place where we process and mediate these two things. But he never gets into the cyclical. So you got me excited to talk about a part that tends to get neglected when people talk about being in time, because I love those last chapters. But yeah, man, there is no cycle of harvest and growing or like the period of rest in this sort of sense. And it's like, he spent a lot of time with peasants, but I grew up on a farm. I'm moving back to a farm next year. I think that this metaphor of nurturing and caring for the earth and stewardship and cultivation of soil is more than a metaphor, and it gets us to something deep about us. And you're right.
And also, I think it's interesting because, and maybe this will open a lot of doors for thinking about Heidegger's more problematic politics, but it's just that there is a scale of time that is not reducible to the immediate experience of a subject, right? Or an individual. You can immediately experience whatever, but the cyclical harvest is a full acquiescence and submission on part of a individual or a subject to, a form of, how should I say, time and change that it's not on the clock for you, you're on the clock for it, basically, And that's a very interesting, but maybe that opens up some interesting zones of inquiry about Heidegger's politics. I've always had the view that the problems of Heidegger might be summed up in the question of, why did he so quickly dismiss Stalinism, for example? Why was it not interesting to him? Why did he immediately just take it for granted that I heard that he interpreted the Soviet project through Lukács' History of Class Consciousness. And he just said, that's what it is. So it's that kind of, he had problems with Lukács. Yeah. And then he's like, that's what's going on in the Soviet Union. It's just a big disaster. But then something interesting is going on with Stalinism, where the peasant is becoming the subject of society and statehood, and it's becoming the center of the universe for Soviet civilization. And it is directly at the expense of these modern institutions from, that were vestiges of the very limited extent of modernization that happened under the Tsar. And like, he doesn't find that he doesn't find the Stalin cult of personality interesting. He doesn't find it interesting that there's this new, seemingly post-individual and post-modern, maybe, subjectivity or Dasein, right, emerging in the Soviet space. And I think that historically, that's the tragedy of Heidegger, is that I think the same, to what, I mean, you may not agree with this, but this is just my view. The same zeitgeist that gave rise to Heidegger's philosophy was not fascism. It was actually Stalinism. Stalinism shared the same zeitgeist as Heidegger's revolution within thinking. In the same way that they do the same things to Western modernity in different forms. And this is a really, and why this mistranslation, why this inability for the two to recognize one another? Well, that is part of the very shortcoming of Heidegger's entire outlook, I think. I think that he himself does not draw out enough the implications of his own discovery. And then who also kind of understood this awkward what do you say?
Isomorphism? Yeah.
Isomorphism or homology. It was Kojev who directly was writing letters to Stalin because he somehow understood that there is a shared zeitgeist going on, and Stalin has to recognize me just like I recognize him, and that will accomplish what Hegel couldn't with Napoleon. Finally, the unity of philosophy with historical practice. Anyway, I know I'm rambling a lot.
No,
but,
no,
yeah.
it's not. I think that Heidegger's thinking doesn't make sense out of the material, historical, political developments of Russia, right? This is, when I think of Heidegger, I think of somebody who in Freiburg, he's teaching, he doesn't want to go to Berlin, he doesn't want to be the next Hegel, or if he's going to be, well, then he's going to be this more like peasant version or whatever. But he's completely disillusioned on these liberal neo-Kantians who are dominating the scene, and these socialists. That he does not like socialism, and it's not the sort of communal part, right? He thinks that the problem that led to all this working class unrest was that the workers were not included in the rights of the new estates and whatnot. He thought if they had just been included, then maybe we could have bypassed a lot of the problems that arose, and he thinks that's where he comes with his sort of Platonic, the Republic, sort of there's three types of people kind of approach. He does think this way, at least as he's moving into those 1930s. He's thinking, well, there will be the poets of being and the priest class. Then there will be the soldiers, and then there will be the workers, right? His problem is that those workers were not being included, right? So it becomes this sort of PMC identity politics. We just need to include them, guys. That's sort of what he's saying,
Yeah.
But insofar as he's responding to the same thing that Stalin is responding to, we could talk about it as the managerial revolution, right? We could talk about the management crisis of workers, peasants, global capital, and trying to mediate these things. But his problem, and this is what I think, where he's coming from. I understand a lot of people don't even care about this conversation about where he might be coming from, but just, I taught Being in Time last year. This is something I kind of run with. And this is based on a lot of stuff that he wrote about and that people have written about him. And this is just where I'm at right now. But I mean, he says it in 1916 in a letter to his wife. He sees this working class unrest as something that's being stirred up by world Jewry. He is convinced of that. That was 1916, guys. Now, to be fair, that's no different than Robin DiAngelo talking about whiteness. It is no different. It's a minority that is disproportionately represented in positions of power being scapegoated. So, to talk about Jewry is to talk about whiteness. It's the same thing. He's just like the German version, and so it's easier to write him off for it. But he sees this as an attempt for Russia to expand its power. And Russia has this track record, and I'm just going to put it bluntly, guys, it's very crass, to just rape and pillage everyone they come in contact with that they're conquering, right? And we're talking about burning down old German churches and raping the women in the town and killing all the men. That is his idea of what Russia is all about. And so to say, oh, it's about a workers' revolution, he's looking at that going, yeah, come on, call it whatever you like. And then this is something Bourdieu points out in the political ontology of Martin
You're talking
Heidegger.
about the Great War with Germany and Russia?
Yeah, just the bad blood, the history. Yeah.
World War I, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're so, I mean, that's another way of saying it. Heidegger is very salty about World War I. And his you can think about the most formative period of his life being a response to trench warfare, and the horrors that it brought, and the shame that was brought on the people.
And I think that is maybe a limit for Heidegger if that's the case, if it's really just on that, because I think that would make his thinking limited by, I don't expect him to personally be a fan of Russia or the Soviet Union, but I do think it's a limitation that he wasn't able to see any significance in how his criticism of socialism, if we say the socialists are, not the one about the Jewish stuff, but the one of I guess he would say they're trying to create an artificial communal existence from scratch based on modern institutions or whatever. It's like, well, Stalinism really did open up a horizon of returning to peasant authenticity as the foundation of civilization. And that wasn't just because everyone was that wasn't because everyone went and trad LARPed as pre-modern farmers. It was precisely the way the peasants, precisely the way modernity was vulgarized, like peasants on tractors and movie films and all this kind of stuff, that really assimilated modernity itself into a more authentic and more how should I say, historically rooted process. I don't think that I think that has
I think I might not have been clear enough, but there is also the sort of quilting point of where I was about to go. So I just want to make sure you're able to respond to my take, or my take on his take, which is, but what I'm saying is that not that Russia was a false universalism, not that Russia was creating a fake culture or fake Dasein or fake collectivity. Instead, that it was just a legitimation narrative for old nations doing what nations had always been doing in that part of the world. And then one other part, and that is what I was saying Bourdieu said in The Political Ontology of Martin Heidegger. Obviously, Bourdieu is very critical of Heidegger. I love Bourdieu. I'm very critical of Bourdieu. But he also has this debt to Heidegger, and he's pretty good about it. But, as a kind of leftist or communist, like Bourdieu really thinks it's like he's got receipts, like he's gonna tell you what Heidegger said. And here's the thing: is like I'm kind of sympathetic to this anti-leftist thing that Heidegger believed about Soviet Russia, and it's just this: Heidegger thought Soviet Russia was going to be able to do. He's like, oh, they're saying they're going to do something that's not capitalism, but it's just capitalism managed by workers, as opposed to capitalism managed by capitalists. From his standpoint, he doesn't want capitalism, and he doesn't want workers running it, and he doesn't want capitalists running it. He's just like, no, man, I want the priest class running it. So like that is where he's coming from.
Yeah, but I the only reason I'm pointing this out is because I think it's oftentimes underestimated that in the 30s in the Soviet Union, there was a social revolution that happened that fundamentally did challenge this modern managerial class. The Stalin cult of personality was, in my view, there's nuance here, but I think the record is clear when we talk about Stakhanovism, if you know what that is. The Stakhanov movement. It was inversely proportional to the prestige and power of the managerial class, the technocratic experts, more or less. And in the same way, Mao's Cultural Revolution really brings those people down. That is what happens in the 30s under Stalin. He activates a kind of mass peasant subjectivity one that is peasants becoming workers into the factories, and then coming into conflict with the modern managerials. And it's this which animates and gives context to the background. That's in the background of what we call Stalinism and Stalin's cult of personality. Why was there just this direct cult of personality to Stalin? Well, because it was a way of bypassing the bureaucracy that was taking place. And then you had, finally, my favorite thing, which is the Lysenko affair, so-called Lysenko affair, where science itself is now called into question, which maybe Heidegger should have taken note of this Lysenko thing and thought about it. Maybe maybe he would have found it interesting.
I think Carl Jaspers is going to point out that in Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia, the sciences that were not pretty much pure logic, pure math, pure physics, all got slowly culled from the university, right? Because they weren't dialectical, historical, materialist enough.
Well, the thing about Lysenko is that he comes from the Michurin, the Russian pre-Marxist Russian tradition of agronomy, discovered by Michurin. And at the same time, science was becoming institutionalized and made dogmatic in the West. You know, now we have so-called evolutionary synthesis, is what they call it, right? Which is kind of just a cope for very contrary. I don't want to get into it, but something was able to be preserved that didn't get eliminated because of that, which was this, you know, older, well, not too old. Michurin is still a modern scientist, but this other trajectory of biology that was quickly cast aside in the West and wasn't really developed, but because it was Russian, right? And the main people that were being institutionalized in Russia were these people that were plugged into the international scientific community and all of its institutions and so on. And Lysenko, they called him the barefoot scientist because he was a peasant. He was just some peasant guy that gained prominence. And it wasn't really about, you know, the dogmatism of Marxism specifically, you know, dialectical historical materialism. It was this kind of like vulgar peasant coming and challenging like Fauci, basically. And these intellectuals and academics were just humiliated by that fact because it's like imagine if like under Trump, it's like the thing where it's like Joe Rogan or, you know, some MAGA guy is challenging Dr. Fauci, basically. Like, that is basically the dynamic that's happening under Stalinism. Even in, you know who maybe they're faking it or it's just trying to make a direct parallel. Did you see HBO Chernobyl?
Nah. But I've heard about it a little bit.
Yeah, it's that same kind of dynamic where like the dumb guy who's the son of a shoemaker is like bossing around the scientist and expert who knows what they're talking about. So I mean, I'm just trying to say, like, there's that undercurrent at the same time that it seems Soviet totalitarianism, its ultimate managerial control, and so on. There's another undercurrent where it's the dumb son of a shoemaker is bossing around the guy in a lab coat, you know.
I feel like there's this can of worms, and I'm like sitting here at this sort of juncture where we can go forward in multiple directions. We are at the final half-hour stretch of this segment, and maybe I'll just set it off grenade style, but then I'm like, I don't know. I saw Nance like talking and kind of like getting animated while you were talking, and I do want to hear what he has to say, and I also want to say we don't have to go down the interpretation of history rabbit hole necessarily like right now, because for me, I learn best when I have people I respect. I think they're serious thinkers. They've spent a lot of time doing principled study, disagree, and there's the space for that disagreement. And what I wouldn't do to take a Stalinist and a Trotskyist and set them both up, and then Nance and I get to kind of do our thing. Well, guess what, everybody? It's going to happen. Haas and Chris Catrone are down. So I'm announcing it here and now. We're going to get to have the contradiction of the century. And so a contradiction is just a conversation. It's a contradiction conversation where there are no winners or losers except for the people who are unconvinced, who are trying to understand the contradiction itself. And so that person either wins or loses depending on how good of a job Haas and Chris are going to be able to do, just helping us understand, like, what is this argument? And there's all these terms, like all these names and all these random little things that you hear people throw out. If you don't spend a lot of time in history books, then it's just a big mess, and it brings clarity. It crystallizes the situation to see a couple of people work through it. And so I'm dumb when it comes to history. I'm very, very stupid. And my way of accelerating my development in history is to just listen to people who have principled disagreements. And so I'm really happy that you're willing to do that. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people have been asking me, and yeah, I think this is a great place to have that what did you say?
Contradiction.
Contradiction, yeah.
Yeah. It's like a debate, but brainier. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, Nance?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I remain skeptical of history, just
period.
Just in general, blanket statement. And of course, it's bigger brained than that, but it's also true that history provides context. Yeah, it's more poetry argument. but history also provides context that kind of fills out the concepts that we're working with. So it is important to come into contact with history, but it's only worth doing, like you said, with trustworthy people who've done the reading and spent the time actually come to know what it is they're talking about. So I'm definitely excited to have this upcoming contradiction. As far as this conversation with Heidegger, this tension between the individual and the collective, there's a tension between, I don't know, I guess we could say like a holistic teleology and kind of instrumentalized modernity, where like with modernity, with the West, there was this belief that we could act in and on the world intentionally to kind of create heaven on earth. But that could only be achieved through the technologies of management and kind of like, what we have now with neoliberalism. And maybe in the East, there was this idea that, no, we can only have heaven on earth if we kind of deconstruct the order of the day. I think these are interesting tensions. I think they're necessary contradictions that we will have to move through, and maybe not us. Maybe it's our children and their children even. But yeah, I don't know. I also think I keep coming back to like metabolism. And there's something that is like metabolism allows a holistic collective, an organism to function, but it's also accomplished through individual acts. So like obviously with a biological metabolism, it's your cells that are breaking down the food and transferring the energy and this and that. But in history, as the organism, the metabolism is carried out by individuals who act politically and who act socially. And I don't know, I like it, but I think I do tend to come down on this side of like the individual taking action in the moment matters. And maybe that's because I'm entertaining this fantasy that maybe I can be an individual who takes some kind of action that matters. I don't know.
I kind of that's a very important question, which is, what is decisiveness? What is choice? What is its, in what way is that fundamental to history and so on? But what you raised also is a more important question I think should be raised, is what is a collective? What is a socius? What is a social metabolism? Like, what are we talking about? Are we talking about a definite sum of individuals in definite relations? If so, okay, what if 10 of them die? What if 20 of them die? What if, they're scattered? How do they reorganize and repeat these same social? So where is the sociality? I mean, a social body can undergo a temporary displacement, go somewhere else, and then get back to the same cycles and patterns that they were before. So clearly, like, what is the DNA if we're going to use a biological metaphor, what is the DNA of a socius? Now, obviously, stupid people on the far right will say, oh, it's literally DNA. We are literally hardwired to have a specific historical and type of society. Okay, that's just not true, because then how come animals don't have history? It's just a dumb way of looking at it. But what is the DNA of a socius? What is the code behind a socius that allows it to reproduce itself? Now, the paradox is this. On the one hand, you can answer that very easily. It's logos. It's the fundamental, like Heidegger would say, it's logos. It's this primordial pattern out of which arises language, right? So it's language. It's logos. Actually, I think Stalin himself. I sound like a crazy person to you guys probably because like I'm actually a Stalinist. But please forgive that.
No,
Yeah,
man,
yeah.
it's.
I did forget that for a second.
Yeah.
I did.
But anyway, I just wanted to say that Stalin in his, which is a text that Western guys take seriously, like Boris Groys, on language, when he's talking about the materialist view of language. And he kind of gets close to this thing I'm alluding to here, which is that, yeah, there's something about language and logos. But I'm not satisfied by that as a materialist. I'm not satisfied with the view that it's logos or it's language, because to me, there's something still maybe mystical or idealistic about that. I don't know. And then the interesting thing is language as, by the way, we're talking about a specific ontology. A socius is a social ontology. It's a specific response to be. It's what Heidegger's notion of the question of being. What's a response to being? What is being, and so on. That is realized through language. Language is the house of being. This is what Heidegger himself said. But on the other hand, what is that? Like, what is it? And such questions, I think, should force us to really. Such questions demand Heidegger. Actually, they should. That is what forces us to move out of this, kind of metaphysical horizon in which we take for granted objectivity as empiricism. And yes, everything is a tangible, sensuous, empirical object with a definite beginning and end according to measurement. And that is what makes things real. And we're kind of in territory, well, what does it mean for something to be real? Now we're in a territory where we have a notion of the real that is more akin to what is being described by the French guys, the French thinkers, Deleuze and all of them, as like a virtuality, right? A state of potentiality and orientation and tendency that is not necessarily an already how should I say, sensuously available thing with a beginning and end. But I think it's the ultimate chicken and egg question. On the one hand, logos. On the other hand, well, that logos precisely is just a reflection of a specific pattern of social reproduction. But on the other hand, what glues together the individuals within that pattern of social reproduction is a specific relationship and horizon of logos, right? So that is the question that is the focus of my work, basically. And I have not fully completed that question. I don't think. I think I'm onto it, but it still remains a very, very troubling question when you think about it.
I wanted to,
because it's like, sorry,
I
hate to continue rambling, just very, very quickly, because if we're committed to Marx's historical, and again, a lot of this assumes if we're committed to Marx's historical materialism, we can't just say that the reason people are embedded within a mode of production or relations of production is because of survival. Because then we're biological determinism, and then the distinction between man and animal collapses. So there is something fundamentally psychological or quote unquote subjective in the sense of what actually determines individuals. How are individuals determined by their social reality? Like, how are their motivations? How are their interests? We can't just say, oh, because a given social reality is what allows them to survive biologically. It's like, well, no. If biology is the subject, then there is no social reality. Everything is just DNA. We're in biological determinism. So, it's just interesting how contemporary Marxists don't care about these kind of questions, you know?
So I wanted to address at least one thing from chat that came up, and it's related to this question that you just raised. You know, you're saying, assuming that we do care about dialectical materialism. For me, it's like I think too often dialectical materialism becomes an opportunity for people to kind of take New Age relativism or postmodern relativism, either or, and then and then scientism, and kind of combine the two, and then they call it dialectical materialism. I don't think that has to be the case. I think that for me, I'm profoundly influenced by this idea of immanent critique, of the unfolding of things, of both the process itself and the presentation, and how these are different but ostensibly dialectical. I think there's a lot of important stuff about tarrying with negativity and following the contradictions through, and understanding that things are constituted by those contradictions. So that's a lot. That's a lot. And I want to be able to play this message from Mikey that he has for us before we close out. But Rudy brought up in the chat, he said, I think Heidegger was overemphasizing use value, authenticity, over exchange value. I want to problematize this in a couple of ways. Okay. The first one is, Rudy, you didn't take the Being in Time course at Theory Underground. The whole point of gating serious conversations about things and not doing it in the chat, the whole course gated everything. Like, the whole point of it is like, so yeah, we can get serious about it, but at this sort of superficial level, let's have the conversation anyway. First of all, use value and authenticity are not the same thing. This is a gross bastardization of Being in Time. This is people who only read what they wanted into Division 1. If this is Adorno's take on the situation, it's garbage. I hope that Adorno has something better to offer, because I know you're influenced by him. I know that his jargon of authenticity is trash. It's not a great look for Adorno when it comes to engaging with Heidegger, because he doesn't engage seriously with Heidegger at all in it, actually. But I know that there's more rigorous engagement with Heidegger on the part of Adorno. There was, like, 2 years ago, released a whole seminar series that Adorno did on Heidegger that I haven't read yet, so who knows? But here's the thing. Authenticity is not use value. And people are going to say, it's not use value, Dave, it's readiness to hand. It's this fixation on readiness to hand over presence at hand. Which, by the way, for those who don't know, readiness to hand is how you use something. It's your relation of use to that thing, as opposed to putting it under a microscope and analyzing it, breaking it down into its constituent parts, right? The modernity, liberalism has this like, let's do everything present at hand, and that's the golden standard of knowledge. And his whole point is like, hey, no, but we have this kind of relationality to things that has meaning prior to that kind of meaning, and it's a different kind of meaning. And then, of course, people like Derrida will come along and be like, oh, you see, but like, you can't get one before the other. It's a chicken egg problem, kind of, right? That's all missing the point. None of this is what he's talking about as authenticity. And he's definitely not talking about presence at hand as exchange value, though, of course, I do see that they are related. And drawing out the connection of how they're related is how we make that sort of rigorous engagement between Being in Time and Das Kapital that is so important to my project with my main work. So this is my wheelhouse. Bringing it all back around, though, the reason I led this off with dialectical materialism and what I care about when I think about dialectics, I clarified what I mean. I don't want to just have everybody else's definitions in their heads. No, what I mean. I already said what it is. You cannot do dialectics without phenomenology. That's my hot take for the day. What Heidegger does is he makes it possible to do dialectics in a sort of sense. Now, I think you could do something controversial and say, maybe like, well, Mao shows that you can't do dialectics without what he did, or something like that, maybe. But what Heidegger is doing that I think is necessary for actually tarrying with negativity and working through contradictions and seeing how things are constituted and all this, you have to bracket common sense and the presuppositional frameworks that you bring into the analysis. Otherwise, you're just drinking copology. So, when you say you think Heidegger was overemphasizing use value, over exchange value, and then Nance responded, I think it's the other way around. He's overemphasizing exchange value and abstraction over use value. Guys, overemphasizing is bracketing. This is literally a methodological thing. It's not a bug. It is literally the feature of phenomenology. And that's the last thing I wanted to close out on, is just to say, when I said Dasein is not ontology, fundamental ontology is a critique of ontology, what we're getting at is that we have to counter the things that we've taken for granted. And we have to overemphasize. And so Heidegger is extremely clear on this. He is not laying out a worldview. He's not laying out a metaphysics. He is not laying out the definitive take on what the situation is with being. These are all interpretations that get attributed to him, and they're garbage. They're garbage. They're not real. It has nothing remotely to do with his project. And it's usually people like Spencer Leonard at Platypus Affiliated Society who just want to just, oh yeah, no, he just likes to light up the incense. Ooh, Heidegger. Or Chris Catrone will say, throw it to the dustbin of history. It's worthless. Or more recently, someone who I love dearly. I also love Spencer and Chris. But Benjamin recently said this as well. Like, America has always been too Heideggerian. The point is to go beyond this question of being versus becoming and death, and instead we need to be talking about X, Y, and Z things. I agree about what we need to be talking about are X, Y, and Z things, but America's never been Heideggerian. Not at all. And insofar as people think that Heidegger's about, like, let's talk about just being, bro. Let's light the incense. That's not him, man. It's just not him. And he's doing something way more interesting and rigorous, and he has an actual method. And I've gotten all kinds of scoffing scorn from people who they ridicule the idea that Heidegger has a method, but it's called phenomenology, and he thinks I'll just finish with this. Yeah. He thinks that phenomenology makes philosophy possible in the 20th century, and I think he's right. That's all. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, actually, besides what I was about to say, no, really quick, like, one of the theories or ways I historicized Heidegger as a vulgar materialist reductionist is that the rise of mass media called into question, like, the actual authenticity of reality. The rise of mass culture and mass media, reality itself started to become more artificial, or more a consequence of the involvement of human beings with intentions, right? Subjects with intentions. I think that's a huge context of Heidegger's thinking, but also I don't get why people are so allergic. Like, why is there such an allergy to Heidegger? I don't get it. Why are people so ready to accept, like, all of Heidegger's descendants, but Heidegger himself is like Voldemort or something? I don't get that. And is it just because of the Nazi thing? Because it's like, look, if Heidegger was like a political ideologist, then I'd understand that, but he wasn't. And in the realm of philosophy or theory, there is no good or wrong. There is no morality. There is no you're a good guy, you're a bad guy personally. It's totally and fundamentally impersonal, because the object of inquiry is, like, what is
true? The
truth. What is reality, That Heidegger could have been a child molester. It doesn't matter. It has no bearing on the validity of the questions he's raising within the books that he's writing and lectures that he's delivering. If Heidegger's a good guy or a bad guy doesn't mean anything. I don't understand how everything has gotten so personal, where it's like, oh, but, did you know that Plato was a racist? It's like, okay, then go take a fucking time machine and cancel him and ban him from your fucking your group chats or some shit. I don't care, but it's like, we're not asking you to be Heidegger's personal friend. I don't understand the allergy. I don't get it. it seems like such a reflexive, irrational, like knee-jerk thing. I don't get why people are it's one thing if someone had a rigorous critique of Heidegger that's like, okay, here's why Heidegger is overrated, because I've actually solved the problem. But why is it so hard to just get people to just appreciate that there is a problem in the first place that should be thought about and taken seriously? I don't know why people are so averse to that. Yeah.
I'm going to play you this 3-minute and 14-second contribution from Mikey, and then give you the floor to close out. And
okay.
So, I mean, I'll just lead in with saying, you know, you met Mikey last time.
Yeah.
So he's been at work all day. And so, you know, he's a warehouse worker in Raytown, Missouri. But I love that. I've always loved that he can listen to this all day while he's working, you know, these 10-hour streams, and then he's able to like send in a contribution question. It's amazing, you know, because when I was working at Amazon, I was like, because after college, I just worked at Amazon and listened to books. And it's like, if I could, my fantasy was that this kind of a thing would exist. Right. And so I think it's a special feature here to be able to play something like this from Mikey. And so I'm going to play it. I'm going to step away and grab some more water. Haas,
sure.
Mikey will be on after this. You're welcome around, stick around and talk to him yourself, but also you can just close out. Okay.
Right.
Go.
Yeah.
Hey guys, how you doing? Haas, glad to see you back on the channel, man. Dave, as far as the whole thing with Dasein and the individual versus the collective, I mean, you know how many times you and I have gone back and forth on this. And so all I can say is where I'm at with it right now. I honestly think the only way to, because look, yes, I'm more of like individualist, existentialist reading of Heidegger. But as you know, your reading of Heidegger has really changed my mind, and I think you're tapped into a more authentic reading of what Heidegger was getting at. I will say this, and maybe this has always been my issue, and I haven't been able to articulate it, but up to this point, I think we have to put Dasein on a Mobius strip, basically. I mean, look, as far as this idea of like Dasein being more of a cultural Dasein in the way that Dugan talks about it, yeah, I'm with you. I think that's what he was getting at. But there's an issue, is that individual human bodies, you know, they are the ontic condition of cultural Dasein. If there are no individual human Homo sapien bodies that get baptized, for lack of a better word, into this cultural Dasein, then there's no cultural Dasein. But there are no human individuals in the way that we talk about them without the cultural Dasein. And so the point is, if you're thinking in transcendental terms, in a strict Kantian sense, you get into this kind of hermeneutic circle that Heidegger talks about in Being and Time, where I think the individual component of Dasein is a transcendental condition of cultural Dasein, or the collective dimension, but the collective dimension is also a transcendental condition of the individual, and that if you follow one side of the Mobius strip, phenomenologically, you find that it bends into the individual bends into the collective, and the collective gets you back to the individual, and that these are aspects of Dasein. And so ultimately, we have to think Dasein before the split, so we know he's like the object, the subject schema is a modification of our everyday being in the world, right? I think the individual collective schema is a modification of our everyday Dasein, and we're deworlding Dasein if we push it on one side of the Mobius strip too much. So that is how I would currently think about Dasein, as in relation to its individual side and its cultural side. It's a Mobius strip.
Well, no, I think that's I mean, we're both Zizekians, so I definitely, I definitely hear you there.
Oh shit! What happened?
Can you not?
Is it my
hear-
is it my headphone? Oh, now I hear you.
Okay. Sorry.
Was it just me or was it?
No, it was all of us. I thought it was just me too for a
Oh,
second.
I don't know what's wrong with my mic. Anyway,
You're good.
maybe I should. Okay. Well, I think Dugan would agree about Dasein as a Mobius strip because that is just logos. When Dasein, let's say the moment of the understanding of Dasein, right, in the Hegelian sense, that is where it's logos, right? And logos clearly is a Mobius strip, even from the beginning of Heraclitus, right? That all is one, and that identity is the identity of difference, right? So it's really logos that is what is the same thing as a Mobius strip. This kind of the contradiction as object, and yes, that's Dasein. I agree. The cultural community is not, in contrast to what Zizek implies in his Lacanian reading, it is not the myth or the fantasy of an original wholeness. The cultural community as a determination is a specific Mobius, it's a specific realization of a Mobius strip, if you will. It's a pattern of reproduction. And if it's a pattern of reproduction, clearly there's a discontinuity somewhere that gives it this quality of temporality. It must reproduce itself. It's not just something that is still and outside of time and existence. Now, regarding the question of the ontic conditions of logos or communities or collective forms of existence, that is the fundamental question. It's important. But that is why I think I go much further than most continental thinkers go in terms of how much I think, yes, real Western, sorry, I don't want to say Western, it sounds stupid. Real modern science should be called into question and metaphysically imperiled, not left to this lab coats, guys. Let's actually open science to open the floodgates, basically. And why am I saying this? Because on the one hand, there's the question of human beings as the ontic condition, physical, biological organisms. But should we just assume that biological organisms, physically and in reality, just emerge in this kind of completely indifferent, blind, meaningless physical reality that is the exclusive privilege of modern scientific thinking? That is precisely where I think Marxism should say no. Actually, the cause of the ontic conditions themselves, the human biology, the organism, the history of natural science, so to speak, what distinguishes man from animal is that, in contrast to animals, that cause, the whole of the cause, the biological, the cosmological, the geological, that is object for man. That is an object for man. That's in front of man. You see, maybe it's in front of animals as well as their cause. But this cause that impels us toward the future, which is simultaneously the cause that is responsible for the whole of our being and existence, cosmologically, biologically, and so on and so on. And that cause, that as object cause that's Lacan's word, right? Object cause. That is something not necessarily specifically for us in the sense of a subject of immediate experience, but is a subject of logos. It's a subject of a signifier, if you will. That is the object of human activity, right? The logos. And so we are literally, biologically, not just like culturally or whatever, but physically, our existence depends upon our object. right? And I think that can be justified. It's not too crazy to say that. Why? Because, well, we, in order to eat and live and clothe ourselves and physically subsist, we are reproducing our existence socially. It is something that is mediated through a social existence. Furthermore, we can pose the hypothetical question. Okay, what if you take a human biological organism and hypothetically, attach them to, I don't know, put them in a thought experiment of a baby, an infant baby. You put them in this vacuum sealed magical container, and they're somehow going to be able to like survive physically without any mediation through logos, right? Look, I don't know what modern scientists are going to say about that, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that is not going to be a human being. That's going to be some kind of completely physically, you're going to see physically symptoms of a completely different species in such a circumstance. That there'll be health problems, there's going to be immune system. All of these things are so interconnected in ways we don't appreciate too much. And then, okay, that's just one generation. Okay, maybe they'll still look somewhat normal and look like a human being. But that's just one generation. Now imagine if there was a way for that to reproduce. Well, I feel across time, eventually, that organism, that thing, right, will not be one of us. That's my Lysenkoist view. That is how biology works. It's not like arbitrary. Mutations are not arbitrary and then selected for by the environment. In my view, I'm just telling you my view. I'm not trying to impose it on anyone. From what I can glean, that is an implausible notion. And that is what makes the organism an organism. It's a more fundamental kind of cause than just the DNA, right? And it's not necessarily environment, because environment implies a passive responsivity of organisms to their surroundings. It's not just environment, it's the dialectic of how the organism responds to their surroundings and responds to their own affect upon those surroundings that makes an organism literally what it is, right? So basically, that is so weird that I responded to you with this insanity, because I think you were like raising a very interesting, good point that I think you were probably taking it for granted that I'm a sane person who's just like, yeah, of course, the ontic condition of communities is you need physical human beings. And then here me, I'm a crazy guy, and I'm saying, no, actually, we are going to call into question all of modern science. Well, by modern science, I just mean like the specific assumption that reality is a completely blind, irrational, arbitrary, random, meaningless sphere. And then the minute we have language and subjectivity, that's where meaning arises from. And I, as a kind of crazy jihadi, say, no, there is meaning in the real, it's not just subjective. It's really, this is a kind of Asiatic fanaticism, I guess. Anyway.
That right there is why we brought you back, because we wanted to pay tribute to you as our Mongol, our digital Mongol warlord. We understand that this is not our internet anymore. We've come to the realization that this is your territory. You've got it. And so I don't know what I will give you a copy of our book. First of all, is this, we'll give you Underground Theory and that's,
thank you. I
we'll give you
appreciate
that
it.
as tribute. Every time you come back, we'll have to give something, but thank you, Haas, for coming back.
No, thank you. Appreciate it. I had a great time.
Great to talk. Yeah. And we'll be back, hopefully, everybody, later this month with the Haas Catrone Contradiction. Really looking forward to that.
Sure. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, everybody. We'll be right back after this. Take care.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation. Theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory. You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe
Are we back
blog.
on? What time's
We're
Mikey
back
get
on
here?
now. Fucking
Like an
let's
hour?
go. 3, 2, 1. We're back on. Whoa.
Boom,
What's up, everybody?
cousin? What's up, everybody? What's good, yo?
We'll hang for a second before recording another episode.
Another
I want to say a couple of things.
episode.
Oh, who's in here now, baby?
Oh,
all right, let's get him in. Let's get him in, boys. Michael
Hey,
Downs
it's
is
Mikey
joining
No
us.
Neck.
Hey,
It's Mikey No Neck. Hey.
It's Mikey. Let's go. Let's do it.
Let's go, Mikey.
Okay, everybody.
Guess who's back?
Yeah.
Back again. Drunk Mikey's back.
Oh
Tell
no,
us,
Mikey's
friend.
slizzard, dude. Mikey's slizzard. Oh
I'm
no.
worried that the internet. Here's the thing. Most
I mean,
people.
you guys are gonna make me an alcoholic.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Most people who end up homeless in 2 years are not going to have the whole internet thinking they're a genius cheering them on. But Mikey's out here. He's going to be living under a bridge somewhere. I'll be dead. And
No,
he'll
I'll
just
jump
be
off
live
that
streaming.
bridge. No, I'll just jump off that bridge if it comes to homelessness.
Hey,
Will ya?
dude.
Hey, hold.
Yeah.
I'm going to start the recording. So let's get it going. 3, 2, 1. Got to say a couple things before I turn it over to you guys and just let you all kind of shoot the shit. But this is a podcast episode for people who don't have YouTube Premium, who are checking this out on Spotify or whatever. And, it's coming from an epic marathon stream here at Theory Underground. I'm with Nance. Mikey just joined. We just had the conversation with Haas about Heidegger. And Mikey was just saying that he's going to jump off a bridge if it comes to I'm dead in 2 years, and he's just live streaming as people encourage him, drunk Mikey. So we're all going to turn him into alcoholics.
Wait, this is conditioned on you being dead in 2 years?
Oh, you didn't hear that part?
Oh, I'm no. Okay,
I was saying I'll be
makes
dead in
more
2
sense.
years. You'll be under a bridge live streaming as everybody chants drunk Mikey.
Yeah, I'll jump off the bridge before I live under it.
Yeah. I hope it's a really high one then, like super high.
Yeah, hopefully it's not like a short one on the freeway. Like,
Oh,
and then
I've
you
been
just hurt
30
yourself.
feet.
Trust me, I've mapped out the city. I know where they're all at.
Dark.
Oh man.
That's dark. That's dark.
Oh,
It's
you
very,
fuck,
very dark.
everything you fuckers have talked about today. Oh, come on.
We're bringing
Yeah,
in
this video
another
will not
guest.
be monetized.
Hey guys, we're bringing in another guest now.
Hey,
He's-
all the
he's
way
popping
from
in right now.
all the way from across the pond.
Oh no shit.
Let's see if he picked up an accent in the. Did you admit him?
Where is he?
You didn't admit him.
Oh no, he's here.
Right, I admitted it.
Oh, he's joining.
Oh,
whatever.
taking
We're about
time.
to. We're
He's
about
on
to, yeah.
dial up from across the ocean. It takes time, guys.
Dude, it's these British people with their tea time.
He probably had to sign the I consent to your cookies thing, and that's what's
It's
taking
all,
so long.
it's all Nick Land's fault somehow.
Yeah, dude. No,
Yeah.
it is. Actually,
Fucking K-Tac. Please stop
Your
sending his
fucking
fucking lemurs our way.
Well, okay. Before
I mean, we did summon one. It's kind of on us.
Someone
Tacitus
too.
has been time energy pilled. I already explained this.
Yeah.
Yes.
We time
No, it's
energy pilled one of Nick Land's lemurs.
Yeah, it's been done. It is known.
Just waiting for my little theory fiction, you guys. I explained it all there.
Yeah. It's at the end of Capital versus Time Energy. People listening to this in the future, it's already a thing. So go get it.
And it's sensational and controversial. We might
Oh,
get
it's-
canceled for that theory fiction.
Oh, it's very.
Oh fuck
very-
them! Like, I think we're so far away. Like, they're not going to even bother canceling us. They're like, no, like,
Yeah, don't worry about those fucking idiots.
those guys.
They're not a threat.
All right,
Piece of
now
shit.
it looks like Benjamin's joining from a different device because that one device stalled out. All right,
Yeah.
here we go. Here we go.
Benjamin.
Hello.
Benjamin.
Benjamin.
Hello. Pip pip. Pip pip cheerio.
Hello,
Hello.
governor.
Bangers and mash, mate.
Please, sir, can I have some more?
Please,
Benjamin.
Selma, have another morsel.
Welcome,
up?
Benjamin.
What's
How's
up,
it
man?
going?
I figured it out. Great.
Yeah, good.
Benjamin, what
What's
time
up,
is
Benjamin?
it there?
Oh, just after midnight.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Do you have to whisper?
I don't totally know if I have to whisper. I don't think I have to, but you know how I am.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. Respectful
so-
Considerate
and a
as
good
always.
a good
Yeah, yeah.
guest. Yeah.
Yes. Opposed to my
Um,
drunk loud ass.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that's right. We got a drunk loud ass and we got quiet little church mice over here.
Dave, happy birthday.
Hey,
Yeah, happy
thank
birthday,
you.
Dave.
Yeah, man.
Thank
And
you,
happy
guys.
second. Theory Underground is officially a toddler.
A toddler.
Toddlers.
A toddler.
It's a toddler now.
Yeah, guys.
That was good with Hawes, man.
Yeah, you thought so?
Yeah.
I had a lot of fun. You know, I don't normally get a chance to geek out like that, so you know, it was a lot
That's
of fun.
because you and I like we're Heideggerians at our core.
Benjamin, you've been on this book tour. You've been in the UK now for at least several days. You did a platypus teach-in. Was that yesterday? I saw a clip of the live stream. It was stalled out at the point that I tried to watch it, but it was just kind of like loading forever. It's like for 3 hours after. But how did that go? And how's your trip been going for you?
Yeah, that was good. Platypus got the recording of that up. It's about 2 hours long. They put that out on their main feed. So we've got that. I did a live episode of The Lack with Helen and Nina. We did an event at KCL, King's College London. And we've still got my book talk at Verderon on Monday.
Nice.
Pierre's place. Hell yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
Pierre's
man.
place. Yeah, he interviewed me for New Books Network on my first book, and that was a really great interview. He's really fantastic.
Pierre's a
at
great
that.
guy. Yeah.
Well, something I like and find charming about Pierre is that he said in an email to not expect fanfare, and he basically used the word like simpering, like, ooh, you're cool, like, welcome to London, we're all gonna put you on a pedestal. He found some gay artsy way of saying that nicely, but also kind of like, you know, sort of very dry way. I was kind of like, I don't know if he thinks that we want that, and if is that what he's saying. But then as soon as I met him, I was like, oh, I get the vibe. No, he is
he just wants
this
you to
way.
know that he's willing to really genuinely be critical. That's something that he does, and you have to be prepped for it.
Yeah, I really like that about him, and he asked really good questions. And we had we had like a little, like a 40-minute conversation before the actual event, just talking with Pierre. You know, got really into it.
So how'd the whole day go?
Yeah, how did it go? How much of it did you catch, Mikey?
If K-TAC attacked your computer.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, we lost stuff. We lost.
3
stuff that I'm
hours.
actually
All the
sad
shit
that we
with
lost.
Daniel, right?
And the whole hour before Daniel as well.
Fuck that,
also.
man.
No, I was able to record. I recorded a good. Oh, I just realized I wasn't recording an MKV, so the MP4 is corrupted. No,
right,
yeah, it's bad. Yeah, there's this weird thing where we could keep the stream going without losing too many of the viewers, by me giving all the streaming code to Nance, and Nance running the code through his OBS, and then he was able to keep the stream going, and I was able to join from my phone while I figured out the computer problem. But the stream itself, like, just lost everything up until that point. So,
but we've done that before, and we didn't lose the VOD. So, I think today it was because it was different today. But the last time we had to do that, we didn't lose the playback. But it is the case that when we're not doing the safety recording, we get fucked. But when we always do the safety recording, every time we wind up with 8 terabytes of shit that's already on.
Goddamn lemurs.
Yeah. Fuck.
How frustrating.
Content-wise, how did it go today, guys?
Yeah, content-wise.
It was good. Like I this is a unique because for most of the is this technically an EMSTU?
Yes.
Or we okay.
Yeah.
I like that you guys kept it more focused on the core, which you and Nance talked, and then of course we have Daniel on there, but then you and Ann did something. Then you did have a special guest with Haas, and luckily we were able to get Benjamin here. So but I like that it was more of, dare I say, Theory Underground focused for the anniversary.
Yeah.
So but no, you guys talked about a lot of good stuff. I mean, look, I'll just say this real quick. There's a lot of stuff that throughout those first 3 hours that are, I guess, sadly lost now, that got me thinking. I mean, look, you were talking about this CEO who got killed, and it's a touchy subject, right? For certain people, and other people, they're celebrating it. I mean, look, I guess my thing here.
I'm not joking over here. I'm not like making faces like ha 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 because he's a CEO.
That's a Freudian negation, bud.
I just want no, it's not just the CEO thing. I don't have this virulent hatred for celebrity billionaires the way that people do for Soros and Thiel and Musk. I don't hate them. I don't hate Jay-Z for being a billionaire. I've got no problems with this. My issue with this guy in particular is that he's walking down the street without any bodyguards in a $3,000 blue pimp suit, and his entire life has built up to him cutting people off access to their health care and profiting from it. And then people are like, oh no. And I'm just like, look, man, when you like put $1 billion on the street and say, who wants it? And then people take it and they're like, oh no, you took it. It's kind of similar. I understand it's a human life, but at the same time, guys, like there's a lot of human lives. And it's just like this guy, the symbolic role that he was occupying, that's the issue. And I know I'm stealing your line, Mikey, but it's
okay. But here's what I want to say about it is that, look, when we have elderly people in this country who cannot chew food because they don't have any access to dental care, when whether it be dentures or whether it be implants that would actually give them, do you know what it's like to be an old person and not be able to chew food because you don't have teeth for whatever reason? I don't give a fuck about personal responsibility. I don't give a fuck about saving for retirement. Shut the fuck up with that shit. Any society worth its fucking name would enable old people to get access to dental care that would enable them to eat food, right? Okay. So, but we have old people in this country who have to eat mashed potatoes and gravy every fucking day because they can't get teeth. Okay, and so here's the issue. If they had the technology in quote unquote tribal societies, would they allow that to happen? No. They're giving their elders teeth so they can eat if they have the means to do so. They don't give a fuck about the economy. What will it do to our economy if we give our old people teeth? They will fucking give their old people teeth so they can eat food, right? And yet we're the richest, greatest nation on earth, but we can't give our old people teeth so they can, eat and chew food. And then you want us to have some sort of deep fidelity to this symbolic order. Like, it's so fucking awesome. Like I, as an individual, should have such a faithful devotion to my collective order because it has such a faithful devotion to me and care about, no, I'm left on my own. Old people are left on their own. Everybody I know is left on their fucking own. And then what? Kennedy, ask not what you can do, your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for you. Shut the fuck up, Kennedy. At this point, I need my country to do some shit for me. I need my country to do shit for other people. Okay? So you can miss me with all that bullshit, ideological patriotism bullshit. Okay? I will care more about my symbolic order if I feel like my symbolic order gives half a fucking shit about me and the people I love. Okay, so my point is with this guy though, yeah, he's got his blue pimp suit on and he's strutting down the street and he's damn near doing his Vince McMahon walk. Haha, you're fired, right? Okay, he's that dude. Point is though, that motherfucker was a little kid at one point, and I'm not taking personal responsibility out of his scenario. I get personal responsibility for motherfuckers who are billionaires and have power. Nonetheless, this thing called capital, MCM prime, it's pulling that motherfucker strings. He didn't just do that because he's just naturally born a prick, okay? He does that because there are objective laws of capital accumulation at work in this economy that pull his fucking strings. And yet maybe some capitalists keep some spark of humanity in them more so than others, but ultimately it's MCM prime that pull these motherfucker strings. And so the motherfucker the dude was shooting at, he can't hit because what he's trying to hit is MCM prime. And so it's important for us to remember that capital is the medium or the form through which these rich pricks become these rich pricks, and that they themselves, even though they get the spoils, are serving a master, and that master is the objective laws of capital accumulation and all of the type of economic incentives it puts on them to cut our fucking health care, the fucking bottom line, what's the dollar amount, what's the fucking, we need to actually put time limits on how much you can give people anesthesia and surgery to cut costs. They're not doing that because they're just narcissistic, selfish pricks. They're doing that because MCM Prime makes that make sense and puts incentives on that given our economic structure. And so it's important to realize that despite the fact the guy is an obnoxious prick, he exists in a context, and that context is capital. And so, all the shit that Nick Land says about capital being like this inhuman, anti-human force, it's fucking true. It's an enemy. It gives zero fucks about our well-being. It gives zero fucks about our elders having teeth so they can eat. It gives zero fucks about our children's future insofar as they're anything but labor power, right? So the enemy is MCM Prime. And Nick just, for whatever reason, okay, he didn't have to fucking work in a warehouse. All right, he sides with capital. But he's right, and that's why we should read him. This fucking force, this virtual mechanism, MCM Prime, is the fucking enemy, and not this prick in an obnoxious blue suit. All right, I'll stop.
The other thing we talked about in that segment was deworming ourselves with ideals, as in we are worms. We're on a spectrum of worm being to reptile being, and the only way to dewormify yourself in this world is to become a reptile, unless we can find, I say with ideals, raise ourselves out of the mud and beyond the reptile brain and towards something better. My defense of the concept of God, or the signifier of God, is not a defense of any religion. It's and I do this whole critique of my friends trying to reform from the inside, and it's not a critique like an offhanded dismissal. I did this whole thing that I developed, but my basic defense was just like, look, insofar as that functions as a higher ideal for people, and then people want to try to lift themselves out of the mud with that higher ideal, I think that that's beautiful and something interesting. And it's something about humans. And then I brought in justice and truth and beauty as other ideals that people use to lift themselves out of the mud. And then philosophy uses these at the individual level, and theology uses these at a collective level. And it's all part of priest class and sort of harnessing certain things about the human. I think that shit's fascinating. So
all that shit you did was good, and I'm sad it's gone. And the shit that Daniel said about analogies, like what kind of analogy you want to use to describe what you're doing, that shit was fucking profound. And so that sucks that both of those were swallowed by the void.
Yeah. Flush down the toilets of the YouTube.
So, I'll just say this, and then sometimes, like with everything I just said, yeah, sometimes I do get mad at the masses, the post-class fractured mass, because at the end of the day, we might not be able to have universal time energy tomorrow, and we might not be able to collectivize the means of production if that's necessary for universal emancipation of time energy. But we could have fucking universal healthcare tomorrow if everybody decided to throw a fucking shit fit. Like, this is not something that is impossible. We could have this shit tomorrow if people would get off their fucking Netflix and throw a fucking fit like they rightfully should. And this
bodyguards need to be more expensive than giving us health care.
Yeah,
look, man,
they fucking should.
I agree. And I have seen loved ones die too young because they didn't have health care. I myself have issues that I should get fucking checked out, but I can't because I don't have health care. I agree. I think universal health care is probably, I don't know, it's definitely one of the most important things that we could be pushing for. I think it's one of the most like effective improvements to quality of life that could happen here in America. I want it more than most things. But I don't know, man. Like it is also the case that people find themselves, like Elton said, like it's not true that people have nothing to lose anymore. Like workers of the world have more than their chains to lose at this point, because we are no longer this like homogenous proletarianized collection of people. Like it is true that it's not that people are just at home watching Netflix on their ass. Like people are trapped. People are in these like very complex prisons built of debt and commitment and like obligation and this and that. So if we do this thing where we say all it would take is for you to get up off your asses, while it's true, it's also not true. Like the prison, the chains that bind us all and keep us all down today are far more advanced than they used to be. And so we really do need to like come up with new ways or new forms of activism, new expressions of resentment and discontent. But
it's some shit we could have tomorrow under the right We
You're right.
could.
You're
We could
absolutely
say,
right.
we're not fucking doing shit till you motherfuckers give us this. We'll
Absolutely right.
shut this motherfucker down. Right? And
Yep.
you will, no copays. We get dental. We get our eyes. We get everything. Oh, what? All the shit that everybody fundamentally needs. Their fucking teeth and their ears and their eyes. That's the shit fuck you. All of it's covered. No copays. Give us the shit or nothing fucking happens.
So I remember during maybe the peak of anti-work on the internet, people were kicking around the idea of Striketober, like a general strike. And even then I was skeptical. I was like, well, what would that accomplish? It might be cathartic. Like, I've gone out and I've thrown bricks through windows and I've burned shit down. It is cathartic.
Is it just more pseudo activity?
Is it like that? That's the question. Is it? I don't know.
I just feel like, Nance, this fucking country is the richest country on earth. Like, maybe
It's
all the other shit
absurd.
we want, but they can. To me, I feel like we just use America against itself. Like, all these other fucking countries can pull this shit off. We claim to be the greatest in history, and we can't do this shit that 20 or 25 or 30 other fucking countries. Get the fuck out of here. It's bullshit. Why the
It's
fuck
obscene.
do they do it? It
It's
is
perverse.
It's a long form of violence and murder, and it's like
Social murder.
It is. It's social murder, and I'm fucking over it.
It's a question of organization. We don't have the organization for it here.
Yeah.
So what happens is frustrated that nothing's being done, and then they do stuff that just results in further security crackdown. After all, these CEOs are a dime a dozen. They're not special people. They're not geniuses. They're easily replaced. What we don't have is organization, and we tried to build organization through the Bernie movement. And when we said, hey, we should be prioritizing this, these other issues are not as important as this, people told us that we were bad. We were racist and sexist and homophobic for prioritizing healthcare over cultural differences. And a lot of people who are acting like they have sympathy for this were themselves the very people who were telling us we should not be prioritizing Medicare for all. We should not be prioritizing that. We should be pushing Bernie to the left on other social issues. So it's pretty rich that these people now pretend that they give a shit about this issue, which they haven't talked about for years. And they're only talking about it now because they think they can get clicks and they can get more attention on the internet and maybe more money by talking about it. But they're not going to organize and they're not going to do anything.
That right there, by the way, is why all of the, like, hearing you guys up until right now, there's this part of me that like yearns to go back in time and just delude myself and be like, yes, call for a general strike, like as Oso said in the chat, hipsters have been doing since 2011, right? Like I mostly remember the calls for general strikes between 2016 and 2020 when I was paying attention and involved. But like, and let's be honest, the best opportunity for it, if the right person was in the symbolic position of Bernie Sanders, would have been that moment at Super Tuesday, and just to say, everyone go out on the freeways and stop everything. Just stop everything. Because he had that Revolution app, that Our Revolution app. But you know what they did with the information gathered off of the Our Revolution app, which was used for organizing people knocking on doors and making phone calls? You know what they did with it? They just gave all that information to the Democratic Party. And all of the money that he had raised, just gave it to the Democratic Party. And then all of the people who right now are like, oh yeah, kill billionaires. And it's like, of course, they're being edgelords, or they're doing it for clicks. And we're over here having a similar sounding discourse. And there's part of me that goes, yes, aren't we all one big happy family? And then I'm like, oh yeah, no, these are the guys who've been.
It's not the answer.
Yeah, they've been selling the same.
But here's the thing. Yes, I get the, like, it sucks to, like, I'm not advocating of in any way what happened. What I will say though is I understand this impulse to tell the people in power, the people on the board of directors at Walmart and McDonald's and Coca-Cola, the politicians, the people in the fucking media, the fucking talking heads on Fox and CNN and MSNBC. I understand the thing, like it doesn't have to go as far as, but you motherfuckers don't get to come eat at Applebee's with us. You don't get to come here. You don't get to come sit around us and go to AMC Theater and see Gladiator 2. You don't get to fucking be here. And you can do it just by annoying the fuck out of them with your phone and saying shit to them. Like, you don't, if you motherfuckers want to have this power and you want to leave us with fucking scraps, no, you don't get to go to AMC. No, you don't get to go to Applebee's. We're going to bug the shit out of you. And we're gonna constantly hound you. Why the fuck did you do this? Why'd you make this policy decision? Why don't you do? You can do it with words. You can just annoy the fuck out of them where they can't go anywhere. And it's like, okay, motherfuckers, it's either do shit that helps us, or I don't know, you fucking elites can go to your Epstein Island and stay there because you can't go to AMC and see a movie because we will annoy the shit out of you. And the thing is, look, I'm not saying I even believe in the strike or these classic activism or the protest. I don't have faith in that shit. What I do yearn for, and this is why I'm a Baudrillardian, how do I give something back to this system that just unilaterally imposes everything on me and I don't have a fucking say in it and I can't give back or give a counter gift? Like, no. You're going to impose this on me. Now, motherfucker, I get to respond. Now, you have to take me into account, right? What I say to you, what I give to you, you have to actually absorb that, assimilate it, and then you have to respond on the basis of how I responded to you. No, it's just unilateral. It's complete one-sidedness. And what everybody wants now, and that's why, people on the left have this investment in the strike or in activism or in the protest because they're trying to find a way to give back. But our point is like the system has overwritten it with code, with it's assimilated, it's pseudo activity. It's not gonna actually, it's a simulation of exchange, and that's Baudrillard's point. Like, no, it's not symbolic exchange where the system itself truly has to fucking respond to where we're coming from. How do we symbolically exchange with this system that has forced itself upon the world on a global scale in a state of unilaterality, of one-sidedness, where it tells us, oh, but it simulates us because it simulates exchange because it lets us click and like, and we vote with our dollar, we choose with what we buy, and all this simulatory bullshit that simulates response, that simulates engagement, where we never truly get to symbolically exchange with the system. And that's what all of us are trying to figure out. How do we give something back where the system actually has to fucking respond to us in a meaningful way?
Is, like I asked David earlier in the footage that's now gone, is this a moment where a new kind of consciousness could develop, could emerge?
Good.
And
I think you're right.
I mean, if you're saying like, well, let's harass them, let's harangue them, let's harry them. I mean, the first image that jumped into my mind when you were talking about that was like a cyberpunk dystopia where it's like Mad Max, hordes of, crazy half-naked people with mohawks and Rottweilers, driving cool cars around, and then like ultra chic, ultra luxe executives in their like protected armored cars and stuff. It's a bit silly, but I am genuinely wondering, and I didn't expect to be wondering this, is this a moment that could be harnessed in the development of like a ubiquitous consciousness, that it's not class consciousness, right? But we'll go ahead and use that word until we come up with a better one. Like, could this precipitate a new class consciousness?
I hope so. And again, I'm
I
not
don't
saying
think
what I'm
so.
saying is right. I'm not saying what I'm saying is right. I mean, I hope it but I'm with Benjamin. Maybe it does nothing. I'll just say, I hope it's an opportunity, but it's like the guy who did self-immolation 6
Aaron
months
Bushnell?
ago. Yeah, nobody gives a fuck anymore. Like Baudrillard thought
Right.
these kind of like sacrificial acts were symbolic exchange. They don't mean nothing to the system. Like, I love Baudrillard, but they're not going to do shit. And I don't think suicide or one isolated, a murder or an assassin, I don't think this shit does it. And he was grasping at straws trying to find a form of symbolic exchange. But I think, some sort of actual institutional third party, I don't know what the fuck to call it, but it's going to take a bigger thing than isolated acts of sacrificial violence. Like, it's not going to cut it.
What it does is it breaks down sociability. So what it will do is it will cause the elites to think more than they already do, that the workers are barbaric and need to be crushed.
Yep.
So it will cause them, who are already in a position of structural superiority because they're much better organized, both nationally and globally. It will cause them to be more unitary in their thinking, to work harder to keep us down. They will spend more on security, but not just in the sense of security guards. They will also be more mobilized to oppose us. They will think of us as barbarians who are different from them, who pose a
Greater
threat to them,
surveillance.
and who therefore need to be policed and controlled.
So Ben, I mean, look, part of it is right now I'm speaking from frustration and anger off of personal shit that I'm dealing with and people I love are dealing with, people who need medical help and they can't get it. But, and look, this whole thing of even just bugging them, like annoying them in public, that's not going to do it either, is it? It's like, I mean, no.
It just breaks down sociability. It makes us seem barbaric. It means that they won't interact with us and they'll understand us less.
Fair
and
enough.
they'll care about us less.
Yeah.
They'll be scared of us. They won't talk to us. They won't listen to us. And we're not in a position to overcome them or make them listen because
it's just frustrating.
We're not organized. So, like when the Algerians were doing terrorism to destroy social relations so as to make it possible for the country to become independent, they had an organization, they had a plan for how to use the desocializing that they were accomplishing to achieve their political goals. We don't have that. We have people who are very upset, who are doing things that don't have a logical path, that might be cathartic, that might feel good, but they don't lead anywhere.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
For the handful of Haas enjoyers still hanging around after the horde has moved on, I do want to just put up the big old signposts in nice, loud, clear letters as the residential, CIA-sponsored Western Marxists over here that we do not support terror, jihad, or Mao's Cultural Revolution, much less Stalin's purges, which is all very like fun and games, all is fair in memes and war. But the thing is, look, I'm really excited to learn from this contradiction between Catron and Haas. There's going to be really cool things to come from it. But as we get into that kind of stuff, and as I do this Why Left stuff with Benjamin, it's going to start bringing around more and more people who are chomping at the bit to basically get us to say the right things. They want us to say what we need is another Mao's Cultural Revolution. What we need is another Stalinism. And I want to say that part of the lesson of the 20th century, not saying that I think one of the basic lessons has to be that part of the thing is like the left winning can be the opening to 100 years of it losing. If that win is the kind that's so easy to spin into propaganda. So it's like not only did the left lose, if we want to think about these as like left movements, fuck that. Workers' movements. I'd prefer that, right? Let's just talk about these as genuine workers' movements. I think they were. Mm-hmm. But to say that a genuine workers' movement led to horror and terror and people saying, you know what, I would rather die in capitalism than risk that again. That's just not it means that we need to take retroversion more seriously, right? So Molly Ann Rothenberg's book, The Theory of social change, whatever it's called. It's right
the,
here.
The excessive subject.
Yeah, the excessive subject, retroversion. The whole point is this theory, what she's getting at, she uses the senators killing Caesar and talks about how like it meant one thing to them at the moment that they're doing it, but then it gets interpreted a different way and used to cement a whole new era of this kind of rule that a lot of the people who were doing it thought they were resisting. Now, we have a Rome expert in the room, and so I'm nervous, and I'm not doing her justice, I am aware, because this is my foggy recollection from an impression from years ago with this book. But the point is simply this. The people who are doing the violence do not control how that gets interpreted later on. And if you make it really easy for people to see you as the opposition to the lesser evil, which is, the lesser evil would be the status quo or whatever. Well, then, that's a sad lesson to have to sit with. And it's a lesson that I as I try to sit with it, I say, you know what? It's probably not even worth trying to resuscitate that heritage. It's probably not even worth it. And if we did, it wouldn't be the old left. It wouldn't be the new left. It'd be some kind of a next left. But then would that next left even be left? Like, I don't fucking know. But I'm just saying, for me, it's just a very depressing thing because it's like, oh yeah, he shot a billionaire. Let's meme about it. And I have a little snicker because somebody is so offended. But at the end of the day, Benjamin's getting at like what I take to be the saddest part. It's just that every time there's an outburst of legitimate resentment, every time we act out back against the thing, it just gets co-opted. And so, it's easy for these people to be like, oh yeah, this is just defeatist theory that leads to nowhere. We're the real communists and Haas has it figured out. He's the warlord. And I'm like over here like, I hope that's true, but I don't think it is. I suspect that nobody did more favors for the CIA as a metonym for the deep state or whatever than these actual legitimate workers' movements. Now, with that said, the way is shut. Benjamin, you have this book on legitimacy in American democracies. One of the things that I've heard you say multiple times, and I've read you talk about it, kind of want to get you to say something about it here, is basically that after the Cold War, people are so afraid that they're just like, oh, well, this has to be the end of history. We can't do anything else. And you talk about it, it kind of sounds like you're talking about a lack of radical imagination or gumption. I don't know. How would you respond to this what I just laid out?
I think there's a lot of very legitimate resentment. But the question is, can people come up with anything to do with that resentment, which can actually make the kind of demand upon the state that gets it to respond or which gets it to change its form? And the problem is, what we instead see is a lot of suicide by cop, suicide by drone activity that's kind of anarchist bomb thrower in character. This desocialized, heavily individualized activity, which is neoliberal to its core because it's completely individuated. This person, as far as we know, is not part of a large social organization that is in any way connected to a workers' movement. This is somebody who probably, if I had to guess, something very bad happened to a member of this person's family, and this person was heartbroken and very upset and so lashed out. And when people are doing that, it's completely individuated. And in that sense, it's a completely neoliberal form of resistance. It's not a positive politics.
But don't those kind of costly signals, well, no, I already know what your answer is because you already said so I was going to say, like, don't those costly signals add up and it breaks through the noise?
You have to make them pay a much bigger price than just killing one of these little CEOs. These people are not that important. These CEOs don't matter very much, ultimately, to the system. They're not,
aren't they themselves just
CEOs.
They're mass-produced commodities themselves, right?
Yeah, and they're not even the richest or most significant people in the system. They're just very, very upscale managers. They're not even in most cases, the truly rich people. They're not billionaire oligarchs, most of them. A few of them are, but many of them are just managers for transnational corporations, managers for publicly traded companies, people who work their way up by climbing a greasy pole, following the incentives that were laid out before them. Those incentives are perfectly capable of producing more people just like that. And they will produce more people like that. There's loads and loads and loads of upper management people who could do that kind of job in a pinch.
There's actually a genius surplus being produced. So yeah, there's a line out the door and down the street for people just itching, to fill that placeholder.
And there's so many of these companies. Part of the problem with the healthcare system is that it generates such a surplus of insurance companies, hospital administrators. There's loads and loads of these bureaucrats. They're everywhere. What's so sad is that so many people waste their lives, waste their potential and skills becoming healthcare bureaucrats because that's what the system incentivizes them to do. So, yeah, I'm sure there will be some additional investment in security, but compare this to the cost to the system of actually doing Medicare for all, of actually reducing healthcare from, say, 17% of GDP to 14 or 12. We're talking about trillions of dollars. The cost of security for rich people, if you look at what the really, really rich oligarchs spend on security, tiny portion of what they own. They could hire 1,000 people to follow them around all the time. It's not going to break their backs. Many of them used to have factories that employed an order of magnitude more people than those factories now have to employ. They can hire private security. That's not going to cause them to make a concession. All it's going to do is make it harder for them to interact with people who are different from them, and desocializing them and making them more estranged from everybody else. I don't think that solves problems. Now, if there was some kind of positive plan to organize and to advocate for something collectively with a strategy and a plan for how to not get distracted and to just keep focusing on now this, whatever it is that's in the news, that would be a different story. But in my book, the book that just came out, there's a bit where I talk about people who commit suicide by cop, suicide by drone. This is the disorganized, individuated response. It's not revolutionary subjectivity. And the anarchists who pretend it's revolutionary subjectivity do not know how to make a revolution.
Can I ask you, all three of you, something, or Dave, you want to stay on this for a second?
In a little while, I want to talk about me and how this is all, I'll be the quilting point here, because not just me, but this sort of ambiguous thing about me in Theory Underground. But before we do that, yes, ask us a question. I want to tarry with this for a little bit. It'll be a separate episode from the one we'll get into.
Okay. So last night I watched the discussion between Douglas Lane and Daniel Tutt. And, there's this ongoing brewing contradiction between Chris Catrone / Spencer Leonard and Daniel Tutt,
Right.
which Tutt seems hesitant to directly engage in.
For the reasons that I said publicly on Twitter, right?
Okay, yeah. So
which
here's
is
the thing,
that
though.
which is that everyone at Platypus is blacklisted by Verso, and Daniel said that he can't talk to anybody that would get in the way of publishing with Verso, which is fine. He respects the game. But I'm just saying that is the reason Catrone is untouchable if you want to publish with Verso. That's what it's about.
So I'm gonna go ahead and just say fuck Verso, because I think that's some bitch ass shit. So, and I will never publish a book with them, so they can suck my fucking dick for all I care. So fuck you, Verso. Yeah. Anyway, so moving on. So here's the issue though with our. So I want to call them our Marxist brothers, right? So like, look, I'm never going to know Marx or the Marxist tradition on the level of somebody like Chris Catrone, but Marx is one of my favorite thinkers, and I do think that you cannot begin to understand our situation without having some orientation with Marx himself, especially capital. Okay. I think it's one of the pivotal fundamental texts for trying to interpret the situation. But am I a Marxist? Well, what do we mean by that? I mean, do I think Marx has still the fundamental critique of capitalism? Yeah, and all the other stuff kind of adds to it, or has to be, capital has to be reworked in terms of Baudrillard and Deleuze-Guattari. Yeah. But Capital Volume 1 and by extension Volume 2 and Volume 3 are the critique of capital. Okay. The thing is though, when what I will just call Marxists, like, because some people will say I'm a Marxist, but they haven't met Chris Catrone or Daniel Tutt or, these guys, right? So my thing is, when I hear them all talk, they all tend to have this one point that it boils down to, which is, okay, to be a Marxist, for most of them, most of the guys I'm naming, it is the class struggle for socialism, right? Like that's, like they can say like, yeah, Baudrillard has certain Marxist influences on him, but he's not a Marxist because he's not trying to fight the class struggle for socialism, right? And like that's the end all be all imperative, which in other words is the collectivization of the means of production. Okay. So the one thing I always find though is that, and because Doug Lane and Daniel Tutt, they ended their conversation basically agreeing like that's what it's about is, we can have all these different theorists, but if they're not about the class struggle for socialism, then it's like, yeah, you can maybe pick up some things, but they're not a true comrade, basically, to put my own spin on what they were saying. But I think that's the heart of it. So I'm saying all this to say this. I feel like I had a moment of clarity watching them where I go, okay, this is the difference between me and them. They always have to put this emphasis on class struggle. I think the fundamental issue is necessary labor itself. And I think class struggle is a symptom of necessary labor, and that you're treating the symptom and not the illness. And that's where my difference fundamentally comes between me and our Marxist brothers, is that I'm like, man, the class struggle thing is it's crucial, it's fundamental, but it emerges out of this fundamental trauma of the human condition universally across all cultures, across all epochs. Somebody has to do the shitty work, and not everybody wants to do it. So the classes divide between who gets in these positions of not having to do the laborious, back-breaking, tedious shit, and who does, because God abandoned us because we ate a piece of fruit. And so now I'm putting a mythological spin on it. But the point is, we're abandoned into nature. It's a heartless bitch, and we have to work in order to reproduce society. Well, that sucks, right? So some motherfuckers have to, it's their essence. It's the position God made them this way. Or, sorry, the playing field is level. If you don't work your way up the capitalist system, it's because you were lazy or personal responsibility, blah, 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 fucking blah. Point is, all of human history has been a struggle against necessary labor. And if you try to frame this in terms of class, you're missing the fundamental antagonism, which is the human versus necessary labor. And that, to me, I just want to say, is where I see the core contradiction. And that's what pushes us past just being good old card-carrying Marxists, where it's like, it's not just about class, man. The class emerges out of a more fundamental antagonism. It's the antagonism to defeat nature insofar as it imposes necessary labor on us. And so I just want to know what you guys think of that.
Yeah, Mikey, you sound a lot like Postone.
Do I? I don't know. I haven't read Postone, so I don't know.
I love Postone for this reason.
Yeah, you sound a lot like Moise Postone.
Okay. Yeah. But do you feel like does Marx himself ever talk like? Do you ever feel like Marx is against necessary labor. And there's so much workerism in so much of the Marxism that I see, especially like, you know, you look at the Soviet iconography and their posters of the glorious worker, and I'm like, man, fuck that shit. I ain't trying to be a worker. Like, stop glorifying this fucking position of those who do the necessary labor. We're trying to eradicate that, not preserve it or glorify it.
Yeah, Catron and Postone argued about this a lot. So in the case of Postone, Postone argued that there was a kind of traditional Marxism that was about class struggle, that saw the working class as the agent of change. And then there was another way of understanding Marx and Marxism that came out of the Grundrisse that put the emphasis more on the self-overcoming of labor. And so then this creates a bit of a lacume between Marx's politics, as Chris said in his Marxism talks, and his theory, with Postone kind of taking the side of the theory and arguing that the politics is not as important. Chris has tried over the course of his life to reconcile those two things. So for him, there's the kind of politics that's appropriate to the moment in which Marx is operating, and then there's what capitalism does and the further possibilities it unlocks, the further potentialities unlocked. And in that sense, there's a rational kernel in the New Left, insofar as the New Left is trying to gesture at some of those possibilities. But I think from Chris's point of view, that would be prematurely.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think that within the Marxist tradition, there's resources for the kind of view that you have. I wouldn't call your view not Marxist, but of course there are people who have a more orthodox or kind of schematized Marxism who would reject your view as post-Marxist or New Left in a way that they would regard as not part of Marxism, but something else. But I do think there's an argument that the position that you're expressing is part of that tradition, at least broadly construed.
Okay.
I think that there's all kinds of things that we think that it turns out some academics also thought or said. But I mean, before we read them, I don't think we were influenced by the culture they were part of so much as just like actually hating our jobs. And not me hating my jobs. I never really had a problem with my jobs, and I'm a good worker. But hating the job centrism of society, specifically the fact that I come from a culture with strong family values, but then there's not actually the time energy for that. And so it's just like, that's what it comes out of. But then it's like, no, I have Gorzified and Postonified and even Adornoified, but definitely like Heideggerified and all these other thinkers, my conception. So, it's like but the experience itself is one that I had before I came in contact with anybody who went to college. You know what I mean? So I'm pretty sure that my shit's about as washed in the fucking blood of labor as a viewpoint can possibly be. And so it's like, Postone and Gores get written off as like these kind of like new left hooky guys. Their Marxism is not the Marxism that won. And Marcuse was also for this politics at time to some extent. Their politics didn't really win. Did it have some influence on some of the people who took this long march through the institutions? Or did it have some influence on the SDS? I don't know. But I guess I like these guys. I really do like these guys. Also Heinrich. Like, I like these guys a lot. But at the same time, I don't feel like if they call themselves Marxists that I actually have to do it myself. And that in a lot of cases, calling yourself a Marxist is just like fighting to call yourself a terrorist. Like, you are literally fighting with people to identify as a terrorist. And it's like, you can say that's not true, but I'd like to go around and survey people and see how many people would group Marxism closer to terrorism than they would to some other legitimate political position. And so for me, it's just like, how much do I want to wear this star around town? You know what I mean? Do I really want to wear that? And it's like, I don't, because I think Marxian is a way that various people will say that they are fundamentally in the tradition of Marx, but they don't take the position on the dictatorship of the proletariat. They're not going to do this like historical apologia thing, and they're just going to focus on the theory and the new new problems of the situation. And so I guess I just wanted to say that because I think Stone is awesome, but also I don't feel like almost anything essential about what I'm doing is something I got from. He helped me articulate something I tried to articulate for like 7 years. And when I finally found him saying it, he's the worst writer in the world. I actually hate how he writes. It makes me want to, but once I actually understood what he was saying, it was like, someone else thinks this too? Someone who's thought about it a lot longer than me, so it was nice. What, Nance?
But see, that's how I felt with Nick Cernacek and Alex Williams with Inventing the Future, right? Like, some part of me is a left accelerationist just because I think that if we are going to get time energy, it does have to go through the technological dynamism spurred on by capital. Like, I mean, we don't do it by returning to nature. It is technology that emancipates time energy. So yes, like Land's critique is all of the left is always some kind of mythological, technological dynamism that is more productive and more dynamic than the type spurred on by capital, but they can never say what it actually is. And so for now, I guess it means like left accelerationism means there's still technology to get from capital and this mode of production while trying to think the outside of capital itself, which I know Land just identifies capitalism with the outside. But if we're thinking about an outside of capital, we have to do so with the knowledge that like the technological progress that we've had the last 400 years is tied up with capital accumulation. And I think that's just a fact. I don't think it's theory. I think Land's got us on that. So
I'll just say I just want to let go of this, but like I just wanted to say it. The other thing that you said, Mikey, that I really wanted to point out is that nobody on stream or on the internet has ever thrown down the gauntlet and challenged this story about Genesis and Garden of Eden to Cain and Abel and this curse of labor in the way that you just did. And I don't know, maybe someone talked about it somewhere. I wouldn't be surprised if someone did, but nobody has done it. And you just did it. And I've heard you say it 100 times on the phone, but this is the first time you said it on the internet. And so I just wanted to point that out.
Well, it's in the Land book. And look, I'll just give you the thing. If you go read the Genesis myth, and I use it because some part of me is still unconsciously a Christian, and some part of me can just intellectually use the Adam and Eve story in Genesis as a myth for our predicament concerning necessary labor. But if you go read Genesis, all right, what do Adam and Eve, what is the sin? The sin is wanting to know stuff.
Yeah.
If you eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, you will be like the gods, which is, I mean, I'm not going to unpack that now, but it means like the angels, the fallen angels. Because the sons of God in the Bible, I mean, I'm not going in real KJV, Nick Land, like Peter Ruckman, blah, 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 but sons of God are the fallen angels. Anyway, look, so the devil, Lucifer, he tempted Eve with knowledge. Like, there's stuff you don't know that's forbidden. And so what did she do? She chose jouissance, sin, but it's jouissance, crossing the line of prohibition, crossing the line of transgression for the sake of attaining knowledge. And what did God do? You can't know things. To the fucking dirt, you have to go work the rest of your life. That is what the punishment for wanting to know things and to have a higher level of understanding, we could call it higher education. God doesn't want us to know what he knows. He wants us to be little peasants who tell him how great he is. And so because they didn't do that, and because they got enjoyment, jouissance, from the pursuit of knowledge, which is philosophy, they were cast to the earth, and you will bring forth your reproduction from the sweat of your brow. And necessary labor was the curse for the jouissance, the sin of wanting to know more than you currently know. Well, you know who tells us that we should just live our little lives and not pursue higher higher understandings, higher forms of jouissance, power. And it's always been the message to people like us. And so, sorry, but God, Yahweh, I mean, you're talking like the capitalists, you're talking like the dictators, you're talking like the despots, you're talking. It's the voice of power. You little peasants, go do your little fucking work. Leave the knowledge stuff to us. You don't get that high culture. You don't get that odium. And the very fact that you wanted it, that's your fundamental sin. Off with necessary labor. That's your whole fucking life. So why do I hate God of the God of the Bible? Because he punished two people for having enjoyment in the pursuit of knowledge, and called that the sin that, and now you got to go work your whole fucking life just so you can put food in your mouth. But I'm supposed to tell that God that he's so great and he's so awesome. No thanks. So I mean, look, we have all these Christians around us, and I love them and I want them to stay. But I'm sorry, your God's a prick. And if you can't reckon with this side of it, then I don't know how to have a conversation, because he literally, okay, so first off, we have to work our whole lives because our great grandparents wanted to enjoy and know things. Okay, so we have to work our lives, and then that's where the punishment begins. Then he sends us to hell forever because we don't tell him how great we are and thankful he is because he came down here and died for us. So I'm just saying, there's a lot of Christians who get a lot out of Christianity, and I get that, but I'm sorry. You go back to the beginning of the story, and you look at the end of the story. The beginning of the story is, here, fuckers, you want to know shit and enjoy, you get necessary labor your whole fucking life. And what's the end of the story? Here, because you wanted to know things and because you didn't repent, you didn't tell me how great I am, into the lake of fire with you and off into eternity where everybody burns for it. And so, okay, you want to say it's all myth and it's all allegory and it's all okay, and I'm just doing my Baptist literalism that I was raised with. But I'm sorry, that's what that character in that book does. So me, as somebody who wants the universal emancipation of time energy so human beings can actually pursue their higher potentials, that is sin. That is sin. By that God's definition of what counts as sinful, we are sinners by wanting to have time energy and pursue higher knowledge. Well, if that's what it is to be evil, then sign me up.
So I think that the way the Christians would respond is to say that this is different stage process. That in the Old Testament, you have God the Father, who is then replaced at a different stage. Well, not replaced, but qualified or joined, or they would have quite specific language for this. But then you bring in a New Testament with God the Son, right? That would be their move.
Yeah, but that son's the one who sends all of us to hell in the lake of fire for not telling him how grateful we are for him dying on the cross.
No, they reconcile this with philosophy, right? In the Middle Ages, Aquinas and Marsilius and all of that crowd, they reconcile that stuff with philosophy ultimately.
I would say rhetoric, but I mean, I've never been convinced of it where it's like, okay, well, his judgment comes from his omnibenevolence, and so somehow the justice, everything he does by definition is good, and now we're doing Anselm where it's all definitional.
Hey guys,
and it's like at the end of the day, if you send the people I love to hell because they didn't kiss your ass, I don't like you.
This was the critique, my critique from earlier that was missing. It's now missing from the stream. But I'll tie it in a different. I'll just say I'll tie it up this way. It's just to say, my critique of anarchism is my critique of Christians, right? And it's that the anarchists don't believe in authority unless they're intellectuals and they read the theory, and the anti-intellectuals cannot be convinced that there's a legitimate authority of anarchism, and this is true of Protestants too. And so this big brain thing that you're talking about, Benjamin, is not what rules Raytown, Missouri, or Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Our Christians.
Yeah. And the thing is I understand. Like, I want to come in and say, I want I have a whole defense of sort of like this approach that could refute, I feel like, or like adequately address your allegory, the allegory or whatever, which you're saying it's not an allegory. Like this is, and it's just like, Samuel Longcard would say it this way. He would just say, this is a story about a people trying to make sense of this discovery of God as a singular thing as opposed to a bunch of gods. Like this is a discovery. They are trying to understand themselves, and there's like a survival component. It actually helps them survive in a very dangerous place to live. And here's the thing, people would rather die than subject themselves to necessary labor. But without creating a slave class, what do? Everyone's fucking you just have to all work. But there were some priests who were like, here's the deal, guys. Here's a good story. We'll just tell the kids. We'll just tell the kids that, this is how it's good. This is, it's because of sin. And so now we just have to work, guys. So don't touch yourself. Like, okay, you know what? If that's efficacious in that situation, then cool. But like, we live in a different situation. That would be what Longcard would say. I think that Daniel would say something similar. But then I say the same thing that I say about anarchists. You are not the authority of this. So that's the weird part. Because I don't know that they have the influence where it would matter in my life, right?
All I'll say is, Dave, like I've met a lot of Christians in my life. I was one. I've met a lot of Christians. I've never met Thomas Aquinas, and so I'm just saying that's how I always approach this. Is like, everybody we know, like everybody, like who does some sort of like intellectual form of Christianity. Daniel Garner, Samuel Longcard, Cadell Last. I mean, we can keep going, right? Like, and I understand like this Christianity means so much to them. I mean, even guys who are on the right, like Justin Murphy, and like, I get that. I'm just saying, for me, all I can say is, having been raised a Baptist, having been raised a literalist, that, okay, fine. These stories are social technologies for the people in their situation. If that's true, though, then I don't give a fuck about them. They're not for me. Like, okay, they help people get through. All right. But if it's stories to organize our experience and make sense of our context, great. But the point is, coming from the literalist perspective, if it's not about, I have an eternal soul and God is literally going to send my ass to hell because I didn't believe in his son, then the stakes are greatly lowered, is all I'm saying. If it's not that, and it becomes, we use this like we use Homer, okay, cool. It's a way to help us understand our culture, understand our situation, fine. But you got to understand, if that's the move, then for me, the stakes are greatly lowered, and Christianity is not this thing that it is. If I am the way, the truth, and the life, no man cometh unto the Father but by me. Like,
but I think this is a false choice, right? It doesn't have to be the case that it's either a literalist, textualist thing, or it's just a pragmatist tool. It could be embedded in philosophy. And I think that all of the religions to various degrees can be embedded in philosophy, and in their higher instantiations have been. And philosophy can be taken very seriously and not treated as just a social technology or just a kind of pragmatism.
Yeah, but then you get into the whole thing. I mean, if we push it in that direction, I feel like you're with this Kierkegaardian choice where you say, okay, take Christ, take it as Christ is fundamentally interpreted. Christ is everything human. He doesn't know everything. He's not all powerful. But at the same time, he is all knowing. He's all present. He's all good. So Christ the man can be tempted to sin. Christ the God cannot be tempted to sin. And Kierkegaard calls this the absolute paradox. Well, you can have faith in it, but you can't justify it rationally. Now you got like the type of theologians like William Lane Craig who hate this, and they're like, no, I can make sense of it perfectly using reason. But all I know is when I list out the predicates of a man and of a God, and that a man is limited in knowledge, a God is infinite in knowledge, a man is limited in goodwill, a God is infinite in goodwill. These are incompatible categories or predicates. And so this is where, I mean, even philosophers, I mean, this is why Kierkegaard would say, this is foolishness to philosophers. If you stay in strict terms, like in the Aristotelian sense, you can't Hegel, in some Hegelian sense, synthesize this or via the dialectic. Where Hegel, he always, sense certainty, it wants to be the most singular form of knowledge, but it's actually the most abstract. Yeah, that's dialectical mediation. But Kierkegaard's whole point is like, you can't dialectically mediate the predicates of Christ, as God and Christ as man. So I don't know. This is where I always go with trying to think through it rationally.
I think that the abstractions and the specific conceptualizations in the particular contexts, right, are different. The conceptualizations are meant to point at the abstractions, but in a way which resonates in the particular time and place. So the conceptualizations have this kind of pragmatic social technology flavor, right? Any particular way we cash out a notion of the good or truth or God in detailed language is going to have this kind of pragmatic trying to lead people somewhere, trying to get them somewhere, and therefore having to interface with where they are and what they need to hear to go to where they can go. It's going to have that flavor. It's going to feel more exoteric. But the thing in itself that it's pointing at, the esoteric thing that is quite difficult to grasp, that is this apophatic, hard to fully articulate thing, I think that is not simply a pragmatic thing, but the anchor ultimately of what we're doing.
Fair enough. I guess my other thing, and this is, now maybe I'm pivoting, but no, I hear what you say. I guess, look, for me, whether it's Jesus in the Gospels, or whether it's St. Paul in the epistles, or whether it's Buddha in the sutras, or whether it's Mohammed with the Quran, here's my issue. I don't like the position of enunciation these guys spoke from. They never suggest that you should cast doubt on what they're saying. They never hystericize themselves. They always speak from an utter position of authority and mastery. And I don't like that subjective position of enunciation. I don't trust it. I feel like anybody who speaks to me that way, like of course I can't trust you if you speak to me as if you're the big other who's unbarred and has all the answers. Yeah, Nance. Yeah.
No, I guess I'm just feeling obstreperous. I was gonna problematize that. I'm not convinced that that's it. I'm not convinced that you distrust that modality or that disposition. And maybe we can have a conversation about that later, because I think it would be a derail right now. But I think authority is important. I think certainty is important, and I think it's the way that this certainty and this authority is being operationalized. I think that's what you have an issue with. And it's the fact that they're making grand proclamations and
without any evidence.
Without any evidence, but I think it's because it matters. Like I think if I were being an authority, Mikey, I could probably convince you that I could come up with a story about skateboarding, because I am an expert on skateboarding, right? I've been doing it for almost 30 years. Almost 30 years. So I could leverage that expertise, and I could fill you up with bullshit. Like I could intentionally lie to you, but you wouldn't necessarily distrust it because it is trivial. Right?
And that's
the
point.
I think it's the context is what makes it the big difference. I told you this was going to derail. Like this is a non-issue.
No. I mean, but I like what you look. But what I would say is there is such a thing as pragmatic transcendence. I have to walk around treating people. I mean, this is Kantian. I have to presuppose that you're telling me more or less the truth. Otherwise, we can't even, and if you start talking about something, I have to more or less, presuppose it is a prior, it is a presupposition, but this is social technology. Like if we're to have any sort of relation, I have to grant you a certain transcendence that when you start talking about skateboarding, and as I listen to you, I'm like, that sounds good, or that makes sense, right? That's not how they're speaking to me. That's not like, my eternal existence is on the line, and they're telling me you just have to believe me, and if you don't, you're evil. fuck that shit. That's not what you're doing. It's a totally different position of enunciation.
Yeah, they're interpolating you into something.
I have to bow to them. They
cosmic.
like
Yeah.
Christ literally wants me to get on my knees. And so that's my like, you're not trying to literally make me bow to you. Like these guys literally want me to bow to them and pray to them and do this shit because they said some shit that they cannot prove and they didn't provide me evidence with, that to me is utterly groundless. And I am sorry, I am just with Carl Sagan. Extraordinary claims necessitate extraordinary evidence, and they don't provide me with any of that. So that's my fundamental distrust of them.
Well, these books are assembled by churches. They're assembled by communities of, at the time, what would have been the philosophers, the people who were the most educated. And they're assembled so that you have something that you can potentially work with to try to organize the rest of the society. So they have a particular time in which they come into existence, which they're best adapted for. And then from that point forward, you are adapting and readapting and playing with this tradition to see if it can continue to be of use to people in different circumstances. But oftentimes, many of these books are extremely, extremely old, and they're written at points where people think that the future is probably going to be very much like the past. And so it's not always the case that there's a great level of flexibility that is straightforwardly written in or indicated in these texts, although you'll sometimes see people claim, particularly in the Islamic tradition, that the Islamic texts predict or anticipate future events. Generally, these texts are not great descriptions of what's going to happen in the future, and they don't give you a guidebook to how they should straightforwardly be interpreted in the future. And that's because texts can't do that. Only people can do that. Only people who come from the context can know what to do in that context because only they have the familiarity. And so, the specific ways in which these concepts are laid out in particular books should not be the way that we think of these religions. I think ultimately we should be thinking about, what are they really trying to do? They're trying to help lead as many people as possible in the time and place in which they're concocted to the truth or to the good or to God, whichever one of those words we prefer. And there's a limit to how far they're able to get given the constraints of the period in which they're operating and given the constraints of language and textualism in general, right? Anytime you're reading a text over and over and over again and treating it as the literal word of God, as opposed to something put together by a community of thinkers, it's going to become very unhelpful. It's going to get very dogmatic. It's going to get very useless.
But see, my issue though is they don't say that about themselves. If they said just that, I'd go, great. I understand you're making a world, you're making meaning where people can live and have relationships. But they don't say it like that. They say, no, this is the eternal word of God. This is the eternal truth.
Even in Islam, they have the Islamic scholars who give you the guidelines about how to interpret the text. And there's generations of Islamic scholars, and they have a position within different interpretive schools within Islam for how to approach the text, right? The idea that you can just read the text without training and without being part of a community of knowers is rejected by all of these religions. They would all say, you want to engage with the text, you have to become a member of the church. And for them, that meant you had to become functionally the equivalent of a philosopher. You had to get the education and get the training that was necessary to be a party to the discussion. And until then, you had to listen to them because you were not in the group. They're thinking that way because they're operating at a time when it seems straightforwardly obvious that you can't give this kind of education to everybody. So if you were operating in antiquity or in the Middle Ages, and you were from a social class where you'd have the requisite educational opportunity, you could become a member of the community of knowers and you could participate in the interpretive tradition and you could actually be a party to it. But if you're not in that position, then you're a subject to it. And at most points in history, all of these traditions have made this distinction between the people who are parties to the thing who are citizens of the thing, and the people who are just subjects of it. And the unfortunate thing that has happened is that as we have focused so much on textualism and literalism and so on, people have tried to get out from under this, not by becoming philosophical, but by simply rejecting these traditions. And that's not to say that you should be deferring to any particular community of priests or thinkers or from any particular period or from any particular tradition, but to participate in all of these traditions would mean to dialogue with all of them and to learn from and benefit from all of them, from all of the different religions and all of the different philosophical traditions. But that's blocked if we focus too much on the text in abstraction from the traditions that, especially historically, because these religions used to be better. It used to be the case that the most educated people in the world were priests, that the smartest people were priests and bishops, right? So it used to be the case that when they were talking about how to interpret these texts, they were giving you the best that people in that time could potentially give you. And there was a real epistemic claim that they had as a consequence of that. Similar to the kinds of claims that we now ascribe to scientists, right? And there were doubts about the priests, just as there are doubts now about the scientists. And nobody would say that you should just do everything a scientist says just because they're a scientist. But to participate in scientific debates, you do need a certain kind of training, and you have to be part of the scientific community in some sense. It really helps you to be fully scientifically literate, to be part of a community of researchers. And for them, that's why they didn't want you to read the thing on your own, because on your own, you won't be in this community of researchers, you won't be in the community of scholars or priests, and so you won't be informed by the interpretive tradition and by the different positions which already exist in it, which you need to be informed about, so that you can put them in dialogue with each other and see the merits of all the different positions and wrestle with them. And I saw, I used to think more like you about this. And then I went to the UK and I became friends with this theologian whose house I'm actually staying at, where he grew up in Jersey, in the Channel Islands. And this theologian, I saw what he actually did in school, like he was reading the history of ethics, the history of philosophy, way, way, way back. He was reading all these different thinkers from the past, and they had ideas about all of this stuff. And he was wrestling with it, and he didn't just know what the right view was. And he wasn't sure or confident about any particular reading. And he really was trying to get to the bottom of these things. And I saw that we had a lot more in common than I would have thought, coming from Indiana and being exposed to, as you say, the kind of Christians that we typically see in small towns, in red states. So I do think that
American
there's something
Christianity.
there.
Yeah, basically American Christianity.
Yeah, marketized Christianity. Christianity under the influence of the need to compete for parishioners, right? Which turns the priests into influencers and ruins what they do.
Benjamin, will you allow me to summarize your position in a aphoristic manner? Joel Osteen is not peak Christianity.
Yeah.
Is he a televangelist or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's the guy that wouldn't let the hurricane victims into his church, isn't it?
Well, he didn't want them to get their muddy feet on his carpets.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Guys, I feel like, and I said it in the chat, and so it's worth saying here before we close out the segment. The only legitimate judge of Christianity is Mikey. No, sorry, not judge, but voice or speaker. The only person who, like, for me, until Mikey is convinced that there's something he can do in terms of theological statecraft, until he's convinced that he can do that, and that he also becomes convinced there is like this epic way of reconceptualizing certain key terms in this sort of world of Christianity. Until then, we all just need to, make people like Benjamin and Samuel Longcar and Daniel Garner and just all these people, make them continue to break it down and if we don't become convinced, then it'll be kind of like the conversation we're having with the left. You know what I mean? It'll be like, well, can you really change it from within though, guys? We'll just kind of have this ongoing conversation. But here's the thing. If one day Mikey were to go, nope, I'm born again, and he's got some time energy pilled God, then I'm going to go, Second Reformation is upon us. Let's go. I'll go, let's go. I'll go, I'm going to go to that church. I'll just go to that church. I just want to find out what he'll say. Just putting it out there.
I mean, look, all I can say is, because Dave, you know more of my personal history. At one point, I was training to be a pastor. I would go preach at the City Union Mission. And my core thing with Christianity is just, I spent years studying the Bible. Yes, it was from a literalist, Baptist, fundamentalist perspective, but I went through every book in that thing. I cross-referenced it. I spent years working on it. And the big takeaway is that this God is a real fucking asshole. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't know how to spin it. Like, I'm sorry. As far as if this is literally God, we're fucked. If it's a character in a book, he's incredibly dislikable. And I don't know how to get past that. Like, basically, somebody's going to have to convince me that Jehovah and Jesus, because I think Jesus is unlikable, right? Everybody just puts it all on Jehovah in the Old Testament shit. No, I think he's unlikable in the Gospels. I don't like that guy. So the issue is, how do you convince me to like him? I mean, I like what you said. Okay, do it. Like, show me that I'm the asshole and he's great. But I can't imagine me, like, that's my whole thing that I struggle with, is I don't like this entity. And, I'll choose Cthulhu over this being. Like, I'll choose the techno-capital singularity over this being. And so I don't, this whole thing of,
that's like Stalin, dude. That's like Stalin. That's how just so many people feel about Stalin. I'm just saying this similarity between post-left and this kind of atheism. I'm just saying.
All
right, but guys, I got to close it out. I want to give you a moment. I want to give you guys a moment to say your closing thoughts. But then we've got some people joining, all subscribers, everyone who's currently a member. You can all pop on stream here. In close, we're going to hit on some things about Theory Underground that have happened in the last couple of years or in the last year. It's a 2-year anniversary. And then I'm going to go celebrate my birthday. I've got plans for the night. But before we do that, little thing with the subscribers, closing thoughts, guys. I'm not cutting it off, but I am saying let's do closing thoughts.
I'm going to be quick. When we talk about theocrafting or idiocrafting, when we talk about these kind of social technologies, political technologies, historical technologies, even because they, situate the subject in history. I think they're important conversations. I think there are a lot of people doing interesting things with them. But I feel like I always want to stick up for the enthusiastic atheists in the crowd, because I used to be the enthusiastic, small-brained, hard materialist atheist. And there's just a distaste for discussing it, for taking it seriously. I do want to reject religion and theology because from my experience, it was very manipulative, as opposed to being like a convivial thing. It was used to oppress and repress and cover up abuses and all these things.
Right. Same.
And yeah, it's
same.
But look, I know it's more than that. And I actually, now I do take it seriously. I do take the notion of these social technologies seriously, and I think they're important. But if you, audience, if you find yourself listening to these conversations and viscerally reacting and saying, no, we don't need to do this type of idiocrafting, you're wrong. This is a need. This is a social need. This is a subjective need that people have. People need to situate themselves. They need the context of meaning, of a cosmic narrative. And I do think there are very thoughtful people, both on the theist believing side and also on the atheist or the agnostic side, who care about a convivial theology, if you will, right? A really life-giving, life-affirming human religion, theology. So I guess I'm talking to you younger, well, maybe not younger, you enthusiastic atheists in the chat. Don't throw out the notion. This shit's important. This shit does matter. Although it can get to the point, like I'm going to read some Erasmus this year, hopefully. Sean, you'll hold my hand while we do that, because it's exhausting. It's like, nice. I don't care. I don't care about God. I don't want to talk about God. I don't want to think about God. Because, like, yeah, Mikey, if God exists, then I want to be a devil worshiper, because the workings of people that have been done in the name of God that I have seen firsthand are despicable.
Lucifer wants us to enjoy and know things. I mean,
yeah, he stood on business, dude.
You know, I'm sorry. Let's go to the book of Ezekiel real quick. Do you know what his purpose was that God gave him? God wore Lucifer like a crown. It describes that there's these 5 entities. I'm drawing a fucking blank. They're a type of entity in the Bible. I've been drinking. Whatever. There's 5 of them. Lucifer was the top one, and there's 4 of them at each corner of God's throne.
Archangels.
Not archangels.
And there's Nephilim.
Cherubim.
Oh, yeah.
The Nephilim are the fallen angels in Genesis 6 or whatever. The cherubim, whatever. There's 5 of them, and Lucifer was the main one. And it said that he hovered above God's throne. And it's basic. I always got this image like, oh, so Lucifer was just supposed to be God's fucking hat, his crown, like, because it said Lucifer is the most gorgeous entity that God created, and it's like, I'm going to wear you as a sign of my greatness. And somehow God was shocked when that entity, who had something like free will, was like, no thanks, bud, I'd rather do my own thing. Like, I'm so, like, this is where the shit, I don't know how to get past any of this entity that God created, and it's like, now somehow I just talked, I heard myself talk, but whatever. I'm just saying, like, he wants us to enjoy and know things. He wanted to open up the possibility of free will. He didn't want us to just be slaves to the big other. He didn't want to just be a fucking crown his whole existence. Okay.
I just want to say, like, that means that Lucifer was the phallus, and that God having the phallus was dependent on this beautiful blah, blah, blah. Anyway, all right. That closing thought. Benjamin, you get the last word here.
I'll just say, I'm not trying to get anybody to follow any particular religion or any particular tradition. I'm really, personally, I'm a bit of a non-sectarian Platonist. And I really view all of the traditions of the world as different concretizations of something which is ultimately unitary, which is human thinking, human wrestling with how do we live and what do we do. So I'm not trying to get anybody to follow any particular thing or believe any particular thing or adopt any particular text. But I do think there are things we can learn from all of the traditions. And I think being able to socialize with all of the traditions and to not get bogged down in judging which particular ones people gravitate to or don't gravitate to is critical, especially given the amount of plurality that we have. If we want to achieve things politically, we've got to be able to talk across cultural, philosophical, tradition approaches. I think that's absolutely pivotal. So I would never try to make Mikey be a Christian or a Muslim or a Jew or a Buddhist or a Hindu. I just think it's good to be able to continue to engage with all that stuff.
Agreed.
Thanks, guys. We'll be right back, everybody, right after this.
We cannot do direct revolution, but the only way to lay the foundation for it is to do what you are doing to move the underground. It's a theoretically correct title.
Welcome to Theory Underground, a place for workers with earbuds who are tired of letting others read and think on their behalf, slipstreaming our way into an understanding of the situation that short-circuits the deadlocks of our moment.
Research at Theory Underground focuses on what is most important for understanding our current situation. Theory of the subject, capital, time-energy theory, critical media theory, CMT, and the most essential critiques necessary for understanding why the theory, ideology, and common sense of influencers left to right misses the mark.
Theory Underground is coming to a city near you. What that has meant in the last year is traveling across the United States, into Canada, and then all over Europe to promote our books, courses, and ideas related to time energy and underground theory. You've been reading Underground Theory.
I'm a publisher and an editor. I run and review books. Literally, it's my living. This is the best edited collection I've ever read.
Okay, picture this scene. America, early 2021. An Amazon warehouse worker arises from the emerging underground theory internet scene to create spaces for untimely topics and concerns that are too often neglected or kept in isolation today. Joined by a revolving cast of underground theorists, academics, and critics, he establishes what will become Theory Underground, a teaching, research, and publishing platform by and for working class intellectuals, autodidacts, and academics who want to do more than they're able to do within the confines of academia. That warehouse worker's name is David McKerracher, and his book Time Energy is his first major contribution to the world of theory. It was recently reprinted with a foreword by none other than Slavoj Žižek, who also contributed to Theory Underground's latest book.
My Bible, it's an excellent book.
A collection of essays called Underground Theory.
What you just heard is an excerpt from the Strange Exiles podcast, episode 23, where Bram from Strange Exiles interviewed me and Mikey. For those who don't know, Mikey is the author of the Dangerous Maybe blog. We are publishing one of his books here shortly at Theory Underground. He's also a lecturer at Theory Underground, and he's someone I've been friends and a collaborator with for over 10 years. But most importantly for you all, he's a fantastic lecturer, and it's a crime that he has to do wage labor right now. One of the long-term goals of Theory Underground has been now for a couple of years to hashtag free Mikey. That is something that I've been really pushing, but first I had to get freed from wage labor, which was achieved this year. That's right. Thanks to my monthly seminar subscribers, I was able to quit Amazon and do Theory Underground full time. Now I'm announcing the next big phase of the plan, which is the Mikey Down Seminar. What monthly subscribers to the Mikey Seminar are paying for is a survey of philosophy, including deep dives into Zizek, Land, Lacan, Baudrillard, Bataille, Lyotard, and ultimately the whole history of philosophy. All right, I know I'm muted, but now we're back. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Welcome back. We're not recording yet. We haven't started the new episode yet, but I just wanted to say, what's up, chat? I see you. And so far, we've got a few people here. I'll say something about that un momento, but welcome. Let's click record. All right, everybody, welcome to the final segment of the December 6th, second year anniversary / birthday marathon stream. We've been going for, I don't know, like how long? I don't know. 7 hours? 8 hours? Well, we've been going since more like
11
10
hours.
11 hours?
It's,
okay.
Yeah, it's 7 hour time. So we started at 8 hour time.
Amazing. And so basically, we've got a bunch of people popping in here to say hi. Ann will be popping in a little bit, but she's just getting some things together because we've got a whole night out on the town planned. And so I look, and it's super late for Benjamin. I know it's like 3 a.m. So let's say what it's going to be and then just do it. And so this is kind of the year in review. It's a year in review. And I just want to say how grateful I am to you all and how much I think this has been awesome. Like, I really think it's been special. And, you know, like sometimes I'm just like, I'll get into a corner. I don't see the way forward. And then I'm just like, oh, what are we doing? But then as soon as I see the way forward again, I'm like, yes, this is awesome. And I feel like that happened, and I have that kind of clarity right now, a kind of clarity that came from really like working through certain contradictions that just emerge when you're trying to make things happen for real. And there's quite a good portion of you that are still here, even though we're in such a transition from where we were to where we're going, right? A transition. I was going to say transformation, but no, it's a transition from one stage of development to another. The new website, for instance, today, like clear your cache. If you're still seeing the old website, you should be able to see the new website, but also you have to clear your cache. You shouldn't have to do that. It should just be constantly refreshed, and we should always be able to access it. I can access it from my phone right now, though. You can go to theoryunderground.com. The new framework is in place. It's an ugly baby. It's an ugly baby that only a mother could love. And I'm not sure who's the mother, if it's me or if it's Alexander. I mean, he's the one doing the labor, so I guess he's the mother, and I'm the father. But I don't know. But thank you, Alexander, for doing the labor. And it's an absolutely amazing thing how secure he's made it. Like the previous website was not, you couldn't work it from like campus. Like it was just an insecure site because WordPress just isn't that great. And the security plugins that I was running just weren't the same as when you build it from the ground up. Like this has been this framework built from ground up. And so it really is, it's not a platform, but it's like our thing. And so I just want to say that's like the big new news. That's the big new news. But there's a lot of other really exciting stuff. And I just wanted to say, like earlier I talked about like, a theory, plebe. Back in the day, there was like this influencer persona I was trying to play, but then there was also me. And then I didn't like this sort of like, oh, I'm playing a role kind of thing. I just like, no, I don't want to think about that. I just want to try to do what feels natural and what I feel is necessary. And in Theory Underground's a response to that. And I'm 37 years old as of today. This phase of my life is it's a phase of life where, as a devotee to a project, to a passion, to a cause, there is this like one-to-one correlation. A does not equal A, but it's like Theory Underground, Dave, it's like the same thing. But also it's not completely true, because who I am is made possible by you all. Not all of you. I mean, like some of you are replaceable, but there's a certain point after which that would not be true anymore. Some of you just simply are not. It's just simply not true. And so it's like a weird thing. It's like, oh, could I do this alone? Well, I'm the one who people pay, right? Subscriptions to, right? You freed me from Amazon. Thank you. It's amazing. But it's like, well, we're trying to do that for Mikey too. So it's bigger than just me now. We're trying to do that for Benjamin too, but it's bigger than just me now. That's what I'm getting back to. It's bigger than just me. And so it's a weird thing. And it creates its own sort of crisis, and it's a good crisis. And these contradictions that we have accelerated in the last 6 months, 3 months, but really like in the last couple of years, all of the things we've accelerated, these processes are awesome. And I'm stoked about it. And I'm excited to hear what you're all excited about from the year. There's a lot of things. I have a whole list of things that I'm very excited about, but I don't want to steal anybody's thunder. So what's something you're grateful for or that you're excited about? Let's go. Welcome. Yeah. Hello.
I am excited about the class that Studebaker will be teaching. I have no prior knowledge to like, I guess, anything about politics or where it came from, but like I've been recently I watched the video that was posted today that the lecture you did, and it talks about, well, where does politics come from, and like what is politics, and it like kind of, I don't know, grounded my assumptions on what it was, and I'm like starting to sort of get it. But I just being a part of this whole Theory Underground, just like really diving into, there's just so much to take in and so many books that I want to read and so little time and energy and all that jazz. And it's just very, very exciting just seeing all this unfold. And like, it's just full of excitement and trying to like fit myself in there, like just taking it all in, and then, taking little baby steps to, I don't know, do stuff or make stuff or just, I don't know. It's just so very exciting.
That's awesome. I'm really excited for that class too. Yeah.
Excited for
Especially
that class. Really excited for that class.
Also,
There's so many things I
I
could
got a
not
bunch of
talk about in that
stickers, and I'm very excited
platypus
about
talk.
these.
sorry, the stickers are dope. What did you say, Benjamin?
Oh, there's so many things. The platypus talk I did yesterday was really fun, and it starts with this, what is politics question. But it's going to be really fun to be able to drill into that. There's, there's a whole Hobbes lecture that I could only do a tiny, tiny piece of, and then I had to move and talk about other things, to cover all the different things I was trying to do in that talk. Really excited to give people like just the full blown, just the Hobbes, just the Marsilius of Padua. Go all in on some of these old guys.
Yeah, for me, that's really exciting too. To meld Ben's work with Theory Underground in general, just like the Why Left podcast, the course he's going to be doing, adding the kind of politics aspect to Theory Underground and the theory of politics. Because like my background is I have a degree in political studies. I guess it's called political science in other departments and other universities, but maybe Ben will know the difference. But yeah, so from my background, like trying to learn this theory stuff is a bit more alien to me in the philosophy, whereas like being able to ground all the stuff we talk about here with psychoanalysis and CMT and Heidegger and even Marx and Hegel, and then having Dave be able to bounce off of Studebaker and having these two kind of forces play off each other and being able to put it into kind of a practical, concrete question on a weekly basis or more on the Why Left podcast, especially. I think this is a really cool development, and I've been really excited about the Why Left episodes. I've watched all of them. I'm pretty sure, and I think it's great.
Hi, Swole.
Swole, you'd never met Benjamin before? That's crazy. Wow, how did you not bring him on your channel?
I don't know. It'll have to happen, I guess.
Epic fucking failure.
I'm definitely up for it. If you want to talk about, I don't know, one of my books or both of my books or something else.
Yes, I'll figure something out. Yeah, we'll get something going.
Hey,
Swole,
you've never had me on your channel to talk about time.
I've had you on like 3 times.
No, you haven't. You never bring me on.
You're lying.
I've literally had you
He's
on.
been on there.
I've literally.
Swole, we need you to play nice with Haas and have a contradiction.
Right. How did it go today? I didn't get to see that part.
It was good. They talked about Heidegger.
Based.
Dave, should I do a transcendental defense of Heidegger's concept of being?
No, you should not. No, you should not. I'm turning on Zoom here so that I can walk around while I'm kind of here for this after party. Anne's officially here. Shout out to Anne, who's officially here. There's several people in the back who've got their cameras off. You can turn your cameras on and come forward anytime y'all want. But this is where we just say something that we're stoked on that happened, or that we're excited about that's coming up. And you don't have to only say one thing one time, but you should raise your hand. And I'd like to, my birthday wish is to see 7 hands go up right now. And then when we get to the end of those hands, we're closing the stream out. But I wanna see some people go. I'm really excited to hear what your guys' thoughts are. And then I'll hit on some of the ones that will likely get forgotten. But like, let's fucking go. Cool, it's Ann first.
Sweet. Yeah, this last year with Theory Underground has been
amazing. And like I kind of don't even remember what happened before like May. I think it was just a lot of build up to the tour in Europe. And the tour in Europe was really, really cool. My brother got to come along. That was his first time traveling abroad. So jealous of Dave and Nance, who got to go to a lot more cool countries. Germany, Belgium, you went to? Lithuania.
France.
Or not Lithuania, Slovenia, like France, all the cool places. I got to come in Krakow, Poland, and meet Wukas, one of our fellow travelers, and he like showed me around, and I walked like freaking 18 miles one day, and it was horrible. Don't ever do that. The first day you arrive in your travels, don't walk. Maybe it wasn't that. I walked like 12 miles. But it was awesome. Like, it was awesome to do these events in all these different spaces with different groups of people. Like, it was mostly Polish students. Were so cool and so into it. And then we went to Scotland, and that was a cool, interesting group of people at a little zine gallery where we got to meet Bram from the Strange Exiles podcast. And he and his wife were so kind and like cooked us a meal. And like the people that we got to meet in Europe, Nina, we got to meet Helen Rollins, I'm trying to remember who else. Meeting some various fellow travelers along the way was so cool. I'll like always remember that experience. And the presentations that we got to do. Just getting to go all over and fuck it up with Nance and Dave and John. Touring is crazy and it's stressful, but it's also really cool. And I know there won't be a quote unquote like tour this coming year, partly for our own sanity, but there will be some cool events hopefully that happen in place.
Like we're gonna do a special event in the North Idaho, Spokane, Washington area for sure, and the Theory Underground studio is getting built. The plans have been drafted, the blueprints are ready. Now we're just trying to figure out the money, but like we're moving on it. Yeah, we need money. We need like at least $6,000, but we might be able to scrape it up. But we're trying real hard. Yeah, but we're gonna build it. We're gonna build it no matter what.
So there's that, and then we freaking had TUCon just a few months ago here in Boise, which was also amazing and incredible. Just like the presentations that happened, the people that were there, the conversations that were had kind of in the moment and in the after parties and on the night on the town. Like the thing that just blows me away with Theory Underground and the people who come by and take the project seriously, and even if they are here for a while and move on to other endeavors, like everyone that I've gotten to meet this year, I am just blown away by just how like cool of a person they are. Like Benjamin, getting to meet Benjamin was like so cool. And all the people that we've gotten to meet this year, they're great people, kind people, cool people, supportive people, and also just like brilliant, intelligent people who are doing really good work and thinking really important thoughts that I personally know I have so much to learn from and way too many books to read. And I'm really excited to be like in 1 week done entirely with the university and grading so that I can focus on just reading and do like pursuing what I want to, and not just, okay, I gotta teach this week, let me refresh. And so all that is to say, I'm really grateful for the people in Theory Underground who have come along and supported this project, who have supported this endeavor, who have made it something that like Dave and I can show our parents and say, look, we're not just these starving liberal hippie artists. Like, this is a legitimate business that people take seriously and support us on. And then just thank you also like for supporting Dave. It's theory and philosophy is something that I'm so passionate about and so interested in, but it's also just by my very nature, it's not something that I can get into and do 12-hour streams once a month in the same way. work, and I've just got other like passions and things going on in my life. And so the fact that there's a cohort of people who are like there just down at the click of a button to do these awesome things with Dave when I'm not able to, or things that I'm like, yeah, Lacan, great, not that interested right now. Like, from the supportive wife perspective, it really means a lot to see all of these people here. So thank you, everyone who watches the videos, who likes and subscribes, who subscribe to Theory Underground, for supporting Dave, for supporting me, for supporting us. We like seriously couldn't do without you. This year's been just a year of great people, and I'm really excited for the next year. Someone go next.
You're up, Swole.
You're muted.
You're muted, dude.
Great people. We have the best people. Tremendous people. I just wanted to mention, the EMSTUs, the monthly EMSTUs. I don't know how that turned into a regular thing, but it's a really unique thing to this channel, and I think it's a really cool idea. And I guess that's going to continue because it's been really cool. But the other thing it allows is these conversations to happen, which reminds me of the Contradictions that we did. You did a whole EMSTU, I think, in the summer or whenever it was. Pairing off a couple people or having people come in and then talk to the outgoing person, and then vice versa. Getting this dialogue between differing ideas is really cool, and I'm wondering if the Contradictions are going to continue in a intentional way. And I also think it's kind of like, if you do continue it, it's to me it's like you're doing the theory side of what Platypus is doing, which is just the Marxist side, where the Marxist Platypus is gathering the left for conversations with each other, whereas this is here we're not so concerned about left and right, but we're concerned about ideas, philosophy, theory, and getting ideas sorted out above all. And I see that as a compliment to what Platypus is doing. So that's all I want to say there.
Yes, by the way, it is a very deliberate thing, and there's a whole trajectory and amazing plans on the backside. So absolutely, 100%. And Tribunal Zero is part of that. The Turn is part of that. And there's all this other stuff that is in development. And there's stuff that you can read about it, but also just like people who are just following it are just going to see cooler and cooler stuff come of it, because now people have written stuff in this volume and 4 more volumes, and we get to bring these contradictions into a deeper and deeper, but more, we can like hone in on these things in a way that we couldn't have if this was just like a debate,
I had my hand up, but it went down, and I don't know.
You go next.
I could spend like 12 hours unpacking all the shit that's going through my head. But I won't do that. At least not right now. Maybe that'll be the next EMSTU, just reflecting. But there's a lot. There's a lot of things that have happened. There are a lot of things that are going to happen. There are a lot of things that are going to happen that aren't even like ideas yet, because that's the way it works. Things emerge. It's a space. It's a fertile space that allows these ideas to actualize when they need to, rather than waiting a year and a half when the energy's gone, when the motivation is gone, or when it's no longer relevant. And I think that's amazing. I think that's something special. And it's also integral to why things are so dope here. I don't know. It's been a whirlwind. It is kind of crazy to think like today is the 2-year birthday. It doesn't feel like it's been 2 years, but it also feels like it's been 10 years. And I mean, personally, I've got to travel the world. I've got to do things that I thought I would never be able to do. Like I thought, oh shit, I'm in my late 30s. I missed my opportunity to live a life and actualize in these ways. So I've got a lot of personal gratification out of it. But it is also true that I don't know, we're doing dope things. Like I am convinced that we are doing something that the future will have to reckon with. And that the currently existing scene as such, the currently existing, I don't know, movements and structures will have to reckon with, the consequences of all the actions that we're taking here. And so to all the embodied people, all the embodied singularities, thank you. And also to this diffuse audience that creates a condition of possibility for future events and emergent dope shit. Thank you as well. Yeah, it's been real. It's been fun. But we're just getting started, That's all.
Thanks, Nance. All right, Mikey.
Oh shit, you got the hat on.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. All right. Okay, so I want to say just a couple things, not as a teacher and somebody who's going to write books and blah 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 at Theory Underground. Theory Underground has made things happen that I would have thought were impossible for me. Okay, so being able to teach philosophy courses that people actually sign up for and spend their hard-earned money on, that was an impossibility. And so Dave, as our logistics expert, made that happen, right? Look, guys, like years ago when I was taking courses at the New Center and, getting into accelerationism and learning about Nick Land, this guy was such a mythic figure, even though people obviously have their issues with him for, legitimate reasons, right? The fact that I got to have a conversation with that guy, that was an impossibility, right? Getting to interview Slavoj Žižek and Dave, this is the I'm going to just say it here. We've never said it publicly, but I'm going to say it for the anniversary. Slavoj Žižek wrote a blurb for my Nick Land book. Like, that's an impossibility, right? Like, so many things that for me I think you guys know, like, I really, really like this thing called theory. I really like this thing called philosophy. These are things that were impossible that Theory Underground made possible, right? And as a Žižekian, I always am thinking in terms of the act with a capital A, right? The act that retroactively makes that which was impossible possible, right? A reconfiguration in the symbolic order. And I feel like everything that all of us collectively are doing is trying to perform some kind of act that makes the impossible possible. Now, one of the aspects would be, Dave's already done. He's got freed from wage labor. He's trying to free me from wage labor. This is shit that people would say is literally impossible to do. You cannot support yourself economically with philosophy, especially without PhDs. Well, we're doing the impossible. Dave's already freed. The point is to free me next, and we're trying to be the act that changes what it is for philosophers and theorists to get to be philosophers and theorists. A new way of life, a new form of economic stability that can enable thinkers to get to be thinkers in a way that's more robust than the academic institutional system will allow a thinker to be at this point in history. So this is the university, right? This is where the essence, the spirit of the university is. It's not at the university. So this is all the reasons why I'm excited just to be a part of what we're doing and to watch it unfold. This year was a huge year with the tours and Zizek, Land, and what we're getting Land to come on and talk. I mean, we're building towards this
Dude,
major contradiction.
I got to explain our fault line theory to Land, and he
And
basically
time energy.
he dug it. Yeah, it was
Can
just
I-
like he's like, oh, he got it, So that
And
was crazy.
I just have to say, like, I want this out. He was one of the coolest dudes we interviewed, like ever. So it's a testament to him as a person. If you go back and you watch our 3-hour interview with him, he actually was more attentive and more alert and more receptive to what we were saying than a lot of our other guests. And so even though we have our fundamental disagreements with him on certain things, I just want to say thank you for an incredible interview, Nick. That was a real highlight of the year, especially for me. And it went better than I knew it could be. And, we talked to him a little bit off a camera, and on a person, he's a cool fucking guy. And I get why Fisher and Reza and Anna and all of them made him their Nietzsche at that point back in the 90s. Like, I get why he was that guy for them. And so I want to say thanks to him. Obviously we disagree on politics and all of that. I don't care. He's an awesome dude to talk to and have a philosophical conversation with. So there's that. Looking forward to the future, 2025. Some of you guys won't understand this. Please give me a pass for not explaining it right here. I just want to get done. But alphanumeric Kabbalah for Land has confirmed that 2025 is the year. So now it's time, guys. Nick Land, Slavoj Žižek. Let's do it. It's the year. We're approaching. So, Dave will be the one that organizes it and makes it happen. But this has been my core contradiction dream, is to see these guys have a conversation. And Dave asked me years ago, if you could see two living philosophers talk, who would it be? It'd be Slavoj Žižek and Nick Land. And we are closer than ever to getting these two stubborn fuckers to come talk to us and have this. So that's what I'm looking forward to. Look, I'm finally teaching Baudrillard. If you guys haven't been around, you're going to go, okay, he's teaching Baudrillard. But this is a big deal for everybody who knows the context. And Baudrillard's one of my core thinkers, but I haven't taught him yet. So I'm really looking forward to teaching Intro to Baudrillard.
Because you've kept him under wraps, to be precise.
Yeah. Right. Because my main book after this Nick Land book, Capital versus Time Energy, is going to fundamentally rely on Baudrillard.
The next book, the one you've been working on for 6 years. And by the way, I know I'm interrupting, but I have to say this. Because we've got a person who's been tuning in from Chicago for the last several streams. They're cool. They don't mean anything negative by this, but like they raise an important point, because I said, when you're talking about making the impossible possible, I said in the chat, 30,000 hours of devotion can, in some cases, be more than a PhD. And then this person tried to correct it by saying 3,000. And then somebody else joking said 300. And I said, no, 30,000. And I just want to explain it. And the person was like, that's like 15 years of full-time work. And I said, do you know what a PhD signifies? People should listen to the conversation I had with Benjamin about what it means from a serious institution, not some throwaway one where this is a job coupon. But with that said, I just want to point out that, like, what people in this world of self-help, like, oh, do 10,000 hours, Malcolm Gladwell, like, just do 10,000 hours and you can master anything. Mastery, Robert Greene. And it's just like, okay, yeah, well, Mikey's put in more than 3 times that at this point. Okay. And so when I'm talking, it is a very specific number. It's a high bar. And a lot of people would go, not worth the time, energy. I'm just into this stuff because I like it. It gives me a lot to think about. But for people like us, this is all we do. There's no off button. I'm not a workaholic, and I'm not a jack-off. And I'm not an ethical normie that tries to be both a workaholic and a jack-off.
It's called passion.
I'm a devotee to a passion driven cause, and I've got a project and I'm passionate. Yeah, exactly. Passionate about it. And so anyway, but I did a whole little lecture on that earlier, so I won't get into it right now, but I just wanted to say, no, like 30,000 hours. Hey, you know what? If you've done that, I'm down to hear what you've got to say, you know, for sure. I'm down to hear, like, oh, what did you do for those 30,000 hours? I'm curious. And Mikey's someone who's developed a sort of self-legitimating discourse in his approach to breaking down the theory that he's interested in. This is why he's so quote heavy, is the way he weaves. He's a DJer of theory in a sort of sense, except that it's not just remixing. He's bringing his own shit into it, and it's awesome. And if people don't know that, they haven't read the Dangerous Maybe blog, and it shows in some cases. Guys, come on, you got to read it. And now Mikey's on Substack. That happened in the last year. Lots of stuff on Substack's happening in the last year. The website's happening in the last year. All this stuff. I just wanted to say the thing about 30,000 hours because, Mikey, I just wanted to, it's the impossible that we're trying to make possible is not where anybody can just do philosophy full time. Yes, in the very long run, of course. But immediately, it's just like, no, this isn't just like, hey, my friend who works at a warehouse. No, Mikey actually... the reason he hates labor so much is because he didn't always have to do it the way he has to right now. And before he had to, no, he did this full time, like a full-time job just because he loved to. He was known as a Raytown Socrates. Everybody knew him as this guy who was a religious dude who at one point just started being in the coffee shops 24/7, just reading philosophy and writing these giant exegetical commentaries. And so it's like, no, like, I'm not saying everybody should be able to instantly start their own lecture platform, but I do want to have time energetic institutions of the future. We call them T3 institutions, right? Time, energy, talent, and tutelage, baby. Benjamin's got a whole lecture he gave on that. But anyway, Mike, I want you to finish your piece. We'll let Benjamin say something before he falls asleep, and then we're out of here.
Okay. So what I want to say is one, it is a passion. It's it's not a hobby. It's basically an insult to us to say what we do is our hobby. It's a mode of life. It's a way of life, and it's worth fighting for. And I would not be able to fight for it in any way, shape, or form if it wasn't for what we're doing collectively. And what I'm excited for is we are coming together like Voltron, where your thinking, Dance's thinking, my thinking, and thinking, Benjamin's thinking, all of it is coming together in this amazing way to produce, I guess you want to call the our collective philosophy or theory underground philosophy. I mean, and I see this potential where, yes, I'm into psychoanalysis and Zizek and libidinal economy, and I bring that. And Nance, you're more and more into systems theory and all of this. And Benjamin, you have such an amazing, political philosophy and the history of knowledge of history, and then Dave with time energy, and then Anne with your thinking as you're growing. I saw you today talking about gender and everything. I mean, I feel like it's some fucking Power Rangers shit, Voltron coming together type thing, and that I'm super excited for. I will say this. I need to say this. I want to also, because I know it's frustrating dealing with me as a writer. You don't get the manuscript when I say you're going to get it. You don't, like Nance and Ann and Dave have wanted me to give them this manuscript for 6 fucking months. They don't get it. And it creates a feeling like we're never going to get it. You guys are going to get it. It's almost done. And I've said that before, and you go, yeah. But here, I just want to say here's the thing. Tomorrow is not promised. I'm not trying to be a doomer. I'm not saying this from a pessimistic perspective. My dream was always to get to write a philosophical book. And because this is my first book, it had to be where I felt, okay, I'm proud. It's where it needs to be. And Nance wants it. You want it, like, get it out, be done with it, and then go on to the next project. But for me, I needed it to be where it needed to be. Where if this is the only book I ever get to write, it's not going to be. But if it is, where I can go, okay, I did my thing there. And so maybe it's narcissistic or egocentric or whatever, but I needed to do this my way, especially with the first one. And I'm just super excited. Okay, yeah, it's when this thing hits, I think we're in for something special. And I like we can say there was a momentum for it, and maybe the momentum isn't quite what it was before. I don't care. When this thing drops and those land bros have to swallow this pill, it's going to be quite a fun time. And so I am so excited to have my first book out. There's no other way I want it to come out than with Theory Underground. And that's the thing I am the most excited for, is to be able to hold a copy of my first book.
All right,
Just hope it comes out before Winds of Winter.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, guys. This is really cool stuff. To be people who can think, to be people who are civilized, to be people who are reasonable, we actually have to build institutions that are capable of building people who have those capacities. And all of these talkers out there have lost sight of the fact that if we don't have people who have capacities, we can't do things. And people keep waiting for their arguments to be convincing, but they're not building people. And Theory Underground builds people. It builds theorists. Nobody else is trying to do that. Nobody else is even trying. They're just waiting for their argument to convince people. Giving them an argument over and over and over again. Doesn't work. Tired of it. Depresses me. I want to do something that at least might lead somewhere, Might lead somewhere. And if just, if a handful of people can actually spend their lives thinking, and in a community of people thinking together and trying to get better together, that would be such an advance. Because at this point, the universities, the internet, all this shit's been marketized to hell. Fucking sucks. We got to actually do something about it. And we have to do something about it from our own position. We're theorists. That's our position in society. We have a set of interests. We have a set of skills that come from that position. Let's stop pretending we occupy some other position and can do other things. We don't have the specific experiences that people in other positions have. Those people have to make their own organizations and structures that serve their particular interests. And we got to stop pretending that we know what's best for them.
On that note, I'm going to go to a dance party. It's a weird thing to say because I don't normally do such things, but this is like a weird little 2000 through 2010 emo versus pop punk like thing that's happening at the Knitting Factory. There's like Nance, this is literally what we've been talking. Well, it's not literally, but it's very close to what we've talked about doing, which is just like, I'm sorry, take the band and the egos out of it and let's just like actually just have fun, and it's going to be nostalgic and it's going to be fun. I hope. I don't know. Could be lame, but I'm going to go do that after I eat a birthday dinner, and I'm really excited. And and there's something special happening in Boise. If you're here, tomorrow morning at 6:30 a.m. at a restaurant, you can find it on, what is it? Meetup.com or whatever. Like there's intellectual discussions in it's called Early Risers Intellectual Discussions. And it's just a thing. It's like I just wanted to do it. Like if you want to come and talk about stuff, you can come. And there's going to be a bunch of people just off of meetup.com, and they've just gone to a bunch of different things. They're just trying out different things. And there's going to be people who come to this, and it's going to be interesting. I'll have a student from my class that I taught this semester. She'll be there. A neighbor will be there. But, it's like a public breakfast, but there's just not a lot of seats. And so, don't come if you're not going to buy some food, and tip the waitresses nicely because they're very quick to like call you out. These waitresses don't fuck around. This is like, Benjamin knows. Nance knows. We've all had breakfast there. Yeah.
That place is
That's-
bomb though, dude.
Yeah. That's going to be what I do to recover from this EMSTU, because it usually takes about a day and a half to recover. So,
Dave, can I just say, if you ever come to a dance party with me, it's going to be an El DeBarge dance party, sir. And it's going to be to the beat of the rhythm of the night.
I could get down to that. I could get down to that. Yeah, we could make it work. All right, everybody. Thank you. This has been amazing. Great job. Great job, everybody. Take care. And by the way, we'll be back with part 2 after Christmas, before New Year's, with the Chris Catrone versus Haas conversation, Stalin versus Trotsky. And then that sets us up to say, which one of them do we want to have talk to Benjamin as a follow-up the most? It's not a competition. It's the people who find it educational and want to see him have a conversation with one of them. That's what we could all start getting excited about. I'm so stoked. And so, but all right, we got the best stream ever here, but I got to close it out. Love you all so much. Thank you, everybody. And
West
take
side
care.
is the best side.
Uh-huh.
Peace out.
If you go try to subscribe, I'm not sure if it works on the website currently, folks, but just keep trying over the next couple of days and we'll be in business. It's brand new framework, brand new website. Let's go.